Chapter 1. The Reincarnation Pearl. In the realm of cultivation. Amidst a mountain range. At this moment, a middle-aged man lay on the ground, his lips stained with blood, his entire body shattered, gasping for breath. Beside him stood a young woman, draped in a purple haze robe, holding a long sword with its tip aimed at the man. Su Qing, do you have any final words? Speak now, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. The woman said, her expression devoid of emotion, her voice laced with coldness and a profound disdain. The man did not respond, but instead fixed his gaze intently upon her, as if to etch her visage into his memory. Suddenly, with the last of his strength, he let out a loud laugh. I, Su Qing, shall remember you, Lin Shui of the Xian sect. Should you still be alive years hence, I will surely avenge this day. A deluded fool, go to your death. In a flash, a beam of sword light swept through the air, severing a large head from its body, which collapsed instantly, blood gushing from the neck like a fountain. Ugh, how disgusting! As she surveyed the pool of blood, the woman spat disdainfully, crouching down to rummage through the headless corpse. In a short while, she produced a small pouch, infusing it with a hint of spiritual energy, her consciousness delving inside. Moments later, her expression turned peculiar. What pathetic man, so poor, to compete with me over that foundation establishment pill despite having only a mere 100,000 spirit stones. Ugh, you insufferable wretch. Suddenly, an alarm surged within her, and she exclaimed, "Where is that foundation establishment pill? How could it be gone? Did he hide it? Impossible." She hurriedly searched once more, but to no avail. It truly isn't here. How can this be? You scoundrel, you infuriate me. Fuming, the woman rose, seemingly unable to quell her rage, brandishing her sword to hack at the corpse repeatedly until it was reduced to a bloody pulp, before finally turning to leave. Time passed, and a torrential rain began to pour. The corpse lay still, drenched by the relentless downpour. Suddenly, an invisible light emanated from the body, slowly rising into the sky, then accelerating towards the clouds, vanishing in moments. Lin Shui, I shall remember you. If I am reborn in the realm of cultivation, I will certainly kill you. A voice resonated from within the light, followed by a long sigh. Alas, even if reborn, my realm will still not match hers. How can I possibly kill her? What a stroke of misfortune. I wonder where I will be reborn this time. Forget it. No use dwelling on it. Fortunately, I possess this reincarnation pearl. I remain myself. A new beginning. Su Qing shall return. This was the consciousness of Su Qing, recently deceased, now enveloped within the luminous orb. Within the orb, there existed a golden pearl. This pearl was the reincarnation pearl Su Qing had mentioned. Long ago, Su Qing had been a botanist on Earth, who stumbled upon this pearl while conducting research in a forest. At that time, the pearl emitted a faint golden glow and was remarkably hard. Su Qing found it beautiful and suitable for collection, thus carrying it with him. Unbeknownst to him, days later, he perished in a tragic car accident, his body crushed beyond recognition, and the pearl was forced into his being. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in the body of a newborn in the realm of cultivation, born to a pair of wandering cultivators. Su Qing believed he had been reborn, now existing in a world of cultivation. Over the next several years, he followed his parents in their training, eventually becoming a first-layer qi refining cultivator. To his delight, he had become a practitioner of the arts, and thus he devoted himself to rigorous training. However, misfortune struck during a battle with a ferocious beast. Su Qing was defeated and killed, his consciousness fading away. To his surprise, when he regained awareness, he found himself again in the body of a newborn, this time within an ancient dynasty, born to a prominent family. This ancient dynasty was not a realm of cultivation. It lacked spiritual energy and only possessed martial arts and internal strength, thus classifying it as a low martial world. Yet, what astonished Su Qing was that, aside from the memories of his previous 2 lifetimes, his first-layer qi refining cultivation awakened once more at the age of 30. With this cultivation, he became unrivaled in the ancient dynasty, and within a few decades, he overthrew the regime and declared himself emperor, ruling for several decades until he passed away peacefully at the age of 90. Then the cycle repeated once more. The reincarnation pearl brought him back with memories of 3 lifetimes. In this life, he returned to the realm of cultivation, reborn into a family of mortals, devoid of any cultivation or spiritual roots, thus unable to train. He planned to live a quiet life among mortals, but to his astonishment, at the age of 30, his first layer chi refining powers awakened again, and his spiritual roots were restored. Thus, Su Qing departed the mortal realm, embarking anew on the path of cultivation. After enduring 50 to 60 years of arduous training, he broke through to the 3rd layer of chi refining, but due to insufficient lifespan, he perished once more. From this, Su Qing discovered that each time he was reborn, all memories returned in an instant. Yet cultivation and spiritual roots required until the age of 30 to awaken. Subsequently, upon regaining consciousness again, he found himself reborn on Earth. He thought that upon reaching 30 and gaining cultivation, he could live freely in this era. But fate was unkind. At the age of 29, he perished in a fire. After waiting 29 years, this was the outcome. Su Qing was incensed. In his fury, a thought crossed his mind. Since cultivation could be inherited in the realm of cultivation, and only there was spiritual energy to train, perhaps he should continually be reborn in that realm, practicing discreetly and striving to elevate his level. Henceforth, as long as he was not in the realm of cultivation, Su Qing would begin anew after bidding farewell to his parents. In this manner, after 4 to 5 rebirths, he would return to the realm of cultivation, realizing it was the same world each time, with its people and matters remaining unchanged. However, other worlds, varied modern worlds like Earth, were numerous, and returning there depended on chance. Moreover, Su Qing discovered that once he was reborn in a world, time in other realms ceased to flow. His first life ended in a car accident in 1995, and upon the 5th rebirth back to Earth, it was still 1995. After each rebirth to the realm of cultivation, Su Qing would live modestly for 30 years. Then upon the awakening of his cultivation and spiritual roots, he would resume his training. Thus, he lived countless lifetimes, and, in his last life, the one in which he was recently killed, Su Qing broke through to the 10th layer of chi refining, mere steps away from perfection. It was anticipated that within 30 years, he would attain that consummate state. In this lifetime, he had spent considerable spirit stones to acquire a foundation establishment pill, intending to break through in this life, only to be slain by Lin Shui, who sought to seize his treasure. In truth, Lin Shui was merely at the chi refining stage as well, but she had reached perfection in that realm. Being a member of a sect, her techniques and abilities far superior to those of a wandering cultivator like Su Qing, who lacked any magical artifacts. Thus, Su Qing stood no chance against her. During the auction at the market, he had prepared 100,000 spirit stones to compete for the foundation establishment pill. But Lin Shui had no such wealth to contest him, so she revealed her sect affiliation and name, demanding Su Qing relinquish the pill to her. Yet, Su Qing refused to heed her, quietly departing the market after acquiring the pill, only to be pursued by Lin Shui, who must have possessed some means of tracking him. What ensued was the opening scene. However, although Lin Shui had slain him, she did not obtain the foundation establishment pill, for Su Qing had concealed it in a mysterious place upon his person, this being yet another function of the reincarnation pearl. The reincarnation pearl possessed a hidden space, wherein any lifeless object could be stored. This space awakened alongside his cultivation at the age of 30 in each lifetime. Through numerous rebirths, Su Qing had long since placed all valuable items within this space, including the 100,000 spirit stones he had accumulated over many lives. While the storage bag Lin Shui found was merely a decoy, containing only inferior goods. At this moment, the light orb continued to soar rapidly. Alas, even if I return to the realm of cultivation, I remain merely at the 10th layer of chi refining, still unable to defeat her. How shall I exact my revenge? Su Qing's consciousness sighed, filled with reluctance, for he understood that if reborn again in the realm of cultivation as an infant, after 30 years, even with restored cultivation and spiritual roots, he would still be at the 10th layer of chi refining. Moreover, Su Qing had realized that his spiritual roots seemed rather deficient, requiring extensive time to elevate his realm. Hence why, after so many rebirths, he had only reached the 10th layer. Furthermore, Lin Shui, after 3 decades, might have already attained the foundation establishment stage, rendering it even more impossible for Su Qing to defeat her. Thus, Su Qing was reluctant to forge enmity in the realm of cultivation should he be slain by an adversary. Avenging such a grudge would be exceedingly difficult. Lin Shui was, after all, the first enemy he had encountered across his many rebirths. Chapter 2. A Century of Ascendancy after a brief interval. The Reincarnation Pearl, imbued with Su Qing's consciousness, arrived at a mysterious locale. Unbeknownst to him, he had no knowledge of this place, save for the fact that each time he met his demise, his consciousness would follow the Reincarnation Pearl to this very spot. Upon traversing the swirling vortex before him, his awareness would dissipate, leading to a rebirth. The vortex, mesmerizing and enigmatic, rotated slowly, resembling a beautiful nebula. At that moment, the Reincarnation Pearl was gently approaching it, on the brink of entering the swirling depths that I come forth anew. The consciousness within the Reincarnation Pearl exclaimed. Subsequently, the pearl vanished from sight, that I end his next life. Su Qing found himself reborn in a modern world. After bidding farewell to his parents, he intended to start anew, to reincarnate into the realm of cultivation. However, to his astonishment, this world was engulfed in an apocalyptic crisis. The entire globe encased in ice and snow. Driven to unravel the mystery behind this cataclysm, Su Qing resolved to embark on an exploration which unexpectedly spanned 4 to 5 decades. Nevertheless, through his cultivation, he ultimately uncovered the truth, transforming the world back to its former state. By then, Su Qing had reached the venerable age of 90-9. To ascertain the extent of his lifespan in this ordinary world, he patiently awaited the culmination of his years. Yet merely a year later, upon reaching the centenary mark, his life force was extinguished, leading him to believe that his existence in this mundane realm was limited to 100 years. In the subsequent reincarnation, Su Qing discovered a wondrous ability of the Reincarnation Pearl. Standing once more before the familiar vortex, he felt as though a century had passed, a duration that seemed remarkably long, evoking a sense of nostalgia within him. "Old friend, I have returned. It has been a century," he mused, harboring hopes of being reborn in the realm of cultivation. After all, it was only there that spiritual energy flourished. Facilitating cultivation, with a hint of anticipation, the Reincarnation Pearl ushered Su Qing into the vortex. Amidst the cries of a newborn, accompanied by exclamations of astonishment, a woman's voice rang out. "Congratulations, madam. It is a boy." Another female voice chimed in quickly, "Bring him to me." The latter voice, however, sounded feeble, likely belonging to the mother. The infant continued to wail, "My child is truly beautiful. Go tell the master." "Yes, madam, I shall do so immediately." Despite the baby's incessant cries, an unseen golden light descended from the heavens, penetrating the infant's mind. In a moment, the cries ceased, and the baby's small eyes began to survey his surroundings. "What is this realm?" he pondered. The furnishings here resemble those of antiquity. No, there is a trace of spiritual energy in the air. This is the realm of cultivation. The infant was indeed Su Qing, although devoid of cultivation at that moment. He could sense a hint of spiritual energy through his spiritual awareness, that he understood that only in the realm of cultivation could such energy exist. How fortunate! In but a single lifetime, I have returned to the realm of cultivation. He thought that it appeared he was born into a mortal family. Very well, I shall strive to reach the age of 30 first. Though he yearned to cultivate immediately, he lacked the spiritual root necessary to absorb spiritual energy and could only await the restoration of his spiritual root at the age of 30. A year later, within the courtyard of the Su residence, a young woman was teaching a toddler to walk. "Come here, Wunner. You can do it. Let go of my hand and come to mother." The toddler, neither crying nor fussing, wobbled on his feet until suddenly he took his first steps toward the woman. "Wonderful. Wunner can walk. Wunner can walk," the woman exclaimed, joyfully embracing the child and showering kisses on his cherubic face. "Stop kissing me," the infant silently protested, unable to articulate his thoughts, and could only shake his head to evade her affections. Suddenly, another woman emerged from the main hall, accompanied by several maidservants. Upon seeing her, The woman holding the child hurriedly bowed her head and curtsied. "Madam, do not create a ruckus in the courtyard." "Yes, madam, I shall return indoors at once." The woman cast a glance at her before proceeding toward the main gate. The woman with the child hastily retreated to a side room that in the year that followed, Su Qing had come to understand that he was presently in a mortal kingdom within the realm of cultivation. The Zhao Kingdom. His father, Su Jingfeng, was a wealthy merchant possessing considerable riches and 4 wives. His mother, the youngest concubine, was named Lu Huan. The woman earlier in the courtyard was Su Jingfeng's legitimate wife, Lu Shi. In this life, Su Qing was named Su Wen. However, he observed that Su Jingfeng's other 3 wives treated his mother poorly, often raising their voices against her. The reason was that she hailed from humble origins, being merely a woman of an ordinary family. Moreover, Su Qing was the only male heir in the family, while the other wives bore daughters. Yet Lu Huan remained unfazed by such disdain, solely wishing for Su Qing's healthy and happy upbringing. She spent each day playing with him, teaching him to speak, and showering him with affection. Under her nurturing care, Su Qing grew up joyfully. As the years flew by, 2 decades passed, and Su Qing reached the age of 21. At this time, he was handsome and tall, exuding an air of elegance. However, it seemed his intellect was somewhat lacking. Colloquially, one might say he was somewhat dim-witted. He often appeared dazed, his speech unclear, and he struggled with even simple writing and arithmetic. Consequently, his father abandoned him, bequeathing the family estate to his 3 daughters. Nevertheless, Lu Huan never expressed disdain toward him, continuing to engage him in conversation and instructing him in reading and writing. In truth, Su Qing was merely feigning this ignorance. He did not wish to remain in this mortal kingdom for long. His sole intention was to depart once he had bid farewell to his mother and journey to the realm of cultivation. Thus, he isolated himself in his room each day, shunning worldly affairs and avoiding interaction with others. 8 years passed, and Su Qing was now 29. His father had passed away a few years prior, leaving his estate to his elder sister. Following the death of the family patriarch, the wives and concubines were set to separate, and the unprivileged mother and son were expelled from the Su residence. Left with only a modest dwelling and a small sum of silver, Su Qing and his mother resided in that house for several years. A year ago, his mother also departed from this world. After burying her, Su Qing remained in that house, living in solitude, patiently awaiting the arrival of his 30th year. Finally, one day, within his chamber, a brilliant golden light flickered, seemingly descending from above, flooding into Su Qing's being. "It has come. It has finally come," he exclaimed internally. As the radiance faded, tranquility enveloped the room. However, at that moment, Su Qing remained seated at his writing desk, utterly motionless, his eyes wide open, brimming with astonishment, as if struck by a sudden blow to the head. Could it be that I remembered incorrectly? The last time I died, I was at the foundation establishment stage. Indeed, Su Qing was astounded by his own cultivation level. At present, he was no longer merely at the 10th level of Qi refinement. The abundant spiritual power within him clearly indicated that he had reached the early stage of foundation establishment. What could be the reason for this? Has the reincarnation fruit undergone a mutation? That seems illogical. To be reborn once, and yet to elevate my cultivation level? Thoughts raced through his mind. Was there a fundamental difference between this rebirth and his previous ones? Su Qing began to reflect on his past lives. Recalling his prior reincarnations, it seems that apart from living longer, there was no significant difference. Living longer? A century. Could it be? A sudden realization struck him, as if he had uncovered something extraordinary, that he remembered that the longest he had lived in any previous life was as an emperor. Yet he had only reached the age of 90, that never had he exceeded a century. Could it be that reaching the age of 100 triggers this phenomenon? Is that truly the case? Why ponder so much? I shall simply await the next reincarnation to uncover the truth. Disinterested in further contemplating this peculiar matter, Su Qing felt that he should rejoice in his newfound status as a foundation establishment cultivator. Chapter 3. The Young Talents Tournament. A month later, Su Qing rode a horse to the shores of the Zhao Kingdom, knowing that if he continued onward into the sea for several thousand miles, he would reach the boundary of the ocean. Beyond lay a barrier of air, akin to a formation. Crossing it would lead him to the true realm of cultivation, as Su Qing had experienced several reincarnations in the realm of cultivation. Upon his first rebirth, The wandering cultivator couple had informed him that the entire cultivation continent was surrounded by numerous mortal kingdoms. These kingdoms were encircled by the sea, and traversing the ocean's barrier would grant passage to the realm of cultivation. Some sects would periodically venture into those mortal kingdoms to seek individuals with spiritual roots and bring them back to their sects at that moment. Su Qing urged his horse onward, turning to enter the sea. Suddenly, he felt himself lifted, soaring through the air on his sword, flying deeper into the ocean. In the past, during the Qi refinement stage, Su Qing could merely walk upon the water. Now, having reached foundation establishment, he was capable of flying on his sword. After a day had passed, upon crossing a formation invisible to mortals, Su Qing stepped into the long-forgotten realm of cultivation. Lin Shui, did you ever expect this? I have returned once more. 30 years have passed, and I fervently hope that you have not succumbed to death. Su Qing stood by the seaside, gazing at the boundless ocean, his heart filled with a tumult of emotions. Yet, at this moment, he felt a sense of confusion. He was uncertain how to locate the Ziyun sect. Having traversed from the borders of Zhao Kingdom, he was oblivious to his current position within the realm of cultivation. In his previous reincarnations, he had always sought a secluded cave to enter deep meditation, turning a blind eye to worldly affairs until his lifespan waned, leading to his eventual demise and rebirth. During his Qi refining stage, his lifespan was not vastly different from that of ordinary mortals, living only up to a century at most. Now, having entered the foundation establishment stage, he understood that he could live for approximately 300 years. And once he reached the golden core stage, his lifespan could extend into the thousands. With 30 years now behind him, he pondered whether Lin Shui had succeeded in her foundation establishment. However, recalling her youthful appearance, he surmised that even if she had not yet reached that stage, she was unlikely to have exhausted her lifespan. At that moment, Su Qing soared eastward, remembering that the market where he had once competed with Lin Shui for a foundation establishment pill was situated in the eastern part of the cultivation world. He distinctly recalled its name, Dongsher Valley Market. Friend, please hold on. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Su Qing turned to see a figure rapidly approaching in the air. Could it be a foundation establishment cultivator? Su Qing felt a flutter of anxiety. Although he had encountered several cultivators during his flight, they were all merely Qi refining practitioners on the ground. The arrival of a foundation establishment practitioner caused him to feel somewhat apprehensive. The figure soon landed before him, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe. Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am Chen Wu. May I inquire your name? Su Qing found himself at a loss for words at the direct inquiry, but nevertheless cupped his fists in salute. I am Su Wen. May I ask what brings you here, fellow cultivator? Choosing to adopt the name, Su Wen seemed prudent, as his appearance had long since transformed, no longer resembling the former Su Qing. Ah, Su Daoist, what a pleasure. You must be heading to Yunzhong City to witness the grand competition of the top talents. Am I correct? The grand competition of the top talents. Su Qing had never heard of such an event before. I am unaware of it, Chen Daoist. You are not aware. Chen Wu looked at Su Qing in surprise. To be honest, I am but a wandering cultivator, having lived in seclusion for years, and thus I am not well versed in the affairs of the cultivation world. If you could enlighten me, I would be most grateful. Su Qing hastily explained his lack of knowledge. However, since it was a grand competition, it was likely that sect members would be present, providing him a chance to gather information about the Ziyun sect. Understood. How about you accompany me to Yunzhong City? We can converse along the way. I would be grateful for your guidance, Chen Daoist. With that, Su Qing followed Chen Wu as they flew towards Yunzhong City. Along the journey, Chen Wu elaborated on the grand competition of the top talents. This region is known as Dongyu Domain, a territory in the eastern part of the cultivation continent, encompassing dozens of mortal kingdoms. With Zhao Kingdom being one of them, within Dongyu Domain, there exist 4 major sects and numerous cultivation families, alongside many wandering cultivators. With so many cultivators present, competition among them is inevitable. The grand competition is specifically held for cultivators, with participants required to be under 100 years of age and possess a cultivation level below the golden core stage. The top 10 not only receive substantial rewards, but also earn a place on the prestigious list of top talents. Yunzhong City is the largest city for cultivators in Dongyu Domain, and it is said that the city lord is a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator alongside the 4 ancestors of the major sects. Forming the 5 overlords of Dongyu Domain, This grand competition is co-hosted by the four major sects in Yunzhong City, with the Ziyun sect being one of the four. How unexpected. Lin Shui's sect is indeed in this region. And it is a formidable one at that if I were capable of eliminating her, surely the sect would come seeking me out. Having a nascent soul cultivator in the sect complicates matters. Su Qing mused, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him, accompanied by a soft sigh. As you Taoist, we must descend. We cannot fly any longer. Suddenly, Chen Wu grasped Su Qing's arm, halting his ascent, but Su Qing, coming back to his senses, complied and descended alongside Chen Wu. Before them stood an immense city, bustling with cultivators traversing the streets below. Why can't we fly into the city? Su Qing inquired, puzzled by the sight of cultivators walking rather than flying. Only once you reach the nascent soul stage may you dare to fly into the city. The city lord, Nie Yun Tian, is in the mid-nascent soul stage. Should anyone dare to fly within, he would strike them down on the spot. Chen Wu spoke with a hint of envy in his eyes as he mentioned the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, the guards within the city are all Foundation establishment cultivators. They are not to be trifled with. We must maintain a low profile, Su Taoist. Su Qing chuckled at Chen Wu's demeanor, finding a strange similarity between them. However, he was astonished to learn that Chen Wu was the patriarch of a cultivation family, yet only at the early Foundation establishment stage. Curiously, Su Qing questioned how someone at the Foundation establishment stage could lead a cultivation family. Chen Wu explained that the average cultivation family had practitioners of modest cultivation levels. Thus, every year, they selected the most promising disciples to send to the four major sects for entry tests that if a disciple possessed exceptional spiritual roots, they could be accepted into the sect, thereby revitalizing their family. Chen Wu's family had a disciple with superior spiritual roots who had joined the Ziyun sect 3 years prior. Thank you for the reminder, Chen Taoist. I have learned much. By the way, will your family's disciple from the Ziyun sect be participating in this grand competition? Since Chen Wu's descendant was in the Ziyun sect, Su Qing pondered whether he could glean some information about Lin Shui from her. However, Chen Wu revealed that his descendant was merely at the 5th layer of qi refining and was just an ordinary inter-sect disciple, unlikely to participate in the grand competition. Nevertheless, she would accompany the sect to observe. At this point, the two had arrived at the gates of Yunzhong City. Su Taoist, we have arrived. Please pay the spirit stones. After Su Qing submitted 2 spirit stones at the city gate, he and Chen Wu entered the city together. Chapter 4. Ziyun sect. Yunzhong City was vast, requiring several hours to traverse from the entrance to the center. This moment, in a bustling tavern within the city, Su Qing and Chen Wu were seated at a table on the first floor, enjoying their meal. This tavern is quite impressive. The first floor serves meals, while the upper floors are for lodging. Our meal cost 1,000 spirit stones, which stings a bit, as I have managed to save quite a sum over the years. However, after spending 100,000 on a Foundation establishment pill, I find myself with only a few tens of thousands left. That said, the Foundation establishment pill is a coveted item for qi refining practitioners. If I were to sell it, it would surely be in high demand. Thus, I have resolved to seek an opportunity to sell it. This moment, the tavern was filled with cultivators, predominantly qi refining and Foundation establishment practitioners. Though Su Qing did not spot any golden core cultivators, there exists a basic spell known as the Heavenly Eye technique, which even qi refining practitioners can learn. Once mastered, it allows one to discern the cultivation level of other practitioners. Although it is ineffective against those of a significantly higher realm, that I have heard that several disciples from Ice Heart Palace are coming, each of them at the late Foundation establishment stage and famed for their unparalleled beauty. It is truly a feast for the eyes to witness them. Indeed, particularly that Ji Qianxue. She is a rare gem. Just thinking about her stirs my interest. Alas, we can merely observe. Such celestial beings are not meant for us to covet. Enough of that. Let us finish our meal and head to the fragrant pavilion for some enjoyment. Cheers! The jovial voices of 2 cultivators filled the air besides Su Qing. Su Taoist, come, let us raise a glass. Chen Wu, now flushed from drink, lifted his cup, and Su Qing raised his in response, though his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Lin Shui, having ascended a level in his cultivation due to his rebirth. He contemplated the possibility of experimenting once more to see if he could achieve another enhancement. Yet he hesitated, reluctant to squander this opportunity. By the way, Chen Taoist, is your niece Chen Shui merely an ordinary disciple? Su Qing inquired of the inebriated Chenwu Dada. She is an outer sect disciple. Only those at the foundation establishment stage may enter the inner sect. Are outer sect disciples noteworthy? What is there to note? Unless one has a master, there is little to gain. Unfortunately, she does not that I cannot take any more. I must retire to my room. Chenwu, overwhelmed by the effects of alcohol, bid farewell to Su Qing and staggered towards the upper levels of the tavern. After a brief moment, Su Qing also returned to his own room. The following day, in the heart of Yunzhong City, there existed a vast area filled with numerous martial platforms, and on the right side of the main arena stood a grand stone tablet inscribed with 3 large characters. Enhanced by spiritual energy, top talent list, that in the middle of the tablet were 10 names. First, Nan Gongxing second, Ji Qinxue third, Mu Xiao 10th, Luo Suyi. These 10 individuals comprised the previous edition of the top talent list from 10 years prior. Su brother, the Ziyun sect S. Nangongxing, has held the first position for 5 consecutive sessions, that he initially claimed the top spot during the mid-foundation establishment stage, and in the last session. He reached the late foundation establishment stage. That it is likely that he is nearing the peak of foundation establishment now. However, he is already 95 years old, making this his final competition. That Su brother, the 2nd to 4th spots are occupied by disciples of Ice Heart Palace, while the 5th to 9th positions are held by those from Tiandao sect and Xianyu sect. That Su brother, the 10th rank Luo Suyi, is a rogue cultivator. Hey Su brother, can you hear me? The raucous noise enveloped them, with Chun Wu's voice incessantly ringing in his ears. Yet at this moment, Su Qing stood there like a wooden statue, his expression blank. However, his heart was already astounded by Nan Gongxing. The Ziyun sect, Nan Gongxing, reigning champion for 5 consecutive rounds. How impressive! Despite being 95 years old, Nan Gongxing was on the verge of perfecting his foundation and was certain to enter the Golden Core stage. Su brother, what's wrong? Chun Wu continued to nudge him. Oh, it's nothing. It's just too noisy around here. I didn't hear you calling. Chun brother. Su Qing regained his composure and casually replied, Shuer, over here. Suddenly, Chun Wu shouted into a crowd of cultivators. Looking over, Su Qing saw a group of cultivators clad in blue robes approaching the martial arts arena. Among them, a female cultivator spoke a few words to an elder before making her way toward them. Subsequently, that group headed toward the podium of the martial arts arena. Uncle! The female cultivator greeted Chen Wu respectfully as she entered. Shuer, you look even more radiant. Let me introduce you. This is a friend of your uncle's. Su Wen, quickly greet Su Senior. Greetings, Su Senior. I am Chen Shuer, a junior to hello. Su Qing observed Chen Shuer, who was indeed a natural beauty, her eyes sparkling and her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders like an exquisite painting. Under Su Qing's gaze, Chen Shuer felt a hint of embarrassment and quickly averted her eyes. Shuer, this is your first time at the Talented Disciples competition. Where is your sex Nan Gongxing? Chen Wu had not seen Nan Gongxing among the group of cultivators. How could senior brother Nangong be with us? We are all outer disciples, that we are here to learn under the outer elders. Look, that is our outer elder, Elder Yu. Following the direction Chen Shuer pointed, Su Qing noticed that the cultivators who had just arrived were seated beside the podium, with an elder sitting in the center. Indeed, the one Chen Shuer had just greeted. Uncle, I must return, otherwise the elder will be displeased. Why? Can't you even speak to your relatives? Chen Wu felt a tinge of displeasure. Uncle, you know that Shuer is merely an ordinary outer disciple without a master. She cannot act independently. That I must go now. Chen Shuer paid no heed to Chen Wu's expression and hurriedly departed. That girl. Su Qing watched Chen Shuer leave, pondering that it seemed that his niece held no significant status in the Ziyun sect. He had intended to inquire about Lin Shuer, but decided against it. She likely did not know either. As time passed, the seating area beside the podium gradually filled with people, nearly occupying all the seats. Presumably from the 4 great sects. However, the 5 central positions on the podium remained vacant. Chen brother, are those 5 seats reserved for the ancestors of the 4 great sects and the city lord? Ha, Su brother, how could the Yuanying ancestors come here? They are all in seclusion for cultivation. Those seats are reserved for the leaders of the 4 great sects and the city lord's daughter. But they are all Golden Core cultivators. Suddenly, a powerful pressure filled the air, and the venue fell silent. Several formidable auras approached from beside the podium and took their seats in the 5 positions, leaving the central seat empty. Soon after, An even more powerful presence descended that Su Qing looked up to see a woman in red soaring through the air, crossing above the martial arts arena before landing gracefully in front of the podium. The four individuals on the podium rose in unison, bowing to the woman. Daoist ne. Long time no see. We pay our respects. Esteemed sect leaders, greetings. Please take your seats. After returning the gesture, the woman turned to the martial arts stage. Esteemed cultivators, please maintain silence that I am Nie Yi, the Vice Lord of Yunqing, and today I will co-host the Talented Disciples competition with the four sect leaders that a total of 1,600 participants will compete in pairs. Eventually determining the final 25 will advance to tomorrow's ranking match. Next, the contestants will draw lots, and once the lots are drawn, the competition will officially commence. After Nie Yi concluded, she turned and took her seat. At that moment, figures emerged from the side of the martial arts arena, drawing lots from the designated box. Shortly thereafter, those who had drawn their lots proceeded to the competition platforms. Chapter 5. Lin Shui. The martial arts arena featured 20 platforms, each protected by a powerful formation designed to prevent excessive damage during the duels and safeguard the spectators. Any contestant who was thrown off the platform would lose. If they surrendered, their opponent could not continue. At this moment, the duels had commenced that Su Qing and Chen Wu stood beside one platform. That is Nangong Xing. Chen Wu pointed to a figure on the platform that Su Qing gazed at him and beheld Nangong Xing, whose tall stature resembled a mountain rising from the earth. His countenance was resolute and profound, akin to an ancient tree, and his eyes were deep like the ocean, exuding an air of indifference and transcendence toward the mundane world. Indeed, a formidable individual, Su Qing envied inwardly. The area around the platform was already crowded with onlookers, eager to witness Nangong Xing's prowess. However, the ensuing scene left everyone utterly disappointed. Nangong Daoist, I concede. The opponent unexpectedly surrendered, retreating from the platform in defeat, muttering, "What bad luck to encounter him in the first match." Thank you for your understanding. Nangong Xing smiled slightly and also leaped down from the platform, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Wow, senior brother Nangong is incredible. This year will be another championship year. A few male and female cultivators from the Ziyun sect rushed forward, surrounding Nangong Xing. You all must work hard as well. Come, let's go watch Lin Shui's match. The group followed Nangong Xing toward another platform. Lin Shui. At that moment, Su Qing's expression shifted, a surge of murderous intent flashing through his heart. That's you, brother. Shall we go watch elsewhere? Su, brother, what is wrong? Chenwu noticed Su Qing standing still and tugged at him. That it's nothing. Just go ahead and explore. I will catch up with you shortly. All right, I will take a look first. As Chenwu walked away, Su Qing hurriedly turned and pursued Nangong Xing. Indeed, she had already reached the foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, she would not be participating in this grand competition. She was actually Nangong Xing's junior sister. While running, his thoughts raced. Before long, he spotted Nangong Xing and the others gathered beside a platform. Watching the match, Su Qing's gaze sharpened as he focused on the platform, recognizing her instantly. After 30 years, that face remained etched in his memory. He would never forget. On the platform, two women were locked in combat, one of whom was Lin Shui. However, Su Qing observed that Lin Shui seemed unable to land a single blow on her opponent, as if her adversary was deliberately toying with her, appearing to lack substantial strength. Watching Lin Shui being toyed with, Su Qing could not help but sneer inwardly. Indeed, the other woman soon tired of the game. Delivering a powerful palm strike to Lin Shui's chest, Lin Shui was sent flying off the platform, spitting blood. Ziyun sect, so mediocre. Thank you, thank you. The victorious woman looked down from the platform, gazing at Lin Shui sprawled on the ground. You! Lin Shui coughed up more blood, her face flashing with humiliation and anger. She then turned to Nangong Xing. Senior brother Nangong, I am sorry. Lin Shui has disappointed you, junior sister. There is no harm done. Your defeat was not unjust. She is in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Nangong Xing consoled Lin Shui with a few words before raising his head to bow to the woman on the arena, saying, Friend, may I ask your name? I am Nangong Xing, of course. I know you're Nangong Xing. My name is insignificant, but this year's first place undoubtedly belongs to senior sister Ji. Farewell. The woman lightly leaped away from the arena. Senior brother. Her name is Qiu Zian, from the Ice Heart Palace, Lin Shui suddenly remarked. Nangong Xing gazed at the departing figure of the woman, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. Come, assist junior sister Lin back to heal. After instructing the others, he strode towards another arena while Lin Shui remained, staring blankly at Nan Gongxing's retreating silhouette. Lost in thought at this moment, Su Qing stood nearby, her expression rather peculiar. Could it be that Lin Shui has an affection for Nan Gongxing? Look at her expression, almost like a lovesick fool. Lin Shui was now being supported by several disciples of the Ziyun sect as she approached Su Qing. As she drew nearer, Su Qing clenched her fists tightly, veins bulging on her forehead, seemingly unable to contain a surge of impulse. Gradually, as their figures brushed past each other, Su Qing released her fists. There were several Foundation establishment cultivators beside her, so striking her down in one blow would not be feasible. Casting one last glance at Lin Shui, Su Qing turned to follow the direction in which Nan Gongxing had departed. Moments later, beside an arena, Nan Gongxing was observing the two individuals on the stage. While Qiu Xin was also watching, on the arena stood a woman, and Su Qing swore she had never seen anyone more beautiful in all her rebirths. She was Hua Wui, her eyes like glistening water, with a delicate face and skin as smooth as cream, reminiscent of a tricolor violet swaying in the spring breeze, both stunning and tender. Yet apart from her beauty, there was an air of aloofness and coldness about her countenance that rendered her unapproachable. Allowing only distant admiration, her opponent was a robust man who exclaimed, "I cannot believe my fortune to stand against you, Daoist Ji. Your beauty is truly breathtaking. But why do you not smile? A smile would enhance your beauty even more." "Ha ha!" To his surprise, the woman frowned slightly, suddenly raising her hand to summon a blast of chilling air directed at the man. The cold energy contained immense power, so strong, feeling the energy of the cold air. Su Qing was taken aback. The man seemed entirely unprepared and was struck by the frigid force. How could this be? Daoist Ji, I concede. At this moment, the man appeared frozen, unable to move, and hastily shouted. The woman waved her hand, and the cold dissipated. Ice Heart Palace, Ji Qinxue wins, an elder beside the arena announced. The man could now move again and quickly clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Fairy Ji, for your mercy." "Thank you." He swiftly jumped away, fleeing in embarrassment. This moment, Ji Qinxue descended from the arena, her expression still devoid of emotion. "Senior sister, you have such a kind heart. If it were me, I would have broken his limbs," Qiu Zian remarked, rushing to grasp Ji Qinxue's arm. Her tone filled with indignation. The Ji Qinxue remained silent, preparing to leave when suddenly Nan Gongxing approached, greeting her with a smile. "Fairy Ji, greetings. Daoist Nan Gong." "Greetings." The Ji Qinxue glanced at him, her expression unchanging. Her voice carried a hint of coldness, as if she wished to keep him at a distance. She nodded slightly and departed with Qiu Zian. Watching the two depart, Nan Gongxing's expression turned slightly awkward, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes before he turned and walked away in another direction. It seems that Ji Qinxue's icy aura can indeed freeze a person. Paralyzing them for a moment, Su Qing pondered, analyzing Ji Qinxue's chilling energy. Although it was only for a brief instant, the outcome of the battle could be decided in that fleeting moment. The contest continued. Su Qing found himself disinterested and prepared to return to the inn. Chapter 6. The feud between two sects as expected. The preliminary round concluded today, with the same top-tier prodigies securing their places in the top 25. Tomorrow will be the final ranking match. Su Qing was indifferent. It had no bearing on him. That night, Chenwu sought out Su Qing to join him for drinks on the first floor of the inn. "Brother Su, why did I not see you after the match today? I was somewhat fatigued today and returned early to rest. That tomorrow's match will be even more exciting, won't it?" "Indeed, let us drink." Halfway through their drinks, Su Qing suddenly asked, "Brother Chen, how does one join a sect? Do you also wish to join a sect, Brother Su?" Chenwu, now somewhat tipsy, replied slowly. "The requirements for joining a sect are rather stringent. For those in the Qi refinement stage, it depends on their spiritual roots. For those in the Foundation establishment stage, they assess bone age. That if one is in the Golden Core stage, they can directly become a revered elder. As for the nascent soul stage, then one must establish their own sect. Bone's age? How is that measured?" Su Qing expressed a keen interest in the cultivation world. Bone age reflects a person's true age, as appearance can be misleading due to a type of elixir known as the youth preservation pill, which allows one to maintain a youthful visage. Therefore, one cannot deceive regarding bone age. Su Qing had been reborn into the body of a newborn. So his current bone age was 30. Every sect possesses a stone tablet for testing bone age. If a foundation establishment cultivator's bone age does not exceed 40, they could be directly accepted as an inner disciple. 40? Are you certain? Su Qing's heart leapt with joy that if that were the case, he could virtually join any sect at will. Once he regained his cultivation after rebirth, his bone age would be 30. How about you, Brother Su? Are you over that age? Indeed, I exceed it. There's no issue with being a loose cultivator. It's quite liberating. Why not become a revered elder in my Qin family? Qin Wu, noticing Su Qing's somewhat regretful expression, offered generously. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Chun, but I am more accustomed to being a loose cultivator. Very well. I will not pressure you, Brother Su. Should you wish to join my Qin family in the future, you will always be welcome. Come, let us drink. Cheers. That night, Qin Wu returned to his room in a drunken stupor, while Su Qing lay on his bed, filled with excitement. Joining the Ziyun sect as an inner disciple would grant him the opportunity to eliminate her. After dealing with her, he could cultivate in secrecy, striving to reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment before his lifespan expired, and then seek rebirth again. My inferior spiritual roots are indeed a hindrance, making it impossible to break through to the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. Yet I have already achieved it. Ha ha! Fortunately, there is still the reincarnation fruit. Ha ha ha! Lost in thought, Su Qing eventually drifted into slumber, a smile gracing his face. The next day, Su Qing arrived early at the martial arts arena, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of the grand competition. Following the event, he would accompany the disciples of the Ziyun sect back to their sect. Today, the martial arts arena was even livelier than the previous day, with not only spectators, but also over 1,000 eliminated participants attentively watching the remaining 25 prodigies compete. The eliminated prodigies from the 4 major sects sat in the stands. Among them, Lin Xue. Su Qing shot her a sharp glance before ignoring her, focusing intently on the arena. From the 25 contestants, the top 10 would be determined through a point competition, followed by head-to-head matches to establish their rankings. Quickly, after 3 rounds of competition, the top 10 emerged, comprising nearly the same individuals as 10 years ago. Su Qing was somewhat surprised to see Qiu Ziyan, who was in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, also making it into the top 10. Aside from her, the rest were in the late stages of foundation establishment, with Nangong Xing and Ji Qinxue having already reached completion of foundation establishment. Next began the most exhilarating segment, the matches among the top 10. Without suspense, Ji Qinxue and Nangong Xing, with overwhelming advantages, advanced to the final match, where they would determine this year's top prodigy. On the arena, the two faced each other. Fairy Ji, 10 years ago it was us two, and now, 10 years later, it is once again us two. Such is fate. Nangong Xing's gaze remained fixed on Ji Qinxue's face, still wearing a smile. However, this will be my last time participating in this grand competition, so I will not hold back. Very well. Please enlighten me. Ji Qinxue's expression was icy, unwilling to engage in further conversation, as she had already formed a chilling aura in her hand, which she swiftly directed at Nangong Xing. A fine attack. Nangong Xing drew a long sword, leaping to counter the cold energy. His swordplay resembled flames, dispelling the chilling air with each strike. Just as it seemed the cold would be entirely neutralized, the fiery sword energy was about to strike Ji Qinxue. Suddenly, Ji Qinxue radiated a brilliant white light that rapidly expanded, within which appeared 4 ethereal images. Each one of them was Ji Qinxue. The 4 figures unleashed a barrage of cold energy towards Nangong Xing, freezing the air itself in their wake. What? The Ice Heart Phantom. You have actually grasped the secret technique of the Ice Heart Palace. Nangong Xing was struck with astonishment and hurriedly began to wield his sword in front of him, sending forth waves of flames to counter the chilling energies that assailed him. However, it seemed futile, as the flames quickly dissipated, and Nangong Xing found himself entirely encased in ice. Among the 4 shadowy figures, one abruptly came to a halt. This was the true form of Ji Qinxue. In her hands, she condensed a blade of icy sword energy, which she fiercely slashed towards Nangong Xing with a resounding crash. The ice shattered, and Nangong Xing's body was hurled from the arena, crashing to the ground. Uncertain of his fate, Nangong Xing. Suddenly, an elder from the judging platform darted to Nangong Xing's side like a flash of lightning. Urgently inspecting his injuries, he produced a medicinal pill and swiftly placed it in his mouth. You little girl, how ruthless you are. Just wait. I shall make you pay for this." With that, the elder materialized a radiant sword in his hand and aimed it at Ji Qinxue at that moment. Ji Qinxue found herself ensnared by the light of the sword. Seemingly unable to move, as the blade was about to strike her, a formidable beam of cold light surged forth, colliding with the radiant sword. A brilliant flash erupted, creating a tempestuous wave of energy that reverberated throughout the arena, shaking its very foundations. That Su Qing, standing at a distance, could feel the terrifying energy emanating from the clash. Cheng Yuan. On the arena, blades have no eyes. How dare you lay hands on my disciple? Do you seek to provoke a war with my Ice Heart sect? A woman's voice rang out, revealing a middle-aged figure clad in white robes, who had now positioned herself at the center of the arena. "You, Yin Wufeng, do you think I fear you?" The elder stood, seemingly preparing for battle. "Halt! You two seem to disregard Yunzhong City." At that moment, Nye Yi, the deputy city lord of Yunzhong City, leaped into the arena, casting a fierce gaze upon the two, sensing the intense aura of danger. The elder relaxed his sword energy and abandoned his attack, clasping his hands in respect towards Nye Yi. "This, I would not dare. I am well aware of Yunzhong City's rules. By Wufeng, I shall remember this grudge for my Ziyun sect." With that, Cheng Yuan carried Nangongxing away from the arena. "Remember it then. Ice Heart sect fears you not. Qinxue, come with me." "Yes, master," to Ji Qinxue, her face still devoid of expression, followed by Wufeng off the stage, though a glimmer of fierce determination flickered in her eyes. "Esteemed guests, the grand competition has concluded. Rewards will be distributed shortly, and today's events will come to a close." The scene that had just unfolded seemed to transpire in an instant, leaving the audience momentarily speechless. It was only now that whispers began to ripple through the crowd that at this juncture, Su Qing was equally taken aback. The Golden Core stage, truly formidable. Ji Qinxue's cultivation method is indeed powerful, that I wonder if Nangongxing will survive this ordeal. It appears I must seek out some formidable foundational cultivation techniques. With these thoughts, Su Qing gazed at the members of Ziyun sect, preparing to follow them. Chapter 7. Entering the sect an hour later. Within the martial arena, the crowd had long dispersed, leaving only a few scattered cultivators engaged in hushed conversations. That a handful stood beside the stone tablet, gazing at the inscription where the name of the foremost prodigy had now changed to Ji Qinxue. At this moment, Su Qing was outside the city, following the members of Ziyun sect along the mountain path. Along the way, many departing cultivators accompanied Su Qing in their descent through the mountains. "Nangong, how do you feel?" Cheng Yuan, walking at the forefront with Nangongxing, patted his shoulder with concern. "That I'm fine, thank you, master." Though Nangongxing's voice was somewhat subdued, betraying a hint of weakness, it went unnoticed by others. A fleeting expression of rage crossed his face to Ji Qinxue. This humiliation shall not be forgotten. That a malicious voice echoed in his heart. "Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Now that you have reached the consummation of foundational cultivation, strive to break through to the Golden Core stage within 30 years, and you shall be able to challenge the 9 Tribulations Tower." The mention of the 9 Tribulations Tower, a spark of desire ignited in Nangongxing's eyes. "Yes, master, upon returning to the sect, I shall enter closed-door cultivation, and I will not emerge until I reach the Golden Core." "Ha ha, splendid. The sect shall rely on you in the future. Master, is the 9 Tribulations Tower truly that difficult?" "Alas, even with my late-stage Golden Core cultivation, I could only ascend to the 3rd level. Even our ancestor could only reach the 5th. Cheng Yuan shook his head with a sigh. Ancestor. Nangongxing was filled with trepidation. After all, this was a being of mid-Yuaning stage, yet could ascend only to the 5th level. How then could one hope to reach the 9th? Nevertheless, traversing the 1st level would yield considerable spiritual power, sufficient for a novice in the Golden Core stage to hone their spirit. The disciple understood this well. "Everyone, heed my command and hasten your pace." Cheng Yuan instructed the disciples trailing behind that at this moment. Su Qing lagged a fair distance back, oblivious to the exchange between the two, his gaze fixated on Lin Shui among the crowd. Suddenly, the members of Ziyun's sect took to their flying swords, soaring swiftly upwards, while the Qi-refining disciples positioned themselves behind the Foundation Establishment disciples, all embarking on their journey into the distance. That Su Qing promptly summoned his sword to follow suit. 3 days later. Within the Ziyun sect, atop a mountain peak adorned with numerous caves, all belonging to the inner disciples. Su Qing found himself at the entrance of one such cave, conversing with another cultivator. Su1. Disciple, this shall be your cave, proclaimed Zhang, his senior. Thank you, senior brother Zhang, Su Qing replied, his tone courteous. I appreciate your assistance. Do not mention it, junior brother. Here is your inner disciple's token, alongside the inner disciple's attire. Each month, you may collect your stipend from the affairs hall. For any other inquiries, feel free to consult the deacon hall. Many thanks, senior brother. After bidding farewell to Zhang, Su Qing stepped into the cave, marveling at how uncomplicated it was to join the sect. Being of a young bone age certainly had its advantages. He chuckled inwardly. The cave was splendid, far superior to the dwelling he had occupied as a wandering cultivator. Gazing upon the abundant spiritual energy within the cave, Su Qing smiled with satisfaction. His entry into the sect had been remarkably swift. No evaluation of his spiritual root had taken place, only a measurement of his bone age. Had they been aware of his inferior spiritual root, they would likely have expelled him long ago. In the realm of cultivation, spiritual roots could only be accurately assessed with specialized testing stones, something beyond the perception of ordinary individuals. Given Su Qing's 30-year-old bone age, he was presumed to possess a superior spiritual root, thus expediting his admission process. During his journey to the cave, senior brother Zhang had shared much about sect affairs. This token was of utmost importance, containing records of the disciples' information, capable of storing sect contributions, and even transmitting messages. The sect contributions were particularly valuable, allowing one to exchange for any item within the sect, and could also be traded amongst disciples, provided both parties consented. Su Qing mused that this token resembled the functionality of a mobile phone back on Earth, but he learned that he resided on Longyu Peak, the designated quarters for male inner disciples, while female disciples resided on the adjacent Qingfeng Peak. Should one be accepted as a direct disciple by an elder or the sect leader, they could relocate to the main peak, Kongling Peak, for their cultivation. However, the majority of the sect was composed of inner disciples, with only 7 direct disciples in total. Su Qing had originally joined Ziyun's sect with intentions of seeking vengeance, followed by a period of secluded cultivation elsewhere. Yet he soon realized that remaining within Ziyun's sect had its merits. With Lin Xuan now within the same sect, opportunities for revenge were bound to arise. Thus, he resolved to observe for a time. Thus, a month swiftly passed. Su Qing had not once stepped outside his cave, yet he found his cultivation progress dismally slow, almost stagnant. It seems the cultivation speed of an inferior spiritual root is utterly unreliable. I estimate my lifespan to be around 300 years, leaving a mere 270 years remaining. It is likely I shall never advance to the mid-foundation establishment stage before my demise. He lamented the horrifically low efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy. 1 month has passed. It is time to collect my stipend. The affairs hall, a queue of disciples awaited their turn to receive their stipends. Su Qing casually took his place at the end of the line. Before long, it was his turn. The stipend was straightforward: 100 spiritual stones, 5 bottles of gathering spirit pills, and 100 sect contributions. Su Qing felt somewhat disheartened. The gathering spirit pills held little effect for him, as the absorption and conversion rate of his inferior spiritual root was prohibitively low. It would be far more advantageous to exchange them for spiritual stones. Each bottle redeemable for 50 spiritual stones. As for the 100 sect contributions, he was unsure what they could be exchanged for. Thus, he ventured to the Techniques Pavilion for a look, only to return disheartened shortly thereafter. The most basic techniques for the foundation establishment stage required 500 contributions, while those of intermediate and advanced stages demanded thousands. With no other options, Su Qing sought out the sect's task department. Here, the lowest tasks offered a few dozen contributions, while the highest yielded a few hundred, but none reached 1,000. However, he recalled that the annual sect competition awarded the first place with 10,000 contributions, as outlined in the sect manual. Yet within the sect manual, Su Qing discovered mention of a place known as the Dark Pavilion, a trading post for sect disciples. This dark pavilion was enclosed by spatial formations, accessible only to those bearing the sect token. Each night, the back door of the pavilion would open, allowing individuals to list their items for sale at their desired prices, marking them with their token information. The following day, the front door would open, revealing the items for sale. to those who wish to purchase them using contributions. Thus, the identities of sellers remained concealed, and Su Qing perceived this dark pavilion as exceedingly favorable. It would not expose his identity while allowing for sustained growth that he strolled through the sect, keenly observing, and only returned to his cave once he had comprehended nearly every aspect of the sect. If I were to be reborn in the realm of cultivation, continuing my training within Ziyun's sect would not be a poor choice. He mused. This token seemed to hold immense potential. He would no longer lack contributions. Su Qing laughed heartily, as if he had discovered a new continent, but he had just tested the token's capabilities, confirming that it could indeed be stored in his spatial pocket without diminishing its contributions. Hence, should he be reborn, entering the sect under a new identity would grant him another sect token, allowing him to transfer all contributions to the new token. Thus, as long as the sect persisted, he could exchange for all its resources. Chapter 8. Pursued a year later, on a certain day within the cave, Su Qing reclined on his bed, stretching languidly. "Ah, what a delightful life this is," he exclaimed, releasing his comfortable feelings into the air. Over the past year, Su Qing had entirely laid low, venturing outside only to collect his stipend each month. Aside from that, he remained within the cave, alternating between meditation and sleep. However, throughout the year, his cultivation at the initial foundation establishment stage had seen little advancement, that if reaching the mid-foundation establishment stage required 100 points, he had failed to gain even a single point over the past year. Each month, in addition to his contribution points, he had sold the gathering spirit pills at the Dark Pavilion for 20 contributions each. Now he had amassed 2,500 contribution points. Today was once again the time to collect his stipend. Exiting the cave, Su Qing strolled leisurely toward the affairs hall. Throughout the year, he had consistently waited long during his stipend collection, hoping to encounter Lin Shui, yet he had never crossed paths with her. This led Su Qing to wonder if Lin Shui even valued the stipend at all. Su junior brother. A voice called from behind. Su Qing turned to see a stout middle-aged cultivator hastening toward him. "Ah, Wang senior brother, good morning." The newcomer was named Wang He, also a cultivator at the initial foundation establishment stage, having ascended to inner disciple status after breaking through in the outer sect. Wang He's cave was conveniently located adjacent to Su Qing's, allowing for casual conversations between the two. Su junior brother, you truly have a remarkable dedication to cultivation. For an entire year, aside from collecting your stipend, you've hardly emerged from your cave, Wang He remarked. Senior brother Wang, my spiritual root is rather deficient. Thus I must endure rigorous training. Su Qing replied. I find that hard to believe, Wang He said, now beside Su Qing, regarding him with a peculiar expression. He was aware that Su Qing had joined the sect at the foundation establishment stage, and the matter of bone age was common knowledge. Su Qing's bone age could not be less than 40. Thus, how could his spiritual root be inferior? By the way, the inter-sect competition is approaching. Are you not considering participating? Wang He inquired. Senior brother, you just at MY cultivation is not sufficient for such endeavors, Su Qing responded. The inter-sect competition was held every 10 years, divided into 3 categories: initial foundation establishment, mid-foundation establishment, and late foundation establishment. The top 3 in each category would receive contributions as rewards, along with various elixirs and treasures. Furthermore, these 9 would represent the sect in the contest for the Shuangguang spiritual vein in the Dongyu region, a vast spiritual stone mine. The 4 major sects in Yunzhong City had established a convention long ago, every 10 years. A competition would determine the rights to mine the vein. Each sect would send 3 participants from each stage to compete, with the victorious sect earning a decade's worth of mining rights. The last competition had occurred 10 years prior, with Bingxin Palace emerging victorious. Haha, junior brother, you are far too modest. I am determined to test my mettle in this competition, Wang He declared confidently, patting his chest. May you achieve great success, senior brother. After exchanging pleasantries, the two arrived at the affairs hall. However, this time, Su Qing spotted Lin Shui, whom he had not seen in a year. At that moment, Lin Shui was engaged in conversation with a female disciple in a nearby open area. Su Qing cautiously approached, seizing the opportunity to eavesdrop on their discussion. Lin, senior sister, are you truly accepting such a perilous task? The risks are substantial. What is there to fear upon completing this task? I shall earn enough contributions to exchange for a high-grade spirit sword that I am certain I will secure a top 3 finish in this competition. The top 3 can participate in the Spirit Pulse Grand Competition. If victory is achieved, Senior Sister will be accepted as a true disciple by the Elder, undoubtedly elevating her status. She must take good care of her junior sister in the future. Haha. Rest assured. Senior Sister will. You should return now. I must head to the task location. Alright, take care, Senior Sister. The figures of the two gradually faded into the distance. She leaving the sect. What an opportunity. Su Qing felt a rush of excitement. The chance he had waited for all these years had finally arrived. Thus, he hurriedly spoke to Wang He. Senior brother, you go ahead to collect your stipend. I've forgotten something and need to return to my cave abode. You need not wait for me. I will catch up later. With that, he rushed after Qin Shui. Wang He, looking on as Su Qing dashed away, shook his head and proceeded alone to the affairs hall. Over 1,000 miles outside of Ziyun sect, Su Qing was soaring through the AI in front of him. There was another figure flying, which appeared almost as a mere speck to the naked eye, indicating a considerable distance. Where is this woman going? After flying for so long, she still hasn't reached her destination. Su Qing pondered, somewhat perplexed that he had followed Lin Shui for quite a distance, initially thinking he could act as soon as they left the sect. But Lin Shui's speed was astonishingly swift, making it impossible for him to catch up. He could only trail behind. However, the gap between them widened, and soon she was nearly out of sight, with no other option. Su Qing consumed a spirit recovery pill to hasten his speed and gave chase. After a while, he noticed that the distant speck was growing larger. It seemed Lin Shui had slowed down. Suddenly, she changed direction and swiftly descended towards the ground, indicating she had arrived at the task location. Without hesitation, Su Qing followed suit and flew downwards. The place was a vast mountain range that as soon as he landed, he saw Lin Shui running toward a specific peak. Without a second thought, Su Qing hurried after her. However, after running for quite some time, he found that Lin Shui's figure had vanished. Su Qing quickly searched around but found no trace of anyone. Had he lost her? After all this effort, only to have it come to naught. Su Qing felt somewhat speechless. The opportunity he had waited so long for seemed to slip away, leaving him incredibly reluctant. I refused to believe she could just disappear. He began searching again, but after several hours he still found nothing. Forget it. I might as well go back. After such a lengthy time, perhaps Lin Shui had already left. And he could only wait for the next opportunity. Su Qing shook his head and prepared to leave when suddenly, an immense pressure descended from the sky, bearing down directly upon him. The force knocked him to the ground, causing a copious amount of blood to surge from his mouth and nose. Within moments, the ground was soaked with his blood. Who was trying to kill me? A sense of unwillingness surged within him as he used the last of his strength to turn his head, attempting to see what was happening. However, the pressure felt as if a mountain were crushing him, making even breathing a struggle. His consciousness began to fade. After a moment, the pressure lessened and gradually dissipated. Su Qing quickly opened his mouth, greedily inhaling the air. After a few breaths, it seemed his awareness began to return. This moment indeed, the sword's aura struck Su Qing, causing his body to shatter instantaneously, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. Thus, Su Qing met his demise. Come, accompany me back to the sect. From now on, you shall cultivate alongside your master. Your flawless physique is a rare treasure, one that has not been seen in a millennium. In less than 50 years, you shall undoubtedly break through to the golden core stage. Han Jiyin spoke softly. Yes, master, Lin Shui replied, casting a glance at the shattered form of Su Qing, a flicker of confusion igniting within her. Su Qing? Why does that name sound so familiar? Why are you not leaving? Han Jiyin halted in her tracks from a distance. But they're coming. Master! Lin Shui hurriedly followed, their figures gradually receding. That moment, a golden light emerged from the corpse on the ground, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Han Jiyin, Lan Feng. Haha, I unexpectedly encountered two at the nascent soul stage. But why is Lin Shui with her? Did Han Jiyin just say she would take her away? Could it be that she has taken her as a disciple? It seems this matter is becoming increasingly intriguing. Nevertheless, I have all the time in the world. I shall uncover the truth one day. Meanwhile, in the mysterious realm, Su Qing's consciousness resided within the Reincarnation Pearl. Indeed, Su Qing had once again been transported to this enigmatic place by the Reincarnation Pearl. The swirling vortex before him remained as beautiful and mysterious as ever. Having lived for a century, might I elevate my cultivation level? In this lifetime, I shall give it a try in the vortex. The reincarnation pearl vanished. Chapter 10. Rebirth. The Su family in the following lifetime. Su Qing lived to the age of 100 as expected. Having lived over a century in another world indeed allowed for a slight elevation in his cultivation. Upon his second lifetime, his prowess reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, which brought him immense joy. Thus, he continued to dwell in various worlds, each time renewing his existence upon reaching the age of 100, until his cultivation advanced to the late stage of nascent soul. However, the effect of elevation ceased thereafter. No matter how he lived, his cultivation remained stagnant, unable to break through to the transformation stage. Su Qing surmised that there must be certain restrictions preventing the breakthrough to transformation stage. Therefore, in this subsequent lifetime, he resolved to explore the realm of cultivation Tian Luo domain. Within the Su family's grand estate, a multitude of individuals had gathered. At the forefront stood an elderly man, flanked by several middle-aged men and women, while directly before him were 50 to 60 young men and women, seemingly no older than 17 or 18. Su family juniors, heed my words, in 3 days, the Xiandao sect shall come to our clan to recruit disciples. Should any of you be accepted into the Xiandao sect, it will surely lead to the revival of our clan. Now, as I call your names, step forward. Yes, clan head. The crowd respectfully responded to Su Ping, Su Shui, Su Rou. The elderly man finished calling names. 2 girls and a boy stepped forward, their expressions radiating exuberance and pride. You 3 have all reached the 4th layer of qi refinement, and thus shall participate in the Xiandao sect's assessment. Furthermore, do not be disheartened, for in a few days, several other sects shall also come to recruit from our clan, providing you with further opportunities to join a sect. The elder smiled at the individuals before him, then addressed the entire assembly. Yes, thank you, clan head. All right, you may disperse now. Come with me. You 3. The elder waved his hand and led the trio away from the grand estate. Su Qing, cousin, what is the matter? Why are you daydreaming? At the back of the crowd, a plump young man nudged a dazed youth clad in green. The green-clad youth seemed to snap back to reality, shaking his head. Oh, it's nothing. I was just pondering. Su Lei, is it over? This green-clad youth was none other than the reborn Su Qing. In this life, perhaps due to fortune, his parents had also named him Su Qing. Upon his rebirth, he discovered that he was in the realm of cultivation, specifically born into the Su family, a cultivation lineage. After some time, he learned that he was situated in the Tian Luo domain, in the southern part of the cultivation continent, that he was aware that the original Dongyu domain and Xintian domain resided in the eastern part of the cultivation continent. Yet he remained oblivious as to how to traverse from the south to the east. Later, his father informed him that the journey from the south to the east required traversing a vast mountain range known as Xian'an Mountain Range. For reasons unknown, flight was prohibited within this mountain range. Once cultivators entered, they would be ensnared by a formidable pull, rendering them unable to soar. Moreover, numerous demonic beasts roamed within, including the legendary nascent soul demonic beasts, making the venture into the mountains tantamount to seeking death. However, his father had mentioned that each domain within the cultivation continent boasted a grand city of cultivation, where a type of flying vessel known as a flying boat existed. These flying boats were not affected by the mountain's force, allowing travel to the east. However, only sect members were permitted to board, while loose cultivators and those from cultivation families were not allowed entry. In the Tian Luo domain, the grand city was named Jinding City, located at the heart of the domain. Furthermore, many sects resided within the Tian Luo domain, with the Xiandao sect being the most powerful. It was said that the sect's ancestral master had achieved the consummate stage of nascent soul, nearly stepping into the transformation stage. In this rebirth, Su Qing discovered an intriguing issue. His spiritual root had miraculously restored itself upon his rebirth, meaning that as long as there was spiritual energy in the air, he could absorb it according to his cultivation methods and elevate his prowess in previous rebirths. His spiritual root had only recovered alongside his cultivation at the age of 30. Yet, he also realized that no matter how many times he was reborn, his spiritual root remained utterly useless. Now, at the age of 20, Su Qing's cultivation had only reached the first layer of qi refinement. The stone tablet used to test spiritual roots was only available in major sects, and his family could not assess spiritual roots. Although untested, Su Qing suspected that his spiritual root was indeed a defective one. He surmised that perhaps this was due to the limitations imposed by the Reincarnation Pearl. Currently, he had discovered 3 functions of the Reincarnation Pearl. First, it could facilitate infinite rebirth with memories and cultivation intact. Second, it possessed that mysterious space. And third, it enabled the elevation of cultivation for a century. However, this function could only elevate him to the late stage of nascent soul. Additionally, he learned in this life that his spiritual root could recover upon rebirth. Albeit still a defective one, that Su Qing speculated that the reincarnation fruit must possess other capabilities that he had yet to uncover. It's all over. By the way, cousin, I recall that next month is your wedding day with Zhao Exina. Right? The person speaking was his cousin, Su Lei, who shared a close bond with him within the family and was also at the first layer of qi refinement, that if Su Qing's estimations were correct. Su Lei should also possess a defective spiritual root. Zhao X is the most beautiful woman of the Zhao family. Cousin, you are indeed fortunate, Su Lei remarked with a mischievous grin. Zhao X, Su Qing shook his head. Recalling events from a year prior, it turned out that a year ago, during an expedition, Su Qing's father had saved Zhao Xiner's father. Consequently, Zhao Xiner's father arranged for her to be betrothed to Su Qing, with plans to marry in a year. Such unions between cultivation families were not uncommon. However, on the day of the engagement, upon seeing Su Qing's cultivation at merely the first layer of qi refinement, Zhao Xiner's expression had soured visibly. Though she did not voice her disdain, Su Qing could not help but notice her contemptuous demeanor. Nevertheless, Zhao Xiner had said nothing further. She could not refuse her father's arrangement and had to agree. Yet in the year that followed, she had not once sought out Su Qing. Had Su Lei not mentioned her today, Su Qing might have completely forgotten about her. Qing, a resonant voice echoed, as a middle-aged man approached Su Qing. Uncle, hello. Cousin, I shall take my leave now. Su Lei greeted the man and departed. Father, what is it? Su Qing turned to face the middle-aged man, who was none other than his father, Su Ming, the elder of the Su family. His position ranked just below that of Su Jingshan, the clan leader, who was the elderly man mentioned earlier, and Su Qing's great-grandfather. Su Jingshan had originally been a loose cultivator who, by a stroke of fortune, broke through to the foundation establishment stage and subsequently founded the Su family. Now, he had attained the late stage of foundation establishment. Come with me, without elaborating on the matter. Su Ming turned and walked away, prompting Su Qing to follow suit. In a separate courtyard within the Su family's rear, Su Qing stood before Su Ming, gazing at his father in silence. Qinger, you are to be married next month, Su Ming said with a gentle smile. However, your mother will not be able to witness it, alas. What a pity, mother. Su Qing had not heard his father utter that word in a long while, and it inevitably brought to mind the fleeting memories of his mother from his early childhood. When Su Qing was merely 3 years old, a man had come and taken his mother away from the Su family. He vividly recalled that a man had entered their home and struck both Su Jingshan and Su Ming, though he had refrained from inflicting a fatal blow that moment. The man had merely used a single finger, casually pointing. Yet Su Qing sensed that the man's cultivation far exceeded that of the nascent soul stage. Ignoring his mother's struggles, the man had seized her and departed. That as he grew older, Su Qing had inquired about her from his father, who simply replied that his mother would never return and advised him to cease his longing. From that day forth, Su Qing refrained from further questioning, until today when he heard the word mother from Su Ming's lips. Father, who exactly took her away? Su Qing could not help but ask, but Su Ming closed his eyes and lifted his head in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, a sigh escaped his lips. Qing, you are already 20 years old. It is permissible to tell you now that in truth, your mother does not belong to this realm of cultivation. She hails from the Tsangming continent. Tsangming continent? Su Qing's heart jolted with astonishment. He had traversed the cultivation world for many years and had never encountered this term. He swallowed hard as he listened to Su Ming continue. In fact, the realm we inhabit is known as Xiantian continent, merely an ordinary land within the cultivation world. Ordinary continent. Father, what does that mean? Su Qing was perplexed that he had always believed that this realm of cultivation, which he entered upon each reincarnation, was the sole existence of its kind. That is what your mother mentioned. Decades ago, I encountered her in a mountain range. She seemed to have fallen from the sky, as if emerging from a rift. At that time, I was unaware of the situation, but I rescued her. However, she appeared to have lost all her powers. Su Ming took a sip of tea and continued. After she regained consciousness, she wished to leave, but I persuaded her to stay. Eventually, she remained with the Su family, married me, and bore you that we lived this way for several years. But one day she suddenly expressed panic, claiming someone would come to take her away, that I vowed to protect her, but she insisted that no one in Xintian continent could contend with that person. I refused to believe it. Yet, she revealed to me that she was from the Songming continent, where cultivators could surpass the limits of Xintian continent, reaching the void-breaking stage, and even higher. The harmonization stage, void-breaking, harmonization. Su Qing was rendered speechless by his father's words. He had never heard of such realms. Father, what are these stages? Is it not true that the transformation stage is the ultimate goal? Haha, Qing, I too once thought that the transformation stage was the pinnacle of cultivation in Xintian continent, until that day when that man appeared, and I came to believe there were higher realms. The man, the one who took mother away, Su Qing exclaimed, his heart racing with anxiety. What if I revealed too much? I was only 3 years old then. How could I remember so clearly? I hope father does not suspect me. Indeed, Su Ming showed no surprise, but nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that man seemed to have come from beyond the heavens. A rift in space had torn open, and he emerged from it, with merely a flick of his finger. He wounded both me and your great-grandfather, seemingly exerting only a fraction of his strength. Afterward, he took your mother away from the Su residence. When I pursued them, I witnessed him casually wave his hand, creating another rift in the air. They entered and then vanished without a trace. As if they had simply disappeared, I attempted to follow through that rift, but was repelled by an unseen force. Moments later, the rift closed, presumably at the behest of that man. Once Su Ming finished recounting this, he lifted his teacup and took a deep draught, his eyes flashing with a flicker of rage, though he quickly regained his composure and fell silent. Father, could that man be of the harmonization stage? Su Qing asked, observing his father's tranquility. Eager to know more to know, your mother informed me that he was of the void-breaking stage, and prior to arriving in Xintian continent, she had already attained the nascent soul stage. You must understand that the transformation stage is the highest realm within Xintian continent, yet your mother claimed that only those of the void-breaking stage could tear apart space. She had utilized a boundary-breaking talisman from her family to transport herself here, but due to the immense pressure of the spatial passage, she lost all her cultivation. What was her name? Why did that man take her away? Su Qing's expression shifted, his voice trembling as he clenched his fists tightly. Su Ming gazed into the distance, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. Her name was Mu Bingxin, a member of the Mu family from Songming continent. And the one who took her is also from the Mu family. Father. Su Qing began to speak, but Su Ming interrupted him. Enough, Qing, I have shared this much only to let you know of your mother's existence. Do not dwell on it further. You will never see her in this lifetime. Now, return and rest, and in a month, you will marry Zhao Xin'er, and from then on, live your life in peace. Yes, Father. Qing takes his leave. Su Qing understood his father's desire to end the conversation and complied, stepping out of the courtyard. However, curiosity about the cultivation world stirred within him. First, there was the Songming continent, then the concepts of void breaking and harmonization. It seemed this place harbored many secrets. Yet, with the reincarnation pearl in his possession, what did he have to fear? One day, he would surely unravel these mysteries. He gazed up at the sky, his eyes filled with determination. 3 days later, an elder from the Xiandao sect, accompanied by several disciples, arrived at the Su family. This elder, known as Zhuang Suzi, was the third elder of the inner sect, possessing cultivation at the mid-nascent soul stage. 2 elders from the inner sect had come to various families to recruit disciples, and the Su family was fortunate to fall under the purview of Zhuang Suzi. Should he encounter a promising talent, he would gladly accept them into the sect. The stone monument used for testing spiritual roots was also brought forth. After assessment, Su Shui and Su Ping were found to possess mid-grade spiritual roots, while surprisingly Su Rou exhibited high-grade spiritual roots. Zhuang Suzi rejoiced and immediately accepted Su Rou as a disciple of the inner sect, bringing immense joy to Su Jingshan, who was thrilled that their family had finally produced a disciple of the Xiandao sect. He then consoled Su Shui and Su Ping, assuring them that there would be more opportunities for recruitment in the coming days, with lower standards that in Xinjiang continent. Spiritual roots were classified as waste. Common, inferior, mid-grade, high-grade, top-grade, and celestial, with the latter two being uncertain. That high-grade spiritual roots were considered exceptional, capable of achieving the nascent soul stage, while top-grade roots were exceedingly rare, rumored to allow breakthroughs to the transformation stage if not prematurely perished. Celestial roots were merely a legend, never witnessed in Xinjiang continent. Waste roots, conversely, could never surpass the 5th level of qi refinement, but as Yu Qing observed the stone monument in the elder's hands, shaking his head in resignation. Patriarch Su, are there any more disciples in your clan left to be tested? My sect only comes to recruit once every decade. It would be prudent to take this opportunity to test them all, allowing you to gauge their potential. Zhuang Suzi, in high spirits, proposed that all of Su's younger generation undergo testing. That would be splendid. Thank you, Elder. Quickly, line up and take turns to be tested. Su Jingshan was naturally elated. Having secured a high-grade spiritual root disciple today, his mood soared that he promptly instructed all the younger members to come forward for testing, and Su Qing joined the line as well. Except for him, everyone else completed their tests. Most revealing waste or inferior roots, though no one exhibited waste roots. Even Su Lei turned out to possess common roots. Finally, Su Qing stepped forward. He placed his palm on the stone monument, and soon, a pale white light emanated from it. The glow indicative of waste root qualification. Waste roots. One of the disciples beside Zhuang Suzi exclaimed. Su Qing remained expressionless as he slowly returned to the crowd. Unperturbed by the disdainful gazes of those around him, Su Jingshan glanced at Su Qing, shaking his head in disappointment. Cousin, no worries. My common roots are no different from yours. There is no distinction. I will never break through to foundation establishment anyway. Su Lei comforted him as he approached. However, Su Qing was far from disheartened. He possessed the reincarnation fruit and cared little for these classifications. Yet he found it perplexing that every time he was reborn, he was designated as having waste roots, rendering his recovery of cultivation futile. For instance, if he were to regain his mid-nascent soul stage powers with his waste roots, he could exhaust his lifespan and still see no improvement in his cultivation. This left him utterly speechless. I'm fine. Su Qing offered a faint smile to Su Lei. Suddenly, a figure soared in from outside the Su residence, landing swiftly before Zhuang Suzi. Elder, the Zhao family has produced an exceptional top-grade spiritual root. What did you say? Elder, a top-grade spiritual root. Elder Yaoqi has accepted her as a personal disciple on the spot. Yaoqi, damn it, this infuriates me. Zhuang Suzi harbored a simmering anger within, seemingly unwilling to accept that the exquisite spiritual root had been claimed by another. Come, let us go take a look at Su Ro. Rest at home for the day. I shall return tomorrow to escort you back to the sect. Yes, master. After giving Su Ro a brief instruction, Zhuang Suzi hurriedly departed from the Su family with several disciples, exclaiming, an exquisite spiritual root. Heaven! The Zhao family is about to soar to great heights. I wonder which descendant it is. Watching the members of the Xiandao sect leave, Su Jingshan was equally taken aback, a glimmer of envy flashing in his eyes. However, recalling that his own Su Ro possessed a high-quality spiritual root, he felt a sense of pride and turned to Su Ro with a beaming smile, saying, Xiao Ro, prepare well today. Our family shall rely on you henceforth. Yes, ancestor. All right, everyone disperse. With that, the crowd gradually dispersed as Su Qing returned to the backyard, where, at the Zhao family estate, the members were still gathered in the main courtyard. A young woman knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times to another woman. Disciple pays respects to master. Good, Eken. From today onward, you shall be my first true disciple of Yaoqi. Tomorrow, accompany me back to the sect. Thank you, master. The kneeling woman was none other than Su Qing's fiancée, Zhao Exa. She was indeed a stunning beauty, with delicate features and skin like cream. The one she was bowing to was also a young woman, possessing an ethereal beauty akin to that of a celestial being. She was the grand elder of the Xiandao sect, the Yaoqi fairy that if Zhao was a beauty of unparalleled grace, then the Yaoqi fairy was the epitome of exquisite allure, especially since she was a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Master, I have a request. Zhao Eklund suddenly spoke, still kneeling, her gaze revealing a hint of determination. Dodo? Speak. A year ago, I was betrothed to a member of another family. And in a month, I am to marry him. Haha, you wish for me to preside over your wedding. The Yaoqi fairy laughed heartily, her smile blooming like spring flowers, enchanting all who beheld it, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Irresistible in its charm. Rise. I shall grant your request. No, master, you misunderstand that I wish for you to annul this engagement and retrieve the marriage contract. Zhao Exe suddenly bowed her head heavily once more to Exe. How can this be? You are being utterly foolish. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, followed by the emergence of a middle-aged man, his expression filled with anger as he scolded the kneeling Zhao Exe. Silence. The Yaoqi fairy turned her gaze toward the man, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Suddenly, a wave of nascent soul pressure surged forth, causing the man to kneel instantly, blood spilling from his mouth. Master, please show mercy. This is my father. Zhao Exena looked at the man with a trace of sympathy, hastily pleading with the Yaoqi fairy, yet a proud voice echoed within her heart. Father, do not blame me. My destiny must be controlled by myself. Humph. Exine is my true disciple. No one shall dare raise their voice against her, that I shall spare you this time, but do not let it happen again. The Yaoqi fairy cast a glance at the man. Thank you, Yaoqi fairy. The man struggled to rise, hurriedly retreating into the crowd, not daring to speak further, though he was already filled with a profound dread. Never having imagined that the Yaoqi fairy could be so formidable and merciless, even towards him, her own disciple's father. Thank you, master. Now, rise and tell me the situation. The Yaoqi fairy's expression softened as she turned her gaze to Zhao Exiner. Yes, master. Zhao Exiner then recounted the circumstances surrounding her engagement to Su Qing, including Su Qing's cultivation level. Master, I harbor no romantic feelings. I was merely following my father's wishes at the time. Now that I have become your disciple, I only hope to follow you in pursuit of the Tao, so I beseech you to grant my request. I see. A mere first layer of qi refinement at 20 years old. How could such a discarded spiritual root be your partner? The Yaoqi fairy's expression darkened, and the pressure from her nascent soul aura left the onlookers gasping for breath. Suddenly, she turned her gaze to an elder. Zhao Qianqun, go and annul Exener's engagement immediately. Retrieve the marriage contract? Yes, yes. Elder, I shall go right away. The elder was none other than Zhao Qianqun, the head of the Zhao family, who was now utterly cowed by the Yaoqi fairy's overwhelming presence. Zhao Kuang, are you not coming with me? The elder called out to the injured man, who was Zhao Exener's father, Zhao Kuang. But head, how can we retrieve the marriage contract? Zhao Kuang was somewhat at a loss. Ha ha! Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of several Xiandao sect members, including Zhuang Suzi and a few disciples. Elder Yaoqi, congratulations. I came to see who this exquisite spiritual root is. Oh, Elder Xuanxu has arrived. Look, this Zhao Xer is my true disciple. Xi. This is the third elder of the sect, Zhuang Suzi. The Yaoqi fairy introduced Zhao Xer to Zhuang Suzi. Disciple Zhao Xer pays respects to Elder Xuanxu. Indeed, quite impressive qi refinement at the 5th layer. Truly a remarkable spiritual root. Thank you for the praise, Elder. Suddenly, the Yaoqi fairy seemed to recall something. Xuanxu, since you are at the Su family recruiting disciples, tomorrow, please assist my disciple with a matter. Consider it a gift from you to her. After explaining the situation regarding Su Qing and Zhao Xer, she requested Zhuang Suzi to retrieve the marriage contract. Zhuang Suzi pondered for a moment, recalling that there indeed was a discarded spiritual root earlier, though he could not remember the name. Haha, this discarded spiritual root dares to pursue your disciple. Tomorrow, I shall assist in retrieving that marriage contract. Good, I shall trouble Elder Xuanxu with this. Zhao Qinquan, you need not concern yourself with this matter. After expressing her gratitude to Zhuang Suzi, the Yaoqi fairy turned back to Zhao Xiner. Tomorrow at noon, I shall come to fetch you. With that, she departed from the Zhao family estate. Zhao Xiner turned to look at her family members, who seemed too intimidated to meet her gaze, hastily lowering their heads that the family head spoke, but she interrupted, no need for further words. The Zhao family will always be my family, that I will certainly protect the Zhao family in the future. Just then, Zhao Jingshan was about to speak, but was cut off by Zhao Xan. That settled then. A heavy weight lifted from her heart that a year ago, Zhao Kuang had insisted she marry Su Qing. and although she reluctantly agreed, her dissatisfaction was evident. Zhao Xer had once approached him to request the annulment of the engagement, but at the time, the Su family was among the more powerful families in the vicinity, so he had ignored her. For the past year, Zhao Xer had remained indoors, devoted to her cultivation. Yet, who could have foreseen that her spiritual root would turn out to be exquisite, and that she would be accepted as a true disciple by the Yaoqi fairy? Elevating her status immensely, he feared that Zhao Xing might harbor resentment toward the Zhao family. But fortunately, she bore no such ill at this moment. Zhao Xing had returned to the backyard, casting only a glance at Zhao Kuang as she departed without uttering a word. Zhao Kuang was well aware that his daughter was now beyond his control, and all he could do was let out a faint sigh. Alas, Brother Su, I can only express my apologies. Chapter 13. Zhao Xing. The following day, Su Qing was diligently practicing qi refinement techniques in his chamber, flames occasionally flickering from his hands, wind blades forming, and arcs of lightning coalescing before him. These qi refinement techniques have become second nature to me. Unfortunately, I have been reincarnated, reaching the nascent soul stage, yet I have not learned any techniques suitable for that level. It seems that in this lifetime, I must venture to the sect to acquire some advanced techniques. Indeed, if Su Qing were to restore his cultivation, he would already be at the late nascent soul stage. However, due to his previous existence outside the cultivation realm, constantly undergoing reincarnation in other worlds, he had not had the opportunity to learn techniques beyond the qi refinement stage. Possessing only empty cultivation, that he understood that the foundation establishment stage required honing the power of the divine sense. The golden core stage necessitated the refinement of the soul, and the nascent soul stage demanded the tempering of the true spirit. While his divine sense had been fully cultivated, his soul and true spirit remained stagnant. Thus, Su Qing resolved that in this life, he must fully cultivate both the soul and true spirit before learning the techniques and powers of the nascent soul stage. In a few days, other sects would be coming to recruit disciples. He wondered if he would be accepted, though that discarded spiritual root truly felt like a burden. He couldn't help but mutter in disdain, "Cousin, are you there?" Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door, accompanied by a shout. Su Qing recognized the voice of Su Lei. Rising, he opened the door to find Su Lei panting, a look of urgency on his face. "Cousin, you're here. It's terrible. Something big has happened. What is it?" "Why the rush?" Su Qing asked, puzzled. "Do you know who the exquisite spiritual root of the Zhao family is?" Su Lei hurriedly inquired. Su Qing shook his head. He had remained in his chamber all day yesterday, and had no way of knowing. "It's your fiancée. Zhao Xing, is it her?" Su Qing's expression remained unchanged, yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise within. He was aware that exceptional spiritual roots held the potential for the nascent soul stage. What significant event could this herald? Should it not be a cause for celebration? Your cousin? You don't know. "I have a friend from the Zhao family," he said. "What did he say? Why are you stammering? If you don't speak, I'll close the door." Observing Su Lei's hesitation, Su Qing grew somewhat impatient. "Yesterday, that Zhao Xing requested her master, the Yaoqi fairy, to annul her engagement with you. Today, Elder Xuanqi will come to take your marriage certificate." An annulment? A slight astonishment flickered in his heart. I never expected such a melodramatic turn of events to unfold in my life. Su Qing thought to himself with a wry smile, shaking his head. However, he spoke nonchalantly. "Let it be annulled. What does it matter? After all, I have only met her once. What emotions could possibly exist?" Yet the annulment was a grave humiliation, one that would invite ridicule. Moreover, the Zhao family had claimed that you, cousin, had been cast off by Zhao Xing. Su Lei exclaimed in anger, "Cousin, are you all right?" Noticing Su Qing's silence, he quickly tugged at his arm. "I'm fine. You should head back. I am aware of this matter." After saying this, Su Qing closed the door. "Cousin." Sighing, Su Lei contemplated knocking again, but thought better of it, letting his hand drop in resignation as he departed the back courtyard. Inside, Su Qing retrieved an exquisite brocade box from the cabinet. Upon opening it, he beheld the marriage certificate established a year prior. After placing the certificate into a bag, Su Qing took out paper and pen and began to write. The initial words glaringly clear. It was indeed the annulment letter. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Su residence, Su Zhengshan sat in the center, with Su Ming and several middle-aged men seated below him. All wore furrowed brows, steeped in silence. The news of Zhao Exener's annulment had already spread among neighboring families that Su Ming, do not dwell on this annulment. Zhao Exener is a true disciple of the Xiandao sect. And that Yaoqi fairy, enough said. Tell Su Qing not to overthink this that in a while, I will arrange for him to take over some family enterprises that Su Zhengshan side, offering reassurances to Su Ming. Yes, thank you. Family head, I will express my gratitude on behalf of Qing. Su Ming felt helpless. At this moment, he had no other recourse but to comply. Very well, let us leave it at that. Soon Elder Xuanxu will arrive to collect Su Rou. So let's prepare, he concluded, and the men dispersed. An hour later, in the Su family courtyard, Elder Xuanxu stood at the center, while the Su family members stood respectfully to the side that Su Rou was currently bidding farewell to everyone. Suddenly, Elder Xuanxu seemed to remember something. Where is Su Qing? His deep voice resonated among the crowd. Everyone hurriedly turned to look behind them. The junior, Su Qing, pays respects to the elder. Su Qing stepped forward from the crowd, slightly cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. Elder Xuanxu scrutinized Su Qing before exclaiming, "Ah, the one with the waist spiritual roots. I recall now, you are the one." His voice carried a hint of mockery. "You must be aware of your fiancée's situation. Hand over the marriage certificate." Without allowing Su Qing a chance to respond, Elder Xuanxu extended his hand. "Su Qing, do not delay. Present the marriage certificate." Su Zhengshan hastily interjected from the side, and Su Qing took a deep breath and slowly stepped forward, retrieving the marriage certificate from his bosom. However, there was also a letter resting atop it. "This is the marriage certificate, and this letter is one I, Su Qing, have written to Zhao Exing. I would appreciate it if the elder could take it along as well." That he extended the marriage certificate towards Elder Xuanxu, who glanced at it and, not bothering with details, accepted it and tucked it into his sleeve. "Quite perceptive. Very well, Su Rou, let us depart." Elder Xuanxu coldly snorted before striding out of the Su family courtyard. Su Rou cast a glance at Su Qing, shook her head, and hurriedly followed suit. At that moment, Su Ming approached, gently patting Su Qing's shoulder, and sighed softly, "Qing, are you? Father, I am fine. No need to worry that I shall return to my room now." Su Qing smiled slightly, not allowing his father to continue, that he then made his way back to the rear courtyard. "Ah, I have burdened you." Seemingly sensing the desolate figure, Su Ming felt a deep sense of helplessness in his heart. How outrageous. This Su family brat is truly arrogant. At that moment, Zhao Qingquan was examining Su Qing's letter. Only to discover it was an annulment letter, he erupted with fury. "Yaoqi elder, Exa, I shall fetch that brat at once for you to deal with," he declared, preparing to storm out in a fit of rage. "Patriarch, hold on. The annulment was indeed Exener's fault, but if this letter brings him any solace, then let Exener accept it." Zhao Exener shook her head, stopping him, and turned to her master, the Yaoqi fairy. "Master, shall we depart?" Meanwhile, Elder Xuanxu shouted loudly, "Exener, I shall slay him for you. I did not realize this was an annulment letter. Had I known, I would have dealt with him on the spot." How infuriating! Elder Xuanxu's face turned red with anger. He had assumed Su Qing merely wrote a letter to Zhao Exener and did not bother to read it. "Thank you, Elder Exener does not care. Decades from now, Su Qing will merely be a pile of dust. Why should I hold a grudge against him? Besides, he is a man. Exener merely considers his pride." Zhao Exener seemed unconcerned about the day's events and addressed the Yaoqi fairy. "Master, I am ready to depart." The Yaoqi fairy offered no comment on the matter, her expression remaining cold, yet she nodded slightly and led the way out of the courtyard. That Su Qing chuckled softly. "I never expected him to be just as arrogant." As the Yaoqi fairy departed, no one noticed a subtle change in her icy demeanor. Chapter 14. Firecloud sect 3 days later. Indeed, several elders from various sects arrived to recruit disciples from different families. These sects were among the most powerful in the Tianluo region. A sect's strength was primarily assessed by the number of nascent soul stage cultivators and the highest-ranking individual. Among the top sects, the quantity of nascent soul stage cultivators was relatively similar. However, the ancestor of the Xiandao sect had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, thus rightfully establishing it as the strongest sect in the Tianluo region. leading to stringent recruitment standards, typically requiring high-quality spiritual roots. The sects that visited the Su family were the Tai sect and the Xing'a Palace, both of whose ancestors were at the nascent soul late stage. Su Ping was favored by the Tai sect elder, while Su Shui caught the attention of the Xing'a Palace elder. Both were accepted as disciples of their respective sects, albeit as ordinary inner disciples. In the sect, ordinary inner disciples were merely under the tutelage of a certain elder and not directly taught by them, while direct disciples trained alongside their elders, enjoying a much higher status and privileges than ordinary disciples. Thus, 3 junior members of the Su family joined sects this time, much to Su Jingshan's delight, who celebrated with a lavish feast that Su Qing chose not to attend, preferring to remain in his room. His father called for him several times, but he paid no heed. The annulment matter rendered Su Qing less favored within the family. Apart from Su Lei, the other junior members of the Su family often mocked him whenever they crossed paths. Su Qing merely smiled in response, finding no need to concern himself with their jibes, that he simply preferred to stay indoors rather than endure the ridicule at the feast for the past few days. He had been waiting to see if any other sects would come seeking disciples, that he refused to believe that there would not be a sect of slightly lesser strength willing to accept him. Weaker sects typically had fewer resources and were more susceptible to bullying, leading to family offspring generally looking down upon them. Days passed in this manner until one day, outside the Su family, an elderly man with a rosy complexion stood at the gate, staring blankly at the characters Su Fu inscribed upon the entrance. Just then, Su Jingshan exited the courtyard and spotted the elder. After a brief observation, he noted that the elder's cultivation was on par with his own, both at the late foundation establishment stage. However, the elder was unfamiliar to him, as he was acquainted with the foundation establishment cultivators of surrounding families, but had never seen this elder before. "Friend, may I inquire what brings you to the Su family?" Su Jingshan greeted. The elder withdrew his gaze and looked at the approaching man, suddenly asking, "Are you the head of the Su family?" "Yes, I am indeed the head of the Su family, Su Jingshan. May I ask how to address you, friend?" "Greetings, Su Dao friend, that I am the elder of the Fire Cloud sect, Luo Qian," the elder bowed politely. Fire Cloud sect? Upon hearing this name, Su Jingshan's mind raced, recalling various sects he was familiar with, but he had no recollection of the Fire Cloud sect. Su Dao friend, there is no need to ponder further. My sect was just established 3 months ago, so you certainly would not have heard of it. The elder chuckled heartily and remarked, "Just established. Are you here to recruit disciples?" Su Jingshan felt a twinge of curiosity, wondering what motive his friend Luo had for visiting. "To be candid, my friend, the Fire Cloud sect has recently been founded and is in need of disciples. As an elder, I am naturally here for that purpose." Indeed, upon hearing that it was about recruiting disciples, Su Jingshan's expression shifted slightly. "May I inquire as to the cultivation level of the ancestral master of the Fire Cloud sect?" "Our sect's ancestral master currently possesses the golden core cultivation level." Su Jingshan's countenance darkened at this revelation. Without a single nascent soul practitioner, such a sect would be at the very bottom of the hierarchy in the Tianluo domain. Numerous sects exist in the Tianluo domain, yet only those with nascent soul cultivators garner respect. A sect with merely golden core practitioners is trivial, likely attracting only loose cultivators, while the disciples of prominent families would look down upon such a sect. Observing Su Jingshan's expression, Luo Qian felt a pang of embarrassment. Over the past month, he had visited numerous families, but had yet to recruit a single disciple. The reason was straightforward. As soon as the family heads inquired about the ancestral master's cultivation level and learned it was merely golden core, they dismissed him, leaving him quite vexed. "However, our sect has no requirements regarding the disciple's spiritual roots. I urge you to consider this, and additionally, our sect can offer protection to the Su family," Luo Qian continued, seemingly attempting to persuade Su Jingshan. Upon hearing this, Su Jingshan suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha! Friend Luo, just a few days ago, one of our younger generation joined the Xiandao sect and was accepted as a personal disciple by Elder Xian Shuzi. Do you think the Xiandao sect will extend their protection to my family? A personal disciple of the Xiandao sect." Good heavens, Luo Qian was utterly astonished, left speechless. "Ah, Su Dao, you are truly fortunate. I extend my congratulations." Su Jingshan chuckled inwardly, realizing that the status of being a personal disciple of the Xiandao sect indeed held great sway over most individuals, causing him to feel a surge of pride. "Well then, I have other matters to attend to. Please excuse me, my friend. As he prepared to leave, soaring into the sky, Luo called out, Su Daoyu, wait, let me speak. I am willing to offer 50,000 spiritual stones to recruit one of your disciples, regardless of their spiritual root. What say you? Luo Qian was quite anxious at this moment that if he returned without having recruited a single disciple, he would surely be ridiculed by the other elders. Therefore, he resolved to part with spiritual stones to secure at least one disciple. 50,000 spiritual stones? Truly, Su Jingshan, who had just taken flight, immediately descended, astonished as he gazed at Luo Qian. While 50,000 spiritual stones was not an exorbitant sum, it still represented a considerable fortune for a foundation establishment cultivator. I would not deceive you, my friend. Here are the 50,000 spiritual stones. Should I manage to recruit a disciple, I shall provide them to you immediately. Luo Qian, with a pained expression, produced a bag of spiritual stones. For this sum constituted the majority of his wealth. Excellent. It is settled then. Please follow me, and I shall summon the younger generation to inquire about their intentions. Thank you, Luo Qian expressed his gratitude hurriedly, his heart brimming with anticipation. Finally, a disciple. What a challenging endeavor it had been. A short while later, within the Su family courtyard, dozens of younger members stood assembled as Su Jingshan explained the Fire Cloud sect's recruitment. After listening, each wore peculiar expressions, whispers circulating among the crowd. The DOU wished to join. Su Jingshan casually pointed to one of the younger members. Having previously tested the spiritual roots of the Su clan's members under Elder Xian Shuzi's guidance, he was well aware of their capabilities, that he selected a junior with mediocre spiritual roots. Clan leader, I do not wish to leave the family. I beg your forgiveness. Clan leader, I too do not wish to depart. Clan leader, After further inquiries, Su Jingshan found that each had a variety of excuses to decline. However, he could not force them, so he turned to Luo Qian with a helpless smile. Luo Daoyu, you see. At this moment, Luo Qian was also quite disheartened, not anticipating that these juniors would hold his sect in such disregard. Yet, since this was a voluntary matter, he could not impose. He could only sigh softly. Alas, Su Daoyu, if it is to be this way, then let it be. Clan leader, I am willing. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd, prompting everyone to turn and see Su Qing stepping forth from the back. He looked towards Luo Qian and respectfully clasped his hands. Elder Luo, Su Qing, am willing to join the Fire Cloud sect. Qing is standing nearby. Su Ming noticed that the speaker was Su Qing and hurried over, his demeanor anxious. The clan leader has already prepared for you to take over a portion of the family business. Why would you wish to go to the sect? Moreover, this sect has only golden core cultivators. Su Ming whispered urgently in Su Qing's ear. Su Qing shook his head resolutely, replying, Father, I do not wish to engage in family affairs. I only desire to enter the sect. There is no need for you to persuade me. His eyes shimmered with unwavering determination. With such a lackluster spiritual root, it was unlikely that any sect would take notice of him. Now that an opportunity had presented itself in a sect that did not discriminate based on spiritual roots, how could Su Qing let it slip by? Alas, after a moment of contemplation, Su Ming sighed that he believed that Su Qing had yet to emerge from the shadow of the recent broken engagement. He was well aware of the ridicule directed at Su Qing by the younger generation of their clan. His desire to join the sect was undoubtedly an escape from such mockery. Since you have made your decision, then go. With a heavy heart, Su Ming chose not to impede him further at that moment. Luo Qian was already overwhelmed with excitement, his eyes fixed on Su Qing. Radiating Su Qing, do you truly wish to join my Fire Cloud sect? He asked again, fearful that Su Qing might change his mind. Elder Luo, does the Fire Cloud sect truly not consider spiritual roots? Su Qing felt it imperative to clarify his situation regarding his spiritual root. Thus he emphasized, of course, at present, our sect has no requirements concerning the disciple's spiritual roots. Very well then, I am willing to join. However, Elder Luo, my spiritual root is of inferior quality. Inferior quality? Luo Qian was taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend, a bead of sweat appearing on his brow, that in truth, inferior spiritual roots are as rare as exceptional ones. And he never expected to encounter such a unique case. His expression turned somewhat awkward. Elder Luo, you wouldn't be retracting your words, would you? Noticing Luo Qian's prolonged silence, Su Qing began to harbor doubts regarding whether Luo Qian had reconsidered. Of course not. Luo Qian forced a smile, hastily responding, though internally feeling helpless. Then, looking at Su Qing with a serious demeanor, he declared, Su Qing, today I shall take you as my disciple. What say you, disciple Su Qing? Pays respects to my master. Without hesitation, Su Qing knelt and bowed deeply, fearing Luo Qian might change his mind. Good, good. Luo Qian gazed at his first disciple, a sense of wonder filling his heart. Well, an inferior quality root is still a root. I have managed to recruit a disciple. The following day, Su Qing bid farewell only to his father, and Su lay before following Luo Qian away. Along the way, Su Qing inquired about various aspects of the sect. It turned out that in the Xinjiang continent, there were many sects in each region, which were further categorized into various ranks. Sects with late-stage nascent soul practitioners could be regarded as first-tier sects, while those with mid-stage nascent soul practitioners were second-tier sects, and those with early-stage nascent soul practitioners were third-tier section sects lacking any nascent soul practitioners were collectively referred to as loose sections. Within the entire Tianluo domain, there were 4 first-tier sects. Aside from the Xiandao sect, there were also the Tai sect, the Star River Palace, and the Tianqing sect, all of which held first-tier status. Due to the ancestral master of the Xiandao sect achieving the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, it had maintained its dominant position among the first-tier section's master. What would happen if those first-tier sects chose to annihilate the loose sects? Su Qing pondered, unable to grasp the significance of the loose sect's existence, that it seemed all too easy for a nascent soul practitioner to obliterate a golden core sect. Luo Qian, anticipating the question, smiled slightly and began to elucidate. You are unaware that in the central region of the Xinjiang continent, there exists an alliance known as the Ascending Immortal Alliance. All sects wishing to establish themselves must register there. Every year they are required to pay a tribute of resources. And in return, the Ascending Immortal Alliance offers protection. Should any sect attempt to annihilate another, they would be hunted down by the Ascending Immortal Alliance. It is said that there are Transformation God practitioners within that alliance. Transformation God. Luo Qian expressed a tinge of regret. Alas, I have never had the pleasure of witnessing one. Master, do you know of the void-breaking realm? Su Qing suddenly inquired. Void-breaking? What is that? I am not familiar. Luo Qian furrowed his brow, looking at Su Qing with curiosity. It is nothing. Nothing at all. I was merely asking out of curiosity. By the way, Master, how many people are in the sect? Su Qing forced a smile, quickly changing the subject, but he already had an inkling. As he had suspected, the void-breaking realm was likely non-existent in the Xinjiang continent. Otherwise, Luo Qian would not have been entirely ignorant of it. The sect was established merely 3 months ago. There are not many members, aside from the sect leader. There are only 5 elders and 10 disciples, totaling 16 individuals. Su Qing's expression turned peculiar. This was the most dilapidated sect he had ever encountered. Even a typical cultivation family would boast more members than this. However, there was no need for his disciple to fret. All 5 elders had gone to recruit disciples, and it was quite possible that upon their return to the sect, they would already have gathered a considerable number of new initiates. Luo Qian offered an awkward smile and continued to explain, Moreover, consider this. You are now my first disciple, which means you will soon be the senior brother, thereby becoming one of the esteemed elder disciples of the sect. Isn't that a wonderful opportunity? Su Qing was indifferent. If the sect had fewer members, so be it. His primary aim was to join the sect to learn the techniques, and he planned to remain there for a decade in peace. Thus, he confidently declared, Yes, I shall certainly fulfill the responsibilities of being the senior brother. Well then, let us hasten our journey that I will fly using my sword. You may come aboard. With that, Su Qing mounted the flying sword, and the two swiftly ascended in a single direction. 3 days later, they finally arrived at the Huiyun sect. Upon entering, Su Qing carefully surveyed his surroundings. To be frank, the Huiyun sect could be considered a land of bliss. The spiritual energy was remarkably dense, comparable to what he had experienced at the Ziyun sect. The sect's facilities and architecture were comprehensive. Yet it seemed nearly deserted. After having entered for quite some time, Su Qing had yet to encounter a single soul. However, as they gradually approached the main hall of the sect, he sensed the presence of many individuals within. Indeed, upon reaching the entrance of the Grand Hall, they were greeted by dozens of people already assembled inside. Elder Luo, you have finally returned. One individual stepped forward to greet Luo Qian as they entered. "Chen Elder," Luo Qian responded with polite acknowledgement, "that I ask this your disciple. Why is there only one? Ah, is he merely at the first level of qi refinement?" Chen Elder scrutinized Su Qing, bombarding him with a barrage of questions. "Indeed. This is my disciple, Su Qing da Su Qing. Allow me to introduce you to Elder Chen Dong, the third elder of our sect," Luo Qian said, his expression somewhat awkward. "Disciple Su Qing, greetings to Elder Chen." Su Qing bowed respectfully. But Chen Dong merely nodded, dismissing him with a hint of disdain. "Elder Luo, come. Let me introduce you to my disciples," Chen Dong declared, leading Su Qing and Luo Qian to a group of 7 or 8 young men and women. He introduced them one by one. Su Qing observed that most were around 17 or 18 years of age, with the highest cultivation level being merely the 3rd level of qi refinement. From Chen Dong's introductions, he gleaned that they were mostly scattered cultivators. Turning his gaze to other areas of the hall, he noticed similar elder figures conversing with several young men and women. Likely new recruits as well. Following this, Chen Dong escorted Luo Qian to the other elders for further introductions. Su Qing counted, and aside from the 5 elders, there were 37 disciples in total, excluding the initial 10 elder disciples. This meant that the 5 elders collectively recruited 27 disciples, while Luo Qian had only managed to take in 1. Su Qing couldn't help but shake his head, beginning to doubt his master's charm. Suddenly, a wave of pressure enveloped him. He sensed it was the presence of a golden core cultivator. "Have they all arrived?" A voice resonated from the side of the hall, followed by the emergence of a middle-aged man with a profound aura. Su Qing surmised that this individual must be the sect leader, Yun Jinghong. "Greetings, sect leader." Upon the man's appearance, the 5 elders promptly clasped their fists in salute. "Quick, this is our sect leader Yun. You should pay your respects." They instructed the disciples behind them, prompting them to bow. Upon realizing the identity of the man, everyone hurriedly paid their respects. Su Qing followed suit, but kept his eyes on Yun Jinghong, observing him closely. The sect leader's demeanor was as steady as a mountain, exuding a refined grace that revealed the charm of a mature gentleman. There is no need for excessive formalities. Yun Jinghong spoke impassively, surveying the crowd. However, his gaze lingered momentarily upon Luo Qian before shifting to Su Qing, his brows furrowing slightly as he inquired, "Elder Luo, you have only accepted 1 disciple." There was a hint of anger in his tone, causing everyone to turn their attention to Luo Qian, who felt a tad embarrassed. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed expression as he replied, "Yes. Please, sect leader, feel free to reprimand me." Yun Jinghong fell silent, continuing to scrutinize Su Qing. "Why does he keep staring at me?" Su Qing thought, feeling a twinge of annoyance. After all, Luo Qian's inability to recruit disciples was not his fault. Oh well, let it be for now. Finally, Yun Jinghong's gaze shifted elsewhere as he continued. 3 days from now, we shall hold the sect's grand inauguration ceremony that I have invited several sect leaders to attend. For now, please settle your disciples, and then come to the main hall. I will discuss the details of the ceremony with you." "Understood, sect leader." After Yun Jinghong departed the grand hall, Su Qing followed Luo Qian out. After a while, they arrived at the foot of a mountain, where Luo Qian pointed to a cave dwelling and said, "You shall reside here." Su Qing eagerly entered to inspect the interior and, filled with delight, exclaimed, "Master, is this truly my cave dwelling?" The cave was spacious, far larger than the one he had occupied at the Ziyun sect. And the spiritual energy was even more abundant. Of course, you are the chief disciple of Zhushan Peak. Naturally, this grandest cave dwelling is yours. How about that? I told you the treatment of a senior brother is quite favorable." Luo Qian said with a smile, pride written all over his face. Upon arriving at Zhushan Peak, Luo Qian had informed Su Qing that this peak was designated for elders, uniquely belonging to him. Disciples accepted by Luo Qian were permitted to cultivate within these cave dwellings. "Thank you, Master." Su Qing's heart swelled with joy that he suddenly felt that spending a decade cultivating quietly within the Huiyun sect might not be a bad choice after all. "Master, does the sect not possess any techniques or spells?" Su Qing inquired, realizing he should learn more techniques and spells. "Here, take this sect token and this sect robe. You can use the token to search for techniques in the technique pavilion. But be aware that the pavilion is protected by formations. As a qi refinement cultivator, you may only access the first floor. Luo Qian handed him a token and a robe that Su Qing examined the token, discovering it functioned similarly to the one he had at the Ziyun sect. The first floor? What about the second and higher levels? He asked, now seeking techniques beyond the Qi refinement level, as he had already mastered them. The second floor is accessible only to Foundation establishment cultivators, while the third floor requires a golden core level, Luo Qian explained. What about the nascent soul level? Nascent soul. The sect leader is merely at the golden core level. How could there be nascent soul techniques? Luo Qian dismissed the idea. Now, I must head to the sect's main hall. You may explore on your own. With that, Luo Qian took to the skies, leaving Su Qing alone on Jushan Peak. Looking at the token in his hand, he felt somewhat helpless. The sect lacks any nascent soul techniques. Damn it. I suppose I will have to wait 10 years to acquire some golden core spells from the third floor. Resolving to put such thoughts aside, Su Qing wandered around the mountain peak. The IT wasn't very large, and after an hour, he had circumnavigated it completely, but he found the facilities remarkably well equipped, including disciples' cave dwellings and training grounds. Clearly, sect leader Yun Jinghong had made ample preparations for the sect. Before he knew it, Su Qing had reached the foot of the mountain, but he glanced around and suddenly noticed a pavilion in the distance. That must be the technique pavilion. I should go take a look. With this thought, he quickened his pace toward the pavilion, that on his way, he encountered no other disciples. However, upon arriving at the entrance of the technique pavilion, he spotted a few disciples approaching from another direction. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as disciples recently recruited by Qindong. They noticed him as well. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters, Su Qing called out, adhering to the etiquette of the sect. After all, they were now fellow disciples, and given his own Qi refinement level, he sought to show respect by addressing them as senior brothers and sisters. The group glanced at Su Qing, nodded slightly, but did not engage in conversation, proceeding straight toward the entrance of the technique pavilion. Damn it, these people are really rude. We are supposed to be fellow disciples? Ugh. With a silent complaint in her heart, Su Qing made her way towards the pavilion of techniques after all the others had entered. Upon reaching the entrance, she could immediately sense a formation enveloping the building. Producing her sect token, she infused it with a trace of spiritual energy that AS expected. A passage seemed to open within the formation at the grand doors, allowing Su Qing to hastily slip inside. Inside the first floor of the pavilion of techniques, several disciples had already dispersed, engrossed in the various cultivation manuals lining the shelves. The Fire Cloud sect had only recently been established, and these techniques were being offered to disciples free of charge. However, once the sect expanded, it would undoubtedly require contributions for exchanges. That Su Qing casually wandered around before arriving at the staircase leading to the second floor. She could feel the presence of another formation blocking her path. So she stepped into the formation to test it. Indeed, a repulsive force from the formation rebounded her, causing her to collide with a nearby bookshelf, resulting in a loud crash that instantly drew the attention of the nearby disciples. What are you doing? Didn't your master inform you that you need to be at the Foundation establishment stage to ascend to the second floor? A male disciple remarked, his tone brimming with reproach. I did. I was merely testing it, Su Qing retorted, leaving the exchange behind as she walked away, disinterested in further debate. Humph. A mere Qi refinement stage, and you aspire to ascend. You'll never make it in this lifetime. The male disciple scoffed, watching Su Qing's retreating figure. However, she was already far enough away that his words did not reach her at that moment. Su Qing arrived at a corner of the first floor where a large bookshelf stood, laden with techniques suitable for the Qi refinement stage. She began to peruse the volumes one by one. At times slipped away unnoticed until she finally set down the last manual, shaking her head in disappointment. Alas, these are all basic Qi refinement techniques and spells, of no use to me. After thoroughly examining the bookshelf, she found that either she had already mastered the techniques or they were of exceedingly poor quality, leaving her feeling somewhat despondent. Next, Su Qing moved to another bookshelf and continued her exploration. Thus, she traversed the entire first floor, quickly covering every section. Why now? The other disciples had already departed, leaving Su Qing alone as she scanned the final bookshelf. Intending to finish her reading before leaving the external avatar technique. Suddenly, a book title caught her attention. Chapter 17. Dao Tung. As Su Qing opened the book and read the first page, her eyes sparkled with intense excitement. The more she read, the more her expression lit up with enthusiasm. This technique is undoubtedly tailor-made for me, Su Qing exclaimed inwardly. The external avatar technique was merely a standard spell for the Qi refinement stage, its function being to create an identical avatar infused with one's consciousness, allowing it to share the same cultivation level as the original. The two would exist as one, their minds interconnected, as long as the original's consciousness remained intact. The avatar could persist. However, should the original's consciousness fade, the avatar would perish as well. Though it seemed advantageous for others, this technique was quite impractical, as creating the avatar required the original to sacrifice half of its cultivation level. For instance, if one were at the 10th level of Qi refinement and created an avatar, both the original and the avatar would regress to around the 7th or 8th level. Furthermore, continuing to cultivate would require double the time to elevate both the original and the avatar's levels. Thus, cultivators of higher realms would not consider creating avatars, as they were unwilling to risk a drop in their own cultivation. Meanwhile, those at lower levels also hesitated, as subsequent cultivation would demand twice the time. However, this technique was exceedingly suitable for Su Qing. She contemplated that, at her current Qi refinement first level, a reduction in cultivation was of no consequence. She would still remain at the first level. If she allowed her original self to live in another world for a century, the avatar could remain in the realm of cultivation and continually enhance its cultivation level. This way, when the original returned to the realm of cultivation, the avatar could serve as a formidable support during the initial 30 years before she had regained her full cultivation. Perfect. This is the plan. 2 days later, outside the Fire Cloud sect, in a concealed cave, Su Qing sat cross-legged, facing an identical figure. The two stared intently at each other. Remarkable. It's just like looking into a mirror. Su Qing chuckled, feeling an uncanny connection. They were one and the same, both imbued with their own consciousness. From now on, the avatar shall remain in seclusion here. This will be my greatest trump card, Su Qing declared, producing a black robe for the avatar to wear, followed by a mask to conceal its face. From now on, I shall call you Dao Tian. As she gazed at the figure cloaked in black, Su Qing couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. An hour later, Su Qing returned to the sect's cave abode, acutely aware that a part of her consciousness still resided in that cave. Now, I can comfortably remain within the Fire Cloud sect for the next decade. Another day passed, and the grand ceremony for the establishment of the Fire Cloud sect finally arrived. At this moment, the sect leader, Yun Jinghong, along with 5 elders, welcomed numerous esteemed guests at the entrance of the sect. Su Qing stood among the crowd, observing the unfamiliar figures surrounding her. However, after a considerable time, she realized that all she had seen were the leaders of various scattered sects at the Golden Core stage, with none from the first, second, or third-tier sects in sight. This was quite reasonable. Why would the leaders of those higher-tier sects show any regard for these weaker scattered sects? With each esteemed guest arriving, a disciple would guide them to the main hall of the sect, while Su Qing remained at the back of the crowd, still waiting for her turn. After a lengthy wait, only Su Qing and another disciple remained at the entrance. Moments later, when no one else arrived, she thought to herself, "It seems no one else is coming, which is fortunate as it saves me from the greeting duties." The prospect of serving guests was something she found utterly tedious. Initially, upon hearing that she was to welcome esteemed visitors at the entrance, Su Qing was reluctant. However, given it was the sect leader's command, and the elders were also present, she had no choice but to comply. Now, after such a long wait without any arrivals, she figured there must be no one left. Yet, at that moment, the sect leader, Yun Jinghong, continued to stand at the entrance, occasionally glancing towards the distance with an anxious expression. "Is there someone else? He seems rather anxious," Su Qing mused, perplexed. Previously, Yun Jinghong had been remarkably composed and gracious when meeting esteemed guests, merely smiling slightly. Yet now his demeanor resembled that of an ant on a hot stove. Could it be that guests from the first, second, or third-tier sects were arriving? Just as she pondered, Su Qing noticed a sudden change in Yun Jinghong's expression, a fleeting look of pride crossing his face before he regained his composure. Staring intently into the distance, following his gaze, Su Qing too looked up and saw a figure approaching through the the nascent soul stage. Indeed, guests from the first, second, and third-tier sects were arriving. It appeared that the sect leader had some impressive connections. Feeling a hint of pressure emanating from the figure in the air, Su Qing was astonished to find her earlier assumption proven correct. The figure descended rapidly, landing at the sect's entrance and stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a breathtaking woman stepped forward. Heavens, she is stunning. Even Su Qing, typically composed, was momentarily awestruck by the woman's beauty. She recalled having seen a woman named Ji Qinxue from the Ice Heart Palace during the East Feather Region's Grand Tournament, who had left a lasting impression on her as the most beautiful woman she had ever encountered. Yet now, the woman before her surpassed Ji Qinxue by leaps and bounds. Words could scarcely do her justice. Gulping audibly, Su Qing turned to see the disciple who had remained with her until the end. Equally mesmerized by the woman's appearance, with a faint smile, Su Qing turned back to observe the woman. Why now? Yun Jinghong had approached her, his gaze fixated on her face, radiating intense excitement that you've finally arrived. I thought you wouldn't be coming back, he exclaimed, his voice tinged with joy. I have come solely at the behest of the sect leader, the woman replied, her voice as melodious as a celestial tune, though her expression remained icy. How could I not honor my past as a disciple of the sect? Naturally, the sect leader would extend me this courtesy. Look, I am now the leader of a sect myself. Though merely a scattered sect, I am confident that within a century, I can elevate it to a third-tier sect. And as I promised when I break through to the nascent soul stage, Yun Jinghong, I am here representing my sect and have no desire to hear your words. The woman finally spoke, her face seemingly tinged with anger, that if you have esteemed guests, continue to await their arrival. This individual must be a disciple of your sect, correct? Come, lead me inside. Upon finishing her statement, she pointed at Su Qing, who was engrossed in listening. Yes, fairy, Su Qing exclaimed in surprise, hastily stepping forward and glancing at Yun Jinghong. Respectfully inquiring, Sect Master, I shall escort the fairy inside. At this moment, Yun Jinghong wore an expression of considerable awkwardness. He had intended to guide her himself, yet the woman had already approached Su Qing's side. Feeling helpless, he could only nod slightly, go on, and do not neglect her. Chapter 18. Yaoqi Su Qing stood nervously before the woman, his gaze fixed upon her exquisite visage. Observing her delicate features and fair skin from such proximity intensified his perception of her beauty, leaving him entranced. However, he quickly averted his eyes, realizing that prolonged staring might provoke her ire, potentially resulting in his untimely demise. Moreover, such lingering glances were decidedly impolite. Fairy, please, this way. He courteously gestured. The woman merely cast a fleeting glance at Su Qing, showing no discernible reaction, seemingly indifferent to his presence. That it was understandable, given that in her eyes, Su Qing's cultivation at the first level of qi refinement was no more than that of an insignificant insect. With a stoic expression, she nodded slightly and followed Su Qing closely behind. What a stunning beauty, Su Qing mused inwardly. Yet regrettably, she is far too aloof. He led her deeper into the sect's premises. Unaware that Yun Jinghong stood at the foot of the mountain, fixated on the woman's silhouette, unable to tear his gaze away. After a brief moment, Su Qing brought the woman into the main hall of the sect. Inside the grand hall, a lively atmosphere prevailed. Clusters of individuals engaged in animated conversation, punctuated by bursts of hearty laughter. Some sat alone, surveying their surroundings, while disciples and elders of the Fire Cloud sect busily served tea and attended to various tasks. As Su Qing entered the hall, the crowd casually glanced his way, recognizing him as a disciple of the Fire Cloud sect, and soon returned to their conversations. However, the moment the woman stepped into the hall, an instant hush fell over the gathering. All eyes turned towards her, not only due to the unique pressure of her Yuanian cultivation, but also because of her astonishing beauty. Fairy, please take a seat, Su Qing said, having guided her to an available spot. The woman remained silent, not even nodding in acknowledgement, and simply sat down, closing her eyes in meditation. Please enjoy some tea. Su Qing poured a cup of tea and held it out to her. You need not attend to me any further. You may leave, she stated without opening her eyes, dismissing him casually. Attentive, Su Qing's expression darkened, and his eyelids involuntarily twitched. Was this considered attending to her? This woman? Very well. Since it is thus, he decided not to engage further, placing the tea on a nearby table before making his way towards Luo Qian. Friend Lu, do you recognize this woman? I do not. Which sect does she belong to? I have no idea. I have never encountered her before. She is a Yuanying. Could she be a representative from a third-grade sect? At this moment, whispers began to circulate among the crowd, all speculating about the identity of the woman. Though their voices were hushed, it was certain that she heard them, yet she remained unmoving. As Su Qing reached his mentor Luo Qian's side, Luo Qian, equally struck by the woman's cultivation and beauty, immediately inquired, "Disciple, who is she? Did the sect master mention anything?" "I do not know her, but she is quite cold. Even the sect master is barely acknowledged by her." "Lower your voice. Are you seeking death? Do not let her hear you. She is a Yuanying cultivator," Luo Qian quickly admonished, tapping Su Qing on the head to silence him, believing that Su Qing could not discern the woman's cultivation level, which led him to speak so boldly. After being tapped by Luo Qian, Su Qing merely rubbed his head and fell silent. Meanwhile, the crowd continued their chatter, though each person occasionally stole glances at the woman. Eventually, after a considerable amount of time, Yun Jinghong entered the hall, and upon crossing the threshold, everyone instinctively rose to their feet, smiling and greeting him. Only the woman remained seated, though her eyes had now opened. Yun Jinghong slowly approached the elevated platform of the hall, but as he passed by the woman, he deliberately paused for a moment to observe her before hastily moving on. "Esteemed sect leaders and friends, I, Yun, express my gratitude for your attendance," he announced as he reached the platform, clasping his fists in salute to the assembly. "Sect Master Yun, you are too kind." The crowd reciprocated politely. Subsequently, everyone settled into their seats, with Su Qing occupying a position at the outer edge. The ceremony then commenced formally, beginning with some opening remarks, followed by pleasantries, and eventually a gift-giving segment. Finding it rather dull, Su Qing closed his eyes to rest, allowing his consciousness to connect with Dao Tian. The previous day, after mastering the technique of creating a doppelganger, he had carefully assessed its attributes. The doppelganger's cultivation level, spiritual roots, and techniques mirrored those of his true self. However, the reincarnation fruit resided solely within his true self's consciousness. The doppelganger possessed only a fragment of his awareness. That it appeared that the reincarnation fruit was independent, tethered only to the consciousness of its true self. After manipulating Dao Tian for a while, he lost interest. Currently, the doppelganger was merely at the first level of qi refinement, and he dared not send it out carelessly. Should the doppelganger perish, he would be unable to condense another one in this lifetime, as the technique required a drop of his life essence for its formation, and each cultivator possessed only one drop throughout their life. Unless Su Qing experienced reincarnation, his new body would then yield another drop of essence. Having severed his connection with Dao Tian, he noted that the ceremony was nearing its conclusion. "Friends, I would like to introduce someone," Yun Jinghong suddenly proclaimed, drawing the attention of the crowd, who then turned their gazes towards the woman, evidently anticipating that she was the individual he intended to introduce. 100 pairs of eyes were fixed upon her, including Su Qing's. The woman seemed to emit a hint of anger, her brows furrowing slightly as she released her yuanying pressure, causing those seated nearby to struggle for breath, hastily averting their gazes. "Fairy Lu, please do not be angered," Yun Jinghong quickly interjected, inwardly seething at the crowd's collective gaze upon her. "Esteemed friends, this fairy is the elder of the Xian Dao sect, Fairy Lu Yaoqi. Today, Fairy Yaoqi graces us with her presence to participate in our sect's grand ceremony, for which I am immensely grateful. Heavens, she is Fairy Yaoqi? I have met Fairy Yaoqi. We were unaware. Please forgive us, Fairy Yaoqi." The crowd hurriedly rose, respectfully bowing to her, yet their gazes remained cast downward, none daring to meet her eyes. They were sect leaders of minor sects and scattered cultivators, having heard of Fairy Yaoqi's illustrious reputation but never having encountered her in person. Now, witnessing her true form, they dared not even breathe audibly. She is actually Fairy Yaoqi, Zhao Shiner's master." Chapter 19. Spiritual Herb Garden. Gazing at Fairy Yaoqi, who sat not far away, Su Qing felt a surge of astonishment. Recently, Fairy Yaoqi had taken his former fiancée, Zhao Shiner, as her disciple, a fact well known among the Su family. Yet he had never seen her, nor had he encountered Zhao Shiner. Nevertheless, he had long committed Fairy Yaoqi's name to memory, and today he was unexpectedly able to see her at the Fire Cloud sect. The elder of the foremost sect in the Tianluo domain has come to this modest fire cloud sect. It seems Yun Jinghong must share a close relationship with the Xiandao sect. Su Qing could not help but feel a flicker of curiosity. Earlier, when he observed Yun Jinghong conversing with Fairy Yaoqi at the foot of the mountain, he had noticed something amiss. However, the distance had been too great, and their profound cultivations likely employed some soundproofing techniques, preventing him from discerning their words. That it was evident that Fairy Yaoqi had little interest in engaging with Yun Jinghong, as she had directly called upon him to lead her into the sect. Now, witnessing the unfolding situation, Su Qing found himself somewhat bewildered. Yet, what concern was it of his? He resolved to remain low-key and undisturbed. Suppressing a smile, he shifted his gaze back to the assembly at this moment. Fairy Yaoqi paid no heed to their apologies but instead fixed her icy stare on Yun Jinghong, retrieving a storage pouch and tossing it towards him. "This is a congratulatory gift from my sect. I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger. Farewell." With that, she strode towards the exit of the hall. "Yaoqi, wait. I still have words to share." Yun Jinghong seized the storage bag and promptly called out, his figure swiftly pursuing from beside his seat. However, Yaoqi paid him no heed. As she exited the grand hall, her form transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Just as Yun Jinghong contemplated pursuing her through the air, he ultimately abandoned the idea. The disparity in their cultivation levels made it evident that he could never catch up to her. And moreover, there were numerous guests still present in the hall. As the sect leader, how could he disregard the greater situation and depart alone? Yet his countenance remained icy as he gazed intently at the horizon, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. "That Lu Yaoqi, after 100 years, you remain so indifferent towards me. Once I break through to the Yuaning stage, you shall inevitably become my woman." Ha ha! Subsequently, Yun Jinghong turned back into the grand hall. Glancing at the assembly, that he realized that the Xiandao sect had also come to present their congratulations. The gazes directed at him by the crowd now bore a hint of reverence. In truth, the strength of these scattered sects was largely comparable with most sect leaders at the early or mid stages of the Golden Core. Typically, they interacted as equals. However, it was unexpected that the Fire Cloud sect had aligned itself with a powerhouse like the Xiandao sect. They understood that henceforth, the status of the Fire Cloud sect among the scattered sects would rise significantly. "Dear friends, I have arranged a banquet that if my hospitality is lacking today, I ask for your forgiveness." Yun Jinghong refrained from mentioning Yaoqi further and led everyone to the banquet hall. That evening, the grand ceremony of the Fire Cloud sect concluded successfully, and all the sect leaders departed at this moment. Su Qing had returned to his cave abode, lying on the stone bed and reflecting on Yun Jinghong's earlier words. After the banquet, once the disciples had seen off the various sect leaders, they were summoned to the grand hall by Yun Jinghong, who delivered a stirring address. After listening, the disciples were filled with fervor. Indeed, as anticipated, the Fire Cloud sect's backing was the Xiandao sect, and Yun Jinghong possessed an astonishing identity within it. However, he did not elaborate on this identity, merely assuring everyone to focus on their development within the Fire Cloud sect, for they would soon become the sect's founding elders. The purpose of his gathering the leaders of various scattered sects was to make it known that the Fire Cloud sect had a formidable backing. Furthermore, Yun Jinghong proclaimed that within 30 years, the Fire Cloud sect would unify the scattered sects and become their ruler, that he asserted that in those 30 years, he would undoubtedly break through to the Yuaning stage, elevating the Fire Cloud sect to the status of a third-tier sect. Upon hearing these words, several elders displayed expressions of disbelief. After all, Yun Jinghong was currently only at the mid-Golden Core stage. To ascend from that to the Yuaning stage in 30 years seemed utterly implausible, an endeavor even a top-tier spiritual root could hardly achieve. Yet, what followed was a thunderous revelation that struck the hearts of all present that 100 years prior, Yun Jinghong had merely been a cultivator at the first layer of qi refining, in a mere century. He had ascended to the mid-Golden Core stage, now only a step away from the late Golden Core stage. Among the cultivators of the Xiantian continent, it was well known that those with superior spiritual roots could break through to the Golden Core by the age of 250, and if fortunate, might reach Yuaning before their lifespan expired. For those with exceptional spiritual roots, the age to reach Golden Core was 200, and Yuaning at 600, with good fortune. They might even break through to the transformation stage before their life ended. As for those with celestial-grade spiritual roots, they could achieve Golden Core at 150, Yuaning at 300, and Transformation at 800. Of course, opportunities and inheritances could greatly enhance these prospects. Clearly, Yun Jinghong's rapid cultivation speed was indicative of extraordinary fortune. With such a pace and the backing of the Fire Cloud sect, the elders and disciples were naturally invigorated, promptly swearing oaths of allegiance, vowing never to betray the sect. Should they breach this vow, they would face certain death. Su Qing, unable to resist, also took the oath. However, he felt no concern, as this oath held little power over him. He could always be reborn. Nonetheless, at this moment, the Fire Cloud sect indeed suited him well, and he had no intentions of departing. Time swiftly passed, and half a year flew by. This time, the news of the Fire Cloud sect's alliance with the Xiandao sect had spread throughout the Tian Luo domain, and daily scattered cultivators arrived, drawn by the sect's growing reputation. These cultivators, often of limited talent, found their chances of joining first, second, or third-tier sects slim. Thus, they either struggled alone in the cultivation world or opted to join scattered sections. In addition to scattered cultivators, the sect also recruited several promising disciples from a local cultivation family. Over the past 6 months, aside from the 5 elders and the original 37 disciples, the Fire Cloud sect had welcomed an additional 700 to 800 disciples. Those with superior talents were taken in as direct disciples by the elders of each peak, while those of average talent were arranged as ordinary inner disciples among the peaks. At this point, the sect had begun to take shape with essential structures established, such as the Affairs Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, Spiritual Herb Garden, Alchemy Pavilion, and Artifact Refining Pavilion. These frameworks, commonly found in other established sects, had all been adopted by the Fire Cloud sect. Su Qing, as an elder disciple, held various important positions within these frameworks. His master, Luo Qian, had become an elder of the Alchemy Pavilion, a fact that even Su Qing had not anticipated. His master was actually a first-tier alchemist. Initially, Luo Qian intended to assign Su Qing as a steward in the Alchemy Pavilion, but Su Qing declined, citing his insufficient cultivation to refine pills. Subsequently, Luo Qian offered him several other positions, but Su Qing consistently found excuses to refuse. In the end, Luo Qian allowed Su Qing to choose his desired position. After much contemplation, Su Qing finally declared the Spiritual Herb Garden. Thereafter, he became the steward of the Spiritual Herb Garden, tasked with overseeing the spiritual fields and managing a few disciples of the garden. Chapter 20. Half a year, the Spiritual Herb Garden of the Fire Cloud sect was modest, spanning merely 10 acres, with each acre designated for the cultivation of essential medicinal herbs for alchemy. Aside from Su Qing, the steward, the garden was staffed solely by 3 aged elders, all of whom were recent recruits from nearby scattered cultivators. They had joined the sect last month, with their cultivation levels at merely the 3rd layer of qi refining. Given their lack of hope for foundation establishment and their dwindling lifespans, they sought refuge within the sect, hoping to spend their remaining days tending to the Spiritual Herb Garden. Logically, a young cultivator like Su Qing ought to be striving diligently to elevate his cultivation level rather than taking on such a leisurely role. However, Luo Qian understood that his disciple was of inferior spiritual root, likely to reach only the 5th layer of qi refining at best in his lifetime, which was why he secured this comfortable position for him within the sect. Originally, Su Qing's talent would have relegated him to the status of an ordinary inner disciple, but due to being one of the first batch of elder disciples and Luo Qian's chief direct disciple, the sect leader and other elders had made no objections, allowing Su Qing to retain his status as the chief disciple of the Zhushan Peak. At present, Zhushan Peak was quite a sought-after lineage, primarily due to its peak master, Luo Qian, an elder of the Alchemy Pavilion. Hence, many new disciples were eager to join Zhushan Peak. However, Luo Qian had only accepted them as ordinary inner disciples and did not recruit additional direct disciples. Thus, Su Qing held a fairly esteemed position within Zhushan Peak, second only to Master Luo Qian. Although his cultivation was only at the 1st layer of qi refining, those disciples of higher cultivation still regarded him with respect, honoring him with the title of senior brother. Naturally, Su Qing remained oblivious to their inner thoughts, nor did he wish to know. With his status as a direct disciple, nobody dared to provoke him. Consequently, he found his days quite pleasant. Apart from occasionally inspecting the spiritual herb garden, he spent his time roaming Zhushan Peak, relishing the compliments from the disciples. Today was yet another comfortable day. After finishing his inspection of the spiritual herb garden, his master, Luo Qian, contacted him through sound transmission, instructing him to return, claiming there was something important to discuss. Thus, he made his way back to Zhushan Peak, humming a little tune along the way while glancing at the newly arrived female disciples. For some reason, Su Qing had developed a habit over the past 6 months of daily visiting the new female disciples, comparing them to Yao Qi. Perhaps it was the visual impact of Yao Qi's celestial beauty that led him to feel that none of the women in the sect could catch his eye. What was happening? Why was he constantly reminded of her visage? No, this was leading him down a treacherous path. Shaking his head, he tried to dispel the thoughts that had inexplicably invaded his mind. Sometimes, when he closed his eyes to meditate, he would inadvertently doze off and dream of her. Su Qing even began to suspect that he was losing his way. That moment, Yao Qi's unparalleled beauty resurfaced in his thoughts, prompting him to hastily suppress his emotions, shake his head, and quicken his pace towards Zhushan Peak. Before long, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. "Greetings, senior brother." "Good day, senior brother." Along the path up the mountain, many greeted Su Qing with bows that he offered a slight nod and a faint smile to each, feeling no inclination to speak. There were simply too many, and engaging in conversation would be a waste of breath. Finally, Su Qing reached the hall of the Peak Master, where he immediately spotted Luo Qian standing in the center, with a woman facing away from him, obscuring her appearance. "Master," Su Qing called out and made his way towards Luo Qian. At that moment, the woman also heard the voice and quickly turned around, exclaiming, "What is going on?" Su Qing looked at the woman with some curiosity, that he noticed that her face was covered with a white gauze mask, resembling a veil, obscuring her entire cheek, leaving only her eyes and forehead exposed. However, those eyes were strikingly beautiful, bright, and clear. "You rascal! Why did you take so long? I've been waiting for you for half an hour." Luo Qian scolded playfully, then proceeded to introduce Su Qing to the woman. "Han, this is my eldest disciple, Su Qing. You little brat, this is my newly accepted true disciple, Han." "So, her name is Han. But what is the purpose of wearing a mask?" Su Qing felt a twinge of confusion. Han, pay your respects to your senior brother." Upon hearing that he was Luo Qian's eldest disciple, Han hurriedly bowed slightly, offering a greeting to Su Qing. Yet, sensing his cultivation level at the first layer of qi refinement, she frowned slightly, a hint of doubt arising in her heart. "Junior sister, I possess a waste spirit root, so my cultivation is merely at the first layer of qi refinement. You need not be surprised." Su Qing had already noticed the change in her expression, suspecting that Han was puzzled by his cultivation level. "However, I was the first to join Bamboo Mountain Peak, making me an elder disciple. That is why I have the fortune of being this senior brother." "No, senior brother," Han was about to explain, but upon hearing the latter part of Su Qing's statement, her words caught in her throat, and her expression turned somewhat awkward to Su Qing. "You should take your junior sister to choose a good cave dwelling and familiarize her with the sect. I still need to return to the alchemy pavilion." Luo Qian interjected unexpectedly, alleviating her awkwardness. "Yes, master." With that, Luo Qian hurriedly departed from the Peak Master Hall. The atmosphere turned awkward once more. Han, unsure of what to say, kept her gaze fixed on the ground. "Junior sister, why do you wear a veil? How will I recognize you in the future? Quickly remove it." Su Qing, noticing her dazed silence, felt a surge of curiosity and directly inquired, "Oh no, I can't." "Why not?" Because I'm afraid of scaring senior brother." "Scare me? That is hardly possible. That I never judge a person by their appearance." Su Qing chuckled lightly. "Just take off the veil. Otherwise, your senior brother will not take you to choose a cave dwelling." A soft sobbing sound emerged, revealing that Han had begun to cry, quietly. Su Qing was somewhat at a loss for words. Yet he felt he might have been a bit too harsh, so he refrained from pressuring her further. Just as he was about to lead her outside, he saw Han reach up and remove her veil, her eyes fixated on the ground, tears slowly falling. Su Qing gazed at her face. To be honest, Han was truly beautiful, possessing a kind of beauty that was entirely different from that of the Yao Qi. Ethereal and otherworldly, breathtakingly exquisite, As if the dust of the mortal realm could never tarnish her purity, then he noted a thumb-sized red mark on her right cheek, but he didn't think it diminished her beauty. Rather, it served as a delicate accent, drawing his gaze, making it difficult to look away. Did I scare you? Seeing Su Qing remain silent, Xia Shihan hastily donned the veil again. The moment the veil covered her face, Su Qing snapped back to his senses, locking his gaze on her eyes, and asked in confusion, "Junior sister, who told you that the mark on your face is frightening?" "The people from my family all say so. Which is why my father has insisted I wear a veil." It seemed that the family members had a skewed sense of aesthetics that Su Qing's expression darkened as he internally criticized them. "Junior sister, to be honest, I think that mark is quite lovely, and you are very beautiful. Really? Do you truly think so?" Throughout her life, due to the mark on her face, she had become accustomed to being ridiculed and mocked by her family as an eyesore. Now, her senior brother not only did not mind the red mark, but even praised her beauty, causing Xia Shihan to feel a surge of excitement, that a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, which were hidden behind the veil. That, of course, from now on, you need not wear the veil, but Xia Shihan appeared somewhat flustered. Since she had worn the veil for so long, she had almost never taken it off. Now, asking her to remove it all at once felt overwhelming. Observing her hesitation, Su Qing chose not to press further. "All right, no more, but that I will take you to the cave dwelling now, and we can also explore the sect." "Oh, okay, I appreciate your help, senior brother." With that, the two left the Peak Master Hall. Along the way, Su Qing elaborately introduced her to Bamboo Mountain Peak and the structure and facilities of the sect, while also inquiring about her background, thus gaining a better understanding of his junior sister. That it turned out that the Xia family, to which Xia Shihan belonged, was quite distant from the Huiyun sect. The news about the Huiyun sect having a supportive background had only reached the Xia family in the past month. Furthermore, the Xia family was rather weak, as major sects rarely recruited from such small families. Upon learning that the Huiyun sect had relatively lenient requirements for accepting disciples, the Xia family sent numerous junior members to the Huiyun sect. Unexpectedly, during the spirit root assessment, Xia Shihan tested as a medium-grade spirit root, leading to a heated competition among the 5 elders of the Huiyun sect, each vying to accept her as a disciple, their faces flushed with excitement. The sect leader, unable to resolve the situation, ultimately allowed her to choose. After some consideration, she opted for Elder Luo Qian, realizing that he only had one true disciple, while the other elders each had 5 or 6 due to the mark on her face. She had developed a reclusive personality, preferring to avoid crowded places, which is why she chose Elder Luo Qian. That Su Qing had already given her a tour of the sect, and they now stood at the entrance of the cave dwelling he had selected for her. Located not far from his own, that he sensed that this cave dwelling possessed the most abundant spiritual energy, aside from his own. "Junior sister, you are now at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement and possess a medium-grade spirit root. From now on, focus on your cultivation here at Bamboo Mountain Peak. If you have any questions, you can contact me through the sect token," Su Qing said, having just taken her to the affairs hall to receive her sect token and some monthly stipend. He was about to hand it to her when he remembered to take out several gathering spirit pills from his storage pouch. These gathering spirit pills were meant to enhance cultivation during the Qi refinement stage and were part of the monthly stipend Su Qing had received over the past 6 months, which he had never consumed. "Take these gathering spirit pills." Su Qing placed the pills and the token into Xia Shihan's hands. "This? How can I accept this?" Xia Shihan's expression changed in shock, and she hurriedly shook her head and refused. However, Su Qing insisted on placing the items in her hands, leaving her no opportunity to decline. "Take them. I have a waste spirit root, so these pills would be wasted on me. Besides, since Master only has us 2 disciples as the eldest brother, I should take care of my junior sister." Seeing his determination, Xia Shihan had no choice but to accept. However, Su Qing's words ignited a warmth within her heart. Throughout her life, aside from her parents, no one had treated her with such kindness. That moment, Xia Shihan couldn't help but feel a flicker of affection for Su Qing, her eyes peeking out from beneath the veil. Glancing at him shyly, "Thank you, senior brother. Junior sister, please go inside." After speaking, Xia Shihan hurried into the cave dwelling, while Su Qing turned and walked towards his own cave. Unbeknownst to him, inside the cave, a pair of bright eyes were secretly watching him. Thus, another 6 months passed. During this period, the Huiyun sect recruited numerous disciples. Although Su Qing did not keep a precise count, he estimated that there were now around 2,000 individuals in the sect. Additionally, several elder-level figures had emerged, bringing the total number of elders to 10, each of whom was actively recruiting true disciples. Now, each elder had a dozen or so true disciples, with the exception of Bamboo Mountain Peak. Lo Qian, for reasons unknown, has become completely absorbed in alchemy, secluding himself in the alchemy pavilion day in and day out. As a result, the Zhushan Peak currently has only 2 true disciples, Su Qing and Xia Shihan, who manage all matters, large and small, within the peak. However, it is predominantly Xia Shihan who oversees these affairs, while Su Qing remains unperturbed by such labor, continuing his routine between the spirit herb garden and his cave dwelling. Over the past 6 months, Xia Shihan has indeed worked diligently, not only bringing order to Zhushan Peak, but also achieving a breakthrough to the 4th level of qi refinement. Such a pace of cultivation even draws admiration from Su Qing. With the rapid increase in the number of disciples within the sect, the Elder Pavilion of the Huiyun sect has decided to cease large-scale recruitment of new disciples. In the realm of Xintian, first-tier sects recruit disciples every 10 years, second-tier sects every 5 years, and third-tier sects every 3 years. Meanwhile, scattered sects recruit at any time. Although Huiyun sect remains a scattered sect, it has adopted the practice of third-tier sects, recruiting disciples every 3 years. Upon hearing this news, the scattered cultivators and families who were preparing to join felt quite disheartened, regretting not having come sooner. Conversely, those who had already joined the sect felt fortunate for their foresight in joining early. The most significant news in the past 6 months has been that the sect master, Yin Jinghong, has successfully advanced to the late stage of the Golden Core realm, causing quite a stir among the scattered sections. The elder disciples, who had previously doubted Yin Jinghong's claim of breaking through to the nascent soul realm within 30 years, have now come to believe it. In recent days, the Elder Pavilion has established many new rules and regulations, among which the most sensational pertains to the upcoming sect competition. This competition will feature the true disciples of each peak, with the victors not only receiving various rewards but also earning the status of core disciples. This new identity, defined by the Elder Pavilion, carries a higher status and benefits than that of true disciples, second only to the 10 elders. For the first sect competition, the sect has decided to select 20 core disciples to form a core disciple group, which will receive personal instruction from the sect master, along with ample cultivation resources for their development. Upon hearing this news, the true disciples from various peaks are filled with excitement and eagerness, while the peak masters have gathered their disciples in the peak masters hall for preparations ahead of the competition. Zhushan Peak is no exception. On this particular day, Su Qing and Xia Shihan are seated in the peak masters hall, facing their long-absent master, Lo Qian. At this moment, Lo Qian appears fatigued and somewhat dazed, seemingly disinterested in anything apart from alchemy. "Are you two my only disciples?" he suddenly inquires. "Master, have you become so engrossed in alchemy that you've forgotten how many disciples you have?" Su Qing and Xia Shihan are taken aback by Lo Qian's words, not anticipating that he would forget about them amidst his alchemical pursuits. However, it is understandable. Since Lo Qian became an elder of the Alchemy Pavilion, Su Qing has only seen him twice. Once 6 months ago, when he recruited Xia Shihan, and again today. Were it not for the sect competition, which requires the participation of every elder, it is likely that Lo Qian would still be in the Alchemy Pavilion. Over the past year, however, Lo Qian has progressed from a first-tier alchemist to a second-tier alchemist, now capable of refining pills suitable for the foundation establishment stage. Among the 10 elders, his status is quite esteemed. So it really is just the 2 of you? Lo Qian chuckles awkwardly, then shakes his head before adopting a serious expression. "Shihan, do you have confidence in this competition?" "Master, I am confident." "Good. Oh, you've reached the 4th level of qi refinement." Suddenly, Lo Qian senses Xia Shihan's cultivation level, a hint of surprise crossing his face. "Yes, master. Over the past 6 months, my senior brother has given me gathering spirit pills, which allowed me to successfully break through to the 4th level of qi refinement." "Ha! Excellent. I believe you will enter the ranks of core disciples in this competition." Lo Qian exclaims joyfully, his heart beginning to brim with anticipation that he understands that Huiyun's sect, being newly established, has mostly recruited disciples with low levels of qi refinement, and these disciples are quite young. The true disciples merely possess superior spiritual roots, and their cultivation levels are not particularly high. Xia Shihan's 4th level of qi refinement is commendable. This defensive spirit treasure, named Zixiaxiani, I shall bestow upon you, along with these pills. Take them all. Lo Qian retrieves a slightly glowing purple defensive spirit treasure and several bottles of pills from his storage bag, tossing them to Xia Shihan. Upon receiving the Zixiaxiani, Xia Shihan beams with joy. This is the first time her master has given her something, and she quickly expresses her gratitude to Lo Qian. She then turns her gaze to Su Qing. Thank you, master. But master, won't you give senior brother some treasures as well? Ha, junior sister, I will not be participating in this competition. Su Qing laughs heartily, with his first level of qi refinement. He wouldn't dare enter such a contest that you're not going, senior brother. Of course not. With my first level of qi refinement, I would be outclassed by even some inner disciples. Entering this competition would merely be seeking punishment. Wouldn't it, master? Lo Qian looks at Su Qing, reflecting on his understanding of this disciple. Since entering the sect and becoming a student, Su Qing has always been quite reserved, rarely venturing out, aside from the disciples of Zhushan Peak. Others in the sect likely do not even know he is a true disciple. With a resigned shake of his head, Lo Qian remarks, Indeed, it would be futile for you to attend. Zhushan Peak will rely on you. The competition is in 3 days. You may leave now. With that, he rises and exits the grand hall. That Su Qing promptly pulls Xia Shihan along to leave the Peak Master's Hall. It seems we need to recruit some more true disciples, or else Zhushan Peak will truly be ridiculed by the other peaks. Observing their retreating figures and recalling the true disciples from other peaks, Lo Qian chuckles to himself. Senior brother, are you really not going? Why not give it a try? It could serve as a form of training. Outside, Xia Shihan continues to persuade Su Qing. Go. Junior sister, there is no need to convince me. I simply wish to spend these 9 years peacefully at Zhushan Peak, with no desire to involve myself in other matters. 9 years? Why? Will you leave after 9 years, senior brother? Are you leaving? But that is nonsense. Don't speak such things. Seeing that Xia Shihan wishes to inquire further, Su Qing swiftly stops her. All right, I'll return to my cave dwelling now. You should go cultivate in 3 days. I will come to cheer for you. With that, he hastily makes his way toward his cave. 9 years? What does that mean? Is senior brother planning to leave? Watching Su Qing's retreating figure, Xia Shihan feels a sense of confusion, unsure of what he meant. However, since Su Qing did not elaborate further, she refrains from speculating, letting out a faint sigh before turning to head toward her own cave. In these 3 days, it seems the entire sect buzzes with discussions about the competition, even overshadowing the news of Yun Jinghong's breakthrough to the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Finally, today the eagerly anticipated competition officially commences this moment. The martial arts arena of the sect is filled with spectators, comprising ordinary inner disciples from various peaks. Above the arena, a designated area accommodates the elders and true disciples from each peak, all of whom are participants in this competition. Su Qing is seated among them, alongside Lo Qian and Xia Shihan. He estimates that over 100 true disciples are participating, and he fervently hopes Xia Shihan will secure a place among the core disciples, bringing honor to Zhushan Peak. Thus he continuously encourages her. At this juncture, Sect Master Yun Jinghong stands in the arena, announcing the rules and rewards of the competition. After listening, even Su Qing feels a twinge of envy. It turns out that the 20 core disciples selected in this competition will each receive a contribution of 10,000 from the sect, a valuable asset indeed, as Su Qing has experienced during his time at Ziyun sect. Furthermore, the 20 core disciples will also receive a Peling Dan, a type of elixir Su Qing has never heard of, prompting him to inquire with Lo Qian. Lo Qian informs him. The Peling Dan is one of the most precious first-tier elixirs, second only to the Foundation Establishment Pill. Its efficacy allows a qi refinement cultivator to break through one small realm, independent of their spiritual root quality. However, this elixir has a tolerance. After consuming 3 Peling Dan, it loses its effectiveness. Therefore, it is advisable for qi refinement cultivators to take 3 Peling Dan upon reaching the 7th level of qi refinement for optimal results, as it can almost guarantee reaching the peak of the 10th level of qi refinement. However, this elixir requires a second-tier alchemist to concoct, and its ingredients are exceedingly rare, making it highly coveted throughout the entire Tianluo domain. Master, what materials are needed to concoct the Peling Dan? Is it difficult to make? Suddenly, Su Qing expresses interest in the Peling Dan, quietly asking Lo Qian that he knows that only his master, as a second-tier alchemist, would be capable of producing it. Haha, as a second-tier alchemist. It's a simple task. What? Do you wish to learn alchemy? Luo Qian's demeanor swelled with pride. He had now ascended to the rank of a second-grade alchemist, earning profound respect from everyone in the sect. Particularly when discussions turned to alchemy, he was filled with enthusiasm. However, upon recalling the materials required for the crafting of the Broken Spirit Pill, his expression grew solemn. But alas, the materials are exceedingly difficult to procure. How difficult, you ask? You wouldn't comprehend even if I told you, Master. Please do not keep me in suspense. Do share. Noticing Luo Qian's teasing demeanor, Su Qing felt a twinge of impatience and vigorously shook his arm. All right, I shall tell you, but behave yourself. Luo Qian playfully tapped Su Qing on the head, then leaned closer, whispering as if afraid of being overheard. Tio concoct the Broken Spirit Pill. 2 primary ingredients are required. The 9-leaf mushroom, which can only be found in the secret realm, and the demon core from a gold core stage beast. Gold core beasts? A secret realm. Su Qing's heart raced in astonishment. He had never anticipated that a pill meant for the qi refining stage would involve such formidable creatures. Moreover, he had never heard of this secret realm. Eagerly, he pressed on, Master, what is this secret realm? Where is it located? You wouldn't know even if I told you. Even if you did, you'd never gain entry. Luo Qian retorted dismissively. Are you truly looking down on me? Su Qing replied, a hint of frustration in his voice, that it's not that I think little of you. Here, take this. It contains detailed information about the secret realms in the Tianluo domain. Seeing Su Qing's slightly disheartened expression, Luo Qian thought for a moment and tossed him a jade slip. Upon receiving the slip, Su Qing quickly infused it with a trace of spiritual energy. And the information within flooded his mind. It turned out that a secret realm is an independent space with its own unique environment, encircled by a large array, the origins of which remain a mystery. As if it were naturally formed, there are 3 secret realms within the Tianluo domain. The first is the Tianjian Peak secret realm, where the protective array only permits those at the nascent soul stage and above to enter. Those below this level cannot pass through. The jade slip contained little information about what lay within, as only those at the nascent soul stage had previously entered. The secret realm opens once every 10 years for a duration of 1 month. The second is the Yunming Marsh secret realm, which only allows gold core stage cultivators to enter. Anyone below this rank cannot gain entry. This realm is home to the primary ingredient for the Broken Spirit Pill, the 9-leaf mushroom, and opens every 3 years for a period of 2 weeks. The third is the Xingyun Valley secret realm, accessible to both foundation establishment and qi refining stage cultivators. This section was extensively detailed, including information about the realm's outputs and the distribution of demon beasts, all meticulously annotated. The Xingyun Valley secret realm opens once a year for 7 days, after which participants are automatically teleported out by the array. Each major sect has already made arrangements to send 1 foundation establishment disciple and 10 qi refining disciples each year, allowing them to seek opportunities and treasures based on their abilities. For the Yunming Marsh secret realm, each sect sends 1 gold core cultivator, while the 9-leaf mushroom was obtained by Yun Jinghong during the last opening of the secret realm. There were no descriptions for the Tianjian Peak secret realm, as it involved the nascent soul elders, and the jade slip did not elaborate on their negotiations. Chapter 23. Superior Spirit Artifact. After perusing the jade slip, Su Qing couldn't help but marvel at the competitiveness surrounding the Xingyun Valley secret realm. Nearly all sects in the Tianluo domain would participate, making the competition immensely fierce, truly unimaginable. Indeed, but knowing is futile. The Yunming Marsh requires a gold core cultivator. Do you think you can reach that level? Seeing Su Qing deep in thought after finishing the jade slip, Luo Qian remarked. However, Su Qing did not respond. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the Broken Spirit Pill. Master, do you have any Broken Spirit Pills left? Please give me one. Su Qing returned the jade slip to Luo Qian and suddenly asked, You are overly optimistic. The sect leader provided only 10 9-leaf mushrooms, and I managed to refine merely 20 Broken Spirit Pills, all designated as rewards for the upcoming grand competition. Furthermore, even if I had more, I could not possibly give you one. Such a rare elixir, how could I dare to take it for myself? Luo Qian replied, a hint of irritation in his tone. 1 mushroom can produce only 2 pills. Su Qing inquired, No, a single mushroom can yield 10 pills. but you must understand that alchemy comes with a success rate. You truly are a fool. Ah, so that's how it is. I had no idea there was a success rate, Su Qing exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. It seemed that a highly successful alchemist could indeed amass a fortune. He calculated in his mind, noting that Luo Qian's success rate was a mere 20%, which caused him to chuckle softly, that Dio not mock. Even though my success rate is only 20%. It is still rather commendable. The alchemists from other sects do not surpass my rate. Luo Qian retorted that is it truly that difficult to refine? You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Why not come and learn alchemy for yourself? Su Qing fell silent for a moment. Luo Qian's words resonated deeply within him, and he suddenly spoke earnestly, Master, I wish to join the alchemy pavilion. Please teach me the art of alchemy. He felt that rather than merely lingering about for the next 9 years, it would be more beneficial to acquire an additional skill. Thus, he resolved to join the alchemy pavilion. Really? You genuinely want to come? You must be jesting. Luo Qian was taken aback. Truly, Master. I am sincere. I shall join you after the grand competition. A year prior, Luo Qian had hoped for Su Qing to join the alchemy pavilion and learn from him. But Su Qing had vehemently refused. Now, witnessing his earnest demeanor, Luo Qian nodded in agreement. All right, after the competition, I shall seek permission from the sect leader. But you must not back out halfway. Thank you, Master. I will certainly study diligently. At that moment, Yin Jinghong had finished speaking, and the grand competition was about to commence. The qi refining stage trials were not particularly glamorous. Most participants had only learned the basic spells, so the outcome depended largely on their cultivation level and mastery of techniques, along with their artifacts and pills. However, the competition rules stipulated that no pills could be used, rendering it relatively fair that Su Qing lost interest after a while. He merely wanted to wait for Xia Shihan to finish her match, so he could find an excuse to leave early. Finally, it was Xia Shihan's turn to compete. She still wore a veil, wielding a spiritual sword, resembling a celestial maiden from a distance, radiating an ethereal charm. This competition utilized a group point system, requiring each participant to compete in multiple matches within their group. In her first match, Xia Shihan faced a male disciple at the 4th layer of qi refining, and Su Qing recognized him immediately. He was the same disciple who had reprimanded him in the martial arts pavilion, a direct disciple of Elder Qindong. Zhushan Peak, Xia Shihan, please instruct me. Xia Shihan clasped her hands together in a gesture of respect, akin to a chivalrous woman. Shihuan Peak, Zhou Hao, please guide me, senior sister. The young man reciprocated politely that so. Zhou Hao was his name. Su Qing began to cheer for his junior sister in his heart. The battle commenced, with Zhou Hao launching a wind blade attack. Xia Shihan nimbly dodged and countered with a fireball, which Zhou Hao also evaded. The exchange of spells continued, each participant trading blows for what felt like dozens of rounds. Eventually, Zhou Hao seemed to exhaust his spiritual energy, quickly closing the distance to engage in close combat with Xia Shihan. In truth, Xia Shihan was also running low on energy. She welcomed the close-quarters combat, for she was adorned in the enchanting Zixia fairy garment. Indeed, Zhou Hao's attack struck her, only causing bursts of purple light without inflicting any damage. Yet Xia Shihan's strikes unsettled him, disrupting his breath and causing his energy to dissipate. With a resounding impact, Zhou Hao could not withstand Xia Shihan's blow, and his figure was sent flying from the stage, crashing to the ground as he spat out a mouthful of blood. That I concede. After uttering her words, Xia Shihan gracefully descended from the stage. Zhushan Peak, Xia Shihan wins, earning 3 points, a disciple shouted from the sidelines. Impressive. Junior sister is amazing. Su Qing exclaimed, filled with excitement. Indeed, your junior sister performed remarkably. She has only just entered the 4th layer of qi refining, while Zhou Hao has reached the pinnacle of that same stage. Luo Qian remarked, his face beaming with pride. Truly, it must be the Zixia fairy garment bestowed by Master that played a significant role. I noticed Zhou Hao couldn't even breach its defenses in close combat. What grade is that fairy garment? Su Qing pondered, having learned that artifacts are categorized from low to high as spirit artifacts, magical artifacts, treasure artifacts, and Dao artifacts, corresponding to the respective stages of qi refining. Foundation establishment, gold core, and nascent soul. Each grade is further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and supreme. Qi refining cultivators can only utilize the corresponding spirit artifacts. One cannot wield a Tao artifact reserved for nascent soul cultivators, as their spiritual power is insufficient to control such high-tier artifacts. Thus, Su Qing believed tales of individuals defeating opponents across significant cultivation divides were mere fabrications, as both the disparity in cultivation and the quality of artifacts must be immense. That fairy garment is a superior spirit artifact. Superior. No wonder its defenses are so formidable. Master, where did you refine it? Upon hearing that Su Qing was of high caliber, he could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. However, he was perplexed as to how Luo Qian had acquired it, and why it remained a treasure meant for female practitioners. I obtained it after vanquishing an evil female cultivator during my early days before joining the sect. Luo Qian proclaimed with pride, but Su Qing cast a silent glance in his direction, fully aware that the realm of cultivation harbored many malevolent practitioners who indulged in nefarious techniques, often committing heinous acts against the innocent. Yet Luo Qian, at the late stage of foundation building, seemed rather smug about having taken down a mere qi refining stage adversary. All Su Qing could muster was a perfunctory smile. Master is formidable. After a considerable time, it was Xia Shihan's turn to take the stage. As expected, she secured victory within a few exchanges. Following that, she continued to dominate, achieving a series of resounding victories, ultimately ranking first in her group and smoothly entering the top 20. Su Qing initially thought the competition had concluded, only to discover that there would be a ranking battle among the core disciples, where the top 20 would face off in pairs to determine the foremost among them, destined to become the leader of these core disciples. Unfortunately for Xia Shihan, she encountered a 6th-layer qi refining practitioner in the first round. Despite the overwhelming disparity in their realms, she managed to hold her ground for quite some time before succumbing. When she returned to Su Qing's side, she appeared somewhat despondent and remained silent, but Su Qing sought to console her, urging her not to dwell on it, reminding her that fortunes ebb and flow, and that her primary focus should be on diligent cultivation, with foundation building as her ultimate goal. Finally, after the competition concluded, rewards were distributed, when the breaking spirit pills and sect contributions were handed out to each core disciple. Jubilant expressions lit up their faces. Soon after, the event came to an end, and everyone returned to their respective peaks. Su Qing and Xia Shihan followed Luo Qian back to Zhushan Peak, outside Su Qing's cave dwelling. Xia Shihan stood there for quite some time, lost in thought and silent, while Su Qing regarded her with confusion. What is the matter? Are you still brooding over that? I told you not to worry about it. Focus on your cultivation and aim for foundation building. Su Qing discerned that Xia Shihan was still burdened by her thoughts, believing she was upset about her defeat. No. That's not it. Xia Shihan shook her head, gazing at Su Qing as if making a resolution within her heart. She took out a pill from her storage bag. Brother, this breaking spirit pill is for you. In her hand, a pill gleaming with a silvery light appeared, marking Su Qing's first encounter with the breaking spirit pill, that he could feel the rich spiritual energy emanating from the pill, accompanied by a delightful fragrance that was invigorating. This breaking spirit pill was an immensely precious item for qi refining practitioners, and Su Qing felt deeply touched that she would offer it to him. Are you truly willing to give this to me? He asked earnestly, gazing at Xia Shihan's face obscured by a veil. Of course, this breaking spirit pill does not consider one's spiritual root quality. After you take it, you will surely elevate your realm, Xia Shihan replied earnestly without hesitation. And what about you? Wouldn't it be more beneficial for you? My spiritual root is better than yours, and I will undoubtedly break through to foundation building in the future. This breaking spirit pill would serve you better. Then I shall not be polite. Su Qing chuckled, preparing to reach for the pill, but Xia Shihan placed it directly into his hand, evidently pleased. This gesture stirred a wave of emotion within Su Qing. You are truly kind to me. He marveled inwardly. However, he had initially intended to jest about accepting it, for after 9 years, he would regain his yuan in cultivation. Thus, he had no need for the breaking spirit pill. Consequently, he clasped Xia Shihan's small hand and returned the pill to her. Junior sister, your goodwill I gratefully acknowledge. However, this pill is not suited for me. Even with it, I cannot break through to foundation building. But no buts. Take it back. Be obedient. Seeing Su Qing's resolute stance, Xia Shihan reluctantly retrieved the breaking spirit pill. Yet, her small hand remained in his grasp, causing her cheeks to flush slightly, but she did not withdraw, allowing him to hold her hand, her heart racing like a startled deer. Moreover, brother, I will soon enter the alchemy pavilion to learn from Master. You should concentrate on your cultivation, understood? Brother is going to learn alchemy. Xia Shihan expressed her surprise. Indeed, if the opportunity arises, I will procure a couple more breaking spirit pills for you, and you can take them when you reach the 7th layer of qi refining. Ah, brother must be jesting. Do you not believe me? I do, I believe. Though she felt he was joking, the seriousness of his demeanor and the unwavering determination in his gaze compelled Xia Shihan to nod vigorously. All right, I shall seek Master now. You should focus on your cultivation. As Su Qing released her hand and turned towards the Peak Master's Hall, Xia Shihan remained rooted in place, her gaze lingering on his retreating figure. Unable to tear her eyes away, she touched her small hand, seemingly savoring the warmth that lingered. What is happening to me? She pondered, brushing her flushed cheeks, a peculiar sensation blooming within her heart that a day later. At the entrance of the alchemy pavilion, Su Qing stood admiring the grand architecture before him, inhaling the fragrant aromas wafting from within, and could not help but exclaim, "What an impressive sight! Which peak disciple are you?" The alchemy pavilion is a sacred ground. Unauthorized individuals must not intrude. Suddenly, the doors of the pavilion swung open, revealing a stern-faced young man confronting Su Qing. "I am here to see Elder Luo Qian." Su Qing replied courteously, for this was undoubtedly his master's domain, and invoking Luo Qian's name would surely be effective. "Elder Luo? Could you be Su Qing?" The young man was taken aback, scrutinizing Su Qing with a strange expression. "You are at the 1st layer of qi refining?" Yesterday, Elder Luo had informed several disciples of the alchemy pavilion that his senior disciple, Su Qing, would be visiting today. To his surprise, the person before him was indeed Su Qing. Yet he sensed that Su Qing's cultivation was merely at the 1st layer of qi refining, which left him somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, he inquired politely, "May I ask if you are senior brother Su Qing?" "Yes, that is I.S. my master present." Su Qing observed the young man's expression, surmising that his cultivation had astonished him. However, he had long since grown accustomed to it. After all, he had his master's protection, and anyone who encountered him would outwardly show great respect that he is indeed here. "Please, senior brother, follow me today as anticipated." The young man led Su Qing into the alchemy pavilion with great deference, introducing him to the establishment. The pavilion was expansive, comprising 2 levels. The 1st floor served as a workspace and resting area for the apprentices, while the 2nd floor housed the alchemy rooms, with 4 alchemy chambers in total. The largest chamber was reserved for Luo Qian, while the other 3 were designated for the apprentices' practice. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Su Qing spotted Luo Qian. "Master." "Ah, you have arrived." Luo Qian acknowledged at Eligu. "You may leave now." "Yes, Elder." Luo Qian dismissed the apprentice and turned to Su Qing with a serious expression. "Su Qing, I have consulted with the sect leader. Henceforth, you shall follow me to learn the art of alchemy." "Yes, master. However, I must clarify the rules. Once you enter the alchemy pavilion and attain the rank of a 1st-tier alchemist, you shall be bound to serve the sect for life, should other sects attempt to recruit you in the future. You must never betray us. You are to take an oath to the heavens." "Wait, is it really that stringent?" Su Qing was taken aback, not expecting such peculiar regulations for alchemists. Nevertheless, Luo Qian explained further. It turned out that alchemists were exceedingly rare in the Tianluo domain, while the demand for medicinal pills was immense. Thus, every sect faced considerable challenges in nurturing a qualified alchemist, which required substantial resources. Once an alchemist was cultivated, the entire sect's supply of medicinal pills would be secured, eliminating the need to procure them from other sections. Furthermore, a high-tier alchemist could concoct advanced pills for sale to other sections. Consequently, sects were adamant about preventing their hard-won alchemists from being poached by others, necessitating that these alchemists take an oath to the heavens. "Fine. I, Su Qing, shall take the oath to the heavens." After listening to the explanation, Su Qing took the oath without hesitation. It did not concern him. The oath held no sway over him, and he had no intention of leaving Huiyan's sect anytime soon. Once Su Qing completed the oath, Luo Qian stroked his 2 wisps of white beard, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Although Su Qing's spiritual roots were lacking, he was among the first to follow him, and Luo Qian held a protective sentiment towards him. "All right, from today onwards, you shall reside in the alchemy pavilion. Here is a comprehensive book on pharmacology. Study it on your own. in 1 month. I shall return to assess your progress, that if you pass, you will officially become an alchemy apprentice. With that, Luo Qian tossed him a book and entered the alchemy chamber. Yes, master. Su Qing took the book and began to peruse its pages slowly. This comprehensive pharmacological text documented all the spiritual herbs and plants found in the Xuantian continent, with each herb's medicinal properties clearly annotated. After only a few pages, Su Qing became utterly engrossed. His memory was remarkably potent, likely linked to the reincarnation fruit. Each time he was reborn, the myriad memories of his past lives remained vivid, as if imprinted in his mind. Thus, with each turn of the page, he could swiftly recall the information contained within. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped by, and soon it was evening, yet Su Qing remained on the second floor. Absorbed in the pharmacological treatise, that moment, the apprentice Li Gu, who had descended earlier, returned to invite Su Qing for dinner. However, noticing Su Qing's intense focus, he refrained from interrupting him, reflecting on his own journey. Half a year prior, when he first joined the Alchemy Pavilion, he too had been driven by such diligence. Yet it had taken him over 3 months to memorize this very text, after which he passed Elder Luo's assessment and became an alchemical apprentice. Elder Luo had imparted some alchemical techniques to him, but despite numerous attempts over the past 3 months, he had yet to succeed in creating any elixirs, leading him to doubt his own abilities. And now he was on the verge of giving up. Luo Qian had informed them that alchemists were categorized into various ranks: first grade, second grade, third grade, and fourth grade, beyond which he was uncertain. Each grade was further divided into low, middle, and high tiers based on the success rate of their alchemical creations. Those with a success rate below 20% were considered low tier, while those with rates between 20 and 50% were classified as middle tier. And those exceeding 50% were deemed high-tier, in the entire Tianluo domain. The majority were low-tier alchemists, with Luo Qian himself being a low-tier second-grade alchemist, that a first-grade alchemist could concoct all elixirs suitable for the qi refinement stage, including the most coveted foundation establishment pill, while a second-grade alchemist like Luo Qian could create pills for the foundation establishment stage. Sighing, Li Gu hoped that Su Qing would persevere, that he cast one last glance at Su Qing, who was deeply engrossed in his reading, and then descended the stairs. For the next half-month, Su Qing immersed himself day and night in the study of the pharmacological text at By this time. He had moved to the first floor, where Li Gu had arranged a bedroom for him. During this period, apart from coming out for meals, he isolated himself in his room, earning the admiration of several fellow alchemical apprentices for his tenacity. Luo Qian had explained to Su Qing that apart from him, there were no other alchemists in the pavilion. Only apprentices, totaling 5, along with some herb gatherers and laborers who were inner disciples assigned to perform tasks for the sect. The Alchemy Pavilion frequently posted tasks in the sect's affairs hall, requiring some herb gatherers and laborers to handle miscellaneous duties, such as cleaning the alchemical furnaces or harvesting spiritual herbs from the herb garden. The laborers also performed cleaning tasks and prepared meals for the apprentices. Most of these apprentices had joined the Alchemy Pavilion 6 months ago, yet none had succeeded in concocting any elixirs. Su Qing couldn't help but reflect. As Luo Qian had said, nurturing a competent alchemist was indeed a formidable challenge. Apart from abundant resources, the inherent talent of the apprentices was crucial, requiring substantial time investment. Consequently, alchemists spent nearly all their time on alchemy, unable to devote themselves to cultivation, which resulted in their generally low levels of cultivation within the realm of cultivation. Thus, alchemists had limited lifespans, and to ensure the continuation of their craft, they had to recruit apprentices to prevent the art of alchemy from fading into obscurity. Most alchemical apprentices possessed less than optimal spiritual roots. Their slow progress compelled them to choose the path of an alchemist, knowing that even with low cultivation, they would earn the respect of higher-tier practitioners. Su Qing, however, was indifferent to such respect. He was solely focused on quickly mastering the pharmacological text so he could pass his master's assessment and finally engage in true alchemy. After another half-month, one day, Su Qing closed the book, mentally reviewing its contents to at last. He had memorized everything. Stretching with delight, he left his room in the main hall of the Alchemy Pavilion. Only a few laborers were tidying up, and no apprentices were in sight, likely all attempting alchemy in the second-floor alchemical room. Su Qing ascended to the second floor, locating his master's alchemical chamber. Indeed, as he approached the door, he could hear his master's voice instructing the other apprentices. Though it seemed tinged with a hint of irritation, Su Qing knocked on the door, and after a moment, it swung open to reveal Li Gu, his face flushed and his eyes devoid of spirit. Clearly disheartened at Su Xiao, Li Gu greeted softly before stepping aside, his gaze unconsciously fixed to the ground. That it was evident he had faced reprimand from Luo Qian. That Su Qing shook his head slightly and peered into the alchemical chamber, where Luo Qian was instructing 3 other apprentices by the alchemical furnace. "Master," Su Qing called out. Luo Qian looked up, a hint of surprise crossing his features. "You little rascal. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be busy mastering the pharmacological text?" "Master, I have come to participate in the assessment today." "Assessment? Has it been a month already?" "Ah, it seems it truly has. Come in," Luo Qian exclaimed, patting his head in realization, a trace of astonishment in his expression as he reflected on how swiftly time had passed. His disciple had already been at the alchemy pavilion for a month. He then turned to the 4 apprentices, instructing them, "You all go out and familiarize yourselves with the alchemical details again. That it's been months, and none of you have managed to produce even a single elixir. Utterly foolish." His tone was stern, prompting the apprentices to lower their heads in acknowledgement as they hastily exited the room. "Master, please don't be angry. It's detrimental to your health." Su Qing approached Luo Qian, observing how much older he appeared over the past year. The already pale hair had turned a more brilliant shade of white, a testament to the burdens he bore for the alchemy pavilion. Su Qing felt a wave of sympathy. Alas, their talents are simply too lacking. "I can't help but wonder if they are truly suited for alchemy." Luo Qian sighed helplessly. "That is merely because you are exceptionally skilled, master. How can others possibly compare?" "Haha, you little rascal. You know how to flatter." Luo Qian chuckled with delight. "However, do not think that this means you will pass the assessment easily. Even as my disciple, if you do not meet the standards, you must continue to study the pharmacological text. Do you understand? Do not hold back. Let us begin directly." Su Qing replied confidently. "Hold back? No, no, no. You will be assessed just as others are." "Very well, then I shall take my seat. Let the assessment commence." Luo Qian's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "I ask you, what grade of spiritual herb is Jin Ling Chao, and what are its medicinal effects?" Jin Ling Chao is a 2nd-grade spiritual herb with the medicinal properties of. Su Qing began to respond. Luo Qian's inquiries came rapidly, and Su Qing's answers flowed even faster, requiring no deliberation. Perhaps sensing that his questions were too simplistic, Luo Qian increased the difficulty. However, as the questions progressed, Luo Qian found himself increasingly astonished. Su Qing seemed as though he were reading from the text, answering without a moment's pause. An hour later, Luo Qian wore a look of satisfaction, unable to conceal his delight. "Who would have thought you, little rascal, would grasp this pharmacology so thoroughly? Even I feel somewhat inadequate." During this assessment, Luo Qian had posed hundreds of questions regarding spiritual herbs, and Su Qing had answered them all correctly and with remarkable speed, demonstrating an in-depth understanding of their properties and uses, which greatly pleased Luo Qian. Suddenly, he realized that Su Qing indeed possessed a natural talent for alchemy. "How is it, master? Did I pass?" "Indeed. You may become an alchemical apprentice." "Splendid. Now, please teach me alchemy," Su Qing exclaimed joyfully. "Why the rush? Take this detailed alchemical guide and study it for 3 days. After that, I will begin to teach you alchemy." "Yes, master. I shall do so immediately." Su Qing clutched the tome detailing the intricacies of alchemy and dashed out of the alchemy chamber like the wind, making his way to the 1st floor and bursting into the bedroom. He closed the door behind him and began to read. The pages of the book were quite thin, containing only a basic introduction to alchemy, some formulas for various elixirs, and detailed descriptions of their properties. However, Su Qing soon realized that these elixirs were merely fundamental concoctions, and the rarer ones were not documented within. It was no wonder that each apprentice possessed a copy. Evidently, these were not particularly rare items. The basic alchemical techniques were straightforward, merely outlining the necessary equipment such as the alchemical furnace, medicinal cauldron, guiding herbs, primary ingredients, supplementary materials, and spiritual fire, among others. The term spiritual fire was somewhat unfamiliar to Su Qing, prompting him to examine it more closely. He discovered that spiritual fire was a flame condensed from one's own spiritual energy, utilized to regulate the temperature of the alchemical furnace. However, the mastery required to manipulate spiritual fire was notably high. along with the precise sequence for introducing the various ingredients, when to add the guiding herbs, the primary ingredients, and the supplementary materials, all of which demanded careful consideration. Should these elements be improperly controlled, the alchemical process could result in an explosion of the furnace. This explosion, known as furnace detonation, occurred when the properties of the primary and supplementary ingredients clashed, that if a furnace explosion occurred while refining elixirs for the qi refinement stage, the resulting damage would be relatively minor and pose little threat to the cultivator. Conversely, if an explosion occurred while refining foundation establishment elixirs, only cultivators who had reached the foundation establishment stage would be able to withstand the blast force. Hence, it was generally unwise for cultivators at the qi refinement stage, even those fortunate enough to attain the rank of a second-tier alchemist, to attempt refining foundation establishment elixirs, as a mishap could lead to severe injury or worse. Nevertheless, the tome also documented a rare phenomenon known as heaven and earth rare fire, a flame naturally generated from the spiritual energy of the world. This fire could be stored within the dantian, serving as both an offensive tool and a substitute for spiritual fire during alchemical processes. Using this rare fire for alchemy was exceptionally advantageous. First, it did not deplete the alchemist's own spiritual energy. Second, it could envelop the properties of the elixir, preventing any adverse reactions due to operational errors, thus averting furnace explosions. Should an alchemist be fortunate enough to acquire a type of rare fire, it would indeed be a transformative boon. However, such rare fire was exceedingly scarce. According to the records in the tome, within the Tianluo region, only one alchemist possessed rare fire, Elder Xie Qingfeng of the Alchemy Pavilion of the Xiandao sect, who was a mid-tier 4th-grade alchemist and also the president of the Alchemist Association in the Tianluo region. Yu Qing reflected on the information contained in the pages, marveling at the prowess of the Xiandao sect, which had risen to dominance not only due to its ancestors' attainment of the perfected nascent soul stage, but also because of the presence of a 4th-grade alchemist with rare fire. Yet he pondered the nature of the Alchemist Association that he resolved to inquire about it with Luo Qian in a few days. Chapter 26. 1st-grade alchemist. 3 days later, Su Qing excitedly entered Luo Qian's alchemy chamber. Having thoroughly mastered the basic techniques of alchemy, it was now time to put theory into practice and gain experience. Gazing at the alchemical furnace before him, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy, Su Qing could hardly contain his exhilaration. Rather than rushing into the topic of alchemy, he first inquired about the Alchemist Association. It turned out that this association was established by the Ascending Immortal Alliance in the central part of the Xiantian continent, with its headquarters located within the alliance itself. The association was essentially formed to evaluate alchemists throughout the continent, issuing corresponding grade tokens upon completion of the assessment. Possessing such a token was essential for proving one's status as an alchemist. However, one could opt not to undergo evaluation, albeit at the cost of lacking recognition as an alchemist. Typically, sects with alchemists would require their members to undergo evaluation by the association to demonstrate their sect's strength to the outside world. Luo Qian possessed a low-tier 2nd-grade alchemist token, which he had obtained when he first became a 2nd-grade alchemist after being evaluated by the branch of the Alchemist Association established within the Xiandao sect, presided over by Elder Xie Qingfeng. After hearing Luo Qian's explanation, Su Qing experienced a moment of clarity. It seemed the evaluation merely served as a symbolic status. Nevertheless, he resolved that should he become an alchemist in the future, he would not seek evaluation at the association, believing that having Luo Qian as the sole token holder was sufficient. After all, he intended to practice alchemy primarily within the sect, with limited opportunities to venture outside, rendering the title of alchemist unnecessary to that moment. Su Qing organized his thoughts and earnestly addressed Luo Qian. "Master, please teach me alchemy today. I am fully prepared." Luo Qian, who was currently arranging a collection of spiritual herbs, glanced up at Su Qing and, with a gentle smile, pointed to the herbs in his hands. "These spiritual herbs have already been prepared by me. Today, I shall teach you how to concoct the most fundamental elixir, the recovery pill. Pay close attention." Understood. Time passed swiftly, and for cultivators, years, decades, or even centuries seemed to vanish in an instant. 3 years later, the Huiyun sect had gradually emerged as the dominant force among the scattered sections. However, the number of disciples remained around 2,000, as the sect only admitted new disciples once a year, and the requirements for spiritual roots had also been raised accordingly, resulting in fewer admissions each year. Within the sect, each peak master had gained several true disciples, and the Zhushan peak had also welcomed 2 new true disciples, although Su Qing had only encountered them once during their recruitment by Luo Qian a year prior. At that time, Su Qing had also taken the opportunity to visit Xia Shihan. The young girl exhibited remarkable talent, having remarkably advanced from the 4th level of Qi refinement to the pinnacle of the 5th level in just 2 years. This accelerated cultivation pace led Su Qing to believe that she could reach advanced stages of Qi refinement within a decade. Luo Qian, equally pleased, rewarded her with numerous elixirs. During that day, Su Qing conversed with her extensively and inquired about her experiences over the past 2 years. It turned out that not long ago, Xia Shihan, along with 9 other core disciples, accompanied a Foundation establishment elder from the sect to the Starfall Secret Realm. Within the Secret Realm, they vanquished several Qi refinement stage beasts, honing their practical combat skills, while also acquiring many rare spiritual herbs and resources. No wonder Su Qing had previously noticed an influx of rare spiritual herbs in the Alchemy Pavilion. They were indeed the spoils of this Secret Realm expedition. Afterward, Su Qing returned to the Alchemy Pavilion, remaining indoors for yet another year. Throughout the 3 years, he dedicated himself to the relentless practice of alchemical techniques. Remarkably, just a month after Luo Qian first instructed him, he successfully concocted the recovery pill, much to Luo Qian's delight, as he had not expected Su Qing to succeed so swiftly. This encouraged Luo Qian to intensify his teaching efforts, subsequently guiding Su Qing in the preparation of various other Qi refinement elixirs. Ultimately, after a year, Su Qing had mastered the concoction of 10 different Qi refinement elixirs, officially earning him the title of a first-grade alchemist in the following 2 years, aside from solidifying his proficiency in previously learned elixirs. He also acquired knowledge of numerous additional Qi refinement elixirs, except for the Breaking Spirit Pill, for which he lacked materials. He had become adept at nearly all Qi refinement elixirs. It was only in the past month that Luo Qian introduced him to the formula for Foundation establishment elixirs. With that, Su Qing had learned to concoct all Qi refinement elixirs. Now, within the sect, almost everyone was aware that apart from Elder Luo Qian, there existed another first-grade alchemist, Su Qing. However, like most alchemists, Su Qing was merely a low-tier first-grade alchemist, with a success rate of only 20% in his concoctions, which left him feeling rather embarrassed, as he had once mocked his master's success rate, only to find himself in the same predicament. In the past month, Su Qing had been persistently attempting to concoct Foundation establishment elixirs, and today he finally succeeded in creating one in his dedicated alchemy chamber. He stared at the azure glowing Foundation establishment elixir in his hand. Taking a deep breath, damn, that was no easy feat. I have finally succeeded. Now, the second floor's alchemy chamber had been designated exclusively for Su Qing's use, while the 4 alchemy apprentices from 3 years ago had long since been demoted back to ordinary disciples by Luo Qian. Currently, aside from Luo Qian and Su Qing, the alchemy pavilion was filled only with a few herb attendants and miscellaneous laborers. Over the past 3 years, Luo Qian had also recruited a handful of disciples eager to learn alchemy. However, most failed to pass even the basic herbal theory assessment. Frustrated by this, he decided against accepting any more apprentices for several years. Thus, Su Qing's status within the sect had become quite esteemed. Regardless of his cultivation level, the mere title of first-grade alchemist commanded the respect of his fellow disciples at this moment. As Su Qing touched the freshly concocted Foundation establishment elixir, he felt a surge of excitement and resolved to present it to his master. Just as he arrived at the entrance of Luo Qian's alchemy chamber, a loud explosion reverberated from within, indicating a likely furnace detonation. Su Qing pushed the door open, and indeed, he found Luo Qian sprawled on the ground, his body charred with black smoke billowing from the alchemical furnace before him. "Master, are you all right?" Su Qing hurriedly rushed forward to assist him, brushing off the dark medicinal residue from his clothes. "Master, I'm fine." "Damn it, I refuse to believe that this youth-enhancing pill is so difficult to refine." Luo Qian stood up in indignation, unwilling to accept the situation. "The youth-enhancing pill? Master, are you attempting to refine the youth-enhancing pill?" Su Qing exclaimed in shock that he understood that this elixir could only be concocted by a second-tier alchemist and was suitable for all cultivators, that if a young woman of 17 or 18 were to consume it, her beauty would remain eternally at that age, making this pill exceedingly popular throughout the Tianluo domain. However, one of the primary ingredients required for the youth-enhancing pill was the Ujihua flower, which was as difficult to obtain as the main ingredient of the broken spirit pill, the Jiezi. According to the records in the alchemy manual, Ujihua grows in the Starfall secret realm and is incredibly rare. Therefore, each year, when the Starfall secret realm opens, various sects compete fiercely for this flower. Indeed, I am refining the youth-enhancing pill. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be concocting pills? Luo Qian inquired, raising an eyebrow at Su Qing, who was wiping the black mud from his face. I am refining it. Look, isn't this a foundation establishment pill? I made it. Su Qing proudly presented the green glowing pill, waving it before Luo Qian. What did you say? A foundation establishment pill. Really? Let me see it. Luo Qian, seemingly in disbelief, quickly took the foundation establishment pill and examined it. After a moment, his expression relaxed. Not bad. Not bad. This truly is a foundation establishment pill. That it seems you really do have talent. Luo Qian patted Su Qing on the shoulder. Pleased. Master, please teach me the formula for second-tier pills. Suddenly, Su Qing asked, having mastered all first-tier formulas and eager to explore the second-tier ones, that if he could refine 10 types of second-tier pills, he would qualify as a second-tier alchemist. Nonsense. Are you trying to get yourself killed? What if you end up blowing up the cauldron like I did? You could perish, Luo Qian admonished loudly. The explosion of the cauldron has nothing to do with the success rate of alchemy. When alchemy fails, there are only two outcomes. Either all the materials turn to dregs, or they reject each other, causing an explosion. Master, you know my spiritual root will never reach the foundation establishment stage. Does that mean I can never refine second-tier pills? However, if you blow up the cauldron, you won't. No, I can't allow you to refine second-tier pills. Despite Su Qing's valid reasoning, Luo Qian remained adamant, unwilling to risk the life of his hard-earned disciple. Master, I know more. Focus on refining these first-tier pills. The sect has a significant demand, and only you can help share this burden. This matter is not up for discussion. As Su Qing attempted to continue, Luo Qian interrupted, taking the foundation establishment pill from him and ushering him out. Standing outside the alchemy chamber, Su Qing felt a surge of reluctance and was about to knock again when he heard Luo Qian's voice from within. Get lost! Don't disturb me while I refine pills. He could only shake his head helplessly, realizing he would have to wait a few more years. Chapter 27. Xiandao sect time swiftly flew by. And in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. One day, Luo Qian stood on the second floor of the alchemy pavilion, looking at Su Qing with a puzzled expression. That aren't you going? Yes, master. I don't want that identity. IT holds no value for me. You are being utterly reckless. No, you must go. Master. Calling me father won't help. That I'm telling you, whether you like it or not. You are going. Don't force me to take drastic measures and drag you there. Fine, I'll go. Is that satisfactory? Luo Qian smiled happily. But why must I go to obtain this rated identity? Su Qing was still curious. Today, Luo Qian had mentioned taking him to the Alchemist Association for an evaluation. Yet he had no desire to go. The title meant nothing to him. He studied alchemy solely to acquire a skill for himself, not for fame. In response to Su Qing's inquiry, Luo Qian explained that the identity of an alchemist was crucial for the sect. If they wished to become a third-tier sect in the future, they needed not only a foundational cultivator, but also a second-tier alchemist and 3 first-tier alchemists within the sect. Only then would the Ascension Alliance grant them the status of a third-tier sect. All right, since it's for the sect, I shall go. After hearing Luo Qian's explanation, Su Qing felt it would be inappropriate to refuse any longer. That day, Luo Qian used his sword to take Su Qing on their journey. The Xiandao sect was located in the northern part of the Tianluo domain, quite far from the Huiyuan sect. After a few days of flying, they finally arrived near the Xiandao sect. Su Qing had spent the past few days on Luo Qian's flying sword, marveling at the scenery sliding by beneath them, and he found himself reminiscing about the days gone by. It had been over 20 years since he last flew in the sky, and now, soaring above felt incredibly refreshing. At this moment, they had arrived outside the gates of the Xiandao sect. Listen here, kid. Once we enter the Xiandao sect, do not cause any trouble, that we will leave immediately after the evaluation. Do you understand? Luo Qian warned, pointing at the gate of the Xiandao sect. Rest assured, master. You know me. I have always been quite low-key. How could I cause trouble? Haha, true enough. You are indeed cautious. Let us proceed. Su Qing followed closely behind, slowly approaching the gate's formation. "Who goes there? State your name." Suddenly, a disciple of the Xiandao sect emerged from within the formation, demanding their identity in a commanding tone that Su Qing sensed that the individual was merely at the 5th level of qi refinement. It was astonishing how such a gatekeeper could exhibit such arrogance, relying solely on the backing of the Xiandao sect. "Young friend, I am an elder from the Huiyun sect's alchemy pavilion. Today, I have brought my disciple for an evaluation at the Alchemist Association." Luo Qian replied courteously, presenting his alchemist token with a slight flourish. "Second-tier alchemist. Senior, I apologize for my rudeness. Please come in." Upon hearing he was an alchemist and seeing the token displaying his status, the disciple's attitude transformed into one of respect and enthusiasm. Su Qing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing the identity of an alchemist indeed held its advantages. At the very least, people would not provoke you without reason, and they would show you utmost respect. Of course, whether the ancient beings of the nascent soul stage would respect you was another matter entirely. "Thank you for your kindness," Luo Qian expressed with courtesy once more and led Su Qing through the gate. Since Luo Qian had visited the Alchemist Association within the Xiandao sect several times, he did not require the disciple to guide them. The two proceeded in a specific direction. Along the way, Su Qing took in the sights of the Xiandao sect's interior, utterly awestruck by the grandeur of the scene. The cobblestone paths, fragrant flowers, and cranes soaring amidst the mountaintops, with white clouds swirling around the peaks, truly depicted an ethereal paradise. Towering pavilions rose majestically, solemn halls stood proudly, and tranquil bamboo groves exuded an air of serenity and sanctity. The Xiandao sect was indeed magnificent. The spiritual energy here was abundant. It truly deserved its title as the foremost sect in the Tianluo domain. Su Qing couldn't help but marvel internally. After walking for quite some time, Su Qing suddenly noticed a gathering of people ahead. Seemingly engrossed in something, their path to the association required passing this area. He slowed his pace and unconsciously drew closer to the crowd. Upon getting nearer, Su Qing finally understood what was happening. A competition was underway, with two young men glaring fiercely at each other on the stage, while the audience below fixated on the duel, occasionally whispering among themselves. "Who do you think will win? Lu Peng or Qin Fei?" "I believe Qin Fei will win. Although both are at the 7th level of qi refinement, Qin Fei has mastered the Golden Blade technique to a great extent." "No way, I think Lu Peng will win. His body refinement technique is also at the advanced stage, and his physical strength is comparable to a superior spirit artifact. It is tough to break through his defenses." "All right, stop arguing. Regardless of who wins, Senior Sister Zhao won't be interested in either of them." "Huh? Indeed, Senior Sister Zhao is our goddess." The voices of several disciples reached Su Qing's ears. "Zhao Xi. So it's her." Su Qing's heart skipped a beat, surprised to hear the name of his former fiancée. 4 years ago, Zhao had annulled their engagement to join the Xiandao sect at that time. He had feigned indifference, but a hint of displeasure lingered in his heart, prompting him to write a letter of divorce. As time passed, he gradually forgot about the matter, and for the past few years, the name Zhao Xi had almost faded from his memory. Yet upon arriving at the Xiandao sect, he unexpectedly heard her name again. A rivalry. Duel. Su Qing couldn't help but chuckle as he observed the two men on stage. At that moment, the two had already begun their battle, prompting him to stop and watch intently. Just as he was engrossed in the spectacle, he suddenly felt a light tap on his head. "You little rascal. What are you doing? Why are you standing here in a daze? What is so interesting about this qi refinement competition? Hurry up and attend to our business." Luo Qian, having noticed Su Qing's absence, rushed back to find him watching the duel, and he couldn't help but feel amused and exasperated that if you want to compete, couldn't you just wait until the next time we return to the sect for the grand competition? After speaking, he pulled Su Qing along, laughing. No need. I am merely curious." Su Qing scratched his head, offering an awkward smile as he followed Luo Qian away from the scene. However, as they departed, he glanced back at the two individuals on the martial stage. Thinking, "Goddess?" Deep within the Xiandao sect, there stood a grand edifice, the branch of the Alchemist Association in the Tianluo domain. Along the way, Luo Qian informed Su Qing that apart from the association's president, Xie Qingfeng, there were 3 vice presidents, each an elder from the Tai sect, Xing'a Palace, and Tianqing sect's alchemy pavilion. Together with the Xiandao sect, These three sects represented the only four first-rate sects in the Tianluo domain. Additionally, there was a mysterious figure within the branch whom Luo Qian did not know, only aware that this person's status surpassed even that of Xie Qingfeng, that it was rumored that he hailed from the headquarters of the Alchemist Association. Yet he seemed disinterested in the affairs of the branch, spending his days solely in the alchemy chamber. Luo Qian had visited multiple times, but had only encountered him once. After a considerable time, they finally arrived at the entrance of the branch. However, upon arrival, Suqing noticed an unusual desolation, a stark contrast to the bustling scenes of other locations. Luo Qian explained that typically, only alchemists seeking ratings would visit this place, and there were not many alchemists in the entire Tianluo domain. Thus, it was unsurprising that the place was sparsely populated. Most alchemists in the association preferred to remain within their respective sects, lacking the leisure to linger here daily. Usually, only a few stewards and elders were present to oversee the rating assessments to AT that moment, just as Suqing and Luo Qian were about to enter. A resounding voice called out from behind, "Luo, brother." Suqing turned to see an elderly man accompanied by a young woman approaching. The elder, like Luo Qian, had graying hair and 3 wisps of white beard. Yet his physique was quite plump. The young woman was strikingly beautiful, possessing a voluptuous figure reminiscent of a mature woman, yet she appeared quite young. However, due to the miraculous effects of the preserving youth pill, Suqing could not accurately gauge her age, but he did sense that her cultivation was at the first layer of qi refinement, prompting him to steal a few more glances at her. The young woman kept her head slightly bowed as she approached. "Seemingly very SHY.SU brother. Long time no see," exclaimed Luo Qian, recognizing the newcomer. "It's you Hu Daoyu. Long time no see." Luo Qian greeted the elder and proceeded to introduce him to Suqing. The elder's name was Hu Yunshan, an elder of the Alchemy Pavilion from the Cloud Sword sect, a third-rate sect with a Yuanying stage elder within its ranks. The young woman beside him was named Qin Yu, a disciple he had taken under his wing, also here to undergo the alchemist rating today. Subsequently, Luo Qian introduced Suqing to the two, but Suqing noticed that Qin Yu continued to keep her head down, not daring to meet anyone's gaze or offer a greeting, which piqued his curiosity. "You are also at the first layer of qi refinement," Hu Yunshan suddenly remarked, stroking his white beard, his expression oddly fixed on Suqing. "Junior Suqing, greetings, elder Hu. I am merely a waste spirit root. Hence my slow progress that I hope I do not amuse the elder." Suqing offered a polite bow, accustomed to such opening remarks, though. "Young Su, I didn't expect you to be a waste spirit root as well." "Ha! You won't feel inferior now, will you?" At last, Qin Yu lifted her head, her large, peach blossom-like eyes curiously gazing at Suqing. Initially, Suqing thought Hu Yunshan was merely attempting to mock him, a scenario he had grown accustomed to and was unfazed by. But it appeared otherwise. "Elder, who could it be? She is also?" Suqing inquired in astonishment, surprised to encounter another with a waste spirit root, as rare as meeting one with a supreme spirit root. "Ha! Indeed, my disciple also possesses a waste spirit root. She is now 18 years old, just entering the first layer of qi refinement." Hu Yunshan chuckled heartily, giving a pat on the still-staring Qin Yu. "Why don't you greet Elder Luo and young Su? This is quite impolite." At this moment, Qin Yu, who had been gazing at Suqing, seemed to snap back to reality after Hu Yunshan's nudge, hastily looking down again, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Greetings, Elder Luo, greetings, I am Suqing." "Hello, Qin Daoyu." Noticing her uncertainty in addressing him, Suqing quickly referred to her as Daoyu. "Oh, greetings, Su Daoyu." Qin Yu's voice dwindled to a near whisper, almost inaudible, akin to a buzzing insect. Could there truly be such a shy woman? Suqing mused, suspecting her waste spirit root might have instilled a degree of inferiority complex within her. He thus resolved to offer her a measure of confidence. "Qin Daoyu, though we both possess waste spirit roots, should we obtain the alchemist token, we shall be considered individuals of status. There is no need for you to feel so inferior." "Thank you, Su Daoyu, I understand." Qin Yu's response seemed to carry a certain charm, and to Suqing's surprise, she managed a rare, faint smile in gratitude. Thank you, young Su. This is the first time I have seen you are willing to engage with someone." Hu Yunshan laughed heartily. "Senior." Qin Yu blushed again at the remark. "Hu Daoyu, the hour grows late. Shall we proceed inside?" At this point, Luo Qian, feeling somewhat impatient, found the exchange bewildering. What was the fuss about two individuals with waste spirit roots encouraging each other? He hurriedly reminded everyone and stepped through the association's entrance, followed by the others. Inside the association, there was only one steward and two rating elders present. After Suqing and Qin Yu registered their information with the steward, they each entered separate alchemy chambers where the two elders commenced the rating process. The assessment was straightforward. To become a first-rate alchemist, one needed to concoct 10 types of qi refinement pills, with 10 sets of materials prepared for each type, that if one could successfully produce each type, they would be deemed a first-rate alchemist, and their rank would be determined based on the success rate of the 10 sets. Although the materials were provided by the association, the alchemist was required to submit spirit stones. With the fee for a first-rate alchemist rating set at 20,000 spirit stones, regardless of success, the fee remained the same, and once recognized as a first-rate alchemist, an annual fee of 10,000 spirit stones must be paid to the association. Fortunately, the sect covered this cost, and Luo Qian had already taken care of the spirit stones for him to eye in the alchemy chamber. An elder named Chen Li, who was not only a rating elder of the association, but also the third elder of the alchemy pavilion of the Xiandao sect, sat nearby. That he held a distinguished status and was a golden core cultivator, as well as a third-rate alchemist. Despite his high rank, he possessed a friendly demeanor and was currently smiling at Suqing. "Young Su, you may begin." "Very well, I appreciate it, Elder Chun." Suqing commenced the alchemy test, starting with the first pill, the recovery pill, that he was already quite proficient in its concoction, and within the span of a short incense stick. He successfully produced the first set of materials. Following that, he crafted 6 more recovery pills from the remaining 9 sets, achieving a total of 7 pills with a success rate of 70%. However, this did not necessarily qualify him as a high-tier alchemist, for to attain that status, the success rate of all 10 types of pills needed to exceed 50%. Should any single type fall below that threshold, one would remain classified as a mid-tier alchemist, and if any type yielded a mere 20% success rate, they would be considered a low-tier alchemist. Conversely, if even one type could not be successfully concocted, the rating attempt would fail, and they would have to wait a year before reapplying. Impressive, quite impressive. Observing Suqing's rapid production of 7 recovery pills, Chenli could not help but express his astonishment. Though he maintained a neutral demeanor, for the recovery pill was the most fundamental in the realm of cultivation, commonly produced by alchemists, resulting in a relatively high success rate. Next, Suqing proceeded to concoct the second type of pill, the gathering spirit pill, executing another swift series of actions to yield 6 successful pills to such speed, exceeding 50% again. Chenli was taken aback by this velocity and success rate, causing a slight shift in his expression. The same scenario unfolded with the subsequent concoctions: blood vitality pill, yielding 7 pills, detoxification pill, yielding 6, and so forth, until he reached the last and most challenging pill, the marrow cleansing pill, from which he produced 5. Thus, across 10 types of pills, he had not encountered a single explosion, and all success rates surpassed 50%. At this moment, Chenli's expression shifted to one of utter astonishment, and he hastily rose to inquire, "Young Su, how long have you been studying this alchemy?" However, Suqing appeared oblivious to his surroundings, fixated on the elixirs before him, his astonishment surpassing even that of Chun-Li. When he had crafted the first elixir, the revitalizing pill, he had felt a peculiar certainty. From the 10 materials at his disposal, he believed he could successfully produce 10 revitalizing pills without fail. Initially, he attributed this ease to the pill's simplicity, being one he had concocted numerous times before to avoid startling Chun-Li. He deliberately feigned failure with 3 of the batches, ultimately yielding only 7. Yet, with the second elixir, he experienced a similar sensation, as if the entire process was etched vividly before his eyes, allowing him to manipulate it effortlessly. Convinced of his impending success, to test whether his intuition was misguided, he conducted 5 or 6 trials for each subsequent elixir, all of which succeeded. Afterward, he intentionally allowed several to fail. Yet to his surprise, this still astounded Chanel, "Idas Xiaoyu." Chenli called out again, prompting Suqing to snap back to reality. "Elder Chen, I have been refining elixirs for 3 years." "What, just 3 years?" Chenli was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by disbelief. 3 years, and you have become a high-tier alchemist? This is truly astonishing. "You flatter me, Elder. Why not come to my Xiandao sect?" Chun-Li proposed earnestly. "While I am grateful for your generous offer, Elder, I have followed my master for many years and cannot bear to part from him. Moreover, I possess a defective spiritual root, rendering it impossible for me to overcome the foundational stage. Su Qing replied, taken aback by Chun Li's enthusiasm. He had not anticipated that maintaining a mere 50% success rate would prompt an elder from the foremost alchemical sect in Tianluo domain to seek him out. If he were to demonstrate a full success rate, would he not be snatched up by the Immortal Alliance? Yet, Su Qing had no intention of leaving the Huoyin sect. He was eager to return and study this peculiar phenomenon. He had a vague feeling that his success rate was a result of the reincarnation fruit's influence. Defective. Upon hearing that you possess a defective spiritual root, Chun Li's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, I have long abandoned cultivation and focused solely on alchemy, which is why my success rate exceeds that of ordinary practitioners. Ah, I see. Chun Li's gaze dimmed with a hint of regret. Although Su Qing's success rate was indeed impressive, the reality remained that, as a practitioner with a defective spiritual root, he would inevitably be limited in his ability to concoct elixirs above the second tier. Chun Li understood the inherent dangers of explosive failures in alchemy. Thus, even if they were to recruit him, the sect would not invest heavily in his training. After all, an alchemist who could only produce first-tier elixirs, even with a success rate above 50%, would pale in comparison to a low-tier second-tier alchemist, given the far greater value of second-tier elixirs. Very well. I shall not press you further. I will issue you this token shortly, Chun Li concluded. Thank you, Elder Chun. I shall take my leave now. Su Qing expressed his gratitude and turned to depart, only to be called back by Chun Li once more. That you shall you. Elder, Su Qing inquired, noticing Chun Li gazing at him in silence, which struck him as peculiar. Ah, what a pity! If only there were a pill of restoration. Chun Li lamented after a brief pause. Pill of restoration? Su Qing had never heard of such a concoction and felt a surge of curiosity. Elder, what is this pill of restoration? Elder, are you still there? Elder, Su Qing called out thrice, but received no response, leading him to believe that Chun Li had chosen to ignore him. He prepared to turn away once more when Chun Li suddenly posed a question. Do you know what a spiritual root is? Su Qing quickly turned back, only to find Chun Li with his eyes shut, seemingly lost in thought. Nevertheless, out of respect, Su Qing answered, a spiritual root is the foundation of a cultivator, utilized to absorb and transform the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Do you know why there are differences in spiritual roots among cultivators? Chun Li continued. Differences? Indeed. Why do you possess a defective spiritual root while I have a medium-grade one? Isn't it innate? Su Qing replied, feeling somewhat speechless at the bluntness of this observation regarding his defective spiritual root. Innate. A splendid choice of words. Indeed, it is a creation of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao. What is that? Su Qing had never encountered this term before, and his excitement grew. The heavenly Tao is the very essence of this Xiantian continent. It governs the ratio of spiritual root grades among its cultivators. Govern? How does it govern? Su Qing, disregarding whether Chun Li was speaking to himself, seized the opportunity to inquire further, eager to expand his understanding of the cultivation world. I am uncertain how it governs. However, Chun Li paused for emphasis. I do know that the probability of a cultivator possessing a celestial-grade spiritual root in the Xiantian continent is 1 in a billion, while the likelihood of a top-grade spiritual root is merely 1 in 10 million. Chun Li continued, the probability for a superior-grade spiritual root stands at 1 in 100,000, whereas a medium-grade spiritual root is only 1 in 1,000. Conversely, a lower-grade spiritual root has a probability of 1 in 10. And a common-grade spiritual root nearly reaches 90%. Elder, what about defective spiritual roots? Su Qing asked eagerly. 1 in 100 million. 1 in 100 million. Su Qing was astonished. This chance was even lower than that of a top-grade spiritual root, leading him to reflect on how fortunate he and Qin Yu were to have won the lottery in such a manner. From Chun Li's explanation, Su Qing grasped that the number of cultivators capable of reaching the transformation realm in Xiantian continent was exceedingly rare. Without a high-grade spiritual root, it was virtually impossible to transcend to that level. Suddenly, he recalled the Songming continent, where his mother resided. There, cultivators had achieved the void-breaking and harmonization realms, implying that the chances of encountering higher-grade spiritual roots were significantly greater. The heavenly Tao of that continent must be far superior to that of Xiantian, allowing for a higher likelihood of high-quality spiritual roots, perhaps even those surpassing celestial grade. Elder, what exactly is the pill of restoration you mentioned earlier? Su Qing pressed on to at this moment. Chunli opened his eyes, gazing at Su Qing with fervor, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. The pill of restoration can erase your current spiritual root and allow for the reformation of a new one. W such a pill truly exists, Su Qing gasped, overwhelmed by the revelation that the pill of restoration possessed such miraculous capabilities that an intense desire for this elixir surged within him, prompting him to ask urgently, "Can you refine this pill of restoration?" Haha. This pill is a fourth-tier concoction, and only the sect leader possesses the ability to refine it. However, the required materials are exceedingly rare. It is challenging, Chunli sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Yet a spark of excitement returned as he continued. However, for someone with your defective spiritual root, utilizing the pill of restoration would at least elevate you to a common grade root, making it particularly suitable for you. Su Qing concurred with this assessment. The pill of restoration was essentially a gamble, one that only practitioners with common grade spiritual roots would dare to take, regardless of the outcome. The new spiritual root would invariably be superior to the original, or at the very least, equal to it. With defective spiritual roots, there was no risk, as it would invariably enhance one grade. Could the materials be obtained from a secret realm? Su Qing inquired tentatively, recalling that the materials for other valuable elixirs had been sourced from secret realms. Indeed, this particular spiritual herb must be obtained from the Tianjian Peak secret realm. It is known as the seven-colored restoration herb. Chunli disclosed. Upon hearing this name, Su Qing was astounded. This spiritual herb was absent from the pharmacological compendium he had studied, likely due to its excessively high grade, which had gone unrecorded. Moreover, the Tianjian Peak only opened once every 10 years and required a nascent soul cultivation level for entry. After sharing this information, Chunli closed his eyes once more, seemingly engrossed in thought. However, Su Qing wore a look of regret, sighing, "Alas, such a rare elixir seems to be beyond my reach." In truth, he was brimming with excitement internally. For in a few years, he would attain the late nascent soul stage and could venture into Tianjian Peak. Should he acquire the seven-color restoration herb and the recipe for the pill of restoration, it might just transform his spiritual root. You need not be too disheartened, Su Xiaoyu. With your success rate in alchemy, Yun Jinghong will undoubtedly nurture you. Chunli offered gentle consolation. Thank you, Elder Qin, for your enlightenment. I am immensely grateful, Su Qing replied, sensing familiarity in Chan Li's reference to Yun Jinghong. Elder, are you well acquainted with sect leader Yun? Of course, he was indeed the elder of the Yaoqi, but Chun Li Gong hesitated, unable to continue his thought. Yaoqi. Su Qing's heart raced. It was getting late, and you should leave first. Oh, very well. The junior will take his leave. Su Qing had anticipated uncovering some secret, but it seemed Chun Li Gong was unwilling to divulge any further. And with a tinge of regret, he departed the alchemy chamber. There must be a secret regarding Yun Jinghong. Su Qing mused silently. Suddenly, the unparalleled beauty of the Yaoqi resurfaced vividly in his mind. Chapter 30. A shocking turn in the association hall. A gasp echoed through the air. Luo Qian stared at the token in his hand, stunned by the bold characters inscribed upon it, as if he had been frozen in place. Meanwhile, Su Qing, with a proud demeanor, closed his eyes, basking in the astonished murmurs that my goodness, I never expected this. Do tell me, what is your success rate? Is it 60% or 70%? For anything above 50% is classified as high tier. And Luo Qian was unaware that his actual success rate was merely 50%. Well, that's acceptable. Now that the sect master knows, he will surely treasure you. Upon hearing it was 50%, Luo Qian's eager expression dimmed slightly. Yet he remained quite satisfied. Oh, master, what of Qin Yu? Has she not emerged yet? Su Qing glanced around. The hall was empty. An elder Hu Yunshan was nowhere to be seen. They had left early. Oh, what rank did she achieve? Su Qing inquired further, perhaps out of a sense of camaraderie due to their shared inferior spiritual roots. In O rank, she did not succeed. Enough of that. We must hurry back to the sect. I still need to report this good news to the sect master. Luo Qian, already impatient, urged Su Qing to hasten their departure. Did not succeed? Is that so? What did Elder Hu say? Su Qing quickly asked, a hint of concern creeping into his expression. Are you out of your mind? Why do you keep asking about Qin Yu? Do you fancy her? Do you wish for her to be your partner? Luo Qian scrutinized him, his expression turning peculiar. No. How could that be? Su Qing found himself rather embarrassed by the inquiry. Not expecting this old man, so engrossed in alchemy, to understand matters of romance, that he hastily clarified. I merely empathize with her plight, as she too possesses inferior spiritual roots. Hence my concern, that that really the case. Truly, master, do share your thoughts. All right, let us set off first. I will explain as we go. With that, he pulled Su Qing along, swiftly exiting the association hall. This time, the two moved quickly, not pausing within the Xindao sect, but heading directly towards the main gate. In no time, they arrived outside the entrance. Master, now please tell me. Su Qing asked somewhat impatiently. Luo Qian ignored him, instead summoning his spirit sword and taking flight. What is the rush? Just hop on. Su Qing had no choice but to comply. Leaping aboard, a beam of sword light soared into the sky. Master, Su Qing called out from behind. All right, I will tell you. You are so eager that Hu Yinshan is likely furious and will probably expel that girl from the alchemy pavilion upon returning to the sect. Who knows? She may even be cast out of the sect entirely. What? Why is that? Su Qing exclaimed, astonished that the sect would act so ruthlessly. Even without obtaining the title of alchemist, she could still practice alchemy. Why would they expel her from the alchemy pavilion? He hurriedly asked Luo Qian for clarification. It turns out that the Alchemist Association has regulations regarding rankings that if a cultivator fails to achieve a ranking on their first attempt, they must wait a year before reapplying. However, if they fail a second time, they are barred from ever attempting to rank again, effectively rendering them unable to obtain the Alchemist Identity Token for life. Of course, this does not imply they cannot practice alchemy. Their skills remain intact, but they will not be recognized. Those who cannot obtain the identity token are also not permitted to remain in the alchemy pavilion. If their spiritual root is decent, they may revert to being ordinary disciples. If poor, they will be expelled from the sect and become wandering cultivators, although they can still earn spirit stones by refining basic pills. In the cultivation market, the pills sold are produced by these individuals, though they are only capable of crafting ordinary potions. Thus, the pills available in the cultivation market are typically low-grade, while rare elixirs are exclusively found in large sections. This results in limited resources for wandering cultivators. Hence, everyone aspires to join a sect for better opportunities. Upon hearing this, Su Qing began to grasp the harsh reality of the cultivation world. Surviving as a wandering cultivator is indeed arduous. Luo Qian continued, noting that this was Qin Yu's second ranking attempt. Given her inferior spiritual roots, it is highly likely she will be expelled from the Yunjian sect. A third-tier sect, expelled from the sect? That is exceedingly harsh. After listening to Luo Qian's explanation, Su Qing found himself murmuring, reminiscing about his own past as a wandering cultivator, filled with deep emotion that if not for relying on the reincarnation fruit to continuously revive, he would have perished long ago when his lifespan was exhausted. Sighing deeply, Su Qing remained silent, standing behind Luo Qian. Does this lad genuinely have feelings for that girl? He appears quite distracted. This young man is a high-tier alchemist. Surely he cannot be swayed by such emotions. This will not do. It seems I must pay a visit to the Yunjian sect. Suddenly sensing silence behind him, Luo Qian, who was manipulating the spirit sword, found himself struck by a thought point 2 days later. The two finally returned to the Huoyin sect. Upon greeting Elder Luo, they were met with several gate disciples who hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Their demeanor exceedingly respectful. After all, these two were the highest-ranking individuals in the sect, aside from the sect master. Luo Qian merely acknowledged them briefly before hastily making his way deeper into the sect. He instructed Su Qing to return to the alchemy pavilion first while he went to report to the sect master that Su Qing paid him no mind and quickly headed towards the alchemy pavilion. His mind preoccupied with the matter of success rates. Upon arriving at the alchemy pavilion, he retrieved a plethora of spiritual herbs from the storage room and hurriedly entered the alchemy chamber. Eager to begin his attempts, let's refine the foundation establishment pill. Observing the materials before him, Su Qing made his decision. The foundation establishment pill was the last recipe he had learned and was the most challenging among first-tier pills, having only succeeded in refining one previously. Thus, he resolved to use this pill to gauge his success rate. Closing his eyes, the recipe appeared in his mind. just as he prepared to toss the herbs into the alchemy furnace. He suddenly sensed a flicker of golden light emanating from the reincarnation pearl within his sea of consciousness. This is Su Qing's heart raced. The reincarnation pearl had remained dormant in his sea of consciousness for the first 30 years of each life, never stirring, and he had been unable to establish any connection with it. Only upon turning 30 could he sense the mysterious space within the reincarnation pearl. His astonishment. This very moment, the pearl was emitting golden light. Though this faint glow was imperceptible to the naked this moment, the golden light enveloped Su Qing, akin to a dreamlike haze. This feeling, just like a few days ago. Indeed, that sensation of guaranteed success in alchemy surged within him once more. The operational process for the Foundation Establishment pill materialized before Su Qing, as though it were an imprint, requiring no conscious thought. The process guided his actions directly that he added the herbal catalyst, Tian Qingwa, igniting the spiritual fire, and increased the furnace temperature to 730 degrees before introducing the primary herb, Ziluohua, lowering the temperature of the furnace to 540 degrees, and finally adding the auxiliary herb, Kingluoko, raising the temperature to 1,800 degrees. The furnace opened. The pill was formed out of Foundation Establishment pill floated out of the furnace. Su Qing swallowed hard. It actually succeeded. Subsequently, he repeated the process several times. Indeed, every attempt succeeded without fail. Holding 4 gleaming Foundation Establishment pills, Su Qing's excitement reached a fever pitch. Is this not invincible? Oh, right, the reincarnation pearl. Su Qing hurriedly closed his eyes again, scrutinizing the pearl in his sea of consciousness. Yet it remained as serene as ever, quietly suspended in the center, devoid of any connection. What is this? Suddenly, Su Qing noticed that a small section of the reincarnation pearl's exterior was faintly glowing with runes. However, this area was minuscule, less than 1% of the pearl's total size, and if not for careful observation, he would have easily overlooked it. Could this glowing rune be the source of that golden light? Then, is the same true for second-tier pills? But when did this rune appear? Could it have manifested after I successfully refined the first Foundation Establishment pill? At this moment, a series of questions echoed in Su Qing's mind. However, the reincarnation pearl was exceedingly mysterious. Despite having traversed through countless cycles, he had only uncovered a handful of its functions, which still required constant rebirth for validation. Very well, it seemed that further exploration would have to wait until later. Given the current circumstances, he had no clear direction and could only abandon the matter for now. Rising to his feet, he departed from the alchemy chamber. That moment, Luo Qian returned from the Master's hall, and, upon entering the alchemy pavilion, called out loudly, "You little rascal, I have good news for you." Chapter 31. The second elder too? You actually concocted two? Luo Qian exclaimed as he rushed to the second floor, only to be stunned by the sight of Su Qing presenting 2 Foundation Establishment pills before him. His jaw nearly dropped in astonishment that he was well aware of the materials required for these pills, which had dwindled to merely 4 portions in the medicinal storage room. With his own success rate of less than 20%, he would have been fortunate to produce even 1 pill. To his utter disbelief, Su Qing had managed to concoct 2 in just a single hour. The art of alchemy was not as simple as stoking a fire. It required constant control of the furnace's temperature. As an alchemist himself, he understood the complexities involved in temperature regulation. In his amazement, he stared at the 2 pills in his hands, unable to regain his composure. Master, there's no need to be so astonished. As a high-level alchemist, I find it quite normal to produce 2 pills from 4 materials, Su Qing remarked, puzzled by Luo Qian's astonishment. Normal? Nonsense. Even high-level alchemists wouldn't achieve such a high success rate with Foundation Establishment pills. Luo Qian retorted indignantly, the shock still evident on his face. The production of Foundation Establishment pills did not require an assessment at the alchemist level, so being classified as a high-level alchemist did not guarantee a success rate exceeding 50%. In fact, among first-tier pills, Foundation Establishment pills were among the most challenging to concoct, with success rates being the lowest. Most high-level alchemists barely achieved 20 to 30%. Yet here was Su Qing, exhibiting a success rate of 50%, leading Luo Qian to suspect that the success rates of his other pills might be even higher. You little rascal, confess honestly. Is your success rate for the other pills not just over 50%? Upon sensing Luo Qian's suspicion, Su Qing felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have only presented one Foundation establishment pill. Now, he felt he had made a slight miscalculation. However, after some contemplation, he decided it was of little consequence that, as long as he did not admit to anything, Luo Qian had no means to verify it. Thus, he confidently asserted, "Truly, I am not deceiving you. I genuinely only have a 50% success rate. Except for a few of the lowest grade pills, perhaps one or two might reach 60%. Really?" Luo Qian still harbored doubts. "Indeed. If you don't believe me, I can concoct one for you. Forget it. That one be necessary. That I trust you." After a moment of deliberation, Luo Qian acquiesced. Such matters were indeed impossible to verify. Regardless of whether Su Qing was concealing something, it was of no concern to him. However, from now on, you will maintain a success rate of 50% for the materials provided by the sect. Any excess can be kept for yourself. Su Qing promptly agreed, his heart brimming with joy. Submitting 50% while keeping the rest for himself would indeed lead to prosperity. That be why the way, Master. Didn't you mention having good news? Oh right, I almost forgot. After Su Qing's reminder, Luo Qian slapped his forehead and quickly added, "The sect leader has approved it. Henceforth, you shall be the second elder of the Alchemy Pavilion, with a status second only to mine, enjoying the privileges of an elder. How does that sound? Are you not overwhelmed with joy?" Thinking of this matter, Luo Qian couldn't help but smile broadly. "Thank you, Master." Su Qing replied perfunctorily. He was indifferent to the title of elder, as it paled in comparison to the tenfold success rate in alchemy. "Indeed, it seems your choice to learn alchemy was the right one." Luo Qian gazed at Su Qing with growing fondness for his disciple. "Then, Master, would you teach me the formula for second-tier pills?" Suddenly, Su Qing inquired of Luo Qian, who at present possessed neither the formula nor the method for concocting second-tier pills, rendering him incapable of verifying the function of the reincarnation fruit's runes. Seeing that Luo Qian was in good spirits, he thought it wise to seize the moment. Perhaps he might indeed be willing to impart knowledge. "Absolutely not. Under no circumstances." Upon hearing this, Luo Qian's expression abruptly shifted, his previously relaxed brows furrowing tightly. "Then, how about you teach me the simplest of the second-tier pills, the recovery spirit pill? Even if it explodes, its potency is minimal. I can withstand it." The recovery spirit pill, akin to the spirit recovery pill, was a second-tier elixir for restoring spiritual energy, albeit the lowest grade among second-tier pills. The medicinal properties of the materials were quite mild, and Su Qing believed that even if it were to explode, the impact would be negligible. Yet Luo Qian erupted in anger. "Nonsense. The recovery spirit pill is still a second-tier pill, utilizing second-tier spiritual herbs as its primary ingredient. You, at the first level of qi refinement, could withstand nothing unless you reach the 6th level of qi refinement. Otherwise, forget it. Is it truly impossible for you to teach me? Of course. Never bring this matter up again. Now be off with you. Then I shall take my leave to rest. Be ye gone." Despite pleading for a considerable time, Su Qing was unable to procure the formula or methods for second-tier pills, and thus had to abandon the pursuit, returning to his chamber instead. The next day, news of Su Qing's status as an alchemist spread throughout the sect. Simultaneously, the sect leader announced his appointment as the second elder of the Alchemy Pavilion. These two pieces of news struck like thunder, shocking everyone within the sect. Many expressed their envy, as everyone understood that the positions of this master and disciple duo in the Fire Cloud sect would henceforth be unassailable. Meanwhile, Su Qing, the very subject of this news, was in his cave, dwelling atop Bamboo Mountain. "So much. Senior brother, this is far too much," Xia Shirhan exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the pile of pills within the storage bag. Over the past 4 years, Su Qing had frequently sent her numerous pills, but this occasion's offering was several times greater than before. She worried that Su Qing had pilfered them from the Alchemy Pavilion following his promotion to elder, and thus hastily returned the storage bag to him. "Senior brother, I cannot accept so many. What if the sect finds out? What shall we do?" "Take it. No refusals." "You need not worry. These are all my personal pills," Su Qing asserted, pushing the bag toward her and denying her the chance to decline. "All right, fine." Xia Shirhan no longer resisted, accepting the storage bag, though her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, concealed by her veil, which Su Qing failed to notice. Afterward, Su Qing extended his spiritual sense to gauge Xia Shihan's cultivation level, and a smile of delight blossomed on his face that you've actually reached the peak of the 5th level of qi refinement. You must have consumed all these gathering spirit pills recently, striving for an early breakthrough to the 6th level. Yes, senior sister understands. She replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Moreover, with your spiritual root, you should be able to achieve the peak of the 7th level of qi refinement within 5 or 6 years. At that time, if you have 3 breaking spirit pills, you can break through to the consummate level of qi refinement. After that, it will be time for foundation establishment. I have prepared a foundation establishment pill for you. Take it. With that, Su Qing produced his personal stash of foundation establishment pills. Foundation establishment pill. At this moment, Xia Shihan could no longer contain the excitement bubbling within her. Gasping in awe, she had long known of the rarity of the foundation establishment pill within the sect. There were only a few displayed in the treasure pavilion, and she had heard that the sect had only a few remaining. She had once gone to inspect them and discovered that the contribution required to exchange for a foundation establishment pill was staggering. 50,000 contribution points. Over the past 4 years, aside from her monthly allowance, she had undertaken various sect tasks and even ventured into the meteorite secret realm, accumulating just over 10,000 contribution points. This realization made her feel that it would take at least 20 years to save enough for a foundation establishment pill. Furthermore, most disciples were still at the lower and mid-levels of qi refinement and had no immediate need for such a pill, meaning they would not exchange for it. She had worried that after a decade or so, when everyone's cultivation levels rose, the demand would surge, and she would miss her chance. Yet now, Su Qing had directly presented one to her. How could she not be thrilled? Shu, keep your voice down. Su Qing was startled by her exclamation. Within such a loose sect, the foundation establishment pill was a treasure among treasures, and he wished to avoid drawing any unwanted attention. Although the cave had formations to block sound, they were effective only against those at the qi refinement stage. If a foundation establishment elder were to overhear, it would lead to complications. Thus, he hurriedly stepped forward to cover her mouth. That moment, one hand of Su Qing covered Xia Shihan's mouth, while the other supported her back, their posture appearing quite intimate. Xia Shihan's head rested against Su Qing's chest, her entire body leaning against him, resembling a couple. Being touched on her back sent a wave of warmth through her, making her feel somewhat weak in the knees, her heartbeat quickening, and her breathing growing more rapid, emitting soft gasps as Su Qing, sensing her physical response, glanced down to see her eyes glazed over, gazing at him in a daze. Is this really happening? An involuntary surge of heated fervor emanated from Su Qing, as though it were poised to erupt, leaving him in a state of profound oppression. Enough of this, with a sudden rush of impulse. He crouched down and lifted Xia Shihan into his arms. Xia Shihan's hands instinctively clasped around Su Qing's neck, her head buried deeply in his embrace. Just as they were on the verge of losing themselves in the moment, an ear-splitting shout reverberated from outside the cave. Su Qing, come out this instant. I know you are in there. It was none other than Luo Qian's voice. The cave was initially protected by a formation that could muffle external sounds. Yet it was merely a qi refinement level array, and Luo Qian, being at the late foundation establishment stage, easily pierced through it. The shout resonated like a resounding gong, jolting the two from their reverie. Su Qing's expression shifted to one of alarm as he hastily set Xia Shihan down and retreated to the side. Luo Qian, what impeccable timing! He thought, a sense of helplessness washing over him as he glanced at the visibly flustered Xia Shihan. With a hint of awkwardness, he remarked, you see, I might have... His tone was somewhat stiff and disordered. Senior brother, you should go first and I will come out later. Xia Shihan lowered her head, speaking softly yet clearly anxious. Unable to meet Su Qing's gaze. All right. Su Qing took a moment to compose himself and swiftly exited the cave. Once his figure had completely vanished, Xia Shihan finally relaxed, her small hand patting her chest incessantly. Heavens! Almost at the recollection of the earlier incident, her cheeks flushed a brilliant crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Chapter 32. The Secret of Yun Jinghong Master. How did you know I was here? Outside the cave, Su Qing cast a resentful glance at Luo Qian, hurt at being interrupted just moments ago. Needless to say, you have become quite the figure in the sect that a simple inquiry from me suffices. Luo Qian retorted, exasperated. Then why didn't you use the token to contact me? Su Qing questioned, puzzled, as Luo Qian usually reached out through the token. Today, however, he was reduced to shouting outside the cave. Did Master know I came to deliver pills to my junior sister? Perhaps he overheard something about the Foundation establishment pill? Noticing the peculiar expression on Su Qing's face, Luo Qian suddenly burst into laughter. You rascal, no need to ponder. I know your thoughts all too well. Are you here to deliver a gathering spirit pill to that girl again? She must still be in your cave. Ha! Relieved to find it was merely a gathering spirit pill and not the Foundation establishment pill. Su Qing felt at ease that as he prepared to offer an explanation. Luo Qian continued. You need not worry. I have already stated that you only need to produce pills with a 50% success rate. Anything beyond that is entirely up to you. I will not interfere. With Luo Qian's assurance, Su Qing's spirits lifted to as long as he adhered to the 50% success rate for pill production. The sect would likely remain untroubled. Thank you, Master. But what was the urgency in seeking me out? If it is not about the pills, I am curious as to why you shouted at the cave entrance. The sect leader summoned you to the main hall. I was sent to find you. You, my boy, vanished right after your identity was announced. Furthermore, have you not been checking your token? I tried to contact you several times without a response. Even the sect leader's message went unanswered. Are you courting disaster? Luo Qian chided with a chuckle. Yes, that's so. Let me see. Su Qing quickly rummaged through his storage pouch, only to discover that aside from the alchemist identity token, the sect token was indeed missing. Suddenly, realization struck him like a bolt of lightning that I must have left the token in my room at the alchemy pavilion. I will go retrieve it now. No need. Just head to the main hall. Do you not keep the sect leader waiting? Understood, Master. I shall depart at once. Su Qing responded, dashing toward the main hall. Child, come out. Luo Qian called into the cave as Su Qing's figure faded into the distance. After a brief moment, Xia Shirhan emerged from the cave, her head bowed. Master. Luo Qian sighed, observing her bashful demeanor. How could he not discern Su Qing's affections for Xia Shirhan? Typically, Su Qing showed little interest in anyone else, only seeking her out. Now, having just been appointed as the elder of the alchemy pavilion, his first visit was to her. Furthermore, he could perceive that Xia Shirhan harbored feelings for Su Qing as well. Master, I shall take my leave now. Xia Shirhan, noticing his silence, hurriedly excused herself. Wait, child, I have something to discuss with you. Oh, please, Master. Has that boy given you pills again? No, Master. Senior brother. Xia Shirhan stammered, her anxiety palpable as she feared Luo Qian might reprimand Su Qing, thus hastily denying it. Very well. If he has that no matter. However, I advise you against developing feelings for Su Qing Master, this. Xia Shirhan was taken aback by Luo Qian's unexpected admonition, realizing that her master had discerned the nature of her relationship with Su Qing. Yet, she felt perplexed, for the sect did not prohibit male and female disciples from forming partnerships. Why then did Master oppose her bond with Su Qing? She opened her mouth to inquire further. But Luo Qian waved his hand, continuing, Listen to me, you possess a medium-grade spiritual root. Within 20 years, you will undoubtedly reach the Foundation establishment stage, granting you a lifespan of 300 years. Moreover, you have a high probability of breaking through to the Golden Core realm, which would extend your lifespan to 700 or 800 years. Alas, your senior brother will never breach the Foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. Should you choose to become his partner, decades hence, he will be but a pile of dust, and you will be ensnared by the entanglements of emotions, which will inevitably taint your Tao heart. Once your Tao heart falters, your cultivation will stagnate. Do you understand? You must not harbor feelings for him. Upon finishing, Luo Qian closed his eyes, aware that his words would surely sadden the young girl. Yet, at that moment, Xia Shirhan wore an unusual expression. Throughout this time, she had not contemplated such distant concerns. She simply knew that in recent years, Su Qing had treated her with unparalleled kindness, making her feel emotions she had never experienced before. Gradually, she found herself developing feelings for him, and when he held her earlier, she had resolved to embrace their burgeoning relationship. Yet now, upon hearing Luo Qian's counsel, she felt a flicker of doubt. Tao heart. Golden core. Two conflicting voices echoed within her mind, intertwining incessantly. After a prolonged silence, she suddenly felt her resolve hardening. Very well, return to your cave. Take the time to contemplate this matter thoroughly. Luo Qian recognized that such a decision could not be swiftly resolved. So he chose to let her ponder in peace. Yes, Xia Shihan replied softly before turning to walk toward her cave. It appeared she would indeed have to visit Yun Jian's sect soon, for it seemed that only that girl was truly suited for him. Ah, this rascal. Luo Qian shook his head, sighing inwardly as he departed from Zhushan Peak. Meanwhile, within the main hall, Su Qing stood before Yun Jinghong. A hint of perplexity etched upon his features. He had been there for quite some time. Yet Yun Jinghong scrutinized him intently, seemingly searching for something with her late golden core consciousness. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spoke that Su Qing. Do you know why I summoned you? Disciple is unaware. May the sect leader enlighten me. Su Qing shook his head. Yun Jinghong smiled slightly before continuing. In the Tianluo domain, alchemists are few and far between, and those capable of reaching higher tiers like you are even rarer. Therefore, do you comprehend what your success rate signifies? It can conserve resources and allow the sect to accrue more spirit stones. Su Qing answered without hesitation, firmly believing that a 50% success rate would yield considerable spirit stones. While his words were indeed correct, Yun Jinghong had not anticipated such a mundane response from him, prompting her to laugh heartily. Haha, indeed spirit stones. However, sect leader, with my inferior spiritual root, I cannot break through to foundation establishment and can only concoct first-tier pills. How can I possibly compare to those second- or third-tier alchemists? Su Qing voiced his lingering doubts. Indeed, you cannot compare. That is precisely why I sought you out today. Are you aware of a particular pill that can recalibrate one's spiritual roots? The Bu Tian pill. Su Qing blurted out, surprised he had only recently heard about this Bu Tian pill from Chun Li, and now even Yun Jinghong brought it up, indicating her substantial knowledge of it. You know of this pill? Yun Jinghong expressed mild astonishment. Such pills were known only to a select few high-ranking alchemists and some ancient beings of the nascent soul stage. She had not expected a mere qi refinement stage disciple like Su Qing to be aware of it. Recently, during my grading at the Alchemist Association, Elder Chun Li informed me about it, Su Qing explained. Chun Li. So it was he who shared this with you. It seems he harbors intentions to recruit you. Yun Jinghong smiled faintly, affirming the truth of the matter. However, the disciple had not agreed, and after mentioning his inferior spiritual root, he ceased to recruit disciples that Su Qing, not one to conceal the truth, recounted every word exchanged with Chun Li. Haha, he believes you could never reach the foundation establishment stage. Thus, even if you are a high-ranking alchemist, your value to their sect is minimal. Yun Jinghong was well aware of Chun Li's thoughts. Had Su Qing possessed even an ordinary spiritual root, Chun Li would have spared no effort to recruit him, for a high-ranking alchemist is an invaluable asset to any sect. Indeed, even now, my master refuses to teach me the second-grade alchemy formulas and their crafting methods. Alas, this inferior spiritual root is simply too inadequate. Su Qing sighed helplessly, his gaze fixed on him. Yet Yun Jinghong remained silent, observing Su Qing with an expression that was decidedly peculiar. Thus, they lingered in silence for quite some time. Actually, 100 years ago, I was just like you, possessing an inferior spiritual root and only at the first level of qi refinement. Suddenly, Yun Jinghong spoke. What could it be? Su Qing exclaimed in astonishment, the revelation striking him like a thunderbolt. When the sect was first established, Yun Jinghong had mentioned that he was at the first level of qi refinement a century ago, but had never disclosed his spiritual root. Now, he openly claimed to have an inferior spiritual root. At this moment, Su Qing was convinced that Yun Jinghong must have ingested a celestial restoration pill, subsequently transforming his spiritual root into one of a far superior grade, that Dio not be shocked. Just as you surmised, I indeed consumed a celestial restoration pill a century ago. It allowed me to reforge my spiritual root, enabling me to reach the late stage of golden core over this century. Yun Jinghong gazed into the distance, an air of pride evident in his demeanor, as expected. He had not been mistaken. Yun Jinghong had consumed the celestial restoration pill. Yet, Su Qing grew curious about what kind of spiritual root he had transformed into. Master, did you transform into a superior spiritual root? He ventured to inquire. Superior? Ha! What a worthless spiritual root that would be. Could it be an extraordinary one? Su Qing pressed on, only to see Yun Jinghong wave his hand, signaling him to refrain from further questions. There is no need for you to inquire further, that I in any case. I summoned you today to convey that matters are not as absolute as they seem. The Xintian continent is rife with opportunities. Who knows when fortune may smile upon you? Understood, master, he replied. Following this, Yun Jinghong offered him words of encouragement. However, Su Qing scarcely paid attention, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of Yun Jinghong's spiritual root. Could it be that he possessed a celestial-grade spiritual root? Or perhaps something even beyond that? Chapter 33. The flawless body. As he walked, seemingly lost in thought, Su Qing failed to notice that he had arrived at the foot of Zhushan Peak. Feeling a twinge of surprise that, I have returned here. Shouldn't I have gone to the alchemy pavilion? Just as he contemplated turning back, he glanced up at the mountain peak, recalling earlier events, and couldn't help but smile. Ha! It seems to be the nature of men at play. If so, I shall seek her out once more. Su Qing altered his course, making his way into the mountain. Greetings, Elder Su, upon reaching the disciples' cave. He encountered several familiar inner disciples who bowed respectfully. Elder, I nearly forgot that I am now an elder of the alchemy pavilion, he thought, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the title. Hello, Su Qing smiled at them, surprisingly returning the greeting. In the past, he would merely nod in acknowledgement. After a lengthy walk, he finally arrived at the cave of the true disciple, Xiaxin. As he was about to infuse a trace of spiritual energy into the cave's formation, a young man emerged from a neighboring cave. Upon stepping out of the formation, he was startled to find someone standing nearby. Once he recognized Su Qing, he quickly clasped his hands in salute. I greet you, Elder Su. His expression was a mix of nervousness and excitement, but Su Qing scrutinized the young man's face, attempting to recall his name, but he could not place it, leading to a slight awkwardness. Are you a newly accepted disciple of the master? Returning to the elder, I am Baiyu. I joined the sect last month and was fortunate enough to be accepted as a disciple by the master. Baiyu answered respectfully. When Su Qing was announced as the elder of the alchemy pavilion, Baiyu had been present in the sect square to at that moment. He had never anticipated that Su Qing was also a true disciple of Luo Qian, capable of attaining the position of elder in the alchemy pavilion, especially as a senior brother. Most curious of all, however, was that Su Qing's cultivation was merely at the first level of qi refinement, which only heightened Baiyu's incredulity that, so it was last month. Su Qing realized. Last month was indeed the sect's annual recruitment day, during which many new disciples joined. Since he had been preoccupied with alchemy in the alchemy pavilion, he had not encountered Baiyu. Nevertheless, being chosen by Luo Qian indicated strong potential. Upon sensing Baiyu's cultivation level, Su Qing was taken aback to discover he was at the 5th level of qi refinement. Appearing quite youthful, clearly his spiritual root was not lacking. What type of spiritual root do you possess? Returning to the elder, I have a middle-grade spiritual root. Indeed, just like Xia Xian and Su Qing had previously met Luo Qian's disciples, who were mostly at the 2nd or 3rd level of qi refinement, all possessing inferior spiritual roots, that it was surprising to find Baiyu with a middle-grade spiritual root, suggesting that with Luo Qian's current status, he had the privilege of selecting disciples. Very well, strive diligently in your cultivation. Thank you for your praise, Elder Su. I shall certainly work hard. Su Qing nodded, permitting him to leave before turning back toward the cave. He infused a trace of spiritual energy into the formation and called out, Junior sister. Junior sister, it's me. Are you there? After several attempts, however, there was no response from within the cave. She isn't here, Su Qing pondered. Knowing Xia Shihan would likely not leave the sect, he had just provided her with many spirit-gathering pills to aid her in breaking through to the 6th level of qi refinement. Moreover, he had sensed her affections toward him from their previous interactions, and he had grown quite fond of her over the years that he had intended to propose forming a partnership today, but now it seemed impossible. Very well, I shall return to the alchemy pavilion for now, Su Qing decided. After a considerable time, as he walked away, a figure emerged from the cave. She stared blankly at the place where he had vanished, murmuring to herself, Senior brother, I hope you can understand me. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. During this period, Su Qing has been tirelessly concocting elixirs in the alchemy pavilion. Recently, the demand for first-tier elixirs has surged within the sect, particularly for the spirit-gathering pill. Among the alchemists in the pavilion, only he and Luo Qian are skilled in the craft, yet Luo Qian's success rate is rather low. Thus, the heavy responsibility of producing the spirit-gathering pill has fallen squarely upon Su Qing's shoulders. However, he remains unfazed, as the medicinal materials are provided by the sect, and his flawless success rate has enabled him to amass a considerable quantity of spirit-gathering pills over these 3 months. With such an abundance, he, who had never consumed a spirit-gathering pill before, found himself partaking in a few. Although the enhancement was minimal, he discovered that consuming 3 pills each day resulted in a slight increase in his cultivation. Yet upon taking a 4th pill, he felt no effect whatsoever. The following day, the first 3 pills proved effective again, but the 4th elicited no response that he recalled an instance when he delivered 9 spirit-gathering pills to Xia Shirhan, who consumed them all in one day, experiencing effects from each. Now he could only manage 3 pills daily, leading him to ponder the disparity. Consequently, he sought clarification from Luo Qian, only to find that she too was unaware of the specific reasoning behind this phenomenon. Thus, Su Qing turned to Yun Jinghong for guidance that as expected. The sect leader's insights were vast. He explained that due to the varying constitutions of each cultivator, the potency of the elixirs they can withstand daily also differs. In the Xinjiang continent, physical constitutions are categorized into 5 tiers, namely, secondary rhythm, clear mirror, flawless, pure, and perfect. The overwhelming majority possess the secondary rhythm constitution, while those with the clear mirror constitution can consume 3 times the amount of elixirs compared to the secondary rhythm. Following this pattern, a perfect constitution allows for consumption of 81 times that of a secondary rhythm. Upon hearing this staggering figure, Su Qing was taken aback. Nevertheless, Yun Jinghong remarked that among the cultivators of the entire Xinjiang continent, those with a flawless constitution are exceedingly rare, let alone pure and perfect, which are seen but once in a millennium. Su Qing then inquired how one might discern their own constitution. It turns out that apart from testing through the consumption of elixirs, only nascent soul cultivators can probe into the constitution using their spiritual power. However, this method is limited to those in the qi refining stage, as probing cultivators in the foundation establishment stage or above, due to their developed consciousness, could lead to severe damage if forced. Thus, nascent soul cultivators refrain from casually investigating the constitutions of those beyond foundation establishment. It follows that if the sect had a nascent soul cultivator, they could ascertain the constitutions of the qi refining disciples within. That if any disciple exhibited a superior constitution, they would undoubtedly receive substantial support from the sect. After hearing Yun Jinghong's explanation, Su Qing finally grasped the intricacies surrounding physical constitutions. Suddenly, he recalled Xia Shirhan's constitution. Her ability to consume 9 spirit-gathering pills indicated that she must possess a clear mirror constitution, coupled with her mid-grade spiritual root, which explained her rapid advancement in cultivation. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Clear mirror constitution. Indeed. It seems my junior sister is truly gifted." Those possessing a flawless constitution must be the true prodigies of the sect. Su Qing shook his head in astonishment. Wait, flawless? Suddenly a thought struck him. Lin Shui possesses a flawless constitution. Chapter 34. 6 years in the alchemy chamber. Su Qing sat before the alchemical furnace, sifting through memories from a bygone era. Indeed, that parting remark from Han Jian had resonated with him. He never imagined Lin Shui possessed such extraordinary qualities. No wonder she was taken as a disciple. Cursing under his breath, he slammed his fist against the furnace. Yes, he now recalled vividly, during that lifetime in the East Feather domain, he had followed Lin Shui into a mountain range, only to encounter the nascent soul cultivators, Lan Feng and Han Jian, ultimately meeting his demise at Han Jian's sword chi. Subsequently, his consciousness was enveloped by the cycle of reincarnation, where he overheard Han Jian's words declaring Lin Shui to be of a flawless constitution. It appeared that the ancestor of the Ziyun sect had failed to recognize Lin Shui's flawless constitution while she was still in the qi refining stage. Having spent time in the Ziyun sect, Su Qing was aware that there was only one early-stage nascent soul ancestor within, who had been in seclusion all this time. Thus, Lin Shui's flawless constitution had been fortuitously discovered by Han Jian. A smile crept onto his face. Yet now, over 20 years had elapsed, he could not ascertain Lin Shui's current realm, that he knew that when she had slain him, she was merely in her 30s. And now she had likely reached the peak of qi refinement, suggesting her spiritual root must be above mid-grade. That it seemed that seeking revenge in this lifetime would prove to be quite the challenge. Han Jian's sect would undoubtedly nurture her fervently. Feeling somewhat helpless, Su Qing mused that with such talent coupled with a flawless constitution, Lin Shui would be shielded by the sect that I in this lifetime. His quest for vengeance would be fraught with difficulties. Forget it. Why dwell on it? With the reincarnation pearl in my possession, how could I fear her? Closing his eyes, he gazed at the reincarnation pearl within his sea of consciousness, a smile blossoming upon his lips. Yet at that moment, another peculiar thought crossed his mind, stirring his curiosity. Over the past 3 months, he had visited Bamboo Mountain Peak twice, intending to deliver some spirit-gathering pills to Xia Shihan. But on both occasions, he found no sign of her. Afterward, he inquired with Luo Qian, who informed him that she was in seclusion and advised Su Qing not to disturb her. However, Su Qing found it strange if she was indeed in seclusion. Why did his calls go unanswered? Logically, unless one was breaking through to a major realm, they should be able to hear calls from outside during regular cultivation seclusions. This left Su Qing with a lingering suspicion about Xia Shihan's well-being. But Luo Qian consistently reassured him that all was well, urging him to focus on his alchemical pursuits. Thus, Su Qing resolved to wait a while longer until she emerged from her seclusion before seeking her out. Before long, he was once again engrossed in the endless cycle of alchemical creation. Time flew by, and 2 more years slipped away. During these 2 years, Su Qing visited Bamboo Mountain Peak almost every month. But each time he was met with silence. Until recently, he overheard a message from a servant in the Alchemy Pavilion, revealing that a year prior, Xia Shihan had participated in the core disciple competition and secured 3rd place. At this realization, Su Qing understood that Xia Shihan was not merely in seclusion. She had been avoiding him, that an ironic smile crept onto his face as he reflected on his own misplaced affections. Subsequently, he chose to let the matter rest and immersed himself once more in alchemy, that if fate dictated such a separation, he would let it drift away like the wind. Thus, another 3 years passed in haste. Su Qing seemed utterly captivated by the art of alchemy, and his storage bag brimmed with elixirs that could rival the wealth of an entire sect. Each day, he consumed 3 spirit-gathering pills. And astonishingly, his cultivation had broken through to the 2nd level of qi refining, that he calculated that a cultivator with a secondary rhythm constitution and a low-grade spiritual root, consuming 3 spirit-gathering pills daily, while continuously training, would undoubtedly reach the foundation establishment stage. However, those of lesser qualifications could hardly afford such luxuries. Within the Huiyun sect, inner disciples received merely 3 spirit-gathering pills per month, true disciples 6, while the most esteemed core disciples could expect only 10. Su Qing couldn't help but marvel that only a 10-fold success rate alchemist like himself could afford to indulge so lavishly in spirit-gathering pills that as months passed, the countdown to the 30th year dwindled to mere months remaining. At this point, Su Qing's excitement grew, and he frequently emerged to instruct the alchemical apprentices. The Alchemy Pavilion had seen a significant influx of students, although Luo Qian had been the sole instructor thus far. One day, Luo Qian approached Su Qing with a cheerful demeanor, remarking, "You rascal. It seems you've finally emerged from your sorrow and are now teaching apprentices. Sorrow? What's sorrow?" Su Qing was perplexed by her words, unsure of what Luo Qian meant. "Isn't it so? A few years ago, I had a servant leak some news to you, and you've been so immersed in alchemy that you haven't even left the pavilion." "News? What news?" Su Qing's confusion deepened, and impatience began to creep in. "Come now, master, just tell me directly instead of making me guess." With a slight smile, Luo Qian placed her hands behind her back and adopted a serious demeanor. "My meaning is, you must have forgotten about that girl, Shihan, by now. Haven to you. Xia Shihan." Finally, Su Qing grasped that Luo Qian was referring to matters concerning Xia Shihan. "That's so. You were talking about her. What do you know?" "Master, since so much time has passed, I see no reason to keep it from you. Allow me to enlighten you." "Enlighten?" Su Qing was taken aback, realizing that Luo Qian had been privy to his affairs with Xia Shihan all along and had concealed something from him. Curiosity piqued, he looked at her intently. "All right, master, do tell." Subsequently, Luo Qian divulged everything to him. That it turned out that after Luo Qian had spoken to Xia Shihan that day, the very next day she approached him, expressing her desire to sever her romantic feelings but fearing an encounter with Su Qing. She sought his assistance in devising a solution. Consequently, Luo Qian established a new abode on the back mountain for Xia Shihan, ensuring that Su Qing could not disturb her. Thus, time passed gradually over a year or two, during which Luo Qian believed Su Qing should have understood the situation To his astonishment, Su Qing continued to visit Jushan Peak periodically to seek out Xia Shihan. Therefore, Luo Qian orchestrated for several laborers to deliberately disclose in the alchemy pavilion that Xia Shihan would be participating in the grand competition. Soon after, it became apparent that Su Qing no longer left the alchemy pavilion, likely having come to a realization. However, in the ensuing years, as Luo Qian observed Su Qing remain secluded in alchemical practice, rarely emerging, he surmised that Su Qing's heart might still be heavy with sorrow. Yet now, seeing him take the time to instruct his apprentices, he felt the moment had arrived to reveal the truth. Very well, Master, I concede. Upon hearing this, Su Qing felt somewhat speechless, never imagining that Xia Shihan's avoidance of him was orchestrated by Luo Qian. Nonetheless, so much time had elapsed that he had long since forgotten that fleeting sentiment. Ha! You rascal, I dared not speak of this until now for fear you would overthink it. How could that be? You are right, Master. With my spiritual root, I shall not hinder her. Su Qing understood Luo Qian's intentions, knowing he was concerned that he might impact her resolve. That is well, you know, after speaking with that girl Shihan. I went to Yunjian sect to seek out Qin Yu. Qin Yu? The name sounded vaguely familiar to Su Qing. After pondering for a moment, he recalled that Qin Yu, like himself, possessed a wasted spiritual root. However, he was puzzled as to why Luo Qian sought her out. He then saw Luo Qian express a tinge of regret as he said, "Alas, Huiyun Mountain has long expelled her from the alchemy pavilion, and subsequently, she was cast out of the sect. Indeed, she was truly expelled from the sect." Su Qing recalled the circumstances at that time. It was indeed likely that Qin Yu would face expulsion. Yet hearing it confirmed now still surprised him. Suddenly, he grew curious. But why did you seek her out? Isn't it for you? I intended to bring her to the sect to be your Tao partner. What do you think? I treat you well, do I not? That Qin Yu, being of a wasted spiritual root, is perfectly suited for you. What a pity, however, that it was too late. Su Qing's expression darkened as he realized Luo Qian was meddling in matters of romance. And he could only manage a wry smile. Very well, thank you, Master. If there's nothing else, I shall return to my alchemical practice. He did not wish to hear any more of Su Qing's frivolities and hastily rose to enter the alchemical chamber. Moments later, the sounds of alchemical refining echoed from within. That lad, he should be fine, right? Luo Qian furrowed his brow, casting a glance toward the alchemical chamber, and with a faint sigh, he left the second floor. Several months passed, and on a deep night, Su Qing remained seated within the alchemical chamber. However, he was not engaged in refining alchemy. Instead, he sat cross-legged beside the alchemical furnace. His eyes firmly shut, he was waiting for the cultivation from the Reincarnation Pearl. At this moment, his spiritual awareness sank into the sea of consciousness, intently observing the unmoving Reincarnation Pearl that I in the past. When restoring his cultivation, he had never been this meticulous, merely sensing his power surge into his dantian from all directions in an instant. This time he wished to discern precisely where this power originated, and as time ticked away second by second, the hour of the rat arrived. Suddenly, he saw it. A beam of golden light, visible only to himself, flashed from the Reincarnation Pearl, enveloping Su Qing entirely. Following this, it appeared as though a crack had formed on the Reincarnation Pearl, from which a surge of energy erupted, drifting into Su Qing's sea of consciousness and merging with the golden light. So that is how it is. It seems this energy is indeed my cultivation. He realized that this golden light would soon flow into his dantian, restoring his cultivation. However, suddenly a minute spatial fissure appeared before Su Qing. The golden light instantly vanished into the crack, which then sealed shut. How is this possible? Chapter 35. Dao Tian Yuaning Late Stage. Soul Power. My cultivation is gone. Su Qing sat there in a daze, unable to believe what had transpired before him. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation in all his reincarnations, that he sensed the Reincarnation Pearl, but at this moment, it had fallen silent. As if nothing had occurred to my cultivation is truly gone. How could this be? Did I do something in this lifetime that caused a change in the Reincarnation Pearl? Su Qing was bewildered, unable to comprehend why this situation had arisen. His heart felt heavy with disappointment. Was it all just a dream? He took a deep breath, slapping his cheeks with his hands, as if attempting to awaken from a dream that it turned out to be real. The sting of pain confirmed it. and he struggled to rise, feeling a sense of unwillingness wash over him. The cultivation he had painstakingly accumulated over countless lifetimes had vanished in an instant. Feeling overwhelmed, Su Qing desired to step out of the alchemical chamber for a breath of fresh air. As he lifted his right foot to take a step, suddenly, a sensation of connection appeared in his consciousness, emanating from a distant place, as if he were present there himself. It's the Avatar. Su Qing was taken aback, yet excitement welled within him as he hurriedly linked his awareness with that of the Avatar. Though their consciousnesses were separated by great distance, in that fleeting moment of connection, he felt as if he was the Avatar, and the Avatar was him, in a secret cave outside the sect. He thought, my heavens, so that is how it is. At this moment, Su Qing's awareness was within the Avatar, and he could distinctly sense that the dantian of the Avatar brimmed with abundant spiritual energy, and every part of its being radiated with world-destroying power, as if a single strike could shatter the mountains before it. All cultivation had transferred to the Avatar, as he experienced this late-stage Yuanian cultivation. Su Qing's expression turned peculiar. Indeed, his late-stage Yuanian cultivation had fully transferred to the Avatar, while his true self remained at merely the second level of Qi refining. Why is this? The reincarnation pearl is with my true self. Shouldn't the cultivation restore to my true self? He was puzzled, and doubt began to arise within him. Could it be an issue with the external avatar technique? The external avatar technique. I remember it well. Su Qing urgently recalled the details of the external avatar technique. After some time, he finally came to a realization and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Oh, that is how it is. It seems this avatar will remain in the realm of cultivation for quite a long time. After thoroughly contemplating the external avatar technique and the functions of the reincarnation fruit, Su Qing discovered the truth. The reincarnation pearl could carry his consciousness into an infinitely reborn newborn, and each newborn possessed a drop of his vital essence blood. The reincarnation pearl stored the cultivation he had accumulated over many lifetimes, which would restore to the body containing the vital essence blood every 30 years in each lifetime. However, refining an external avatar required the vital essence blood of the true self. So at this moment, the vital blood of Su Qing's true self was within this avatar, naturally leading to the restoration of cultivation within it, while Su Qing's true self remained at the second level of Qi refining. However, Su Qing noticed another strange occurrence. According to the annotations of the external avatar technique, the true self and the avatar were to be of one life, sharing the same cultivation techniques and spiritual roots, and should cultivate together to enhance their realms. In previous years, when Su Qing consumed spirit gathering pills, he could sense that the avatar was also increasing in cultivation, ultimately breaking through to the second level of Qi, refining alongside him. Yet now, the disparity between the true self and the avatar's cultivation had grown vast, as Su Qing began to suspect that this situation had already shattered the limitations of their shared existence. With this thought, Su Qing immediately had his true self consume 3 spirit gathering pills at this moment. He could feel a slight increase in his true self's cultivation, but the avatar showed no reaction whatsoever. Indeed, the restrictions had been broken, and from now on, the true self and the avatar would cultivate independently, unconnected to one another. In Su Qing's heart, joy blossomed. This situation was exceedingly favorable for him. Should his true self be reborn in the future, his avatar would remain within the realm of cultivation, retaining its strength. However, the immediate priority was to acquire the formula and materials for the Tian pill. Currently, both his true self and avatar possessed defective spiritual roots, making any breakthrough in their cultivation nearly impossible, especially for the avatar, which, despite being in the late stage of the nascent soul realm, would likely be unable to achieve perfection in its nascent soul, even if it expended all its lifespan. Thus, Su Qing yearned to obtain the Tian pill to reset his spiritual roots. After making this decision, Su Qing prepared to utilize his avatar for some preparatory work. The avatar, named Dao Tian, bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Qing, and when they stood side by side, it was as though they were gazing into a mirror. However, Su Qing did not intend for Dao Tian to reveal his true appearance. Instead, he prepared a disguise, draping him in a black robe, donning a wide-brimmed hat, and concealing his face with a mask, rendering his features indecipherable. Days later, Su Qing mused, with my current level of cultivation, unless faced with a spirit transformation cultivator. No one would sense Dao Tian's strength. This concealment technique is indeed effective. Observing Dao Tian's cultivation, Su Qing smiled with satisfaction that he then employed the concealment technique to lower his own cultivation to the golden core stage. And further down to the foundation establishment stage, finding it quite amusing. This concealment technique, a foundation establishment spell, allows one to obscure their cultivation. Unless someone surpasses the cultivator by a full realm, they cannot discern the true level of power. Su Qing acquired this spell a few days prior when he entered the sect's scripture pavilion through his avatar. The formation guarding the library was only at the golden core level, allowing Dao Tian, at the late nascent soul stage, to traverse freely between the first and third floors. That he scoured the third floor for spells, selecting several powerful ones along with a tome on spiritual consciousness before heading to the second floor, which contained primarily foundation establishment techniques. After searching, Su Qing found that the concealment technique was particularly useful to him. Having obtained these spells, Su Qing's true self continued to refine pills day and night in the alchemy pavilion. While the avatar studied these spells in a cave outside the sect, Su Qing soon realized that after the avatar learned these spells, his true self's consciousness also acquired them. However, due to insufficient cultivation and spiritual energy, he was unable to unleash these spells. Subsequently, Su Qing meticulously reviewed the tome on spiritual consciousness, finally grasping the most crucial ability within the golden core stage, spiritual power that I in the cultivation world. It is said, Qi refining produces spiritual awareness. Foundation establishment gives birth to divine awareness. Golden core refines the spirit. Nascent soul cultivates the primordial spirit, and spirit transformation conforms to the laws. This encapsulates the most vital abilities at each realm of cultivation. Beyond this, the stages of void breaking and harmonizing with Tao remain uncertain to Su Qing. Spiritual power is a unique ability of golden core cultivators, hidden within the golden core in the Dantian. Whenever a cultivator employs a spell, this spiritual power can enhance the spell's efficacy. The tome indicates that golden cores are divided into 9 ranks, with the first rank being the lowest and the 9th the highest. If spiritual power is cultivated to perfection, it can exponentially increase spell potency. A first-rank golden core can double a spell's power, a second rank can triple it, and a 9th rank can enhance it tenfold. It seems the golden core stage serves as a critical juncture for cultivators that Su Qing couldn't help but exclaim that if 2 golden core cultivators were to face off, one at the 9th rank would likely obliterate multiple lower-rank cultivators with a single spell. How might one achieve a higher-grade golden core? Su Qing pondered, continuing to read that it turns out that when a foundation establishment cultivator breaks through to the golden core stage in the usual manner, it results in a first-rank golden core. However, there exists a pill called the Gathering Pinnacle Pill, which enhances the quality of the golden core. Consuming 1 guarantees a 2nd or 3rd rank golden core. 2 yields a 4th or 5th rank. 3 leads to a 6th or 7th. 4 results in an 8th or 9th. And with 5, one is assured a 9th rank golden core. Yet, the pill has a high tolerance for repeated use. An ordinary cultivator can only consume 1 throughout their life, after which it becomes ineffective. Thus, only those with perfect physiques can take 5 Gathering Pinnacle Pills. Consequently, the quality of a cultivator's golden core is determined by their physical constitution. As Su Qing gazed at the golden core within his avatar's Dantian, it was merely an ordinary first-rank golden core, but he then had the avatar consume several Gathering Spirit Pills. Although these Qi refining pills would bear no effect on a nascent soul cultivator, he could still feel a faint essence of spiritual energy entering the Dantian, albeit minuscule, indicating the pills were indeed effective. However, upon consuming the 4th pill, the spiritual energy dissipated entirely into the air. It appears the avatar also possesses an ordinary physique that Su Qing reflected, having reincarnated so many times, only to struggle in seclusion like a tortoise in its shell, never exploring these abilities. Now he realized that even if he ascended in rank in the future, it would merely be a hollow facade. Within the same realm, he would remain the weakest of existences. He couldn't help but smile at his own folly. Yet, was there a way to alter this physique? Su Qing suddenly thought that, to form a high-grade golden core, one's constitution was indeed paramount, but he was uncertain if there were ways to change it. Never mind. There must be a solution, just as there is for the spiritual roots. Shaking his head slightly, he resolved to trust that these mysteries would reveal themselves in time. just as the matter of spiritual roots had only recently come to his knowledge with the Tian pill's ability to reset them. Not wishing to dwell further on this, Su Qing continued perusing the tome on spiritual consciousness. The latter part of the book primarily discussed methods for cultivating spiritual power for Golden Core cultivators. To develop their spiritual power, they must absorb spiritual energy from the Nine Tribulations Tower, in the Xintian continent. Within each domain, there exists a treasure tower known as the Nine Tribulations Tower. The origins of this tower are not documented in the annotations. It seems to have appeared alongside the Xintian continent. Within the Nine Tribulations Tower lies a colossal stone called the Nine Tribulations Soul Stone, located on the 9th level. This stone releases spiritual energy once a year for cultivators to absorb. In order to refine their spiritual power, this spiritual energy wafts throughout each level of the tower, but does not escape its confines, seemingly obstructed by some force. After 3 days of continuous release, if the spiritual energy is not absorbed by cultivators, it will be reabsorbed by the Nine Tribulations Soul Stone. Thus, cultivators have only 3 days each year to absorb this energy within the tower. The first level contains the least spiritual energy, while the 9th level is the most concentrated. To enter the Nine Tribulations Tower, one must pass through a formation at the entrance. Only those at the Golden Core stage or above can enter. Once inside, they will be transported to an isolated space where a duplicate of themselves appears. This duplicate possesses the same cultivation level and will only stand still, casting spells at the cultivator without moving. Defeating this duplicate is not overly difficult. Once vanquished, the cultivator can access the first level of the Nine Tribulations Tower. To reach the second level, they must defeat 2 duplicates at the second level entrance. While 2 duplicates pose a slight challenge, as they can simultaneously cast spells, the process continues similarly. To enter the 9th level, one must defeat 9 duplicates. Most Golden Core cultivators can only access the first or second levels. In these levels, apart from the larger crowds, the spiritual energy is quite scarce, and with only 3 days to absorb it, the amount each person can take in is limited. This leads to many Golden Core cultivators failing to fully cultivate their spiritual power even after breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Hence, it is common to see nascent soul cultivators returning to the Nine Tribulations Tower annually for training. However, within the Nine Tribulations Tower, cultivators cannot utilize spiritual energy. Attempting to do so will result in being forcibly expelled by the formation. Thus, no battles can occur there. It appears prudent to send the avatar to fully cultivate the spiritual power that a first-rank Golden Core is still a first-rank Golden Core, Su Qing concluded, closing the book and deciding to focus on perfecting the avatar's spiritual power. However, how should he cultivate the primordial spirit's power at the nascent soul stage? Once again, he gazed at the primordial spirit within the sea of consciousness, feeling a sense of helplessness. The cultivation of this incarnation had been achieved solely through sheer force, leaving Su Qing uncertain about many of his abilities. That he had now realized that the golden elixir within his Dantian could be refined by cultivating his spiritual power. However, he remained perplexed about how to cultivate the primordial spirit within the nascent soul in the sea of consciousness. This nascent soul resembled a small infant, roughly the size of a fist, standing amidst the sea of consciousness. That he could establish a connection with a nascent soul through his spiritual sense and was aware that it could unleash spells. With the primordial spirit being the key to that power, that he attempted to cast a fireball spell using the nascent soul. And indeed, the image of the nascent soul manifested above Dao Tian's head, from which a fireball soared forth, hurtling towards the mountain range ahead. With a resounding explosion, the fireball detonated, igniting a fierce blaze. That Su Qing then tried to release a fireball himself for comparison, and to his surprise, the potency of the spell unleashed by the nascent soul was identical to his OWN. It seemed that honing this primordial spirit's power would undoubtedly enhance the spellcasting capability of the nascent soul. But how to cultivate it? Su Qing felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck his mind. He should consult Yun Jinghong. A short while later, within the main hall of the sect leader, Yun Jinghong looked at Su Qing with bewilderment. What do you wish to know about the primordial spirit's power? Over the years, Su Qing had sought him out numerous times, but his inquiries had primarily revolved around matters concerning physical constitution, spiritual roots, and some basic alchemical knowledge. topics within Su Qing's current scope of understanding that he never expected to be asked about matters pertaining to the nascent soul today, which piqued a hint of curiosity within Yun Jinghong. I am merely curious and wish to prepare in advance. After all, one can never be certain when a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage might occur. Breakthrough to the nascent soul stage? Ha ha ha. Yun Jinghong burst into laughter upon hearing this. That do not jest, my dear disciple. 6 years ago, did I not say that the Xintian continent is replete with opportunities? What if fortune truly smiles upon you one day? Did I say that? Yun Jinghong's expression shifted slightly as he inwardly pondered, struggling to recall such a statement from 6 years prior. However, observing Su Qing's earnest expression, he surmised that he must have indeed said something along those lines. Yet, the matter of the primordial spirit was not trivial. Since Su Qing sought knowledge, there was no harm in sharing. Indeed, perhaps you may encounter an opportunity. Allow me to elaborate on the matter of the primordial spirit. With a slight smile, Yun Jinghong began to expound upon the subject. For cultivators at the nascent soul stage, the most crucial aspect lies in the nascent soul within the sea of consciousness. This nascent soul embodies the essence of the cultivator. It not only has the ability to cast spells, but can also project itself out of the body to engage in combat. Thus, a nascent soul cultivator effectively fights as two beings. The fundamental power behind the nascent soul's spellcasting and its projection for battle is the primordial spirit. When a cultivator first breaks through to the nascent soul stage, the primordial spirit condenses at the head of the nascent soul, establishing a connection with the cultivator's spiritual sense. Consequently, any spells learned by the cultivator can be transmitted through the spiritual sense to the primordial spirit, resulting in the nascent soul's spellcasting power being initially equivalent to that of the cultivator. Indeed, Su Qing nodded thoughtfully after hearing this, that he had already conducted his own experiment and found that the potency of both fireballs was identical. However, this was not the primary question he sought to ask. Can the power of the primordial spirit be enhanced? Absolutely. Chapter 37. 9 Apertures. Is it similar to the 9 Tribulations Tower? Su Qing exclaimed with excitement, inadvertently letting his thoughts slip that You are aware of the 9 Tribulations Tower? Yun Jinghong looked at him in astonishment, intrigued. How could a mere second-layer Qi cultivator possess such knowledge? It was Elder Chen Li from the Alchemist Association who informed me. Su Qing quickly deflected, using Chen Li as an excuse. Given that Chen Li was already at the Golden Elixir stage, it was not surprising that he would share information about the 9 Tribulations Tower. Ah, that old rascal Chen Li. It seems he was quite eager to recruit you, sharing so much with you. Indeed, Su Qing exclaimed, eager to continue the conversation, noticing that Yun Jinghong did not display excessive surprise. He pressed on regarding the primordial spirit's power. Sect leader, you mentioned that the power of the primordial spirit can be enhanced. How does one go about achieving that, since you are aware of the 9 Tribulations Tower? Do you also know about the grades of golden elixirs? Yun Jinghong paused for a moment before responding. Disciple is aware that golden elixirs are graded from 1 to 9, with 9 being the highest quality. Correct. He paused again, closing his eyes, his expression seemingly filled with excitement. Suddenly, Su Qing sensed a wave of energy emanating from Yun Jinghong's dantian, but it flickered and vanished almost instantly. What grade is your golden elixir? Su Qing pondered curiously. The annotations on the spiritual soul indicated that the color of golden elixirs varies with their grade. Grades 1 to 3 are golden, grades 4 to 6 are red, and grades 7 to 9 are purple. If a cultivator does not harness the spiritual power within the golden elixir while casting spells, ordinary individuals would be unable to discern its quality. Nevertheless, even if one could perceive its color, they would only glean a rough idea of its grade. Moments ago, Su Qing felt as though Yun Jinghong was about to release a hint of spiritual power, but abruptly withdrew, leaving him with a sense of regret that if he were to discern Yun Jinghong's golden elixir grade, it would likely only be possible during battle. That moment, Yun Jinghong remained with his eyes closed, silent. Sect leader, are you all right? Su Qing softly called out, only to see him suddenly open his eyes and burst into laughter. Nothing much. I merely recalled something exhilarating, Yun Jinghong replied, his expression returning to normal. Earlier, we discussed how golden elixirs are graded from 1 to 9. The nascent soul also requires the cultivation of primordial spirit power to unlock its apertures. Apertures? Indeed, the nascent soul has 9 apertures. and each aperture opened results in a multiplicative increase in the nascent soul's power. Multiplicative increase. Su Qing gasped, fully comprehending the implications of this exponential growth. This was an entirely different concept from the additive nature of golden elixir quality. An open aperture would grant the nascent soul double the power of an unopened one. Yu Qing's mind raced as he calculated. 512 times. He was astonished by the realization that if a nascent soul were to open all 9 apertures, it would possess 512 times the power of those nascent souls that remained unopened. The sheer magnitude of this disparity left him speechless that if one were to possess a 9-aperture nascent soul, how could anyone possibly defeat them? Sect leader, the disparity is simply too great. Su Qing exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Do you think it is so easy to open apertures within the nascent soul? Let me tell you, the majority of nascent soul cultivators across the entire Xintian continent possess unopened nascent souls. Yun Jinghong scoffed, seemingly dismissive of those nascent soul cultivators that is it truly so difficult to open apertures. How does one do so? Su Qing inquired, puzzled. Yun Jinghong then elucidated the process of opening apertures. It turned out that when a cultivator first breaks through to the nascent soul stage, the nascent soul they condense contains 9 apertures. Albeit in a sealed state, by cultivating the primordial spirit power to perfection and reaching a point where no further spiritual energy can be stored, the nascent soul will undergo a baptism by the heavenly Tao, resulting in the opening of an aperture. All accumulated primordial spirit power will reside within this newly opened aperture, allowing for continued cultivation. Upon reaching perfection once more, another aperture can be opened, and this process continues until all 9 apertures are fully opened. However, the amount of primordial spirit power required to open each subsequent aperture increases exponentially, and oh wonder the disparity in strength is so significant. Upon grasping this concept, Su Qing couldn't help but exclaim, "Just a few days ago, I thought the golden elixir stage was the dividing line for cultivators. Now it seems the nascent soul stage is an even more colossal threshold. By the way, sect leader, how does one cultivate and enhance the primordial spirit power?" After grasping so much information, Su Qing returned to the crucial question of how to cultivate the primordial spirit power. However, Yun Jinghong sighed, expressing a hint of regret that as far as I know, there are only 2 methods to enhance the primordial spirit power. 2 methods. Indeed, in the central region of the Xintian continent, there exists a vast fissure known as the Duanhuan Abyss. It opens once every 10 years, lasting for a month each time. During this month, numerous spatial rifts emerge within the Duanhuan Abyss. Spatial rifts. Su Qing was astonished to hear this term once more. He understood that the broken void realm could tear apart space, creating spatial fissures. Indeed, those are spatial fissures, but no one knows how they come into existence. Many primordial spirit beasts emerge from these rifts. Primordial spirit beasts. What are they? Su Qing was utterly captivated by these novel concepts and was eager to learn more. Primordial spirit beasts are a type of demonic beast, but they differ from ordinary demonic beasts. While ordinary demonic beasts possess a demon core within their heads, primordial spirit beasts contain a fragment of primordial spirit within their skulls. A fragment of primordial spirit. Could this be the key to enhancing primordial spirit power? Precisely. These fragments are imbued with primordial spirit energy, allowing cultivators to summon their nascent souls to absorb this energy for the purpose of enhancing their primordial spirit. However, these primordial spirit beasts are quite formidable, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary nascent soul cultivators to defeat them alone. Generally, several nascent soul cultivators form teams to slay them. Due to these primordial spirit fragments, fierce competition often erupts among cultivators within the Duanhuan Abyss. Yun Jinghong lamented with a sigh. Now, what about the second method? Su Qing also felt that the soul-severing abyss was ill-suited for him. Although his cultivation level was at the late stage of the nascent soul, it was the lowest grade of nascent soul, likely unable to contend even with those high-grade golden core practitioners. The second option is related to you, Yun Jinghong remarked with a smile. Related to me? Are you joking? A large question mark emerged in Su Qing's mind. How could such a significant matter regarding the nascent soul concern him? What I mean is that it relates to your identity as an alchemist. Alchemist? Could it be about pills? Indeed. There exists a pill known as the 9-aperture spirit pill. Consuming this pill would enhance one's spiritual power. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's heart surged with excitement that if he could enhance himself with pills, he would hold a distinct advantage. However, Yun Jinghong continued, yet the materials required for this pill are exceedingly complex, and the success rate is alarmingly low. Even a high-tier alchemist like you would struggle to achieve even a 10% success rate. Only a 10% success rate. Chapter 38. The Power of Spells. The fact that the success rate for the 9-aperture spirit pill was so dismal left Su Qing momentarily speechless. Nevertheless, recalling his own perfect 10% success rate brought a gradual thrill to his heart that I wonder if the success rate for pills of 2nd grade and above is also 10%? Su Qing knew that when he concocted 1st grade pills, the runes on the reincarnation fruit would emit a golden light that enveloped him, guiding the alchemical process without him needing to think. Yet, that was merely a 1st grade pill. After all, he had yet to attempt concocting anything above 2nd grade. It seemed he needed to use Dao Tian to acquire some 2nd grade pill formulas for experimentation. However, Yun Wujing, being only at the golden core stage, appeared to possess considerable knowledge regarding matters of the nascent soul, indicating he was no ordinary individual. By the way, Master, are you aware of the formula for the 9-aperture spirit pill? Suddenly, Su Qing inquired tentatively, hoping to glean some information from him. The pill formula contained the methods of concoction and the necessary materials. His inability to concoct pills above the 1st grade was primarily due to Luo Qian's reluctance to provide him with the formula. A formula? I didn't expect you to have such a talent for alchemy, wanting to delve into 4th grade pills at merely the 2nd level of qi refinement. However, even if you had the formula and materials, what good would it do with such a low success rate? Moreover, should an explosion occur, the entire alchemy pavilion would be devastated by the resulting force. I lack a grand alchemical formation suitable for the nascent soul stage. Yun Jinghong was correct. Every alchemy room housed a grand alchemical formation capable of mitigating the devastation caused by an explosion. However, the fire cloud sect formation could only withstand the force of a 3rd grade pill's explosion. If a 4th grade pill were to explode, its power would rival that of a nascent soul, potentially obliterating the entire alchemy pavilion. After hearing this, Su Qing could only manage an awkward smile and refrain from further inquiries. All right, if there is nothing else, let us conclude our discussion for today. You may return now. Perhaps their conversation had indeed stretched on for too long. Yun Jinghong seemed to grow somewhat impatient and urged Su Qing to leave. Nevertheless, Su Qing felt content. This conversation had deepened his understanding of the enigmatic world of cultivation, leaving him in high spirits as he hurriedly exited the Masteress Hall and dashed towards the sect's main gate. Half an hour later, in a mountain range outside the Fire Cloud sect, where Su Qing's avatar resided in its cave, he stood before the avatar, contemplating that it seemed time to devise some plans. Closing his eyes, Su Qing meticulously pondered, organizing the tasks he needed to undertake. Firstly, the 9 Calamities Tower opened only once a year for a mere 3 days, and he was uncertain how much time remained until the next opening. Thus, he resolved to investigate the vicinity of the 9 Calamities Tower. Secondly, regarding the supplementing heaven pill, he currently knew only that its primary ingredient, the 7-colored supplementing heaven mushroom, could be found in the Tianjian Peak's secret realm, accessible only to those at the nascent soul stage. This secret realm opened once every decade for a month, so he also needed to scout the area around the secret realm to ascertain its opening times. Thirdly, concerning the soul-severing abyss and the 9-aperture spirit pill, the soul-severing abyss lay in the central region of the Xintian continent. Far from the Tianluo domain. 1 could only reach it by taking a flying vessel from the main cities in each domain. As for the 9-aperture spirit pill, Su Qing had scanned information, so he planned to set this matter aside for now and revisit it later. Lastly, the issue of the success rates for concocting 2nd grade pills was something he was most eager to clarify. He would have Dao Tian procure some 2nd grade pill formulas. Su Qing made his decision. However, where would he obtain them? Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind. Right? Jinding City. Half a month later, in the heart of the Tianluo domain, stood a colossal city, the main city of the Tianluo domain. Jinding City, that Su Qing raised his eyes to behold the seemingly endless city walls, marveling silently. This place was even more magnificent than Yunchong City in the Dongyu domain. He had visited Yunchong City before, where he had encountered the Tianjiao Grand Competition, that he recalled that it took him several hours to traverse from the city gates to the city center. Glancing at the two guards at the main gate, he briefly sensed their cultivation levels and found them to be merely at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, comparable to the guards he had encountered in Yuncheng City. He released his divine sense to scan the surrounding crowd and shook his head. To it appeared that the disparity was not as immense as he had envisioned. Su Qing had initially assumed that the overall cultivation levels in the Tianluo domain would surpass those of the Dongyu domain. Thus, he expected to encounter a plethora of high-tier practitioners within the main city. However, he now discovered that Jinding City was quite similar to Yuncheng City, predominantly populated by Qi refinement practitioners, with only a few Foundation establishment practitioners. And he had yet to encounter any Golden Core practitioners, let alone nascent soul practitioners. But this was to be expected. The overall strength of a domain primarily hinges on the realms of its high-tier nascent soul practitioners. The Tianluo domain had the venerable ancestor of the Xiandao sect at the peak of the nascent soul stage, along with 3 late-stage nascent soul ancestors from first-grade sects that in contrast. The Dongyu domain had its 4 major sects and the Lord of Yuncheng City, all merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul. When compared, it was clear that the Tianluo domain's strength was superior to that of the Dongyu domain. Yet, regardless of the domain, Qi refinement and Foundation establishment practitioners remained the mainstream. In overwhelming numbers, while Golden Core and Nascent Soul practitioners predominantly resided within their respective sections' Nascent Soul perfection. So what? A hint of disdain flickered in Su Qing's heart. Ever since he had learned about the quality of Golden Cores and the awakening of the Nascent Soul, he understood that the gap between practitioners after achieving Golden Core was substantial, that a practitioner at the initial stage of Golden Core, with a 9th grade Golden Core, might very well be capable of defeating a Nascent Soul practitioner who had only attained a low-grade Golden Core. Of course, this was assuming the Nascent Soul's core had not awakened. If it had, the challenge would be considerably greater. After all, the foundational power of spells at the Nascent Soul stage undoubtedly surpassed that of the Golden Core stage. During this time, he had thoroughly studied the powers of spells across the Qi refinement, Foundation establishment, and Golden Core stages while using Dao Tian's identity in the library, that he reached several conclusions. Generally, the foundational power of spells at the Foundation establishment stage was 5 times that of the Qi refinement stage, while at the Golden Core stage, it was 5 times that of the Foundation establishment stage. As for the power of spells at the Nascent Soul stage, he could not verify it due to the library's lack of records, but he speculated it would be similar. Thus, Su Qing now perceived that a practitioner at the initial stage of Golden Core with a 9th grade Golden Core might indeed be capable of defeating a Nascent Soul practitioner at the initial stage with only a low-grade Golden Core. For example, if the foundational power of a Golden Core spell was 100, then that of a Nascent Soul spell would be 500. If it were a 9th grade Golden Core, its power would be 1,000. While a Nascent Soul practitioner with only a first-grade Golden Core would have a foundational spell power of 500. Totaling 1,000 when combined. However, it was evident that 1,000 would certainly exceed 500 plus 500. Yet if the Nascent Soul had awakened its core, crossing boundaries to defeat an enemy would almost become impossible. Therefore, Su Qing summarized the overarching system of practitioners in the cultivation world as he currently understood it. Firstly, spiritual roots determine the speed of cultivation. A superior spiritual root enables a practitioner to break through to higher realms more swiftly. Secondly, physical constitution affects the daily consumption of pills and can accelerate the enhancement of cultivation, also influencing the quality of Golden Core production, making this aspect even more critical. Consider the following. If a practitioner in battle needed to use a pill to restore spiritual energy, and the rhythmic body could only consume 1 pill while the flawless body could consume 9, the disparity would be glaringly obvious. Thirdly, the quality of the Golden Core and the number of apertures in the Nascent Soul influence a practitioner's combat effectiveness, while magical treasures serve as support, potentially yielding unexpected results. Now, as for the physical constitution, it remained uncertain whether it could be altered. Yet, there must be a way, for I possess the Reincarnation Pearl, Su Qing mused, filled with confidence and composure. After a while, he activated the concealment technique to suppress his cultivation to the late stage of Foundation establishment and entered the city. Chapter 39. Chu Qian Da. So much. Senior Dao Tian. I can't decide on this. Then bring forth someone who can. The stewardess has not yet returned. Should you, esteemed senior, wait here for a while? I shall promptly send a message to the steward. Very well, within a grand edifice in Jinding City. Su Qing stood at the counter, engaged in conversation with a young man. Just moments ago, upon entering the city gates and not having ventured far, he had encountered this magnificent building, its entrance adorned with the resplendent characters of Lingdan Pavilion. Undoubtedly tied to the realm of elixirs, upon entering, Su Qing observed his surroundings. And indeed, this establishment not only sold elixirs, but also procured them a month prior. Su Qing had gathered all the elixirs he possessed into a storage pouch, which he carried on his person, intending to sell them today in exchange for spirit stones. However, the vast quantity of elixirs had nearly frightened the young cultivator to death. He hardly dared to make decisions on his own, thus hastily contacting the steward via a message talisman. The young man, named Li Xin, was merely a third-level qi refinement practitioner, having spent several years at the Lingdan Pavilion, yet he had never witnessed such an abundance of elixirs. His astonishment lingered, as his gaze frequently wandered towards Su Qing, seated in the hall. The sheer number of gathering spirit pills was truly daunting. Li Xin marveled inwardly. Moments ago, he had seen that other elixirs were mostly in the hundreds, while these gathering spirit pills numbered in the tens of thousands. Little did he know, Su Qing had spent the past 6 years predominantly refining gathering spirit pills, as they were the most sought-after elixirs for qi refinement practitioners. With the disciples of Huiyun's sect all being at that stage, thus the demand was exceedingly high. Consequently, Su Qing primarily focused on refining gathering spirit pills, occasionally crafting other elixirs, yet in far lesser quantities. At this moment, Su Qing had been waiting in the hall for the better part of an incense stick's burning time. Yet the so-called steward had yet to appear, and he was beginning to feel a twinge of impatience. Just as he was about to rise and inquire with Li Xin, a young and beautiful woman entered through the door. Upon her entrance, she hurried towards the counter and asked Li Xin, "Where is he?" "Right there." Following Li Xion's pointed direction, the woman spotted Su Qing not far away. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her slightly disheveled hair from her earlier haste, and a sweet smile graced her face as she swiftly approached Su Qing. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Daotian. I am Chu Qian that I apologize for my rushed arrival." Li Xin had just informed her via message talisman, and though this fellow Taoist Daotian's cultivation was indiscernible to her, he must be at least at the foundation establishment stage, especially given the tens of thousands of gathering spirit pills he had brought forth. Hearing this news had even startled her, for such a quantity was beyond what even a first-rate sect could muster at once. Chu Qian scrutinized Su Qing, but his entire figure was cloaked in a black robe and a conical hat, obscuring his face. Yet, with her late foundation establishment cultivation, she could discern that Su Qing was also at the same stage. "Fellow Taoist Chu, can you make decisions here at the Lingdan Pavilion?" Su Qing rose, forgoing unnecessary pleasantries and asking directly, "Of course, I can. However, given the presence of many people here, would it not be better for us to converse in the inner hall?" Su Qing glanced around, somewhat puzzled. Aside from the two of them, there were merely a few clerks at the counter. Nevertheless, he thought little of it and followed Chu Qian into the back hall. This back hall was essentially a private room, which could be described as Chu Qian's bedroom. As they entered, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. "Fellow Taoist, please take a seat," Chu Qian said, pouring a cup of spirit tea. Su Qing accepted without hesitation and savored the tea, which invigorated his spirit. "Indeed, this is exquisite tea. You possess quite the skill in tea artistry." "Thank you for your kind words," Chu Qian giggled, her large eyes sparkling with joy, her lips curving into a gentle smile that revealed a row of pearly white teeth. Her smile resembled a beautiful painting, refreshing and intoxicating to behold, causing Su Qing to momentarily lose his focus. "Fellow Taoist Daotian, might I request you to show me your storage pouch?" Suddenly, Chu Qian's demeanor returned to seriousness as she inquired earnestly that Su Qing nodded, placing the storage pouch on the table, by infusing a strand of spiritual energy into it. Chu Qian's consciousness delved inside. After a while, she exclaimed, "So much." Though Li Xin had informed her of the tens of thousands of gathering spirit pills, she had initially found it hard to believe. Now, witnessing the neatly arranged elixirs within the pouch, her breath quickened, her large eyes glistening with desire. Indeed, there are a total of 36,600 gathering spirit pills. "Please, name your price. Please wait a moment while I calculate." Su Qing was already aware of the market value of these gathering spirit pills. In the sect, they exchanged for 50 contribution points each, and 50 contribution points could be traded for 50 spirit stones, roughly translating to 360,000 spirit stones for the elixirs. However, as a merchant, she would certainly seek a profit, generally around a 70 to 80% discount. Hence, Su Qing's bottom line was 120,000 spirit stones. Fellow Daoist, our Lingdan Pavilion is willing to offer 180,000 spirit stones for your elixirs. What do you think? 180,000. Su Qing stared at her in surprise. Are you curious as to why I would purchase these gathering spirit pills at full price? Chu Qian inquired. Su Qing nodded, encouraging her to elaborate. I perceive that you must be an alchemist from a certain sect. Am I mistaken? Indeed, I am an alchemist, Su Qing confirmed, nodding again. Given his current appearance, no one could recognize his true identity except those at the god transformation stage, and since he was indeed an alchemist, he acknowledged it. That is precisely it. Alchemists of your caliber are quite numerous here in Jinding City. Oh, what is the reason for that? Su Qing asked, intrigued. Once an alchemist achieves the status of a first-rate alchemist, they must take a heavenly oath, thus they cannot refine pills in Jinding City. Chu Qian replied with a chuckle. You mean to say you were unaware? She laughed again. But upon noticing Su Qing's unchanging demeanor, she quickly added, Forgive me, fellow Daoist. I was merely curious. How could someone of your status not be aware of this? I truly had no knowledge of it. Please enlighten me further. Chu Qian poured another cup of tea for Su Qing and began to explain the matter of alchemists. It turned out that upon rating their status, each alchemist could utilize sect materials for refining pills. Since these alchemists had taken the heavenly oath, they could only refine pills for their sect. Should they assist other sects or factions, they would face annihilation due to this oath. However, this does not imply that they cannot sell their elixirs. The excess elixirs obtained during the refining process could be sold. Generally, these alchemists were required to surrender only 20% of their refined elixirs to their sect, allowing them to sell the surplus in Jinding City. Thus, the higher the alchemist's rank, the more profit they could make. Naturally, establishments like Chu Qian's were eager to accept these alchemist elixirs. There were dozens of such elixir shops throughout Jinding City, and they were required to pay a substantial amount of spirit stones each year to the city lord's office to continue their operations. Damn it, that scoundrel of a master insisted that I surrender 50%. Upon hearing this, Su Qing cursed inwardly. Thank you, fellow Daoist Chu. However, why do you wish to purchase these elixirs at the original price? Chu Qian's face flushed slightly, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Yet after taking a deep breath, she suddenly stood and gazed intently at Su Qing. To be candid, my intention in procuring these elixirs is to request a promissory note from you. A promissory note? Chapter 40. The Second-Rank Pill Formula. Are you jesting with me? Su Qing replied, somewhat speechless, picking up the storage pouch and preparing to leave. Fellow Daoist An, please allow me to finish. What else is there to say? You intend to sell me the elixirs first and then provide me with spirit stones. I might as well go to another elixir shop. At least I can receive spirit stones immediately. They wouldn't offer you such a high price, Chu Qian said anxiously, rushing to the door and blocking Su Qing's exit. I don't care. If the price is low, then so be it. What do you mean by this, forcing a sale? Su Qing felt a surge of anger as Chu Qian stood in his way. Just as he was about to push her aside, she suddenly knelt, her legs bending beneath her. What are you doing? Su Qing stepped back, confused by her actions. Fellow Daoist, I beseech you to assist me. I truly have no other options, she pleaded, her voice tinged with a sob, evoking a sense of compassion. Su Qing studied her for a moment, yet he remained unmoved by her pitiful appearance, shaking his head as he replied. We are not related by blood, and this is our first meeting. You expect me to assist you with over 30,000 gathering spirit pills. Do you think that feasible? This is a jest. It represents the wealth I have accumulated through 6 years of relentless alchemy. Fellow Daoist, would you allow me to finish speaking? Chu Qian remained kneeling on the ground, her body perfectly blocking the entrance. Please rise. Tell me, what is the matter? Su Qing, rendered speechless by the situation, decided to listen to the unfolding events. It turned out that Chu Qian hailed from the Chu family, a prominent clan within the realm of cultivation in the vicinity of Jinding City. Her father, the patriarch of the Chu family, was a fully realized foundation establishment practitioner and had long ago passed the assessment of the Alchemist Association, becoming a first-tier alchemist, albeit one of lower rank. After several years, he unexpectedly ascended to the rank of a second-tier alchemist. Consequently, with her father's alchemical prowess, the Chu family established a Lingdan Hall in Jinding City, generating income through the sale of elixirs. Su Qing then realized that the various elixir shops in Jinding City were primarily operated by nearby cultivation families. However, these other shops merely procured elixirs crafted by alchemical apprentices who had been eliminated by their sects or purchased elixirs from the sect's alchemists, as they did not possess any alchemists within their own families. Thus, they could only profit from the price differential of the elixirs. The Chu family, in contrast, not only acquired some elixirs, but also had her father personally crafting them, resulting in significantly higher earnings. With ample spirit stones, they could offer better prices for elixirs than other shops, making sect alchemists more inclined to sell their wares at the Lingdan Hall. This, in turn, bred considerable resentment among other families. But no one dared to engage in open conflict within Jinding City, leaving those families powerless against the Lingdan Hall. Upon hearing this, Su Qing couldn't help but furrow his brow. The Chu family's actions were tantamount to vicious competition. However, after a moment's reflection, he dismissed such thoughts, recognizing it as merely a business tactic. After all, it was not the fault of those families for lacking alchemists. Over the following decades, the Lingdan Hall gradually became the largest elixir shop in Jinding City. Yet, as is often the case, unforeseen circumstances arose. 5 years ago, Chu Qian's father stumbled upon a third-tier elixir formula within the ruins of a golden core practitioner's cave, armed with decades of alchemical experience. He attempted to refine the formula, but misfortune struck, resulting in an explosive furnace. Fortunately, the Lingdan Hall was equipped with a golden core-level alchemical formation. Otherwise, the entire establishment would have been obliterated. However, he himself sustained severe injuries from the blast. And though he survived, he lost all his cultivation, unable to continue his alchemical pursuits. Now he could only spend his remaining days within the family. Subsequently, the Lingdan Hall was managed by Chu Qian, but upon learning of this incident, the other elixir shops banded together to suppress the Lingdan Hall. They prevented alchemical apprentices from supplying elixirs to the Lingdan Hall and would purchase elixirs from sect alchemists at inflated prices. Nevertheless, due to a substantial inventory from before, the Lingdan Hall managed to endure for a while. However, 5 years had now elapsed, and the stock was nearly exhausted, with annual revenues barely sufficient to cover the family's dues to Jinding City. If this continued, within a few months, the Lingdan Hall would have no elixirs left to sell and would face closure. How could Chu Qian bear to witness the destruction of her family's decades-long enterprise? Thus, during this time, she tirelessly sought out alchemical apprentices, hoping they would sell elixirs to the Lingdan Hall, but the apprentices seemed to have conspired against her, ignoring her pleas. Just when Chu Qian felt utterly helpless, she received a message from Li Xin while at the city lord's residence to pay the spirit stones, her heart soaring with joy as she hurried back, leading to the earlier events. Upon learning that Chu Qian's father was a second-tier alchemist, Su Qing's interest peaked. His purpose for visiting was to gather second-tier formulas. Although her father could no longer refine elixirs, he possessed the formulas for second-tier elixirs. Just as Su Qing pondered how to express his interest in the formulas, Chu Qian preemptively spoke. "Daoist friend, I perceive that you too must be a second-tier alchemist." "Indeed I am," Su Qing replied, somewhat awkwardly, but without denial. "Might I inquire if you have gathered all the second-tier formulas? If not, I would be willing to have my father provide them to you. I hope you can assist me in overcoming this predicament." Chu Qian understood that the most precious asset for an alchemist was their formulas, and not every alchemist had managed to collect them all. There were dozens of second-tier elixir formulas, and during the assessment at the Alchemist Association, one only needed to be proficient in the 10 most fundamental ones. Thus, she hoped to persuade Su Qing with a promise of formulas, wishing fervently that he had not completed his collection. At that moment, Chu Qian gazed at him with anxious eyes, while Su Qing felt a surge of joy. Unexpectedly, she initiated the inquiry that I must be missing a few, he replied, though I can't quite recall the specifics. "But does your father truly possess the complete set of 29 second-tier formulas?" Su Qing remained somewhat skeptical. "Indeed, my father has an immense passion for alchemy. Over the decades, he has collected all 29 second-tier formulas." "Excellent. The detailed alchemical compendium confirms that there are indeed 29 second-tier elixirs. Su Qing recalled that the compendium only documented the 10 foundational elixirs for qi refinement, followed by the total quantities of first, second, and third-tier elixirs, 19 first-tier and 29 second and third-tier. How many do you have? Chu Qian inquired eagerly. I possess 27. Only 2 remain unaccounted for. May I ask which ones? Chu Qian felt a tinge of disappointment. If merely 2 formulas were missing, how could she entice Su Qing? Just as she contemplated testing the waters with him, she heard him say, I can assist you by providing you with a gathering spirit pill. But you must show me all 29 elixir formulas for comparison to determine which 2 are missing. Really, you truly wish to help me. Chapter 41. Strange Events. The gathering spirit pill is highly coveted among qi refinement practitioners, and there is a severe shortage of it throughout Jinding City. With such an abundance of gathering spirit pills, the Lingdan Hall could sustain itself for several years, and if she could forge a connection with the Taoist Tian before her, the Lingdan Hall would secure a source of supply. Moreover, as a second-tier alchemist, only lacking 2 formulas, trading them for this opportunity was incredibly advantageous. At that moment, Chu Qian was already brimming with excitement, eagerly awaiting Su Qing's response that, of course, once I see those formulas, I shall immediately hand over the pills. Upon hearing Su Qing's affirmative answer, Chu Qian could no longer contain her elation and exclaimed, Wonderful! I shall return to inform my father, Taoist Tian. Let us exchange communication talismans. Within 3 days, I will return without fail. Very well. After exchanging communication talismans, Su Qing departed the Lingdan Hall, with a lead on the second-tier formulas. He intended to investigate the opening time of the Jujia Tower nearby. It was only open for 3 days each year, and he did not wish to miss this opportunity. Shortly thereafter, Su Qing arrived outside the gates of Jinding City, contemplating the location of the Jujia Tower. Once he confirmed the direction, he soared into the air. Records indicated that the Jujia Tower was situated to the north of Jinding City, with the Xiandao sect located further north. On the day the Jujia Tower opened, a beam of golden light would descend from the heavens, reaching the 9 tribulation soul stone atop the tower, which would then begin releasing spiritual energy into the tower. 3 days later, the soul stone would absorb all remaining spiritual energy from within the tower before emitting another beam of golden light into the sky. Afterward, the soul stone would become akin to an ordinary stone, remaining dormant within the 9 layers of the Jujia Tower. However, the records did not clarify the origin of this golden light or its destination, as if it came from beyond the skies. Vanishing in an instant, it appeared that the Xiantian continent operated under its own set of rules. Su Qing pondered whether the heavenly Tao was orchestrating these phenomena, that a sliver of doubt crept into his mind. He had heard Elder Chun Li of the Alchemist Association mention that the heavenly Tao regulated the distribution probability of spiritual roots on the Xiantian continent. The secrets of the cultivation world were indeed vast. Yet with the reincarnation fruit in his possession, he was confident that one day he would unveil the truth. Filled with determination, Su Qing channeled his spiritual energy and quickened his pace towards the north. 3 hours later, a magnificent ancient 9-story pagoda came into view. From above, the Jujia Tower appeared to rise at least 100 feet high. Even from a distance, Su Qing could sense that the tower was enveloped in a powerful formation, while the surrounding area was adorned with vibrant flowers and lush trees, lending a touch of grace to the ancient structure. As Su Qing flew parallel to the pagoda, he aimed to reach the tower's summit for a closer view. Just as he approached within 10 feet of the tower, a sudden surge of formidable energy erupted from the formation surrounding the tower, rolling towards Su Qing. The force was immense. Su Qing, at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, was instantly pressed down from the sky. Bang! With a sudden jolt, the body was flung into the earth's embrace. Yet just before impact, Su Qing had managed to activate the protective charm of the Golden Core stage. Or else he would surely have suffered multiple fractures. How astonishingly powerful this formation is. Su Qing brushed off the dirt clinging to his attire, casting a wary glance at the formation surrounding the 9 Tribulations Tower. Ha ha, my dear fellow. You are quite the source of amusement. A hearty laughter erupted from beside the 9 Tribulations Tower, accompanied by the approach of a man striding towards Su Qing, in fact, while suspended in the air. Su Qing had already noticed a figure seated cross-legged by the tower, though he had paid it little heed. Now, the man had closed the distance to several paces away from Su Qing. Greetings, I am Qiuji, an elder of the Sword Heart sect. May I inquire your esteemed title? The man said, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, though his expression bore a hint of amusement from the earlier incident. Dao Tian, Su Qing replied nonchalantly, having sensed that this Qiuji was at the mid-golden core stage. During his journey here, Su Qing had suppressed his own cultivation to the early golden core stage using the concealment technique. Hence Qiuji referred to him as a fellow Daoist. Dao, such an imposing surname, though perhaps it is merely a title. Qiuji mused, a flicker of surprise dancing in his heart. Dao Tian Daoist. I presume you are visiting the Nine Tribulations Tower for the first time, having only just entered the golden core stage. Indeed, this is my first visit. Ah, that explains it, without guidance on your first visit. One is bound to be overwhelmed by this formation and brought crashing down from the skies. I have heard even the mighty transformation stage cultivators cannot ascend. Oh, even they cannot. Su Qing's heart raced with astonishment, and he glanced upward again, sensing the formation, swallowing hard. What level of formation is this? Alas, that remains a mystery. In any case, within a Tianzhong radius around this tower, no one can take to the skies. And what about the apex of the tower? Su Qing pointed towards the highest point of the Nine Tribulations Tower. That too is off-limits, resembling a cylindrical structure that reaches beyond the heavens. It is uncertain where it leads, Qiuji said, gazing curiously into the distant sky. After a moment, he turned his gaze back to Su Qing, a hint of curiosity in his voice that belied the way. Why have you arrived so early? Are you perhaps here to test the formation's projections like I am? Test? Is that even permissible? Of course, you are unaware. I assumed your sect's golden core and nascent soul practitioners would have informed you. I am merely a loose cultivator. A loose cultivator. My heavens, to have reached the golden core stage as a loose cultivator is truly admirable. Qiuji exclaimed, astonished that if a loose cultivator had achieved the golden core stage, they must have encountered tremendous opportunities or possessed extraordinary talent, that he looked at Su Qing with envy. Merely luck, but what exactly does it mean to test this Nine Tribulations Tower? Pray, enlighten me. Su Qing smiled ruefully and inquired about the Nine Tribulations Tower. As it turns out, regardless of whether the tower is open or not, the formation remains ever present. Thus, once one reaches the golden core stage, they may challenge the formation at the entrance. Upon defeating the projection, they gain entry into the tower. However, at present, the tower contains no traces of spiritual essence. Those who come to test themselves merely wish to ascertain how many levels they can ascend before being expelled by the formation an hour prior to its opening. Not long ago, Qiuji had attempted to traverse the formation from the second to the third floor, only to be defeated by 3 projections, leading to his expulsion, that he was outside the tower recovering his spiritual energy when he witnessed Su Qing's fall. Qiuji also informed him that the Nine Tribulations Tower would not open for another month. Upon hearing this, Su Qing felt a surge of excitement, eager to test the formation himself, that I still need to recover my spiritual energy. You may proceed first, my friend. However, the projections increase in number, making it quite challenging that I estimate you will only manage to reach the second level at most. Qiuji sighed and resumed his meditative posture to recover his energy. After thanking him, Su Qing made his way to the grand entrance of the tower. The entrance was immense, towering several men in height, with a swirling vortex resembling a starry nebula slowly rotating within. Su Qing inhaled deeply, knowing this projection would mark his first battle in this lifetime. And not just any battle, but one against a nascent soul-level opponent. Excitement and apprehension mingled within him, as soon as his feet crossed the threshold of the formation. He felt a mysterious force pulling him into an isolated space. Upon arrival, he found himself face-to-face with a figure identical to himself, cloaked in black robes, a conical hat atop his head, and his face shrouded in black cloth. This is my projection. It looks exactly like me. Su Qing fixated on the projection, fists clenched, ready for battle. Suddenly, he gasped in shock. How is this possible? The second layer of qi refinement? Indeed, it was truly the second layer of qi refinement. After further scrutiny, Su Qing was certain that the projection before him possessed the same cultivation level as his true self, merely at the second layer of qi refinement. Could it be that this formation only replicates the cultivation level of the original? Or perhaps it was malfunctioning? Was this a bug? As these peculiar thoughts swirled in his mind, the projection launched an attack that a fiery orb streaked toward him, a manifestation of the Qi refinement fireball technique. Su Qing effortlessly deflected the fireball and, invoking a spell, directed a far more potent fireball from above the projection. This was a spell he had learned in the library, a golden core level technique that represented an advancement of the fireball technique. He discovered that the majority of offensive and defensive spells have corresponding upgraded versions at each realm. The fireball technique is known as the fire burst technique at the foundation establishment level and becomes the fire falling technique at the golden core level. However, there are a few unique spells without such upgrades, like the external avatar technique and the concealment technique, which are singular in their existence. Having tested the foundational power of these offensive and defensive spells, Su Qing knew that the foundation establishment level was 5 times stronger than the Qi refinement level, and the golden core level was 5 times stronger than the foundation establishment level. Thus, the power of the fire falling technique was 25 times that of the fireball technique. At that moment, the projection manifested a golden shield around itself, a basic defensive spell of the Qi refinement stage. The golden light shield. However, how could a defensive spell from the Qi refinement stage withstand a golden core level spell? With a resounding boom, the fireball struck the shield, causing it to shatter instantaneously, and the projection was engulfed in flames, reducing it to ashes within mere moments. After a few more moments, the entire space trembled, and Su Qing was pulled by an unseen force, vanishing from that realm. When he regained his senses, he found himself within the first level of the Nine Tribulations Tower. So this is the first level of the Nine Tribulations Tower? Nothing particularly special here. Su Qing surveyed his surroundings, noting the vastness of the space, seemingly boundless to the naked eye. However, his spiritual sense detected that the periphery was surrounded by a formation, and the entire space was stark and empty, devoid of even a hint of spiritual energy, let alone any traces of divine soul essence. Finding nothing extraordinary, Su Qing lost interest in further exploration and proceeded forward. After some time, he arrived at the entrance to the second level. This entrance was yet another swirling vortex reminiscent of a nebula, slowly rotating. Without a second thought, Su Qing stepped into the vortex, and once again, he felt the force pulling him into another space. Inside, 2 projections materialized, but they stood apart, one on each side in less than 3 breaths. The projections launched their assaults. However, the 2 projections did not unleash the same spell. The one on the left cast the fireball technique, while the other unleashed the wind blade technique, shaking his head. Su Qing dispatched both projections with ease, reducing them to dust. Subsequently, Su Qing did not linger on each level but pressed onward through the formation, determined to reach the 9th level and behold the Nine Tribulations Soul Stone. Yet, as he ascended, the number of projections increased, and he felt a growing sense of trepidation that he realized that if these projections replicated his true cultivation level, he would be unable to evade their spells and would undoubtedly be struck down, likely annihilated before he could even reach the 3rd level. After 2 hours, Su Qing stood on the 9th level, still in shock at the scene where 9 projections had unleashed their spells simultaneously against him. Could anyone truly reach the 9th level? If their cultivation level mirrored his, how could they possibly overcome 9 foes? Who authored the divine soul annotations? One could only know such intricacies by having traversed the 9th level. In the depths of Su Qing's mind, a sense of confusion began to take root, that if the annotations on the divine soul detailed every aspect of the 9 Calamities Tower, it implied that someone must have ascended to the 9th level and discovered the existence of the 9 Calamity Soul Stones. Yet he found himself bewildered as to how he had managed to reach this place. The images replicated all the cultivator's abilities and spells. Even if they were immobile, it was inconceivable that one could vanquish 9 versions of oneself. Moreover, if the battle prolonged, even the spiritual energy would be depleted. Could it be that a practitioner of the 9th grade Golden Core had achieved this? No, that was impossible. Su Qing understood that a cultivator at the 9th grade Golden Core, upon fully cultivating their divine soul power, could amplify their offensive and defensive spells tenfold. He speculated that perhaps such a practitioner had perfected their divine soul power in the lower levels of the 9 Calamities Tower before challenging the higher levels, allowing them to obliterate these images with their enhanced spell potency. However, upon further reflection, he deemed this unlikely, as the images replicated everything about the cultivator, including the 9th grade Golden Core. Thus, it meant that all 9 images were equivalent to ninth-grade golden cores with perfected divine soul power, rendering them indistinguishable. Could it be a nascent soul cultivator who had unlocked their potential? That too seemed implausible. Su Qing considered that if a nascent soul cultivator had indeed unlocked their potential, their power would increase exponentially, and upon summoning their nascent soul, they could potentially destroy these images. Yet he realized that the same logic applied. Since the images were replicas, the nascent soul would also be replicated. Who, then, could possibly reach this 9th level? Never mind, he decided to set aside his doubts for the moment and focus on the 9 Calamity Soul Stones as Su Qing relinquished his musings and began to survey his surroundings. He observed that the space at the 9th level was relatively small, possibly only half the size of the other levels. Directly ahead, he spotted a massive stone situated at the center of the 9th level. Undoubtedly the 9 Calamity Soul Stone. Approaching the center, he soon found himself beside the Soul Stone. Towering 3 zhang high, the stone was circular in shape and entirely black, resembling an ordinary colossal black rock. As he reached out to touch it, he felt a chill but sensed nothing peculiar. Circling the stone, he found it to be unremarkable, merely an ordinary rock. Was this truly the 9 Calamity Soul Stone? It didn't seem particularly special. Could it really emit divine soul energy? A flicker of curiosity crossed his mind to know. He recalled from the divine soul annotations that on the day it opens, a golden light would descend from the heavens. Suddenly, Su Qing remembered the inscription and hastily directed his divine sense to the top of the stone. Indeed, at the very apex, he discerned a circular area inscribed with peculiar and arcane runes. However, the runes appeared devoid of luster at that moment, that Su Qing attempted to probe them with his divine sense, but to no avail. It seemed these runes were the key. If golden light were to penetrate them, the stone would release divine soul energy. But from where would this golden light originate? From beyond the heavens? Su Qing raised his gaze toward the summit of the tower, seemingly attempting to see beyond its apex. Yet, the tower was enveloped in a formation, rendering it impossible for his divine sense to penetrate through. What was that? Suddenly, Su Qing noticed a small vortex swirling at the center of the tower's peak. Rotating slowly, it resembled the vortex at the entrance of the 9 Calamities Tower formation, though its color differed. The entrance's vortex was pure white, while this one was pitch black. Could it be another space? A hint of doubt crept into Su Qing's mind, but his body could not approach the vortex due to the formation suppression within the 9 Calamities Tower, preventing any cultivator from flying. Moreover, should he forcefully employ his spiritual energy, the formation would expel him. Thus, Su Qing could only observe with his divine sense that he settled into a cross-legged position, releasing his divine sense to approach the vortex. After a moment, his divine sense entered the swirling maelstrom. What was this? A reincarnation space? No, it was not. At this moment, Su Qing's divine sense arrived in a mysterious space. Upon entry, he immediately recognized the place as strikingly similar to the space he visited during each of his rebirths. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was not the same, as this space lacked the swirling vortex he encountered during reincarnation. The area was not vast, surrounded by walls of spatial energy, beyond which lay an unknown realm. Oh, what was that? Suddenly, Su Qing noticed a small, vibrant sphere of energy at the center of this space, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. The sphere was not large and was releasing wisps of multicolored gas into the surroundings. Strangely, as the gas drifted past the spatial walls, it seemed to traverse through them, vanishing without a trace. Yet, the sphere did not diminish in size despite the release of the gas. It remained as it was. What kind of energy sphere was this? Su Qing felt a surge of curiosity as he approached the sphere with his divine sense. Just as he neared within a zhang's distance, an overwhelmingly thunderous voice erupted from the sphere, shaking the very heavens. Who dares to pry into the heavenly Tao? Chapter 43. The heart of the heavenly Tao. The voice was deafening, imbued with a destructive energy that reverberated through the air. At that moment, Su Qing was taken aback. He had not anticipated that someone could transmit their voice from beyond this space, that he could sense that the energy contained within that voice was even more terrifying than that of the most formidable practitioners on the Tsangming continent. However, he also recognized that the voice posed no harm to his divine sense, indicating the speaker bore no malice. Even if the voice sought to obliterate his divine sense, he would not fear it. For it was merely an incarnation of his divine consciousness, posing no threat to his true self. Unexpectedly, you have also managed to reach the 9th level of the 9 Calamities Tower. I am curious as to how you have cultivated to the realm of void breaking. The voice inquired, laced with intrigue. The energy within the voice had dissipated, yet the inquiry remained. Void breaking. Su Qing pondered, suspecting that only those at the void-breaking realm could enter the 9th level. Yet he refrained from answering the question directly, as his interest was piqued by the energy sphere before him. He had long learned from Chun-Li that the heavenly Tao suppressed the ratio of spiritual root emergence across the entire Xintian continent. The voice had just claimed he was prying into the heavenly Tao, and at that moment, Su Qing understood that this vibrant sphere of energy represented the heavenly Tao itself. Senior, is it this heavenly Tao that suppresses the spiritual roots of the Xintian continent? The voice paused for a moment, seemingly astonished. Ha! It appears that Lu Qingxian has divulged the secrets of the heart of the heavenly Tao to the cultivators of the Xintian continent. Lu Qingxian? Senior, who is he? Su Qing inquired. He is the most gifted cultivator among you in the Xintian continent, possessing an immortal-grade spiritual root, a flawless body, a 7th-grade golden core, a 5-passage nascent soul, and 6 segments of law power. Even I am envious. I recall over 1,000 years ago, he, like you, ascended to the 9th level of the 9 Calamities Tower, entering the heart of the heavenly Tao. You both are void-breaking cultivators. But he entered in his physical form. While you have come in the form of your divine sense, that it seems you are far more cautious than he points 6 segments of law power. Is that the law power of the transformation stage? Su Qing asked curiously. You are already at the void-breaking stage, yet you are unaware of the law power of the transformation stage. The voice expressed surprise. Senior, I am merely at the late stage of the nascent soul. Su Qing stated directly, revealing his cultivation level, AS. He was only a manifestation of his divine sense. His true self was absent, preventing the voice from discerning his actual cultivation. That a nascent soul? Impossible. You are lying. Under the formation's restrictions within this 9 Calamities Tower, it is utterly impossible for anyone below the void-breaking realm to reach the 9th level. The voice exclaimed, laden with skepticism, that is it truly impossible. Su Qing retorted, though he already felt assured in his analysis that it seemed he had been correct. Under the circumstances where one's cultivation was entirely replicated, no one could possibly defeat so many images. Indeed, only those at the void-breaking realm can disregard this formation and arrive at the 9th level. How could you possibly be just a nascent soul? If you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do. I am simply stating the truth. After a moment of silence, the voice suddenly erupted in laughter. Haha. If what you say is true, I must say I find you quite intriguing. Youth speaks only truth. Su Qing affirmed, it appears the heart of the heavenly Tao has not ascended in rank. It remains a 1st-grade heavenly Tao. The voice continued, yet it spoke those strange words. A 1st-grade heavenly Tao. There truly are grades. Indeed, Su Qing had long suspected that the heavenly Tao must be differentiated by rank. Otherwise, how could more advanced beings emerge on the Tsaming continent while only transformation stage cultivators appeared on the Xintian continent? This must surely be linked to the probability of spiritual root emergence that a higher-grade heavenly Tao would undoubtedly yield higher-quality spiritual roots. Senior, what exactly is the heart of the heavenly Tao? Could you share it with me? Do you truly wish to know? The voice softened gradually. Yes, I earnestly wish to know. Su Qing remained silent, patiently awaiting a response from the voice. After a prolonged silence, the voice finally spoke. Very well. Since you have managed to arrive here, it indicates that your potential is immense. Perhaps you truly can transcend these limitations. I shall share some insights with you. It turned out that the owner of this voice was named Zheng Kongxian, hailing from a realm known as Kungsa Continent, a land of cultivation. This voice was merely a fragment of his consciousness left behind over a millennium ago. Zheng Kongxian explained that to leave behind such a fragment, one must reach the stage of transformation, for only with the power of the laws could one preserve their consciousness. However, this consciousness would gradually deplete in energy, and once it was exhausted, it would vanish. He elaborated on the hierarchy of the heavenly Tao. In a first-tier heavenly Tao, one could at most attain celestial-grade spiritual roots, which have a chance of breaking through the void realm. In a second-tier heavenly Tao, divine-grade spiritual roots may appear, potentially enabling a breakthrough to the harmonization realm. In a third-tier heavenly Tao, holy-grade spiritual roots might emerge, capable of reaching the ethereal realm of, which lies above harmonization. As for the higher fourth-tier heavenly Tao, he was uncertain of its existence. The Kungsa continent, where Zheng Kongxian resided, was a third-tier heavenly Tao, and he himself possessed a holy-grade spiritual root, having attained making him the most powerful cultivator in that realm. However, he believed that there was not the end of cultivation and began exploring whether new realms existed. The heart of the heavenly Tao was shrouded in mystery, and he felt it might provide some clues. Thus he entered the space of the heavenly Tao's heart in Kungsa continent, seeking to understand how to elevate its tier. Yet, to this day, he had not unraveled this mystery. Perhaps due to the overwhelming power of the third-tier heavenly Tao, he decided to conduct research in some first-tier heavenly Tao realms. The fragment of consciousness residing within the heart of the heavenly Tao in Xiantian continent was left by him over 1,000 years ago. For an entire hour, Su Qing attentively listened to all his words without interruption. However, as time progressed, Zheng Kongshuan's voice grew increasingly faint, as if it were on the verge of fading away. Eventually, silence ensued. Senior, Su Qing called softly. Enough, young one, that this fragment of consciousness has consumed too much energy and cannot sustain itself for long. Zheng Kongxian acknowledged. Should you be fortunate enough to break through the void realm, you may come to Kungsa continent, where my sect, the Heavenly Tao sect, stands as the foremost sect. Thank you, Senior. However, there is one matter I wish to inquire about. Speak swiftly. Senior, is it possible to enhance a cultivator's physique? Su Qing asked earnestly, his primary concern being this very issue. Physique? Haha, I have reached my spiritual root is of holy grade, yet my physique remains merely that of a clear mirror body. Senior, is it truly impossible to enhance it? Su Qing felt a twinge of disappointment. If it were indeed impossible, his physique would forever remain inferior to no. There exists a method to elevate it. Zheng Kongshuan's voice suddenly resonated. But a method? Is there truly a way? Su Qing's heart raced. He had previously inquired with Yun Jinghong, who claimed no such method existed. It seemed that the higher one's realm, the more knowledge they possessed. Unable to contain his excitement, he quickly pressed. Senior, what is this method? Senior, what is it, young one? After calling several times with no response, Zheng Kongxian appeared to be hesitating, enveloped in silence. After a brief moment, he finally spoke. Young one, you must be familiar with the technique of external incarnation. Correct? Of course. Could it be related to the incarnation? Su Qing's excitement began to mount. Was he not, in essence, a mere incarnation? Indeed. Only those who possess an incarnation can enhance their physique. Really. This incarnation can indeed augment my physique. Su Qing was ecstatic, his voice filled with fervor. However, this reaction struck Zheng Kongxian as somewhat peculiar. Young one, why are you so agitated? I have yet to reveal the reason. Once I do, you may find it disappointing. Please, Senior, do share. I am merely curious. Is that so? Zheng Kongxian expressed a hint of doubt, but after a brief pause, he continued, Very well. Time is of the essence. Listen closely. After a cultivator uses their true name as essence blood to refine an incarnation, the incarnation will share a dual existence with the true self. Once the incarnation's cultivation surpasses the nascent soul stage, it can summon the nascent soul, and then, using a secret method, consolidate all the essence of the incarnation into the nascent soul for refining. This is known as the ritual of nascent soul. The ritual of nascent soul. Precisely. Then, with this nascent soul and a few spiritual herbs, one can concoct a pill known as the harmonization pill, which has a chance to enhance the true self-s physique. What do you mean, Senior? Are you suggesting that the nascent soul of the incarnation must be sacrificed? Would that not mean the incarnation perishes? Indeed. Once the nascent soul of the incarnation is refined, the incarnation itself becomes an empty shell, devoid of any function. Is it truly so? Su Qing was left dumbfounded by these words that he had only just painstakingly refined his incarnation, which was at the late nascent soul stage, and had intended for it to remain in the cultivation world as his trump card. However, he never anticipated that this method to enhance his physique would require the sacrifice of the incarnation. Such a prospect was unbearable. Suddenly, a thought crossed Su Qing's mind, and he hurriedly inquired of Zheng Kongxian, why is it that only the nascent soul of one's own incarnation is effective? Would it not suffice to kill another nascent soul cultivator and refine their nascent soul? That simply won't do. The nascent soul of another does not contain your true essence blood, and thus the harmonization pill produced would be rejected by you, causing harm from the repulsive force. Moreover, other cultivators' nascent souls are prone to self-detonation. How could they allow you to refine them? I see. Is there truly no other method besides this? Su Qing felt a sense of unwillingness. Yet the answer he received was that there was only this one method. Zheng Kongxian admitted that, given his realm, he only knew of this approach. That so. Young one, are you somewhat disheartened? Indeed, Su Qing conceded, feeling disappointed by the outcome. The number of cultivators capable of refining an incarnation was already scarce, and the process of elevating it from the qi refinement stage to the nascent soul stage was exceedingly arduous, requiring twice the time of regular cultivation. Young one, let me tell you further. The harmonization pill is a fourth-tier pill, and even high-ranking alchemists have only a 20% success rate in its creation. Furthermore, the harmonization pill does not guarantee an enhancement of the physique. It's entirely possible that no change occurs after consumption. Given this, are you not even more disheartened? At this, Su Qing found himself at a loss for words. He hadn't realized that the harmonization pill wasn't even a guaranteed success, that in such circumstances, even nascent soul cultivators would hesitate to refine an incarnation. To refine an incarnation, a nascent soul cultivator would first have to reduce their cultivation by half, then sacrifice the nascent soul of the incarnation to create the harmonization pill, which might not even succeed in altering their physique. The reality was that changing one's physique was indeed a Herculean task. Yet, upon further reflection, it made sense. In the cultivation world, those fortunate enough to possess superior spiritual roots and physiques were often deemed children of destiny, blessed by fate. But how many such children of destiny existed in the entire realm of cultivation? For an ordinary cultivator, defying the heavens to change their fate was nearly impossible. Senior, given this situation, does anyone still attempt to refine the harmonization pill? Su Qing countered thoughtfully. I cannot speak for others, but I have indeed attempted it. Moreover, I succeeded, and after consuming it, my physique was altered. What, Senior, you refined an incarnation? Of course. However, my physique only improved from an inferior grade to a clear grade. Su Qing was astonished to learn that Zheng Kongxian had also practiced the technique of external incarnation and had sacrificed the nascent soul of his incarnation. Although his physique had only risen one grade, it still left Su Qing in awe. Yet he then heard Zheng Kongxian murmuring to himself, alas, a cultivator can only refine one incarnation in their lifetime. If it were possible to refine several, I would undoubtedly have the confidence to reach an immaculate physique. His tone was tinged with a sense of regret. Only one can be refined in a lifetime. I almost forgot about that. If I were to be reborn, wouldn't I be able to refine another incarnation? Would that not allow me to continuously create harmonization pills? Suddenly, Su Qing recalled the annotations on the technique of external incarnation, which stated that a cultivator possesses only one drop of life essence blood throughout their life, thus allowing for only a single incarnation to be refined. Each time he is reborn, he would have a new drop of essence blood. However, but my true self is merely at the second layer of qi refinement. Even if I were to be reborn, I would still be at the second layer. I would still need to cultivate the incarnation to the nascent soul stage. This is incredibly difficult. Just as he thought he had discovered a loophole, he was swiftly struck down by the harsh reality that in this lifetime, all the cultivation he had previously amassed was now concentrated in his incarnation. Therefore, for his true self to return to the nascent soul stage would prove to be a monumental challenge. There must be some way, Su Qing pondered. I will return and contemplate this matter thoroughly. Suddenly, an important matter sprang to mind, prompting me to hurriedly inquire of Zheng Kongxian, Senior, where might one procure the ritual child technique and the harmony pill formula? Do you truly wish to attempt it? Under such circumstances, are you still willing to take the plunge? Zheng Kongxian chuckled. I am indeed willing. If there exists an opportunity for transformation, why not seize it? Just as you, Senior, are in pursuit of a higher realm. I replied, Zhang Kongxian fell silent, seemingly contemplating Su Qing's words. You, quite impressive, remarkably similar to me. Since fate has brought us together, I shall impart the ritual child technique and the harmony pill formula to you. Time is of the essence, so listen carefully that Su Qing possessed a remarkable memory. Once Zheng finished his explanation, he grasped the entirety of the ritual child technique, and the formula and refining process for the harmony pill were firmly etched in his mind. Thank you, Senior. Senior, are you no longer present? Su Qing called out into the void of the heavenly Tao, but received no response, indicating that the divine consciousness had vanished. Before him, the space lay as silent as the depths of night, save for a vibrant orb of gas still releasing multicolored vapors. Without further delay, Su Qing withdrew his consciousness, returning to his corporeal form on the 9th level. Let us depart. I shall return here to cultivate my spiritual power in a month's time. As Su Qing glanced at the 9 tribulations soul stone before him, an idea struck him that he activated his spiritual energy, unleashing an offensive spell into the surrounding air that he knew that utilizing attack energy within the 9 tribulation tower would trigger the formation to expel him. Sure enough, as the spell was cast, a powerful force of attraction surged forth, pulling Su Qing from the 9th level. The scenery shifted abruptly, and he found himself outside the grand entrance of the 9 tribulation tower. Upon his arrival, he noticed that several individuals had gathered in the vicinity, each exuding the aura of early golden core cultivators, likely testing their strength. Let us return to Jinding City. I must obtain the 2nd-tier pill formula. Chapter 45. Refining Invalid. In the Lingdan Pavilion of Jinding City, Su Qing sat in a private chamber, accompanied not only by Chu Qian, but also by an elderly man whose visage bore the marks of age. However, upon sensing him, Su Qing discerned that he possessed no cultivation. This old man appeared frail, his body emaciated, skin resembling autumn leaves, dry and coarse, a clear indication of a life nearing its end. Taoist Daodia. This is my father, Chu He, Chu Qian introduced. What about the pill formula? Su Qing merely nodded and retrieved his storage bag. He had come solely for the transaction and held no interest in her paternal lineage. The formula is here, but what? Is there a change in the agreement? Noticing Chu Qian holding several jade slips, those very formulas, yet hesitating to place them on the table, Su Qing contemplated whether she felt she was at a disadvantage. No, how could there be a change? Chu Qian hastily replied that I do have a request which I intended to state before the transaction. However, since you have already presented the pills, I must wait until the deal is concluded to mention it. Since there is no change, let us proceed with the transaction. Take these pills, and after selling them, you need only provide me with 120,000 spirit stones. That Su Qing placed the storage bag on the table. Recognizing that the market price was roughly 120,000, and given the considerable number of formulas he was acquiring, he felt he had already secured a significant advantage. Thus, he refrained from seeking further profit from the spirit stones. Is that true? Then I am most grateful. Taoist. Chu Qian did not anticipate Su Qing to be so generous. She had not expected a profit from this transaction. Her sole intention was to ensure the survival of the Lingdan Pavilion. Excitedly, she placed the jade slips upon the table that Su Qing began examining them, infusing each slip with spiritual energy. With each examination, he committed the formulas to memory, feigning head shakes. This formula exists. He continued to assess each slip until, upon reaching the 20th, he finally nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I have yet to acquire this formula. After meticulously reviewing the final slip, he nodded affirmatively. Thus, Su Qing successfully memorized all 29 formulas. Very well, I shall now make copies of these 2. With that, he extracted 2 empty jade slips from his storage bag and proceeded to imprint the necessary information. After completing the task, he stood, "That will be all for today, that I end 6 months. I shall return for the spirit stones." Is that agreeable? Certainly. No need for 6 months. 3 months will suffice. 3 months to sell out? I am somewhat astonished. It seems the demand for gathering spirit pills is indeed substantial. Very well, I shall return in 3 months. With a polite gesture, Su Qing bid farewell to the 2 and prepared to depart. Taoist, might you wait a moment? Unexpectedly, Chu He, who had remained silent throughout, finally spoke, his voice raspy and requiring considerable effort. What is it? Su Qing inquired, puzzled. I wish to ask if you could provide pills for our Lingdan Pavilion in the future. Would that be possible? Ah, so that was the matter at hand, that I in truth. Su Qing had already intended to sell any surplus pills he refined to this place. Very well. I agree to this arrangement. Every 3 months, I shall come here to deliver the pills that Su Qing readily consented and took his leave from the Lingdan Pavilion. Father, I told you not to be so formal. She had not anticipated his prompt agreement that he must be a pill master from a major sect. How could he possibly see my daughter as a partner? It is fortunate that father did not voice that thought. Oh, what a pity! If only you had such a pill master as your support, I could depart in peace before my time. Enough, father. There is no need for such talk. He has already agreed to supply our Lingdan Pavilion with pills. A long sigh echoed within the chamber points 7 days later. Within the alchemy chamber of the Huoyin sect, Su Qing stealthily infiltrated, sitting alongside his true self. He intended to refine the second-tier pills. After departing from the Lingdan Pavilion, Su Qing had procured a wealth of materials for refining second-tier pills in Jinding City. Utilizing his formidable memory, he had successfully re-imprinted the 29 formulas onto jade slips. Among these second-tier formulas, Su Qing discerned that the one with the highest demand was the Gathering Yuan pill. Similar to the Gathering Spirit pill for Qi refining practitioners, the Gathering Yuan pill served to enhance the cultivation of Foundation establishment practitioners. The most precious second-tier pill, however, was the Gathering Pinnacle pill, which was consumed by Foundation establishment practitioners during their breakthrough to Golden Core, augmenting the quality of their Golden Core. Yet Su Qing knew that the Gathering Pinnacle pill had a high resistance to medication. A practitioner with a secondary constitution could consume only one. Nevertheless, the consumption of just one could elevate a practitioner to a second or third-grade Golden Core, making the Gathering Pinnacle pill exceedingly alluring to those in Foundation establishment. However, upon examining the formula, Su Qing noted that it required not only a demon core from a golden core realm beast, but also a rare herb known as the 9-colored snow lotus. This herb was likely to be found in the secret realm of Tianjin Peak, accessible only to those in the nascent soul stage. From the first and second-tier formulas, Su Qing deduced that the primary ingredients for those precious pills resided within that Tianjin Peak secret realm. As such, those with exceptional spiritual roots and fortuitous destinies, lacking a high-level backing, would find it impossible to procure the Gathering Pinnacle pill. Without it, they could not produce high-grade golden cores. At this moment, Su Qing sat before the alchemical furnace, with his avatar standing beside him. Though the avatar possessed all the memories of his true self in alchemy, it lacked the Reincarnation pearl, rendering the runes inscribed upon it unusable for the avatar. Thus, the true self must handle the alchemy, while the avatar stood guard, prepared to shield against any potential explosion from the furnace. This time, Su Qing intended to refine the Gathering Yuan pill that he calmed his mind, silently contemplating the formula, and cast the necessary herbs into the furnace. Strangely, the Reincarnation pearl exhibited no reaction. The runes did not flicker, nor did the familiar sensation of assured success in alchemy manifest. Could it be? Is it truly ineffective for second-tier pills? Disappointment washed over Su Qing as he proceeded to add the main and auxiliary herbs according to the formula steps and adjusted the furnace's temperature. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the furnace opened, revealing that the herbs had all been reduced to dregs. With no pill formed, it appeared that it truly lacked efficacy. Su Qing turned his gaze inward to the Reincarnation pearl within his sea of consciousness. But at this moment, it displayed no signs of activity, the runes dim and lifeless. Very well, let us continue. Su Qing ceased to dwell on her previous failures and resumed the refinement of the Gathering Yuan pill. The second attempt ended in failure, as did the third and fourth. However, each unsuccessful endeavor significantly enriched her experience. She became increasingly attentive to the intricacies involved. Ultimately, on her fifth attempt, she succeeded in producing a single Gathering Yuan pill. 5 tries for 1 success. Was it a 2-in-10 ratio? A chuckle escaped her lips as she mused that her actual success rate was rather modest. Sighing, she resolved to continue, just as she prepared to add the catalyst. A sudden golden light emanated from the Reincarnation orb, enveloping her once more. The familiar brilliance now enveloped Su Qing's vision, and the process of alchemy seemed to be governed entirely by this radiant aura. Moments later, the alchemical furnace opened, and a serene Gathering Yuan pill floated forth. Did the runes prove effective once again? Holding the pill in her hand, Su Qing found herself momentarily stunned. Her heart had been heavy with disappointment. Yet the unexpected efficacy of the runes reignited her hope. Hastily, she turned her attention inward to observe the reincarnation orb, where she noticed a small section of the runes beginning to shimmer. Could it be that each type of pill required a successful refinement to activate the runes? Once successfully crafted, the runes would retain a memory of that pill. But what precisely were these runes? Su Qing pondered, reflecting on the sequence of events surrounding their appearance. The runes on the reincarnation orb manifested only after she successfully refined a foundation establishment pill, which was the final formula she had learned among the first-grade pills. She surmised that the runes would activate only after she achieved success with all types of first-grade pills. Thus, with each subsequent successful refinement of any pill, the runes would commit that pill's essence to memory, enhancing her success rate to a remarkable level that it seemed evident. She resolved to experiment with other pills. After this realization, Su Qing proceeded to refine a different second-grade pill as anticipated. Her first attempt resulted in failure, and the runes did not manifest. However, after an additional 6 attempts, she finally succeeded. Upon continuing her refinements, the golden light of the runes appeared once more. Indeed, it was as she had theorized, following a successful refinement. The runes activated. Overjoyed, Su Qing could scarcely contain her laughter as she unraveled the secret of the runes. Now, her objective was to successfully refine each of these pills, reflecting on the materials required for the various formulas. She noted that aside from the Gathering Pinnacle pill and another known as the Divine Refinement pill, the ingredients for the other pills were not particularly rare and could generally be purchased at local markets. The Divine Refinement pill only served to enhance one's spiritual perception, yet its ingredients could only be found within the depths of the Yunmeng Marshes, a realm accessible solely to those of the Golden Core stage, rendering it unattainable for her current level. With this in mind, Su Qing decided to focus on refining the other pills first, postponing the Divine Refinement and Gathering Pinnacle pills for later. She then turned her gaze to the Reincarnation orb within her sea of consciousness. Reincarnation orb. How many more secrets do you hold? This small section of runes occupies only a minuscule fraction of your surface, yet possesses such extraordinary capabilities. It appears there are many more runes yet to be discovered. Indeed, from a cursory glance, the runes accounted for no more than 1% of the orb's surface area, leaving vast expanses blank. Su Qing believed that numerous runes remained dormant, awaiting activation. However, she was confident that, given her ability to reincarnate infinitely, she would eventually unlock those yet-to-emerge runes. With excitement coursing through her veins, Su Qing immersed herself in alchemy. Once more in the blink of an eye. 3 months had passed. During this time, the Huiyun sect experienced no significant events, apart from 2 months prior when Su Qing, utilizing Dao Tian, ventured into the Nine Tribulations Tower, ascending to the 9th level to absorb the essence of spiritual consciousness. Within 3 days, Dao Tian's spiritual power reached its zenith, allowing her first-grade golden core to double her spell's potency. She discovered that the intensity of the spiritual essence increased exponentially with each ascending level of the tower. The 9th level was several hundred times denser than the first. Most cultivators were clustered in the 1st and 2nd levels, while she encountered only 3 individuals in the 3rd level, with the 4th level entirely vacant. It appeared that perfecting one's spiritual power at the lower levels demanded a span of 100 or 200 years, given that the Nine Tribulations Tower only opened for 3 days each year. Throughout these 3 months, Su Qing successfully refined all 27 types of second-grade pills, dedicating her time primarily to producing the necessary pills for her sect and the Gathering Yuan pill. Currently, her storage bag brimmed with over 10,000 Gathering Spirit pills and more than 2,000 Gathering Yuan pills. It was time to visit the Spirit Pill Pavilion. Having reached the end of the 3-month period, Su Qing decided to collect her spirit stones and sell the pills she had produced during this interval. Under the cover of night, she stealthily departed the Alchemy Pavilion with Dao Tian at her side. In Jinding City, the Spirit Pill Pavilion's hall was bustling with around 50 or 60 cultivators engaged in conversation with several men behind the counter. I am sorry, but we've run out of Gathering Spirit pills today. Out today? Surely you jest. After waiting for so long, it's gone. Indeed, we've sold out. Please forgive us, fellow Taoists. Very well, we shall return tomorrow. Let us go. Safe travels, fellow Taoists. After a cacophony of voices, the throng of cultivators gradually exited the hall. Lixn wiped his forehead and called toward the inner hall. Manager Chu. They've left. Yes, I'm aware. At that moment, Chu Qian emerged from the inner hall. Manager, the last 400 gathering spirit pills have been sold out, but if tomorrow there are none. Enough, enough. No need to elaborate. Chu Qian waved her hand, cutting him off. Though her heart raced with anxiety, it turned out that after Su Qing had left behind over 36,000 gathering spirit pills, Chu Qian had calculated that selling 400 per day would allow them to deplete their stock in precisely 3 months. Initially, due to the high demand for gathering spirit pills and limited supply, the Spirit Pill Pavilion had capped sales at 100 per day, while other pill shops in Jinding City only sold 50. However, following the arrival of a large quantity of gathering spirit pills, Chu Qian was eager to return the spirit stones to Su Qing and announced that the Spirit Pill Pavilion could now sell 400 per day. Cultivators from the city flocked to queue for purchases, reviving the struggling Spirit Pill Pavilion. This situation persisted for 3 months, but now, with the final 400 gathering spirit pills sold, Chu Qian felt a sense of urgency. She had transmitted a message to Su Qing in recent days, yet received no reply. Could he have decided not to return? But what are the spirit stones? What if something unfortunate has occurred? Worry gnawed at Chu Qian as various thoughts raced through her mind. Manager, it's him. Suddenly, Lixin exclaimed, pointing towards the entrance. Chu Qian swiftly turned her head, and a familiar figure clad in black robes entered through the door. Doughty-on, my friend. Her once anxious heart settled as she hurried to greet him. Su Qing nodded slightly. Have the spirit stones been prepared? Of course, they are ready. Please, come to the inner hall. Once again, they found themselves in the familiar private room. Su Qing took the storage bag that Chu Qian handed over, glanced at its contents, and tucked it away. Excellent. Daoist Chu is quite trustworthy. 3 months is indeed 3 months, and you have delivered as promised. At that time, Su Qing had not left behind any written agreement, as he wished to test Chu Qian's character. After all, they were dealing with over 1 million spirit stones, and he had only demonstrated his foundation establishment cultivation level. Had he encountered someone with ulterior motives, he could have faced dire consequences. However, it appeared that Chu Qian harbored no such intentions. One must trust their fellow Taoists. I, a mere girl, wish for a long-term partnership with you. How could I jeopardize my integrity? Chu Qian smiled gently, her willow-like brows arching alluringly. By the way, Taoist, may I inquire if you have any pills available today? Indeed, this is the stock of gathering spirit pills from the past 3 months. 10,300 pills. Su Qing tossed a storage bag, eliciting a gasp from Chu Qian. Over 10,000. She was taken aback, unable to fathom how Su Qing could produce such a quantity in merely 3 months. That averages to about 100 pills a day. Given that her father, Chu He, was also an alchemist, she was well aware of his refining speed. Even with his 2% success rate, he could manage only about 20 pills a day. The efficiency Su Qing displayed was astonishing. Could it be that you are a high-ranking alchemist? She inquired, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Haha. However, Su Qing offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond to the inquiry. Instead, she retrieved another storage bag and tossed it to Chu Qian, saying, "Take a look at this. Name your price." Chapter 47. Journey to the Secret Realm. Gathering Yuan Pill. Heavens, so many! Chu Qian was once again taken aback. What do you think? There are 1,100 of them. Please make an offer. Observing the astonished expression on Chu Qian's face, Su Qing realized that the Gathering Yuan Pill was undoubtedly a rare elixir in the Golden Cauldron City. Within the Fire Cloud sect, there were only 10 foundation-building elders, and after Luo Qian crafted the Gathering Yuan Pill, it was exclusively distributed to these 10 elders by the sect leader. However, these pills were not placed in the treasure pavilion, leaving Su Qing unsure of their true value. Yet the prescription indicated that the Gathering Yuan Pill had effects akin to that of the Gathering Spirit Pill, serving to enhance one's cultivation. Consuming a single pill equated to a month's worth of diligent practice for a cultivator with a spiritual root. While the Gathering Spirit Pill merely represented 3 days of effort, in the realm of cultivation, spiritual roots are responsible for transmuting the ambient spiritual energy into the Dantian, thereby augmenting one's cultivation. The quality of the spiritual root significantly influences the efficiency of this transmutation. For instance, a mediocre spiritual root is thrice as effective as a waste-grade one, and a low-grade root is similarly thrice as effective as a mediocre one. Continuing in this manner, that a celestial-grade spiritual root is 729 times more effective than a waste-grade one. That thus, a cultivator with a waste-grade root, upon consuming a gathering spirit pill, would only achieve the equivalent of 3 days of cultivation, while one with a celestial-grade root would obtain 3 days of cultivation effectiveness as well. The gathering yuan pill follows the same principle, albeit over the course of a month. Su Qing surmised that among the subsequent third-tier pills, there would undoubtedly be similar elixirs. Hence, the quality of one's spiritual root further elucidates the value of the gathering yuan pill. Having consumed a gathering yuan pill through the Dao Tian, Su Qing verified its effects. The second pill yielded no further benefits, that he discovered that for those with a secondary body, only 1 pill could be consumed daily, while those with a perfect body could intake up to 5. At that moment, Chu Qian was still absorbed in examining the gathering yuan pills within the storage bag, left speechless in astonishment. Dao friend Chu. Name your price. Su Qing prompted once more, finally snapping Chu Qian back to reality. She hastily replied, Oh. This elixir retails for 1,000 spirit stones each. Moreover, they are exceedingly scarce, nearly impossible to find. Oh, is it truly that rare? Su Qing mused, perplexed. Logically, the gathering yuan pill should merely be a common second-tier elixir. So how could it be so elusive? Dao friend, you are unaware, Chu Qian explained. In Golden Cauldron City, those alchemical apprentices are utterly incapable of producing the gathering yuan pill, relying solely on the alchemists from various sects for supply. However, any surplus gathering yuan pills crafted by those alchemists are primarily consumed for their own cultivation, rarely made available for sale. Consequently, the foundation-building cultivators in Golden Cauldron City are compelled to purchase gathering spirit pills for their training. Now it makes sense, Su Qing exclaimed, enlightened, that it stands to reason that those alchemists are continually engaged in alchemical processes, leaving them little time for rigorous practice. Thus, they resort to consuming elixirs to enhance their cultivation. Most alchemists from major sects should be above the foundation-building stage. Hence, they would consume the gathering yuan pill while selling the gathering spirit pill. Furthermore, in the past 3 months, he had come to understand that cultivators face no restrictions regarding the consumption of elixirs. For instance, those in the qi refining stage could also consume the second-tier gathering yuan pill, with the effects remaining identical, yielding a month's worth of cultivation benefits. Likewise, foundation-building cultivators could partake in the first-tier gathering spirit pill, garnering 3 days of training efficacy. And oh wonder the chosen ones in the cultivation realm advance at such an astonishing pace. With good spiritual roots, excellent physiques, and access to high-tier elixirs, their cultivation speed is akin to that of a rocket. Since that is the case, I shall offer you the market price at an 80% discount, that in 3 months I will return for the spirit stones. How does that sound? Su Qing stated directly. Really? Is that true? That would be marvelous. I have been quite troubled by this matter. Chu Qian exclaimed with delight, her tone laced with a hint of playful charm. Very well. Then that I shall take my leave for now. I shall see you off. Chu Qian promptly rose to escort Su Qing out of the spirit elixir pavilion. Outside the city, as Su Qing prepared to head towards the fire cloud sect in the west, he paused to reconsider his route and instead directed himself eastward. His destination was the Tianjin Peak Secret Realm. The Tianjin Peak Secret Realm opens once every decade, with each session lasting a month. Luo Qian had previously provided him with a detailed explanation of the Tianluo domain's secret realms, which included the geographical location, though it lacked annotations regarding the interior. Furthermore, Su Qing was unaware of when this secret realm would open, so he resolved to investigate its exterior. The detailed explanation mentioned that in the eastern part of the Tianluo domain, there exists a continuous mountain range known as the Tianjin Mountain Range, which is perpetually shrouded in mist. From an external viewpoint, it resembles a celestial mountain. The entrance to the Tianjin Peak Secret Realm lies within this mountain range. 3 days later, Su Qing arrived at the edge of the mountain range. Indeed, the area was enveloped in a veil of white mist, drifting between the peaks, as if the entire mountain range were encased within an invisible barrier. Even with Su Qing's late-stage nascent soul perception, he could not discern the interior of the mountains. Casting his gaze around, he noted the desolation of the surroundings, devoid of any presence, Where could the entrance to this secret realm be? Such a vast expanse of mountains. It will take some time to find. Looking at the imposing mountain range before him, Su Qing shook his head. Yet he knew he must search. After all, this was his first visit to the mountains. As long as he located the entrance to the secret realm, subsequent visits would not feel as aimless as today. That as Su Qing prepared to soar into the mountains, he was suddenly met with a forceful pull from a formation, yanking him down from the air. He could no longer fly. Fortunately, he hadn't ascended too high, recalling the experience of being yanked down from the heights by the formation atop the 9 Tribulation Tower. Su Qing felt somewhat resigned, and it seemed this mountain range also possessed a formation that prohibited flight. However, he understood that breaking through the void realm would enable one to disregard the power of this formation. Brushing the dust from his clothing, Su Qing began to walk into the mountains. That as soon as he stepped into the mountain range, a sudden roar of a beast echoed from within. Were there actually demonic beasts here? Why could he not hear them from outside? Yet they were audible as soon as he entered the mountains. Curious, Su Qing turned back to observe the mountain's edge. Sensing the formation's influence, that it appeared this formation was keeping the beasts confined. They likely could not leave the mountain range. He pondered the realm of these demonic beasts. Without the spells of a nascent soul, their offensive and defensive capabilities would be limited. If he were to encounter a nascent soul beast, he wondered if he would be able to contend with it. It seemed prudent to acquire some nascent soul-level spells, as their foundational power was at least 5 times that of Golden Core spells. As Su Qing contemplated this, he ventured deeper into the mountains, the roars of the beasts growing increasingly louder, seemingly drawing closer. Roar, roar! They were coming! Indeed, Su Qing observed that a monstrous beast was sprinting toward him from several dozen zhang away. This creature possessed eyes that shone like bright lanterns, a tail that resembled a blazing flame, and a coat of pristine white fur, exuding an indescribable and otherworldly beauty. As it ran, it emitted a series of piercing roars. In the 48th chapter, titled Demonic Core and Patterns, the beast swiftly approached Su Qing, halting merely 3 zhang away, its crimson eyes fixed intently upon him, continuing to produce low growls as if assessing Su Qing's cultivation level. At this moment, Su Qing held in his hand a jade ruler, radiating a soft white light, while he donned a robe that shimmered with a golden hue. This jade ruler was known as the Gathering Spirit Ruler, and the robe was called the Golden Light Robe, both acquired for 200,000 spirit stones from a treasure pavilion in Golden Cauldron City. Luo Qian had informed him that magical artifacts were categorized into spiritual tools. Treasure tools, magical tools, and Dao tools, corresponding to the realms of Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul, respectively. The subsequent ranks of magical artifacts remained unknown to Luo Qian. Logically, given Su Qing's late-stage nascent soul cultivation, he should have been wearing a Dao tool. However, such items were unattainable in Golden Cauldron City, where even golden core magical tools were absent. The best available were merely foundation establishment-grade treasures. Thus, these 2 items represented Su Qing's finest equipment at present. The Gathering Spirit Ruler enhanced the power of his spells by 20%, while the Golden Light Robe augmented his defensive spells by 10%. At this juncture, observing that the beast had yet to attack, Su Qing began scrutinizing it. In truth, demonic beasts did not possess the cultivation realms of practitioners. They were not categorized by Qi refinement, foundation establishment, or golden core levels, but rather by the quality of their demonic cores. The classification of these cores depended on their color. The Xinjiang continent. Documented demonic beasts range from 1st grade to 4th grade, with 1st grade beasts exhibiting combat power comparable to Qi refinement practitioners, while 4th grade beasts were akin to those of the nascent soul stage. Hence, when people referred to golden core demonic beasts, they were essentially speaking of 3rd grade beasts. However, within each grade, the strength of the individual beasts varied. Some formidable 1st grade beasts could prove challenging even for foundation establishment practitioners to defeat. This discrepancy arose from the fact that demonic cores, besides being graded, also feature patterns. Each pattern on a core could enhance a beast's attack and defense by a factor of 2. Practitioners have verified that an unmarked 1st grade beast could be easily slain by a Qi refinement practitioner, while a 1st grade beast with 4 patterns could only be barely defeated by a foundation establishment practitioner. There were rumors in the Xinjiang continent that a core could bear up to 10 patterns. A 1st grade beast with 10 patterns would effectively augment its attack and defense tenfold, while the attack spells of Foundation Establishment practitioners were only 5 times that of Qi Refinement practitioners, rendering it nearly impossible to slay a first-grade 10-pattern beast. Only Golden Core practitioners could achieve such a feat. The patterns on a demonic core were innate and immutable, eternally residing upon the core. Therefore, should a first-grade 10-pattern beast break through its grade, it would ascend to a second-grade 10-pattern beast. The demonic core is located within the beast's skull, allowing it to absorb the natural spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance its quality. Qi Refinement practitioners possess spiritual consciousness, enabling them to perceive the color and patterns of the demonic cores. That a first-grade core is typically green, a second-grade core is yellow, a third-grade core is purple, and a fourth-grade core is red. Before him, Su Qing discerned through his spiritual consciousness that the beast's core was purple but bore no patterns, revealing it to be a common third-grade beast without markings. Thus, the battle commenced. Fire Meteor Technique. Su Qing raised his hand and unleashed the Golden Core spell, the Fire Meteor Technique. At this moment, he channeled his spiritual power, and a colossal fireball, enhanced to double power, plummeted from above onto the beast. Startled, the beast hastily leaped aside, yet it was still caught in the explosive aftermath of the fireball. The beast was thrown to the ground, immobilized, emitting cries of despair as fissures appeared on its body, oozing bright red blood. Without hesitation, Su Qing cast another Fire Meteor Technique, the fireball striking the beast directly. Its body was instantly obliterated into fragments, igniting the entire area in a roaring inferno. It truly dead. The double power of spiritual energy is indeed formidable, that if I were to unleash my nascent soul, would it also wield double the power? Su Qing swiftly summoned his nascent soul and commanded it to cast a Fire Meteor Technique, confirming once more the double power effect. If it were a 9-aperture nascent soul combined with a 9-tier Golden Core, goodness! The spell power unleashed by the nascent soul could reach an astonishing 5,120 times. Heavens, wouldn't that make him invincible? Gazing at the charred ground before him and contemplating such a terrifying figure, Su Qing was filled with a double T that moment. The flames had diminished considerably, revealing a glimmering purple demonic core amidst the remains of the beast. He approached and grasped it, sensing the immense energy contained within. Indeed, this third-grade demonic core is a prized treasure, an essential for alchemists. Filled with joy, Su Qing understood that first- and second-grade medicinal pills required demonic cores. And while the Gathering Spirit pill necessitated a third-grade core, the majority of subsequent third-grade recipes would undoubtedly require a substantial quantity of third-grade cores. Onward, I shall continue searching for the entrance to the secret realm while slaying more demonic beasts. Su Qing stored the demonic core in his spatial pouch and ventured deeper into the area. However, he soon discovered that the number of demonic beasts was quite sparse, necessitating a lengthy trek to encounter even one. He surmised that most of the beasts had likely been slain by other practitioners. Although he had yet to encounter anyone, the mountain range was vast, and it was entirely possible that those practitioners had already departed. Nevertheless, despite the scarcity of demonic beasts, Su Qing relished the hunt, for the value of a third-grade demonic core was not to be underestimated. Moreover, he noted that all the demonic beasts he faced were third-grade and devoid of patterns, making them relatively easy prey for ordinary Golden Core practitioners. That he suspected that the low number of beasts in this area resulted from Golden Core practitioners hunting them. Thus, as Su Qing continued to slay demonic beasts, he simultaneously searched for the entrance to the secret realm. Days passed unnoticed, and he eventually arrived at a magnificent waterfall. The cascade was immense, with a circular lake below, the surface rippling with the splashes of water tumbling from above. Sensing the pleasant surroundings, Su Qing decided to rest for a moment, but he approached the lake's edge, found a suitable spot, and sat cross-legged. Not long after settling down, he was suddenly alerted by the sounds of a fierce battle in the distance. A nascent soul stage, Su Qing exclaimed. Remarkably, the spiritual power has yet to be perfected. The nascent soul remains unfocused. He released his spiritual consciousness toward the source of the commotion, where a man was engaged in combat with a demonic beast. Su Qing observed that the man had already summoned his nascent soul, but it remained unfocused, and he was not channeling spiritual power during his spellcasting, indicating that he had not fully cultivated his abilities. Nevertheless, the spells he employed exhibited tremendous power, which Su Qing estimated to be 5 times that of his Golden Core spells. certainly the work of a nascent soul practitioner. Turning his gaze to the demonic beast, he noted with astonishment a fourth-grade beast with two patterns. In the 49th chapter, titled Star Pattern Jade, Su Qing's heart raced with shock. Over the past few days, he had encountered only third-grade demonic beasts, all unmarked, leading him to doubt the presence of fourth-grade beasts near the periphery of the secret realm, that he never anticipated that he would face a fourth-grade beast, especially one with two patterns. What might be this beast's true strength? He pondered that Su Qing did not leave. Instead, he felt a sense of anticipation that he wished to observe the strength of the beast, having noticed a pattern over the past few days. The creature seemed to operate within a certain range, always retreating once it exceeded that boundary to his current distance. He knew the beast would not venture into his area. Thus, he stood by the lakeside, watching intently to that moment. A man was locked in a fierce battle with the beast, the energies of various spells causing the very air to vibrate with a resonant hum. However, Su Qing observed that the man's spells appeared ineffective against the creature. Each time a spell struck, a red glow emanated from the beast, dissipating the spell's energy without inflicting any damage upon itself. The beast's method of attack was rather straightforward. It pursued the man for close combat while occasionally launching a blade of air in his direction. Yet, due to its massive size and cumbersome movements, it lagged behind the man, who capitalized on his speed to maintain a safe distance. After creating space, the man would unleash spells, but not only did he fail to harm the beast, he also expended a considerable amount of spirit energy. As time passed, the man seemed to tire, his movements slowing slightly, and he was struck by a blade of air from the beast, sending him flying. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his footing, hurriedly consuming a pill before fleeing. The beast pursued him for a distance before retreating back into the thicket, indicating that the man had escaped its operational range. Su Qing sighed inwardly, shaking his head in acknowledgement of the beast's formidable combat prowess, but he understood that an unawakened Yuanian cultivator would find it quite difficult to defeat such a creature. As the battle concluded and both the beast and the man vanished from sight, Su Qing resolved to continue his search for the entrance to the secret realm. Suddenly, he noticed the man returning from the direction he had fled. Was he intending to fight again? Su Qing felt puzzled. However, the man did not re-enter the forest, but rather approached Su Qing's location. Had he already detected his presence? A flicker of doubt crossed Su Qing's mind. But he could only smile wryly. With the man's Yuanian stage consciousness, it was impossible for him to overlook Su Qing. Fellow Taoist, the man arrived before Su Qing and cupped his hands in greeting. I am Yun Wuji from the Xing'e Palace. May I inquire which sect you hail from? Xing'e Palace. Is that not a first-grade sect? At this moment, Su Qing had not employed a concealment technique. Yet, even if he had, Yun Wuji would still be able to discern his cultivation level, for he was indeed a mid-Yuanian cultivator that I hail from the Tianluo domain. Su Qing replied, not wearing a mask. So he could only claim to be from another domain. After all, the Tianluo domain possessed only 4 first-grade sects, and any mid-Yuanian cultivator from there would surely be recognized by Yun Wuji. It seems I was correct. Fellow Taoist indeed comes from another domain. I am Dao Tian, from the Dongyu domain. It is a pleasure to meet you. Yin Taoist so you're Dao Tian. Yin Wuji responded politely, though his mind was racing with thoughts. Dongyu domain. How come I have never heard of it? In the Xinjiang continent, regions with first-grade sects are referred to as major domains, while those with second-grade sects are called middle domains. And only those with first-grade sects are termed minor domains. There are a total of 10 major domains across the continent, and Yin Wuji was familiar with their names. However, he had never heard of the Dongyu domain, which piqued his curiosity. Nevertheless, he realized that some sects had not applied to the Ascending Immortal Alliance for an upgrade in status. Perhaps Dao Tian was from one of those sections. He did not dwell on it further and asked Su Qing, did you come to the Tianjin mountain range in search of the Tianjin Peak's secret realm? Indeed. However, I have yet to locate the entrance to that secret realm. But the entrance is right there. Behind that waterfall lies the entrance. Following the direction of Yun Wuji's finger, Su Qing turned to look at the waterfall and extended his spiritual sense to probe behind it. Sure enough, deep within, he detected the presence of an array entrance. Oh, it was here. I have searched for several days without finding this entrance. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Su Qing's heart swelled with joy as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Astonished that he had overlooked this entrance throughout his search. You are too kind. However, the secret realm will not open for another year. You have come in an opportune time. No matter. I am merely here to explore the location of the entrance. I do not intend to enter. A year until it opens. Su Qing felt a surge of excitement upon learning the timing of the secret realm's opening. Indeed, the beasts within the secret realm are exceedingly perilous. I fear you would struggle to survive alone. Ha! If I cannot defeat the beast, I shall simply follow the same strategy as you today. Escape its operational range. You have never been to a secret realm? Yun Wuji's expression bore a hint of astonishment. That I asked that not correct. Observing the man's reaction, Su Qing sensed that perhaps the beasts within the secret realm were not as he had described, and could only smile sheepishly. Fellow Taoist, do not mock me. I have been diligently cultivating within my sect, and have not ventured into any secret realms. Another wave of astonishment washed over Yun Wuji. Very well. It seems your spiritual root and physique must be extraordinarily robust. There was little else to say. Yun Wuji understood that in the realm of cultivation, those favored by destiny, endowed with superior spiritual roots and physiques, often devoted themselves to their practice, supplementing their efforts with elixirs to swiftly ascend to higher realms. Thus, he surmised that Su Qing was likely one of those individuals. Yun Taoist, are the beasts in the secret realm different from those in the outside world? Since he had already admitted to not having been to the secret realm, Su Qing seized the opportunity to inquire of Yun Wuji. Indeed, beasts within the secret realm, upon discovering you, will either be slain by you or slay you. There is no concept of an operational range, unless you retreat to the entrance array to exit the secret realm. However, this array possesses a peculiar property. It seems to retain your information. Once you exit, you cannot re-enter until the next opening does. Oh, that's how it is. Su Qing comprehended that the activity range of the beasts within the secret realm encompassed the entirety of the realm itself. Therefore, each time the secret realm opened, cultivators typically traveled in groups to enhance their chances of survival. That I have always accompanied my sect's ancestors during these visits. My Xing'e Palace's ancestor is a third-grade golden core with perfected soul power and a 1-chi yuani. He can single-handedly slay 4-grade 3-pattern beasts. Yun Wuji spoke animatedly, his admiration evident when discussing his sect's ancestor, that I wonder what grades and patterns the beasts within the secret realm possess. After hearing this, Su Qing became curious about the grades of the beasts within the secret realm, that if they were not of a high grade or pattern, there would be no need for so many cultivators to band together. Indeed, Yun Wuji informed him that the Tianjin Peak secret realm was home to 4-grade beasts, and the highest he had encountered was a 5-pattern beast. However, at that time, his sect's ancestor had led them to escape the secret realm and had not dared to engage it in battle. The two continued their conversation for a while, when suddenly, Yun Wuji proposed, Dao Tian, why not join me in slaying that beast we encountered earlier? I shall give you the 4-grade beast core, and you can grant me the patterns. Patterns? Are those the markings on the beast core? Surely you jest, fellow Taoist. You are unaware of the usefulness of these patterns. Yun Wuji's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Indeed, Su Qing had no knowledge that the patterns on the beast core could be extracted, and all the beasts he had previously slain yielded patternless cores. Fellow Taoist, please forgive my ignorance. Here, take a look at this. At that moment, Yun Wuji produced a piece of jade from his storage bag. This jade, known as star pattern jade, was common in major markets and not particularly precious. However, it possessed a unique function. It could absorb the markings from beast cores, which could then be used as materials for refining weapons, enhancing their potency. Chapter 50. Yuaniing spells. Su Qing learned that the patterns extracted from the star pattern jade could be utilized in weapon refinement as auxiliary materials. Yun Wuji proceeded to explain further. The patterns from first-grade beast cores could only be applied to refining spiritual weapons for the Qi refining stage, while those from 4-grade beast cores were suitable for crafting Dao artifacts for the Yuaniing stage. The quality of the patterns influenced the potency of the artifacts, as one pattern could double the artifact's base power. Furthermore, artifacts crafted using the patterns from beast cores would visibly display those markings, making it easy for ordinary individuals to discern the pattern grade of the artifact. For instance, the spirit gathering in Su Qing's possession bore no visible markings, classifying it as an ordinary patternless artifact. This spirit gathering was designed for the foundation establishment stage, with a base effect of increasing a cultivator's spell power by 20%, that if it were refined using a first-grade beast core, with one pattern. Its power could be increased by 50%, raising spell potency to 40%. Upon hearing all this, Su Qing grasped the significance of high-pattern beasts. Not only were their cores valuable, but the patterns themselves held worth as well. What do you think, fellow Taoist? Shall we join forces to slay that beast? Yun Wujing inquired once more. Yet at this moment, Su Qing found himself engulfed in uncertainty that he had just witnessed Yun Wujing's relentless assaults on the demon beast, which had proven futile in breaching even its defenses. Now, with his own involvement, the outcome would likely be no different. Moreover, having not yet mastered spells of the nascent soul stage, he surmised that his own spells would merely tickle the beast. Do you harbor any reservations, my friend? He expressed his concerns. Indeed, I observed your attacks, Yin Daoist, and they failed to penetrate the demon's defenses that if I were to join, would we not still be unable to breach that barrier? Su Qing articulated his apprehensions that, so you were worried about this. Worry not. The demon beast's use of the Chi Blade technique depletes the energy within its demon core. This energy can only be replenished through the absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth during periods of inactivity. Once we exhaust half of its energy, its protective shield will weaken, allowing our spells to inflict harm. Subsequently, we can gradually wear it down. Furthermore, the demon beast moves slowly, as long as we maintain our distance. It poses little threat to us. The key lies in enticing it to unleash the Chi Blade technique. The more it releases, the quicker its energy will be depleted. Earlier, I created distance to lure it into using the Chi Blade technique. However, on my own, the exertion is indeed considerable. If you and I coordinate our attacks from two different angles, it will chase after one of us, while the other can unleash spells upon it. This strategy will surely deplete its demon core's energy. Upon hearing Yun Wujing's explanation, Su Qing began to comprehend the rationale behind the necessity of multiple participants in the secret realm, that if they encountered an insurmountable demon beast, as long as the disparity in strength wasn't too vast, they could gradually wear it down. Yet apart from this concern, he harbored another, his current lack of nascent soul spells. However, he felt it inappropriate to voice this concern outright. Thus feigning a troubled demeanor and refraining from immediate agreement, that's so. Do you still have reservations? Or do you disagree regarding the distribution of spoils? Yun Wujing probed further. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Qing, and with a sigh of resignation, he confessed, to be honest, I have devoted myself to rigorous training and have only acquired some basic, less potent nascent soul spells that I fear I might become a burden to you. Su Qing understood that every spell possesses its fundamental potency, and spells of the nascent soul stage were no exception. The fire meteor spell he had learned merely exhibited ordinary power, while he also acquired a spell known as the Nine Heavens Thunder Calling, which was significantly more powerful than the fire meteor, ranking among the more formidable spells of the Golden Core stage. However, its high energy consumption and lengthy incantation time deterred him from utilizing it frequently. Is that so? Did you not venture to the Langyu Pavilion in the central region of the Xintian continent to procure some spells? Yun Wujing inquired, astonished. Langyu Pavilion. Su Qing felt a surge of excitement and promptly sought more information. It turned out that the Langyu Pavilion was established by the Ascendant Alliance and housed all cultivation methods and spells from the Qi refinement stage to the nascent soul stage within the Xintian continent. The prices for nascent soul spells ranged from hundreds of thousands to millions. Su Qing was taken aback by the exorbitance. Yet his desire for these spells intensified, that he speculated that Yun Wujing must possess spell jade slips and attempted to inquire. The Langyu Pavilion is quite distant from here. Might you have any spell jade slips available for purchase? He had in his possession 1.2 million spiritual stones gifted by Chu Qian, along with several 100,000 more in his reincarnation fruit space, constituting his entire fortune. Certainly. I recently acquired 2 spell jade slips, which I intended to bring back to the sect. You may use them for now, and I will make another trip later. After a moment's contemplation, Yun Wujing agreed. That would be splendid. Thank you, my friend. Moments later, 2 jade slips were placed in Su Qing's hands, costing him a total of 800,000 spiritual stones. That a pang of regret struck him. Yet he reassured himself that he was now, after all, a cultivator with nascent soul spells. That in the Xintian continent, spells existed solely within jade slips, and unlike those for pill formulas, spell jade slips could not be copied. Once a cultivator infused their spiritual consciousness into a slip, The spell's incantation would automatically be stored within the cultivator's sea of consciousness, leading to the slip's shattering and destruction. Thus, to learn spells, cultivators must either exchange contributions for jade slips at their Sex Scripture Pavilion or purchase them with spiritual stones at the Langi Pavilion. Low-level wandering cultivators, unable to access the flying boats in the main city, could only acquire spell jade slips from various markets, where the slips have been exchanged for high prices by sect members using their contribution points. This scenario further underscored the arduous existence of wandering cultivators. The two jade slips he acquired were the Leaving Fire Absolute Flame and the Purple Lotus Golden Shadow Shield, perfectly complementing each other as an offensive and a defensive spell. Su Qing infused a trace of spiritual consciousness into the slips, and soon, the incantations were imprinted in his sea of consciousness that in no time, he would be able to wield these spells proficiently. Daoist Tian, it appears you have mastered these two spells. Shall we set off at once? Yun Wujing urged, brimming with anticipation. Very well. Let us proceed. Shortly thereafter, Yun Wujing had lured the demon beast back to the previous battlefield, while Su Qing positioned himself at the edge of the demon beast's range of movement. Should they find themselves outmatched, they could still escape this vicinity. Friend, attack swiftly, Yun Wujing shouted as he ran. At that moment, the demon beast halted, preparing to unleash a chi blade at Yun Wujing. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qing summoned his nascent soul, hastily activating the spell, Leaving Fire Absolute Flame. Several fiery bolts shot forth from his hands, while his nascent soul released a similar barrage of flames. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of successive explosions echoed as the demon beast was struck, its body glowing with crimson light as it was forced back several paces. Your soul power has reached perfection. Chapter 51. Is it her? Yun Wujing had already noticed the golden light emanating from Su Qing's dantian upon casting a spell. The grade of the golden core could be discerned from the color of the soul power released. Golden for 1st to 3rd grade, red for 4th to 6th, and purple for 7th to 9th. Since Su Qing's dantian radiated golden light, he was likely between the 1st and 3rd grade. However, the golden light signified that Su Qing's soul power had been fully cultivated. We shall discuss this later. Yun Daoist. Attack swiftly. Su Qing was somewhat exasperated. Even in battle, Yun Wujing's mind was preoccupied with inquiries. At that moment, the demon beast, having been struck by Su Qing's attack, turned its attention towards him. Yet, its speed was not particularly swift, as Su Qing quickly retreated, increasing the distance between them. Once a sufficient distance was established, the demon beast suddenly unleashed a chi blade towards him. Watch out for the chi blade, Yun Wujing shouted loudly. That Su Qing turned to see 3 chi blades hurtling toward him. Purple Lotus Golden Shadow Shield. Aware that he could not evade them all, Su Qing hastily activated the newly learned Purple Lotus Golden Shadow Shield. In an instant, a purple barrier coalesced around him. That as the chi blades approached, Su Qing dodged to the left, evading 2 blades, but the 3rd struck him squarely. The purple barrier shimmered upon impact, and Su Qing was knocked back several paces by the force. Friend, with your soul power perfected, the defense of the Purple Lotus Golden Shadow Shield has doubled. It appears that the demon beast cannot inflict significant harm upon you. Another voice called from afar. Su Qing soon realized that aside from being pushed back by the force, he had suffered no injury, allowing him to gauge the demon beast's attack power. Yun Daoist, you may continue your assault. I shall lure it into unleashing the chi blade. With the realization that the spell could not harm him, Su Qing resolved to engage in range combat as long as the demon beast remained at a distance. He unleashed another Leaving Fire Absolute Flame, resulting in yet another explosion as the demon beast was driven back several paces once more. Thus, Su Qing continued to unleash spells, while the demon beast retaliated with chi blades. Each time, Su Qing managed to evade 2 blades, enduring the 3rd. After unleashing a series of spells, the demon beast was engulfed in blackened energy, evidently suffering considerable damage. However, Su Qing noted that his spiritual power had been depleted by more than half. With a deafening roar, the demon beast began to thrash wildly. Su Qing hurriedly retrieved 5 2nd-grade spirit recovery pills and consumed them, but he had previously tested that, with his constitution, he could only take 5 such pills in a day. But these 2nd-grade pills merely restored a fraction of his spiritual power. Friend, why do you only use 2nd-grade pills? Yun Wujing, observing from a distance, expressed his disbelief at Su Qing's choice of pills. I possess no higher-grade pills, Su Qing replied candidly. Here, take this. This is a 4th-grade elixir, the spirit recovery pill, that I will lead him away. You must quickly restore your spiritual power. He tossed a vial towards Su Qing and then began to assault the beast. The creature appeared rather foolish, chasing after anyone who attacked it, and now it pursued Yun Da as Su Qing caught the vial, hastily opened it, and found 3 luminous pills radiating a rich aura within. He quickly consumed one, feeling a surge of powerful spiritual energy flood into his dantian. This spirit recovery pill, its efficacy is indeed remarkable. Just one can completely restore my energy, as he felt the abundant spiritual power within his dantian. Su Qing couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and frustration, that he never expected that, despite being in the nascent soul stage, he was still relying on 2nd-grade pills. What a source of amusement that would be if others knew. Once his energy was replenished, Su Qing looked up and noticed the beast had seemingly gained considerable speed. Its frequency of launching energy blades had increased significantly. While evading and retreating, Yin Wuji, caught off guard by the multitude of energy blades, was struck and sent flying. "Friend, assist me," Yin Wuji called out, struggling to rise. Without hesitation, Su Qing swiftly unleashed several fiery blades to divert the beast's attention. Indeed, the creature was struck and turned to howl in agony. Clearly in distress, it has been wounded, Su Qing realized, observing that the red protective barrier around the beast had weakened significantly, indicating that his spells could inflict actual damage. "Friend, keep it up. Its demon core's energy has been depleted by more than half, and its defenses are greatly reduced," Yin Wuji, recovering from his injuries, exclaimed with excitement. Realizing this was true, Su Qing pressed on, releasing another 7 or 8 fiery blades in rapid succession. That a mournful cry echoed as the beast could no longer withstand Su Qing's spells and was toppled onto the ground, its massive body shaking the earth and sending dirt flying. "Did I it dead?" Just as Su Qing intended to approach for a closer inspection, he cast a few more spells at the fallen beast for precaution. The creature's corpse erupted, rendering it lifeless beyond any doubt. "Finally, it is dead. It seems that with my strength, I am capable of slaying this 4th-grade, 2-patterned beast." Su Qing inhaled deeply, gazing at the beast's remains, feeling a surge of exhilaration that he had almost single-handedly vanquished the creature, which gave him a newfound understanding of his combat prowess. "Friend, you are formidable. I am truly in awe." At that moment, Yin Wuji approached, admiration evident on his face. "You flatter me. Were it not for your spirit recovery pill, I surely would have exhausted my energy." Su Qing smiled and returned the remaining 2 pills to him. Subsequently, the two divided the beast's remains, primarily the demon bones and skin, which were essential materials for crafting treasures and quite valuable. Next came the demon core. Yin Wuji extracted it from the beast's head, holding it in his hand. Su Qing observed that the demon core emitted a blood-red glow, with 2 intricate patterns etched upon its surface, exuding a powerful energy. Then, he watched as Yin Wuji produced a piece of star-patterned jade and placed it upon the demon core. Indeed, the 2 patterns seemed to be drawn towards the energy within the jade, detaching from the demon core and imprinting onto the jade. "All right, this demon core shall belong to you, my friend, and I feel rather embarrassed for not contributing much during this battle. However, I do require the patterns from this core. How about I return the 800,000 spiritual stones to you? Moreover, I owe you a favor. Should you ever need assistance, feel free to visit me at the Star River Palace." After speaking, Yin Wuji took out the stones from his storage bag and handed them to Su Qing. "This pattern is worth such a fortune." Accepting the stones, Su Qing said nothing, acknowledging that without Yin Wuji's nascent soul spells, he would not have been able to defeat the beast. Since they had agreed on the division of spoils from the outset, he felt it was only fair to adhere to their arrangement. However, he was astounded to discover the immense value of the patterns. Remembering Yin Wuji's earlier explanation, he found some solace, realizing that these 2 patterns could enhance the foundational effects of nascent soul treasures by double. "Now that there are no more beasts in the outer region of the secret realm, I shall take my leave." After leaving a communication talisman with Su Qing, Yin Wuji bid farewell and prepared to depart. "Very well. Until we meet again, Yin Daoist. With this 2-pattern star jade, I, Yin Wuji, will surely distinguish myself in the upcoming 10 domains competition." A spark of excitement flickered in his heart as he hurried away. A few days later, Su Qing returned to Golden Cauldron City. After learning of the demon core's patterns and their effects, he resolved to investigate the art of crafting equipment at the Refiner's Pavilion. If he could acquire this skill, he would be able to forge treasures for himself, akin to alchemy, a valuable talent indeed. The Refiner's Pavilion in Golden Cauldron City is abundant, and the one where he had previously purchased the Spirit-Gathering Ruler and Golden Light Robe was the largest. Known as the Treasure Pavilion, that was not far from the Spirit Pill Pavilion, located just down the same street. Now, as Su Qing approached the vicinity of the Spirit Pill Pavilion, he did not enter, but instead walked straight ahead. Catching sight of many cultivators entering and exiting the pavilion, that appeared to be thriving. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar figure that Su Qing thought, recognizing the silhouette as someone he had seen before. After a moment of contemplation, he was struck with realization. It was her. Chapter 52. Murder. She was none other than Qin Yu, whom Su Qing had encountered 6 years prior, that time. She too had been one of the rare individuals with a defective spiritual root, which had led him to glance at her several times, leaving a lasting impression of her appearance. She here to sell pills. He recalled that Qin Yu was also an alchemy apprentice, but she had failed the assessment and was expelled from the sect due to her defective spiritual root. Consequently, those without a sect could only rely on crafting ordinary pills to make a living. Seeing Qin Yu enter the Spirit Pill Pavilion, Su Qing followed suit, though he concealed his face with a mask. Upon entering, he found the hall bustling with numerous cultivators crowding at the counter, conversing with the staff. There were both Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators, seemingly inquiring about the price of the spirit-gathering pill. However, most Qi refining cultivators sighed upon hearing the exorbitant price, while only a few gritted their teeth and decided to purchase a single pill. In contrast, the foundation establishment cultivators appeared significantly wealthier, purchasing in bulk, almost all opting for whole bottles of 6 pills. Su Qing glanced at the price, astonished to find it set at 1,200 spiritual stones per pill. It was evident that the spirit-gathering pill was indeed in high demand. The allure of this pill for cultivators was immense. Although the price of 1,200 spiritual stones exceeded market value, it was the only place where the pill was available. Previously, Chu Qian had mentioned that the spirit-gathering pill was scarce in Golden Cauldron City, and although other pill pavilions sold it, the quantities were minimal. Currently, the main body was crafting the spirit-gathering pill within the Fire Cloud sect, achieving high efficiency. Su Qing couldn't help but grin at the thought of his future wealth, which would be boundless. After surveying the surroundings, he spotted Qin Yu at the farthest counter, engaged in conversation with Li Exin. Qin Daoist, we cannot accept your blood-replenishing pills. They simply do not sell. The demand is far too low. If you have spirit-gathering pills, do come back. I invested considerable materials into refining these 10 pills. Could you please help me by taking them? No. Our manager has made it clear. We only accept spirit-gathering pills. Please leave and do not hinder our business. Just this once. I promise I won't bother you again. I don't understand how you can't get this through your head. If you don't leave, I will have to force you out. Go. Li Xion's voice grew loud, attracting the attention of everyone in the hall. The first-layer Qi refining cultivator. She is indeed quite beautiful. What? Zhang Daoist, are you interested? Do you want to pursue her as your partner? I recall you already have 6 partners. Are you not satisfied? Haha, a graceful lady is a gentleman's delight. Qin Daoist, are you not interested? Of course I am, but not within the city. That if she leaves the city, then who knows? The conversation between the 2 foundation establishment cultivators reached Su Qing's ears. Though they lowered their voices, it was impossible to evade Su Qing's perception. Did you hear that? Hurry and leave. Li Xian continued to scold her. I am leaving now. I apologize for the disturbance. Qin Yu tightly pursed her lips, her complexion slightly flushed. With her head bowed, she departed from the counter, her expression laden with disappointment, as if her mind had wandered elsewhere. Approaching the entrance, she failed to notice Su Qing standing nearby and collided into him, nearly losing her balance, but he managed to catch her, preventing her from falling. Ah! Qin Yu exclaimed in surprise at the sudden impact, but the shock brought her back to reality. Hastily, she lifted her gaze to look at Su Qing, sensing that the person before her possessed a cultivation level that surely surpassed the Qi refinement stage. A wave of anxiety surged within her. Oh, I must apologize, she intended to say, but her words were interrupted by another voice calling out, Dao Tian, Senior. At that moment, Li Xian had arrived at the entrance. He had spotted Su Qing in his black robe, conical hat, and masked face the moment Qin Yu had turned around, so he rushed over from the counter. Qin Yu, are you seeking death? You have bumped into Dao Tian. Senior, hurry and apologize, Li Xian chastised her loudly. It's nothing. No need to make a fuss. Su Qing waved his hand dismissively. Yes, senior. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and leave. All right, thank you. Thank you, senior. Qin Yu, with her head lowered and not daring to look at either of them, bowed slightly in gratitude before hastily exiting the Lingdan pavilion. As she stepped through the door, Li Xian quickly addressed Su Qing with respect. Senior, please take a seat in the inner hall. I will notify Manager Chu immediately. He surmised that Su Qing had come once more to deliver elixirs. During this time, he had learned from Chu Qian that the recent elixirs in the Lingdan pavilion were all supplied by this Dao Tian. Senior, which heightened his reverence to no need for that I'm merely passing through today. You need not inform Dao, friend Chu. Oh, all right. Allow me to fetch you a cup of tea. No. Thank you, By the way, did that girl come to sell elixirs? Aren't those alchemy apprentices prohibited from supplying the Lingdan pavilion? Previously, Chu Qian had mentioned that those alchemy apprentices were monopolized by other elixir pavilions and would not supply the Lingdan pavilion. However, Qin Yu had come to sell elixirs today, which puzzled Su Qing. Senior is unaware, but ever since you provided so many gathering spirit pills, those elixir pavilions realized they could not compete, so they ceased to care about those alchemy apprentices. Moreover, they previously aimed to undermine us by purchasing elixirs at original prices, yielding no profit. Thus, these alchemy apprentices have begun to sell elixirs to us again. However, Manager Chu has instructed us to only accept gathering spirit pills, as other elixirs do not sell well, and relying solely on your elixirs is already sufficient. I see. Among the elixirs I brought before, there were indeed other types, each with hundreds of pills. However, those elixirs were of little value in spirit stones. So I considered them as complimentary gifts for Chu Qian that I did not expect that they remain unsold until now, it seems I need not refine those other elixirs in the future. I can focus solely on refining gathering spirit pills and gathering yuan pills. Understood. I have other matters to attend to. You may continue with your tasks. Safe travels, senior. After gaining this understanding, Su Qing did not linger and promptly exited the Lingdan pavilion. However, he did not head to the artifact pavilion. Instead, he quietly followed behind two men, who were the two Foundation establishment cultivators he had overheard speaking within the Lingdan pavilion. Su Qing was aware of their intentions. Just as Qin Yu had departed, these two men followed closely behind. Sure enough, an hour later, in a mountainous area outside the city, Su Qing spotted them, as well as Qin Yue. That moment, she was gathering some first-grade spiritual herbs. As a pharmacist, Su Qing knew well that these herbs were used as guiding and auxiliary materials for elixir refinement. Save spirit stones. These alchemy apprentices often ventured out to collect herbs themselves, purchasing only the main ingredients from the apothecary hall to concoct elixirs. Any surplus herbs could be sold to the apothecary hall in exchange for spirit stones. Point 2 Seniors. Why do you block my path? At this moment, having just collected a spiritual herb, Qin Yu prepared to move to another location, but found two men with inscrutable cultivation standing in her way, causing her heart to race with anxiety. Originally, she need not leave the city to gather herbs. She could sustain herself with the elixir she refined. However, her first-grade elixir furnace had been destroyed in an explosion a few days prior, leaving her with no choice but to sell her recently refined elixirs to purchase a new furnace. Yet today, when she attempted to sell her blood supplement pills, no elixir pavilions were willing to buy them. The first-grade elixir furnace was valued at 300 spirit stones, and she still lacked a few dozen spirit stones. Thus, she had no alternative but to venture outside the city to collect some herbs to sell to the apothecary hall. Little did she expect to be targeted upon leaving the city. She understood that stepping outside equated to losing her protection. Little beauty, I see you are living a hard life. Why not be my Dao partner? I can provide you with some cultivation resources each month, so you have to dig for spiritual herbs every day. One of the men leered at Qin Yu, his eyes revealing a strong desire. Thank you for your kind offer, senior, but I must decline. Qin Yu hurriedly refused, lowering her head and attempting to retreat in the opposite direction. She understood that the so-called Dao partner mentioned by these Foundation establishment cultivators did not imply a genuine partnership, but rather a descent into their plaything. Damn it, ungrateful. The man raised his hand and lunged towards Qin. Just as he was about to seize her, a burst of fire shot forth with astonishing speed, catching the man off guard and engulfing him in an explosion. What a golden core cultivator! The other man exclaimed in shock, hastily attempting to flee. Yet, he had barely taken a step when another burst of fire surged towards him. "Senior, spare me!" Before he could finish his plea, his body was torn apart. Qin screamed in shock at the gruesome scene. Though she too was a cultivator, she had never engaged in combat, let alone witnessed such a bloody spectacle. Overwhelmed with fear, she collapsed to the ground, but could not help but glance at the charred remains being consumed by flames. Is this the reality of a cultivator's battle? Her heart was stunned, unable to regain composure for a long while. Moments later, the remains were reduced to ashes, and the flames dimmed. Suddenly, a figure approached from a distance. The figure drew closer. Qin recognized him. How could it be him? Chapter 53. A friend? Thank you for saving my life, Senior. Although the face of the person before her was obscured by a black cloth, Qin recognized him as the one she had inadvertently collided with in the Lingdan Pavilion. She quickly stood and expressed her gratitude, yet a trace of confusion lingered in her heart. Why would he save me? Indeed, the one who intervened was Su Qing. Even he was unsure why he had followed her. From the first moment he encountered Qin, he felt an inexplicable concern for her. Later, upon learning that she had been expelled from her sect, he felt a surge of sympathy. Those 6 or 7 years had passed since their last meeting. Upon seeing her today, that familiar feeling resurfaced. Witnessing her humiliation felt akin to watching a cherished possession being harmed, compelling him to eliminate those 2 men. Senior, are you called Dao Tun? Indeed, I am Dao Tian. Qin had heard Li Xian address him as Dao Tian in the Lingdan Pavilion, and now she confirmed it. Dao Tian, Senior, the gratitude I owe for saving my life today is something I fear I will never be able to repay. No need for such formalities. Take these 2 storage bags, Su Qing said, picking up the 2 abandoned storage bags from the ground and tossing them to Qin without examining their contents. This is too much. The storage bags flew towards her, and Qin could only catch them, hurriedly shaking her head in protest. However, Su Qing did not grant her the opportunity to refuse. These are of no use to me. Keep them. Furthermore, my saving you was at the behest of a friend. A friend? Qin felt puzzled. Due to her spirit-root issues, she had always harbored deep-seated insecurities. Aside from her exchanges with Elder Hu Yinshan in the Alchemy Pavilion during her time in the sect, she rarely spoke to anyone. After being expelled from the sect, she became even more solitary. How could she possibly have a friend? Senior, you jest. How could I possibly have a friend? When you meet him, you will understand. Tell me, do you wish to continue learning alchemy? Learning alchemy? The very words pierced her heart. She certainly desired to, as she had a profound passion for alchemy. However, her limited talent hindered her proficiency, resulting in her failing the assessment twice. Yet, what was the point of wishing? Qin knew she would never obtain the identity token of an alchemist and would never have another alchemist willing to take her on as a disciple. To be honest, Senior, I have failed the alchemist assessment twice. No one will teach me alchemy anymore. Her voice was soft, tinged with resignation. Rest assured, the person who entrusted me with your rescue is indeed an alchemist from the sect. He will surely teach you. An alchemist from the sect? Qin exclaimed, Senior, is he truly my friend? Why has he not appeared? He saw you earlier in the Lingdan Pavilion. He has since returned to the sect. And these 2 are merely foundation establishment cultivators. He is only at the 2nd layer of qi refinement. How could he help you? He saw me in the Lingdan Pavilion. Enough pondering, my dear. Allow this old man to escort you to the sect, and upon meeting him, all shall be revealed. Come, ascend. Oh, very well. At this moment, Su Qing had already summoned a spiritual sword. However, Qin Yu's mind was in disarray. A friend at the 2nd level of qi refining. Who could he possibly be? She truly could not fathom it, and the elder before her was unwilling to divulge the truth. Moreover, she realized that since this individual could annihilate 2 foundation establishment cultivators in an instant, his cultivation must undoubtedly be at the golden core stage. The fact that this so-called friend could summon a golden core cultivator to rescue her was nothing short of astonishing. This insatiable curiosity compelled her to meet this person. and she unconsciously leapt onto the spiritual sword that I in the air. The sword soared swiftly, and the two remained silent. Noticing Su Qing's silence, Qin Yu refrained from further inquiries, her hands instinctively clutching the hem of Su Qing's robe. The sensation at his waist made Su Qing smile inwardly. It seemed this was Qin Yu's first experience in flight, for she would not be so anxious otherwise. Steady yourself, I shall accelerate. Suddenly, Su Qing quickened the pace, the spiritual sword slicing through the air like a beam of light. Several hours later, outside the Fire Cloud sect, Su Qing descended with Qin Yu, landing just beyond the mountain gate. Remain here for a moment. He shall arrive shortly. I have matters to attend to. With that, Su Qing transformed into a streak of light and soared into the skies. Qin Yu, about to call out to him, found only emptiness where he had been, and she turned to face the mountain gate. Fire Cloud sect? Why does it seem familiar? Surely I have heard of it somewhere. Gazing at the three large characters above the gate, her mind raced. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat, as if she had made a connection. Could it be him? Su Daoyu. Qin Yu's expression shifted to one of excitement. This moment, she had recalled someone, 6 or 7 years ago, at the Alchemist Association. She had encountered Su Qing. Like herself, he was also deemed a waste with inferior spiritual roots. She remembered that during their introductions, Su Qing had mentioned he hailed from this Fire Cloud sect. It was on that day that Su Qing had offered her some words of encouragement, instilling a modicum of confidence in her otherwise timid heart. She had held a deep impression of him since then. But why would it be him? He was also considered a waste. Why would the elder Dao Tian assist him? Why would he aid me? Her thoughts remained tumultuous. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice broke through the chaos. Qin Daoyu, a figure emerged from within the mountain gate's formation. It was indeed him. As expected, the newcomer was Su Qing. Despite the passage of 6 or 7 years, Qin Yu still recognized his appearance. Su Daoyu. Qin Yu lowered her head bashfully, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. Come, let us enter the sect. Dao Tian has informed me that you still harbor an interest in alchemy. How about we proceed to the alchemy pavilion? But I cannot undergo the assessment again. Can I still be an alchemy apprentice? Fear not, if I say you can, then you can. Come along. Oh, very well. Qin Yu followed Su Qing into the mountain gate. But as they entered, 2 voices startled her, causing her to freeze. Greetings, Elder Su. Elder Su, good day. At that moment, 2 gatekeeping disciples were respectfully saluting Su Qing, that he merely nodded and called out to Qin Yu, who was still in a daze. Qin Daoyu, let us go. Oh yes, good heavens, he is an elder. Qin Yu was utterly astonished, initially thinking she had misheard. Yet, she soon realized that the Fire Cloud sect disciples they encountered along the way all addressed Su Qing as Elder Su. Their demeanor filled with utmost respect. He holds such a high status within the sect. Her heart surged with shock. No wonder even Elder Dao Tian would deign to assist him. But why would he ask the elder to save me? Surely not. That is impossible. Watching Su Qing's figure ahead, her mind was in disarray. However, Su Qing continued to lead her without turning to speak. Before long, they arrived at the alchemy pavilion's entrance that Su Qing entered first. While Qin Yu gazed up at the 3 large characters outside. Alchemy Pavilion. That familiar sensation washed over her once more. She had spent 2 years in the alchemy pavilion of Cloud Sword sect, only to be ruthlessly expelled from the sect in the end. She shook her head in resignation and entered the pavilion. Upon crossing the threshold, she spotted an elderly man, somewhat familiar in appearance, instructing a group of disciples that it appeared to be the same elder who had accompanied Su Qing to the Alchemist Association. That moment, the elder seemed to notice Su Qing at the entrance, his expression shifting to one of surprise. You, young man, have ventured out today. I thought you were busy refining pills upstairs. Master, I wish for her to join the alchemy pavilion as an apprentice and learn alchemy under my guidance. Su Qing stepped aside, pulling Qin Yu forward from behind him. Excellent. You are also an elder of the alchemy pavilion. You can indeed take on apprentices. Luo Qian chuckled, then turned his gaze towards Qin Yu. Pray tell, from which peak do you hail? No, she is not a sect member. Her name is Qin Yu. Master should remember her. Qin Yu? Luo Qian scrutinized her closely, his mind racing. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. It truly is her. Chapter 54. Starstone, how fares it? Has Master recalled? Of course. How about making her your direct disciple? Excellent. Luo Qian's expression turned odd. Of course, he remembered Qin Yu. Initially, due to matters concerning Xia Shihan, he had intended to bring her back to the sect and have her become Su Qing's partner. However, he was a step too late. By the time he reached Cloud Sword's sect, Qin Yu had already been expelled. Who would have thought that after 6 or 7 years, Su Qing could find her and bring her to the sect? This lad, he must have had feelings for her back then. Internally ridiculing Su Qing, he softened his expression and addressed Qin Yu. Are you willing to become my direct disciple? Qin Yu. At this moment, Qin Yu stood there like a wooden statue. That Su Qing quickly pulled her back to reality. That, oh, I am willing. Qin Yu is willing. Coming back to her senses, Qin Yu hurriedly replied, though her heart remained in a state of shock. She had never imagined that Su Qing's words could wield such power, not only enabling her to join the sect, but also to be accepted as a direct disciple by an elder. She couldn't help but glance at Su Qing beside her. Why does he assist me so? Very well. Haha. We shall handle the enrollment procedures tomorrow. I will take you to Bamboo Mountain Peak and formally accept you as my disciple. Luo Qian laughed heartily, thanking Master. On the second floor, outside the alchemy chamber, Su Qing and Qin Yu sat facing each other. This alchemy chamber belongs to my master. This one is mine, and that one shall be yours. From now on, I shall teach you alchemy. Su Qing pointed to one of the alchemy chambers. Oh, very well. Thank you, Su Daoyu. Here, you may no longer address me as Daoyu. I apologize. Thank you, Elder Su. You must call me senior brother. You are Master S disciple, while I am Master S first disciple. First disciple? Indeed. Su Qing began to recount the tales of the Fire Cloud sect, sharing his own experiences. Though certainly omitting the details of the Reincarnation Pearl, he also learned of some of the events in Qin Yu's life over the past 6 years. All in all, it was a tale too lengthy to convey. The two conversed for quite some time, occasionally interrupted by exclamations of surprise, followed by bouts of laughter, and at times, moments of silence. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had darkened. Very well, the day has waned. There are sleeping quarters downstairs. You should rest, junior sister, that I still have some pills to refine. Su Qing glanced out the window and stood up, only to find Qin Yu still seated there, gazing at him in a daze. Junior sister, what are you daydreaming about? No. Senior brother, why do you wish to help me? Suddenly, Qin Yu posed a question, and after speaking, she instinctively lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. Just moments ago, she had engaged in her first heartfelt conversation with another person, awakening an unprecedented feeling within her, one that was both peculiar and captivating. Moreover, she had not anticipated that her life would undergo such a dramatic transformation within a single day. She understood that no one would show kindness without reason. Su Qing's generous assistance made her ponder whether it was truly as she believed. Oddly enough, after a prolonged silence, there was still no response. When she finally lifted her gaze once more, Su Qing's figure had vanished, leaving only the sound of the alchemical furnace emanating from the pill refining chamber. With a resigned shake of her head, Qin Yu rose from the second floor and departed. Yet unbeknownst to her, the corners of her mouth had unconsciously curled upward. The following day, although it was not yet the time for mountain opening and disciple receiving ceremonies, the presence of Su Qing and Luo Qian facilitated a swift and smooth registration process for Qin Yu to join the sect. Luo Qian also escorted Qin Yu to the Bamboo Mountain Peak, where the disciple-taking ceremony was held. There, it was publicly announced that Qin Yu had been accepted as a true disciple and would study alchemy under Elder Su Qing in the Alchemy Pavilion. This news sent ripples of astonishment through the disciples of the Bamboo Mountain Peak, sparking murmurs within the crowd below that, "Do you think Qin Yu has a connection with Elder Su?" There must be one. I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. What did you see? While I was guarding the entrance of the sect yesterday, I saw Elder Su bringing her in. Oh, no way. Could she be Elder Su's companion? Keep your voice down. At this disciple-taking ceremony, aside from Su Qing, all disciples were present, including Xia Shihan, who had not been seen by Su Qing for many years. The whispers of several inter-sect disciples reached her ears. His companion, she's only at the first layer of qi refinement. They seem well-matched. Xia Shihan fixed her gaze on Qin Yu, and an unusual sentiment stirred within her heart. Shihan? What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Suddenly, a young man beside her patted her shoulder and inquired with concern. Xia Shihan shook her head, turned to glance at the young man beside her, her expression softening slightly, then looked back at Qin Yu with a hint of disdain. Qin Yu, the disciple-taking ceremony continued, yet Su Qing remained oblivious, engrossed in alchemy within the refining chamber that moment. However, his avatar was present in the treasure pavilion of Jinding City. Friend, here again to purchase magic treasures? Come, let me introduce you. The speaker was an elderly man named Lu Feng, a foundation establishment cultivator and the steward of the treasure pavilion, who was also a blacksmith. Lu Feng recognized Su Qing. Not long ago, Su Qing had spent 200,000 spirit stones to purchase 2 magic treasures suitable for foundation establishment, demonstrating remarkable generosity. Friend, behold this magic treasure. It is of medium quality, far more powerful than the 2 you acquired last time. Lu Feng held up a long sword, infusing it with a trace of spiritual energy, which caused the sword to emit a faint blue glow that as Su Qing understood that the blue light indicated it was indeed a medium-quality magic treasure. He had previously inquired with Luo Qian and learned about the grading of such treasures that in addition to the distinctions among spiritual tools, magic treasures, and artifacts corresponding to cultivators' realms, there were also quality classifications: inferior, medium, superior, and supreme. Each quality emitted a different hue, with inferior treasures glowing green, medium treasures blue, superior treasures purple, and supreme treasures red. However, only when a cultivator infused spiritual energy would the magic treasure shine, making it impossible for ordinary people to discern the quality with the naked eye. The 2 treasures in his possession emitted a faint green light, signifying their inferior quality. What do you think, friend? Does this suit your fancy? I crafted it with 2 stardust stones. The price is absolutely fair, 1 million spirit stones. 1 million? Su Qing was taken aback. Such a price disparity was staggering. His 2 inferior treasures had cost only 100,000 each, and now the price had skyrocketed tenfold. Curiosity about the stardust stone lingered in his mind. Wait, what exactly is this stardust stone you mentioned? Oh, you don't know. I can't forge, so how would I know about such things? But all right, tell me. Lu Feng regarded Su Qing with a peculiar expression. It was rare for someone to be unaware of such an item. However, since Su Qing insisted, he began to explain. The stardust stone was an essential material for forging magic treasures. Its function was to facilitate the fusion of various materials used in crafting, producing additional effects, while also eliminating impurities to enhance the treasure's efficacy. Without stardust stones, the crafted treasures would lack any special attributes and would merely qualify as ordinary weapons or armor, devoid of grade, and thus would not emit light when infused with spiritual energy. The amount of impurities removed varied with the number of stardust stones used. The more impurities eliminated, the higher the quality of the magic treasure. It was said that completely removing impurities could elevate a treasure's quality beyond supreme to perfection, though no perfect treasures had ever been found in the Xintian continent. Generally, medium-quality treasures had base effects twice that of inferior treasures, superior treasures twice that of medium treasures, and supreme treasures twice that of superior treasures. Su Qing calculated that his inferior treasure, the Spirit Gathering, had a base effect of increasing the power of attack spells by 20%. If it were a supreme treasure, it would yield a 160% enhancement. With the addition of 10 stardust stones, it could amplify spell power 16-fold. It seemed that possessing excellent magic treasures could enable a low-tier cultivator to defeat a high-tier one. However, the stardust stone was exceedingly rare. Su Qing could only surmise that it was obtained from secret realms. Yet among the 3 secret realms in the Tianluo domain, stardust stones were produced in varying quantities. Clearly, a visit to a secret realm was imperative. After hearing all this, Su Qing's interest in the secret realm intensified, yet he found himself equally curious about the art of forging. By the way, friend Lu, how can one acquire the art of forging? Chapter 55, The Treasure Pagoda. The art of forging, you wish to learn it? Lu Feng was somewhat taken aback. What, is there a prerequisite for learning forging? Not at all. This shop offers the art of forging, and I can gift you a manual. However, speak your mind. Seeing Lu Feng hesitating, Su Qing grew a bit impatient. Do not rush, Lu Feng replied with a slight smile, unhurried. Anyone can learn the art of forging. However, what good is it if most people lack the talent for it? Their success rate in crafting is less than 1 in 10. Who would be willing to squander materials on such a low chance? 1 in 10? Such a low success rate. Su Qing was somewhat speechless and inquired further. Is it akin to the success rate of alchemists in producing pills? Quite similar, though a forger must create functional magic treasures. Hence the necessity of stardust stones that a forger with a low success rate cannot afford to waste stardust stones. Lu Feng paused to sip his tea. Now I understand Su Qing mused that if stardust stones are not included, the crafted treasures are merely ordinary weapons and armor without special effects. For instance, my spirit gathering has a 20% increase in attack spell power only because of the stardust stones. Otherwise, it would be just an ordinary weapon. Furthermore, Lu Feng continued, to successfully forge a magic treasure, one requires not only the forging tools and materials, but also the blueprint for the magic treasure. A blueprint? Indeed. This blueprint contains the entire crafting process and the materials needed. .it also annotates the unique effects of the treasure and specifies the quantity of stardust stones required for each quality. However, acquiring such blueprints is no easy feat. They are highly treasured by forgers, and no forger would easily impart them to others. Where do these blueprints originate? Were they not created by predecessors? No, they are not written by human hands, but are naturally occurring. Much like the formulas of alchemists. No way. Logically, if there are blueprints, someone must have successfully forged these treasures and recorded them. Yet now I hear that these blueprints and formulas are naturally occurring. Su Qing was taken aback, hastily asking, where can one find them? The Heavenly Tao Treasure Pagoda. The Heavenly Tao. Su Qing was once again astonished. Where is this pagoda? Friend Lu, why do you not speak? After several inquiries, Lu Feng remained silent for a long time. However, Su Qing was confident that Lu Feng must know, for otherwise, how could he forge these magic treasures? Surely he possessed the blueprints. After a moment, Lu Feng sighed deeply. Even if you knew, it would be of no use, because we can never reach that pagoda. Why not? Aren't you a forger? Surely you have some blueprints. Did you not acquire them from that pagoda? Or were they taught to you by someone else? Indeed. The blueprint in my possession was graciously bestowed by the lord of the city, who recognized my innate talent for weapon forging, resulting in a notably high success rate. To be candid, my companion, the treasure pavilion is indeed an enterprise of the city lord. It is the lord of Jinding City. That clarifies much that Su Qing had heard of this lord, known as Fu Qianchen, a formidable figure with cultivation at the late nascent soul stage. However, Su Qing had not yet encountered him in person. At this moment, he pondered the numerous locations barred by formations, and it was evident that the Heavenly Tao Treasure Tower was no exception, certainly subject to some restrictions. Must entry to that tower require nascent soul cultivation? No, any cultivation level should suffice. But why then? Could it be monopolized? Su Qing found it puzzling. In a place accessible to all. Why would Lu Feng claim otherwise? There could only be one possibility. The tower was indeed monopolized. One could assert that the city lord has mentioned that the Heavenly Tao Treasure Tower is shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing its origins. However, it harbors a plethora of treasures, including alchemical formulas, mold blueprints, and various techniques and spells, all formed within the tower. Yet it opens only once every decade for a mere 3 days. When it is closed, the tower is enveloped in a thick mist, preventing any cultivator from approaching within 100 feet. Where is this tower located? In the central region of the Xiantian continent. Within the Ascending Immortal Alliance. Goodness! Yet again, this Ascending Immortal Alliance that Su Qing was at a loss for words, having heard those 3 words more than once already. Very well. Lu, my friend, does this imply that the Ascending Immortal Alliance has monopolized the tower? But from where did the city lord acquire the mold blueprints? Well, I only heard from the city lord that every decade, the Ascending Immortal Alliance holds a grand competition known as the 10 Domains Championship, wherein those who place can enter the tower when it is open. The specifics are somewhat unclear to me, but I do know that after the last competition, the city lord entered the tower and obtained some valuable items, including those blueprints he gifted me. My friend, it would be wise to cease your speculations. Without reaching the nascent soul stage, participation in that grand competition is utterly impossible. Guests are arriving. My friend, I must attend to them. Please take this tome on weapon forging. I am grateful, my friend. You may attend to your matters. I shall take my leave now. At that moment, several cultivators entered the treasure pavilion. Lu Feng handed Su Qing a tome on weapon forging before greeting his guests. Su Qing expressed his gratitude and departed from the treasure pavilion, his mind occupied with the intriguing revelations he had just heard about the ascending immortal alliance. Who could be orchestrating it all? Could it be that Lu Qingxian? Yet he is already at the void-breaking stage and still remains on this continent. The ascending immortal alliance is exceedingly enigmatic, leading Su Qing to suspect that someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Nevertheless, the Heavenly Dao Treasure Tower must undoubtedly be related to the heart of Heavenly Dao. Indeed, like the Nine Calamity Tower, it too should be a product of the Heavenly Dao. The world of cultivation is truly wondrous. What is the Heavenly Dao? Even Zheng Kongxian, at the Dharma aspect stage, has explored for millennia without uncovering its secrets, as Su Qing could not help but shake his head. Alas! Let us first examine this tome on weapon forging. Upon opening the tome in his hands, Su Qing glanced through it. Indeed, it was merely an ordinary book, quite simplistic, akin to the detailed explanation of alchemy he had previously studied. That it contained only a basic weapon forging technique and 2 rudimentary mold blueprints. One named Mingyue sword and the other Qingyuan armor. After reviewing the materials required, they consisted solely of the most basic components. That he also noted the efficacy of the Mingyue sword, which stated, by adding 1 star stone, it becomes a low-grade spiritual weapon, increasing sword-type spell potency by 10%. By adding 2 star stones, it becomes a mid-grade spiritual weapon, increasing potency by 20%. By adding 3 star stones, it becomes a high-grade spiritual weapon, increasing potency by 40%. By adding 4 star stones, it becomes a top-grade spiritual weapon, increasing potency by 80%. And by adding 50 star stones, it becomes a perfect spiritual weapon, increasing potency by 50 stones, and the result remains uncertain. Su Qing was utterly bewildered at this moment. Chapter 56. Another piece of runes. That Su Qing hurriedly examined the other blueprint, Qingyuan armor, and similarly found that the final annotation required 50 stones. Also an unknown quantity. My heavens. Even the naturally occurring mold blueprints lacked clear annotations. Su Qing felt a surge of astonishment. It seemed that no one on the Xintian continent had attempted to forge such a perfect magical treasure. The sheer quantity of star stones required was staggering, and the outcome remained a mystery. While the success rate of forging was a factor, a failure would mean the loss of 50 star stones. Although Su Qing was yet unaware of the true value of star stones, he had gleaned from Lu Feng that they were indeed quite valuable. Stowing away the tome on weapon forging, Su Qing exhaled deeply. Star stones. Yet another secret realm. With my current capabilities, can I venture into the Tianjian Peak secret realm? He now felt somewhat adrift, uncertain of what he ought to prioritize. Over the past few months, he had learned an abundance of information, yet merely knowing was far from sufficient. Obtaining those things proved exceedingly challenging. Apart from his true self continuously refining elixirs for profit, it seemed his avatar could not be of much assistance at present. What should he do? Su Qing stood in the street, lost in thought, when suddenly a spark of inspiration struck him. Yes, first, I shall procure some materials and allow my true self to learn weapon forging. However, without star stones, how can I forge a magical treasure? I recall. Su Qing quickly retrieved the tome on weapon forging, carefully scrutinizing it once more, a smile creeping onto his face. Thus, I shall proceed a day later. Su Qing's true self emerged from the alchemical chamber, stretching his arms upward in a grand yawn. Senior brother, good morning, a melodious voice chimed in. Senior brother, you truly are remarkable. You entered the alchemical chamber that night, and several days have already passed, and aren't you tired? Good morning, junior sister. You have yet to witness my alchemy prowess. After consuming a few spirit-repelling pills, I can refine for months on end without rest. Su Qing smiled at the lovely Qinyu before continuing. When will you teach me alchemy, senior brother? I keep failing at the gathering spirit pill. He nearly forgot that he had promised to instruct her in alchemy. Leaving Qinyu unsure of what to occupy herself with these past few days, that in 3 days, I will come and teach you. For now, practice the pills you are familiar with. He needed to step out for a while. It was not that he would not teach her today, but rather that he intended to forge the Mingyue sword in the sect's weapon forging chamber. That moment, his avatar was already outside the mountain gate, having procured many materials. Senior brother, you are going out? Qinyu inquired, her large, sparkling eyes gazing at Su Qing. Just a little matter. Suddenly, Su Qing observed a slight change in her demeanor, as if she had transformed subtly since 6 years ago. Junior sister, have you consumed any beauty elixirs? No, no. How could I afford such luxuries? Qin Yu hurriedly waved her hands, then suddenly recalled something, lowering her head shyly. But you think I look older. How could that be? 6 years ago, you were merely 18, right? Qin Yu nodded, uncertain of Su Qing's intentions. Currently, you are merely 25 or 26, the prime of your life, and your allure is at its peak. Ah, Qin Yu's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripened apple. Senior brother, are you saying I am beautiful? Of course, her heart swelled with joy, yet a tinge of sadness crept in. But I will grow old. Here, take this beauty elixir. A radiant pill appeared in Su Qing's hand. In recent years, he had refined several beauty elixirs. The primary ingredient, jade skin flower, only grew in the Starfall Valley. Though competition was fierce, the sect had managed to acquire some over the years for you. A wave of inexplicable joy surged within Qin Yu. She wanted to reach out but felt shy. Yet Su Qing pressed it directly into her hand. Every woman cares about her appearance, and she was no exception. Gazing blankly at the beauty elixir in her palm, an overwhelming urge to consume it surged within her. Indeed, eat it now, and you shall forever retain your current beauty. Su Qing's words dispelled any hesitation within Qin Yu. She closed her eyes and swallowed the elixir, an indescribable energy enveloping her entire being. She could feel her appearance freezing in that moment. After a while, Qin Yu opened her eyes, gazing at Su Qing, her face radiating joy that words could not express. Yet suddenly her expression dimmed. Senior brother. If only we were not defective spiritual roots. Her words carried a hint of melancholy. Indeed, regardless of her appearance, her lifespan remained limited. Those like them, who only cultivated to the Qi refinement stage, would only live a few decades that Su Qing could reincarnate, but Qin Yu could not. Decades later, although her looks would remain unchanged, her physical capabilities would age. Junior sister, do not dwell on such thoughts. There will be methods to alter your spiritual roots. Su Qing gently patted her shoulder. I understand. All right, I must attend to some matters now. You should familiarize yourself. With that, Su Qing departed from the alchemical pavilion. Can it truly be changed? Qin Yu smiled self-deprecatingly. The spiritual roots are innate to every individual, and how could one possibly alter them? She understood that Su Qing was not merely comforting her, but perhaps also offering solace to herself. In the Fire Cloud Sect's refining pavilion, Chun Dong greeted Su Qing with a warm smile. Ah, Elder Su, what a rare visitor. What brings you to the refining pavilion? Chun Dong, a distinguished elder and the head of the refining pavilion, had been one of the most senior members from the very beginning. Su Qing had just received the materials delivered by Dao Tian at the mountain gate, and she had thoroughly memorized the refining techniques that Dao Tian had long since mastered. Elder Chun, might there be an available refining room? I wish to craft some magical artifacts. Crafting magical artifacts? Surely, Elder Su is jesting. Chun Dong's eyes widened in disbelief that I recently acquired a book on refining techniques and merely wanted to experiment. You possess stardust? Not at all. I only intend to refine a common Mingyue sword. Ah, I see that Su Qing is merely attempting to refine an ordinary magical artifact devoid of stardust. Chun Dong's surprise faded. He had witnessed countless individuals aspiring to learn the art of refining, only to falter like Su Qing, attempting to craft ordinary artifacts, yet failing miserably. The success rate was so disheartening that it deterred the vast majority. That room is unoccupied. Please, Elder Su, make use of it. Chun Dong gestured towards an empty refining chamber. Thank you. Su Qing expressed her gratitude and stepped inside. Observing her retreating figure, Chun Dong shook his head and sighed. Alas, a pill master daring to attempt refining. Several hours later, Su Qing gazed at a heap of shattered materials, feeling somewhat helpless. She had tried 10 times, and each time, the sword's body shattered just as it was taking form. Upon scrutinizing the blueprint once more, she noted that the instructions indicated that improper temperature control during the material fusion process could lead to the sword's failure and subsequent shattering. That it seemed the issue lay in temperature regulation. Just as in pill refining, maintaining the proper temperature was crucial. Without the guidance of the Reincarnation Fruit's runes, her success rate in pill crafting had been rather low as well. Now, it appeared that the requirements for temperature control in refining were even more stringent. Undeterred by her previous failures, Su Qing resumed her attempts, and with each setback, her proficiency in controlling the temperature improved. Finally, on her 20th try, a melodious chime resonated, signifying that a Mingyue sword had successfully taken shape. Su Qing grasped the newly formed sword and infused it with a trace of spiritual energy, only to find it emitted no colors. Indeed, it was merely an ordinary magical artifact. Yet, achieving success once in 20 attempts felt disappointingly inadequate. What is this? Suddenly, Su Qing perceived a flash of golden light darting before her, which swiftly penetrated her sea of consciousness and entered the reincarnation pearl. That a particular spot on the pearl's surface began to flicker. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a tiny rune that was softly glowing with golden radiance. Could it be? The rune has been activated. Chapter 57. 1 year later, Secret Realm. Could it be that the success rate has reached a staggering 100%? Excitement surged within Su Qing as she hastily resumed her refining endeavors. Indeed, just as she prepared to introduce the materials, the rune on the reincarnation pearl emitted a golden glow that enveloped her, guiding the refining process akin to pill crafting. Thus, after successfully producing 3 Mingyue swords in succession, Su Qing paused and shifted her focus to crafting the Qingyuan armor. After 15 attempts, she successfully refined a single piece. Subsequently, a surge of golden light flowed into the rune that had just been activated within the reincarnation pearl, ensuring that her future attempts at crafting Qingyuan armor would be devoid of failure. It became evident to Su Qing that as long as she followed the blueprint to create a magical artifact without incorporating stardust, she would activate the artifact's success rate. Henceforth, with the addition of stardust, she could achieve a 100% success rate in producing effective magical artifacts. Ha! What an extraordinary ability! Su Qing couldn't help but burst into laughter, filled with joy. However, she recalled that the blueprint could only be obtained from the Heavenly Dao Treasure Tower. Reflecting on the enigmatic Heavenly Dao Treasure Tower, a sense of helplessness washed over her. It was monopolized by the Ascendant Alliance, and one had to achieve a ranking through a grand competition. Which was no small feat yet. She took solace in possessing the reincarnation pearl that if not in this lifetime, surely in another, she would reach it. Renewed confidence surged within her as she mused, the Ascendant Alliance's 10 Domains tournament. I, Su Qing, shall partake. After a while, seeing no further matters at hand, Su Qing tidied up and departed from the refining room. 2 days had passed, yet Elder Qindong remained in the refining pavilion. Upon seeing Su Qing emerge, he promptly inquired, "So, Elder Su, were you able to achieve success?" He held little faith in Su Qing's potential for high success rates. Not at all. Refining is indeed quite difficult. After dozens of attempts, I managed to succeed only once. It seems this art may not be suited for me. Su Qing produced a successfully refined Mingyue sword, shaking her head in resignation. Indeed, the success rate was dishearteningly below 10%. A hint of mockery flickered in Qindong's heart, though he maintained a courteous facade. No worries, Elder Su. Your prowess in pill crafting is commendable. Should you find the time, feel free to visit the refining pavilion. I could offer some guidance. Very well. Thank you, Elder Qinda. I shall take my leave. Without lingering further, Su Qing expressed her gratitude and departed. Guidance indeed. A mere junior at the second level of qi refining. Yet he stands on equal footing with me. How utterly unfair. Qindong silently cursed as he strode into the second floor. Another day passed and I in the pill refining pavilion. Su Qing settled in a Qin-used pill refining chamber, intending to impart some of his pill refining insights to her. Junior sister, here are some of my pill refining experiences from the past few years. Take this. He produced a jade slip, though he had the reincarnation pearl to manipulate the pill refining process. Observing it closely was akin to watching a replay. Thus, the jade slip contained insights on pill crafting, though not for every type of pill, only those of high demand. Thank you, senior brother. Qin Yu received the jade slip with delight, infusing it with spiritual energy for inspection. Moments later, she gasped in astonishment. Heavens, this is even more detailed than the annotations on the pill formulas. Did you write this yourself? The insights within the jade slip were remarkably thorough, documenting every detail, including which steps were prone to failure and which could tolerate some error. It was as though this knowledge was the true formula itself. Indeed, I authored it. Memorize it well, then begin refining the gathering spirit pill. I'll be watching over you. Okay, thus, as Qin Yu commenced her refining, Su Qing stood by to offer guidance. Perhaps the insights were exceedingly effective, for on her second attempt, Qin Yu successfully crafted a gathering spirit pill, leaving her elated for quite some time. This particular pill was also among those required for assessments. Although she would typically succeed once in 10 attempts, her nervousness had hindered her during her last 2 evaluations, resulting in no successful outputs that to her astonishment. She had produced one on her second try today. She quickly turned to Su Qing, excitement bubbling within her. "Senior brother, look, I did it! On my second attempt. Hold your joy. Continue refining for another 10 attempts, and let's see your success rate." Su Qing's voice rang out. Feeling a bit sheepish, Qing Yu stuck out her tongue before returning to her task. Nevertheless, the thrill of her success remained evident on her face. "Senior brother, look, I succeeded again. Very good, very good." Thus, in the days that followed, aside from refining elixirs for herself, Su Qing would periodically take time to guide Qin Yu in the alchemy chamber. Time flew by, and before long, nearly a year had passed. During this time, perhaps due to the strength of her comprehension, or perhaps because Qin Yu possessed some innate talent, she had achieved a success rate of over 50% with most first-grade elixirs. However, Su Qing instructed her not to disclose this to anyone. If Luo Qian inquired, she was to simply state a success rate of 20%. Without a second thought, Qin Yu agreed, having long regarded Su Qing as her most trusted confidant, developing a profound sense of dependency on him. She was unaware of the nature of this emotion. Nonetheless, she felt a sense of joy in Su Qing's company that allowed her to forget all her troubles. Throughout the year, Su Qing had also dispatched his avatar to Jinding City 3 times, selling numerous elixirs and amassing a modest fortune, now possessing around 6 to 7 million spirit stones during this time. He had visited his family several times, providing his father, Su Ming, with many elixirs and spirit stones, but Su Ming had heard of the matters concerning the Huiyun sect years prior, and now, to his astonishment, he learned that his son had become an elder in the alchemy pavilion of that very sect, filling his heart with both shock and immense pride. Now, it was once again the time of the quarterly gathering. Su Qing had reclaimed many spirit stones from the alchemy pavilion, but instead of returning to the mountains outside Huiyun sect, he ventured towards the eastern Tianjian mountain range in Jinding City. He knew that in a few days, the secret realm of Tianjian Peak would open. Recently, he had also received a message from Yun Wuji of the Xinghe Palace, inquiring whether he wished to enter the secret realm alongside their sect. Without hesitation, Su Qing agreed, as this would be his first visit to such a realm, and it was certainly preferable to have familiar company than a few hours later, at a waterfall within the Tianjian mountain range. He heard a voice calling out, "Dao friend, over here." Upon arriving, he spotted Yun Wuji not far away, accompanied by 3 other elders, 2 at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, and 1 presumably the ancestor of the Xinghe Palace, who, like Su Qing, was at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. This elder, clad in a gray robe, emanated a formidable energy, with his dantian radiating a golden glow and a nascent soul floating above his head. Su Qing observed the nascent soul closely, noting a small hole within it that emitted a spectrum of colors. This is a one-portal nascent soul. However, why display everything so openly? Is there a fear that others might not notice? Yun Wuji had mentioned that the elder of their sect was a 3rd-grade golden core with a perfected spiritual consciousness, and yet this elder flaunted both attributes, seemingly eager to proclaim his strength and warn others not to provoke him, which struck Su Qing as somewhat amusing. After further observation revealed no other peculiarities, he approached the group. "Dao friends, come, allow me to introduce you. This is the ancestor of our Xinghe Palace, Missouri, Sun." Chapter 58. Lu Xianfeng. These 2 are my senior brothers, Peng Mu and Zhou Feng. Ancestor, senior brothers, this is Dao friend Dao Tian, whom I mentioned to you. Greetings, esteemed Dao friends, Su Qing said, extending a courteous greeting to At that moment. He had not donned a mask, for upon arriving at the waterfall, he noted that around 50 to 60 cultivators were already present, mostly gathered in small groups, likely fellow sect members or companions. Given that they were all at the nascent soul stage, he deemed the mask unnecessary, as it would not shield him from their spiritual senses. "Dao friend Dao Tian, you honor us." Yun Wuji's senior brothers sensed Su Qing's cultivation and returned the gesture. However, Mo Tsungyan merely opened his eyes, nodded slightly, yet remained silent, his gaze fixed on the thicket. Suddenly, he uttered, "They have arrived." The group instinctively turned their attention to the thicket, and after a brief moment, 5 cultivators emerged. Instantly, the surrounding chatter ceased, and the previously engaged cultivators turned to regard the newcomers with expressions of reverence. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in a white robe, tall and robust, his features sharp and defined, exuding an air of maturity and stability, with strands of white hair interwoven among his dark locks. Reminiscent of a sage who had weathered many storms, radiating a unique charm. The aura of a perfected nascent soul emanated from him, as Hu Qing recognized that this man was the ancestor of the Xiandao sect. Glancing at those following him, a familiar face suddenly registered in his mind. It was her. To his astonishment, he had encountered her here. Chuckling to himself, Su Qing found himself momentarily lost in thought, but quickly regained his composure, dismissing it from his mind. After all, this gathering was attended by nearly all nascent soul cultivators from the Tianluo domain, and she too was at the nascent soul stage, making her presence expected. The group did not linger, but approached Mo Tsung. Dao brother Dao Dian, it has been a decade. It seems your cultivation has progressed once more, to the point where even I cannot discern your level. Mo Tsung initiated the greeting. Indeed, unlike certain individuals, I do not revel in ostentation. Lu Xianfeng replied with a smile. The Lu Xianfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a hint of mockery lacing his words. The retort left Mo Tsung feeling somewhat awkward. His face flushed crimson as his energy began to stir restlessly, waves of power radiating outward, enveloping those around him in an oppressive aura. Could it be that a battle was about to erupt? Su Qing's heart raced with alarm, and he instinctively took a step back. This was no jest. Should these two engage in combat at this moment, the consequences would be dire for all present. What? Do you wish to exchange blows with me here? Or perhaps, you seek to intimidate Lu? Lu Xianfeng waved his hand, dispersing the energy in an instant, causing the pressure in the air to dissipate as well. Sensing the astonishing capabilities of his opponent, Mo Tsung's agitation gradually subsided, though his eyes twitched involuntarily. I have no desire to engage in a war of words with you. Speak plainly. Do you intend to monopolize the Yuanshin flower once more? Monopolize? Such treasures are meant to be claimed by those with the skill to do so. Very well. Let us rely on our respective abilities then. We shall depart, with a swift motion of his hand. Mo Tsungyan turned towards another direction, followed closely by Yun Wuji and the others. The Yuanshin flower. What could that be? Yuanshin. The power of the Yuanshin. The 9-aperture Yuanshin pill. Could it be the principal ingredient of that elixir? Su Qing's curiosity piqued, and he quickly conveyed his thoughts to Yun Wuji, who proceeded to explain. Indeed, the Yuanshin flower was the primary component of the 9-aperture Yuanshin pill. And within this secret realm lay a location where the flowers could flourish. However, that place was guarded by formidable beasts that a century ago, Mo Tsungyan had discovered it, but due to his limited strength at the time, he could not vanquish the beasts alone. Thus, he sought out Lu Xianfeng within the secret realm, and although Lu Xianfeng was also unable to defeat the beasts single-handedly, the two formed an alliance to slay them together, sharing the spoils thereafter. Thus, they had collaborated for decades, with both reaching the first aperture of the Yuaning realm. While they still could not individually slay the beasts, their power had significantly increased. Yet, 20 years ago, Lu Xianfeng had brazenly ventured forth alone to claim all the spoils, leaving Mo Tsungyan seething with indignation. Upon exiting the secret realm, he learned that Lu Xianfeng had acquired a mid-grade 3-pattern Dao artifact, capable of barely subduing the beasts. Left with no choice, Mo Tsungyan had to swallow his anger, but a decade later, history repeated itself. Lu Xianfeng again claimed the Yuanshin flower for himself. That it was no wonder that their encounters were fraught with tension. The backstory behind their rivalry was now clear to Su Qing. That it appeared that the Xing'e Palace and the Xiandao sect harbored deep-seated animosity, while they might refrain from conflict outside the secret realm. Within its confines, the alliance of ascending to immortality would not intervene. Indeed, after a brief pause, Mo Tsung suddenly spoke. Dao Tia, my friend. As a companion of Wuji, I implore you to assist me in seizing the Yuanshin flower. There are 10 in total, and I am willing to share 2 with you. What say you? The allure of 2 Yuanshin flowers was indeed considerable. However, Su Qing lacked the elixir formula. For him, The yuanshin flower was merely a precious herb to exchange for spirit stones. Moreover, Lu Xuanfeng's prowess was unfathomable. Should he fail to triumph, he would be left with a powerful enemy. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to decline, but Imo Songyin continued. Furthermore, I obtained the formula for the 9-aperture yuanshin pill from the Tiandao Wanbao Tower a century ago. I can allow you to make a copy of it. And thereafter, you may seek a high-tier alchemist in the Dongyu region to concoct it. Even a low-tier alchemist would suffice, as long as you stand guard to prevent any mishaps. This time, Su Qing found himself intrigued. The yuanshin power was precisely what he needed to enhance his strength. His golden core had solidified, leaving no room for advancement, and he lacked the schematics for upgrading magical artifacts. Thus, if he could elevate the apertures of his yuaning, it would signify a qualitative leap in his power. Yet, doubts lingered in his mind. What gave Imo Songyin the confidence to challenge Lu Xianfeng? He inquired, Lu Xuanfeng's strength is inscrutable. How can you be so certain of taking the yuanshin flower from him? Haha, while I cannot ascertain whether he has achieved the 2nd aperture of yuaning, today, I fear him not. Though he possesses a mid-grade 3-pattern Dao artifact, my treasures undoubtedly surpass his. Imo Songyin's face bore a glimmer of pride. Could it be of superior or even exceptional grade? Su Qing mused, noting Imo Songyin's confidence. The quality of his artifacts must be remarkable. However, he would only be able to ascertain this during their confrontation. Friend, when the time comes, simply hold off that red-faced old coot for me. If we find ourselves outmatched, use this escape talisman, red-faced old coot. Su Qing followed Imo Songyin's gaze to find it resting upon Xian Shuzi. Imo Songyin handed him a talisman, and Su Qing looked quizzically at Yun Wuji. Understanding Su Qing's unfamiliarity with the secret realm, Yun Wuji promptly explained, this escape talisman, when activated, will transport you outside, rendering you unable to re-enter. So it was merely a means of escape. With that, Su Qing felt reassured. If they could not win, he could flee. Besides, their objective today was to seize opportunities for treasures, not to settle personal vendettas. He made his decision and agreed. Very well. I consent, but may I first examine the formula? Of course, Imo Songyin replied. The formula is not a particularly rare item. It holds little value unless one is an alchemist. Even merely looking at it, you could not possibly conceal it from my perception that he then produced a jade slip and handed it to Su Qing. Little did he know that as Su Qing infused the slip with spirit energy, his true self, far away at the Huiyuan sect, had already prepared an empty jade slip and was in the process of making a copy. Thanks to his powerful memory, he completed the copying process in no time. Thank you, Dao friend Imo. Su Qing returned the jade slip with a polite expression of gratitude, while his heart soared with joy. This formula was of paramount importance to him. Had he not triumphed over Lu Xianfeng today, Imo Songyin would never have offered him the chance to copy it. Wuji, I leave Yaoqi in your capable hands. Though she is merely in the early stages of yuaning, I trust in your strength to handle the matter. Yes, ancestor. You two will deal with those two, while I shall confront Lu Xianfeng. The secret realm would not open until the following day, and Imo Songyin began to make arrangements that he then sat cross-legged to meditate. And Su Qing followed suit. Meanwhile, Lu Xianfeng and his companions engaged in their own meditations. However, he noticed something peculiar about Lu Yaoqi, who seemed fixated on a particular spot. What troubles you? What do you see? I'm fine. Yaoqi shook her head, yet her brows were furrowed in concern. Why does he look so familiar? There are no yuaning cultivators from the Tianluo domain that resemble him. A sense of doubt crept into her mind. Father, have you encountered the cloaked figure beside Mo Tsun? Allow me a moment to ponder. Lu Xianfeng glanced at Su Qing, his mind racing. After a brief interval, he shook his head. I have not seen him. No such individual exists in the Tianluo domain, and I have not encountered him during the 10-domain strife. Yet he is clearly a late-stage yuaning cultivator. He cannot be an insignificant figure. He must be a helper summoned by Mo Tsun. Father, do you truly believe he will engage you in battle? Perhaps that it is rumored that he obtained an exceptional Dao artifact from a divine cave. If that is true, facing him would indeed prove challenging. The two fell into a contemplative silence. After a while, Lu Xianfeng suddenly transmitted, once Yun Jinghong reaches Yuaning, you shall become his Dao partner. Why? I harbor no feelings for him. Why do you insist upon this, father? Enough, no refusals. This is your father's command." With that, he disregarded Yaoqi's protests and closed his eyes to meditate. Time flew by, and on the second day, as dawn broke, the waterfall abruptly parted, revealing a long passageway. At the end of the passage, an array began to rotate slowly, signifying the opening of the secret realm. Surrounding cultivators hurriedly rose to rush towards the entrance. Su Qing also stood, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the swirling vortex at the array's entrance. Strangely, he noticed that Mo Tsungyin and his companions remained seated, as did Lu Xianfeng and several others nearby. Curiosity piqued, he turned to Yun Wuji, who merely smiled and transmitted, "Daotun, do not rush. The secret realm has just opened, and the treasures have yet to appear. Inside, there are only beasts, and dozens of them await at the entrance. Let us allow others to clear the path first before we enter." To one's astonishment, the secret realm revealed itself in an unexpected manner, as Su Qing was taken aback. He had long believed that when the secret realm was closed, it remained in a state of seclusion, with treasures and demonic beasts still residing within. Little did he know, they had actually regenerated anew, and no wonder the Yuanshan flower had been harvested numerous times, yet still thrived. It turned out to grow anew every decade. This secret realm indeed possessed an air of profound mystery. After waiting for approximately half an hour, only Su Qing's group and Lu Xianfeng remained outside, seemingly waiting for one another to make the first move. Suddenly, Mo Tsungyin rose to his feet, casting a glance at the distant Lu Xianfeng, a glint of cold malice flashing in his eyes. "No more waiting. Let us proceed," he declared to the others before leaping into the passage, as Su Qing and his companions followed suit. "Let us embark as well." Over there, upon witnessing Mo Tsungyin enter the secret realm, Lu Xianfeng also stood, addressing his companions at that moment. Su Qing stepped into the formation. After a brief sensation of dizziness, he found himself in an entirely different space. Is this the secret realm? As he surveyed his surroundings, he beheld distant mountains and forests, while closer by lay plains and streams, with clouds and mist billowing in the sky. The overall environment seemed not too dissimilar from the outside world, yet dozens of demonic beast corpses lay strewn about, presumably slain by the initial wave of cultivators. "Come, follow me directly to the Yuanshan flower." Mo Tsungyin pointed to a specific location and soared into the air, hastening towards Su Qing, not lingering to observe further. Followed closely behind. Just as he took off, Lu Xianfeng and his party appeared at the entrance of the formation, heading straight for the Yuanshan flower. "Let us go. We shall join them," Lu Xianfeng proclaimed, waving his hand as he transformed into a streak of light, pursuing ahead. Half an hour later, within the depths of the secret realm, Su Qing and his companions stood at the entrance of a cave. Deep within lay 10 Yuanshan flowers, but numerous demonic beasts guarded them. "No need to rush. They are coming," Mo Tsungyin remarked, glancing back into the sky, his gaze brimming with battle intent. "Ha, Mo brother, why not enter?" A booming voice resonated from the sky, laced with a hint of provocation. Moments later, Lu Xianfeng and his companions descended from the air, stirring up clouds of dust as they landed. With a sword in one hand and pointing at Mo Tsungyin with the other, he declared, "Do you intend to engage me in battle?" Chapter 60. Remember my countenance, and what of it? This Yuanshan flower was originally discovered by me, yet you dare to enjoy it alone. I have tolerated you for far too long. Mo Tsungyin had already assumed a combat stance, seemingly prepared for confrontation. "Ha, you've lived for several centuries and still fail to grasp the principle of the survival of the fittest? Let us dispense with the pleasantries and fight. Very well. Today, I shall see if you indeed possess that supreme weapon. Zhuang Suzi, I leave the one in the black robe to you. Yaozi, you will deal with Yun Wuji. The other two I entrust to you," Lu Xianfeng commanded before soaring into the air, signaling the onset of battle. Truth be told, Su Qing felt somewhat anxious. His current incarnation had fought demonic beasts outside the secret realm just a year ago, but he had never engaged in combat with cultivators, especially not with one at the mid-Yuaning stage. He could not gauge Zhuang Suzi's strength either. Unknown to him, Zhuang Suzi was equally tense, sensing that Su Qing's cultivation was even higher than his own. Already at the late Yuaning stage, he was dismayed that Lu Xianfeng had tasked him with confronting Su Qing. "Since you wish to see, I shall oblige." Meanwhile, Mo Tsungyin wasted no time conjuring a whisk, revealing a 4-pattern Dao artifact. Su Qing was taken aback upon witnessing the four distinct patterns. However, as Mo Tsungyan had yet to infuse it with spiritual energy, the artifact did not radiate light, rendering its grade indiscernible. In the sky, Lu Xianfeng also noted the artifact's four patterns, though his expression remained unchanged. Come, let us engage. Lu Xianfeng brandished his own medium-grade, three-pattern Dao artifact, the INA battle between Yuan cultivators. Maintaining a distance was crucial to avoid collateral damage. Thus the sky was the perfect battleground that Mo Tsungyan ascended into the air, launching an assault instantly, leading to a cacophony of spells clashing at the same time. Peng Mu and Zhou Feng flew off with two other disciples of the Xian Dao sect. Dao Tian, be cautious. Yaozi, please. Yun Wuji also took to the skies, and shortly thereafter, Yaozi followed suit at this juncture. Only Su Qing and Zhuang Suzi remained outside the cave. Zhuang Suzi did not initiate an attack, but instead continued to observe Su Qing. However, Su Qing hesitated not a moment, directly summoning his Yuan Ying and performing a series of hand seals to unleash several waves of Lihuajuyan. The flames surged forth with incredible speed, swiftly reaching Zhuang Suzi's side. Having infused this spell with his spiritual force and augmented by the power of the gathering spirit ruler, it was the most formidable spell Su Qing could unleash. To his surprise, Zhuang Suzi was taken aback by Su Qing's swift offensive, failing to react in time, that he hastily dodged, but the sheer volume of flames was overwhelming, and he was struck by one, causing his protective barrier to burst forth with radiant light, sending him staggering back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Zhuang Suzi wiped the blood from his sleeve, staring at Su Qing in astonishment. You have also reached full spiritual force. Is this how easily you are wounded? Su Qing was equally surprised that he could injure Zhuang Suzi, realizing that perhaps the latter was not as formidable as he had assumed. This brief moment of distraction afforded Zhuang Suzi a moment to retaliate. With both hands coming together, a storm of thunderclouds manifested before him, releasing arcs of lightning that surged towards Su Qing. Sensing the formidable power of the lightning, Su Qing retreated, deploying flames to obstruct the thunderclouds while simultaneously directing his Yuan Ying to unleash Lihuajuyan at Zhuang Suzi. However, the density and quantity of the lightning were too great for Su Qing to fully counter, and ultimately, several arcs struck him. Though the Zillion Jinin barrier absorbed much of the energy, it still fractured. Allowing some lightning to breach his defenses, that Su Qing felt a jolt of electricity course through him, accompanied by the acrid scent of singed fabric. Looking down, he discovered a large hole in his shimmering golden robe. He quickly conjured another Zillion Jinin barrier, but in his heart, he formed a rough assessment that it became clear that both he and Zhuang Suzi could breach each other's defenses, indicating that this would evolve into a war of attrition. After gauging the situation, he discerned that Zhuang Suzi's strength was comparable to his own, yet his spiritual force was incomplete. The only advantage Zhuang Suzi had lay in his superior artifact, which emitted a green glow and bore a single pattern. It was likely a low-grade one-pattern Dao artifact. At that moment, Zhuang Suzi's thunderclouds dissipated, and he began to channel spells anew, seemingly preparing to conjure another thundercloud. However, his speed appeared sluggish, as Su Qing was not about to grant him the opportunity to cast a high-powered spell, swiftly unleashing Lihuajuyan to disrupt his incantation. Indeed, Zhuang Suzi retreated to avoid the flames, abandoning his spellcasting to counter with fire-based spells of his own. Thus, the two engaged in a continuous exchange of spells, neither able to gain the upper hand for the time being. However, Su Qing's cultivation was a notch higher, and his spiritual energy ran considerably deeper, allowing him to cast spells more frequently than Zhuang Suzi. As time passed, it became evident that Zhuang Suzi was running low on spiritual energy. Yet he produced a medicinal pill and consumed it, restoring his energy. That Su Qing paid him no mind, for he still had a substantial reserve of spiritual energy remaining. Before entering the secret realm, Yin Wuji had gifted him several fourth-rank spirit restoration pills, and he suspected that Zhuang Suzi was also a rhythmic body, limited to consuming only 3 pills a day. Thus, it would become a contest of endurance, as anticipated. After a while, Zhuang Suzi's spiritual energy dwindled to a near-exhausted state, and he refrained from consuming any more pills, evidently having reached his daily limit. Hold on. My friend, I concede. At that moment, Zhuang Suzi could no longer withstand the onslaught, sent flying by a fireball. Struggling to rise, He clutched his chest, urgently calling out, "Take this opportunity." Su Qing swiftly approached him, conjuring a flame in his hand. Aimed at him, but not yet unleashed, he understood that the other party likely possessed a formation-breaking talisman. "Friend, let us speak amicably. I shall not contest the Yuan Shun flower." Zhuang Suzi coughed up another mouthful of blood. Indeed, he could use a formation-breaking talisman to exit the secret realm. Yet he hesitated, yearning to witness the outcome of Lu Xuanfeng's battle. Should the elder prevail, he could remain in the secret realm. After all, such an opportunity arises only once every decade, and having gained nothing thus far, Zhuang Suzi was unwilling to relent. "Zhuang Suzi, in your eyes, I was once merely an ant. Now you find yourself a vanquished foe beneath my hand. Do you not feel a sense of injustice?" Su Qing raised his hand, which was suffused with flickering flames, pointing it directly at Xian Shuzi's form, ready to unleash its power at any moment. "Once? Who are you?" Xian Shuzi stared at Su Qing for a moment, yet found no recollection of this individual in his memory. Nonetheless, for the sake of caution, he had already summoned a talisman, the Break Array Talisman. If he were to crush this talisman, he could be transported out of the secret realm, for he sensed that Su Qing would not grant him the luxury of time. "A misunderstanding. I am not acquainted with you. My friend, you must have mistaken me for someone else." Xian Shuzi called out again, fearful that Su Qing might unleash his spell upon him. "Whether you remember or not is inconsequential. Take a good look at my visage now. And should you encounter me again in the outside world, remember to steer clear." Su Qing did not afford him the opportunity for delay, raising his hand to launch the fiery incantation, "Da-da." "Who are you?" "I refuse to accept this," Xian Shuzi shouted in desperation, hastily shattering the talisman in his grasp. That in an instant his body was enveloped by a formation and vanished from sight. Victory! Damn it, what a delightful sensation! As he gazed at the fading teleportation formation, Su Qing let out a long, triumphant roar within his heart. This feeling of being formidable filled him with immense satisfaction. Only through personal strength could one avoid being manipulated by others and dictate one's own fate. This further fueled his desire for power. After a moment, Su Qing reined in this feeling and glanced into the distance, pondering how the battle between Lu Xianfeng and Mo Tsangyun was faring. However, he could only sense waves of energy emanating from afar. Yet there seemed to be a barrier of divine consciousness preventing him from peering deeper. It appeared that the outcome had yet to be determined. After some thought, he resolved to check on Yun Wuji again, eager to ascertain the capabilities of the Yaoqi. "Dao Tian, lend me your aid." Suddenly, a voice called out, and Su Qing turned to see Yun Wuji. In a disheveled state, flying toward him, pursued by a striking figure. The Yaoqi Fairy. Chapter 61. A Transaction. Observing that Yun Wuji was on the verge of being caught, Su Qing acted swiftly, releasing several bursts of flame toward the Yaoqi. Seeing the flames approach, the Yaoqi was unaware of their potency and could only dodge to the side, allowing Yun Wuji to escape her range and reach Su Qing's side. That Su Qing positioned himself to block the Yaoqi's path. "Hurry and tend to your wounds. I shall handle her." "Very well. Thank you, Dao Tan." Yun Wuji expressed his gratitude hurriedly and began to heal at a distance, appearing to have sustained significant injuries at this moment. The Yaoqi did not continue her pursuit but halted a short distance away, her gaze fixed on Su Qing, yet she refrained from launching an attack. "Dao Tian, this Yaoqi's soul force is not yet perfected, and her nascent soul has not yet awakened. However, the sword she wields is a second-tier Dao artifact, so tread carefully." Yun Wuji transmitted this warning while healing. That turned out her strength was thus. It seemed that within the Tian Luo domain, the chosen ones were indeed scarce, perhaps merely a result of his own lack of encounters, Su Qing mused. However, since her soul force was not complete, it would be impossible to gauge the true level of her golden core. Perhaps she could be a high-grade golden core, but let us test the waters first. At this moment, Su Qing assumed a combat stance, preparing to engage. Suddenly, the Yaoqi furrowed her brow, seemingly taken aback. "You actually defeated Xian Shuzi. Who are you?" She was well aware of Xian Shuzi's power, which was comparable to her own. Previously, she had scanned the surroundings and found no sign of him. It appeared he must have used the Break Array Talisman to escape the secret realm. Her heart stirred with surprise. She had not anticipated such a swift defeat of Xian Shuzi. indicating that his strength was likely on par with her own. Once more, the Yao Qi's voice echoed, her tone still frigid and laced with inquiry that Su Qing had witnessed the Yao Qi's aloof demeanor a decade prior. Yet at present, he had no inclination to entertain her questions. Yao Qi, enough with the idle chatter. Let us commence our battle. Prepare yourself. I have no time to converse in such moments. Without further ado, Su Qing initiated the assault, reasoning that there was no deep-seated enmity between them. After besting her, she would naturally utilize the break array talisman to exit, but of course, Su Qing believed he could overcome her. Gathering several flames in his hands, he directed them toward the Yao Qi's. The flames surged forth. The Yao Qi did not evade. Instead, she conjured a white shield to absorb the impact directly. The shield flickered with white light as the flame struck, causing her to stagger back a few steps. Yet she remained unscathed. Indeed, her soul force was perfected to AT that moment. The Yao Qi assessed Su Qing's combat prowess, realizing she could withstand his assault. Su Qing was taken aback. Even Xian Shuzi had not dared to endure such an attack. Yet this Yao Qi possessed such formidable defensive spells, it seemed that the white shield's protection surpassed that of ordinary nascent soul spells that Su Qing unleashed the Li Huiju Yin upon her once more. At this juncture, the Yao Qi retaliated, summoning a spell that emitted a surge of white light, sending forth several icy blasts towards Su Qing. This icy air seemed to carry an ominous energy. Su Qing did not dare to be complacent and swiftly dodged to the side. Yet the icy blasts appeared to track him, suddenly veering in his direction. Dao Tian, beware of her icy energy. Should you be struck, you will be immobilized. Yin Wuji called out, having previously fallen victim to this very chill, which had left him frozen for several moments before the Yao Qi struck him with another spell. Immobilized? Su Qing's heart raced with alarm as he quickly unleashed flames to counter the icy blasts. However, with multiple icy blasts in pursuit, he managed to block only the initial few, ultimately succumbing to one that struck him. Indeed, as the chill impacted his protective barrier, he felt as though bound by unseen chains. Rendering him motionless, Su Qing hastily channeled his spiritual energy to break the restraint, yet the Yao Qi had already unleashed a wave of sword energy toward him. Seeing no opportunity to evade, he braced himself for the impact. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the sword energy collided with Su Qing's barrier, causing it to shatter. He was flung backward by the force of the blow, but as soon as he hit the ground, he sprang back to his feet, assessing the situation within himself, and concluding, her attacks are nothing to fear. I can withstand this. Astonished to see Su Qing merely knocked back without injury, the Yao Qi was deeply shocked. Clearly, the perfection of his soul force was paramount. Yet regrettably, she possessed only a 4th-grade golden core. If only I could spend another decade in the 9 Calamities Tower, I would undoubtedly perfect my cultivation. If my soul were complete, how could he withstand my assault? Indeed, the Yao Qi was a 4th-grade golden core, but the soul force required for a 4th-grade golden core was several times that of a 1st grade. She had only managed to reach the 3rd level of the 9 Calamities Tower to absorb soul energy. Hence her cultivation remained unrefined, placing her at a disadvantage in this battle. Meanwhile, Su Qing pressed on with his assault. Now unafraid of the Yao Qi's attacks, knowing they could not inflict significant harm upon him. Although his own strikes also lacked the ability to wound her severely, his spiritual energy undoubtedly surpassed hers. Thus, it devolved into a battle of attrition. As they exchanged blows, the two engaged in hundreds of strikes without determining a victor. However, the Yao Qi was rapidly depleting her energy. I cannot continue like this. My spiritual energy will run dry. The Yao Qi panted heavily, realizing her energy reserves were dwindling, and a hint of retreat began to creep into her mind. While she was indeed a mirror body, she had already consumed 9 Gue Ling Dan. If she continued to expend her energy, she would undoubtedly find herself depleted. Meanwhile, Su Qing grew increasingly exhilarated. There were indeed benefits to high cultivation, as his reservoir of spiritual energy far exceeded that of the Yao Qi, allowing him to conserve energy at a much slower rate. Yao Qi, do not delay any longer. Use the break array talisman. Noticing that the Yao Qi's spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, Su Qing rapidly unleashed several bursts of Li Huiju Yin, hoping to force her to leave the secret realm. Suddenly, A massive surge of energy resonated through the air, sending a chilling sense of danger racing down Su Qing's spine. He swiftly dodged back, only to discover that the energy was not aimed at him, but rather pursuing the Li Huiju yin he had just released. In an instant, the energy caught up with the flames, resulting in a powerful explosion that obliterated the fire. Liu Xianfeng. Su Qing looked up to see Liu Xianfeng soaring toward him, though he noticed blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and his body was enveloped in a white mist, indicating he had suffered considerable injuries. Could it be that Sangyin has been defeated? Unconsciously, Su Qing produced the Shattered Array talisman from his hand. He was not foolish enough to think that he could take on Liu Xianfeng, even though the latter was injured. After all, a lean camel is larger than a horse. Indeed, as Liu Xianfeng soared to Yachi's side, he unleashed a beam of sword light towards Su Qing with astonishing speed. Su Qing was taken aback and prepared to dodge, but suddenly, another fiery light streaked through the air, moving even faster than the sword light and colliding with it in an instant. The two energies clashed, creating a powerful shockwave that propelled Su Qing backwards several dozen steps. Meanwhile, Yin Wuji, who was healing, found himself without a protective shield and was thrown away by the shockwave, crashing against a large rock, lying motionless. However, upon sensing him, Su Qing discovered that he was merely unconscious and unharmed, so he paid him no mind and hastily looked up. It turned out that the energy was released by Sangyin, who was currently floating in midair, pointing his feather duster at Liu Xianfeng. Though he too appeared gravely injured, blood streaming from his mouth. Liu Xianfeng, meet your demise. Another powerful fireball surged toward Liu Xianfeng. Realizing he could not evade it, Liu Xianfeng pushed Yaoqi away and conjured a protective shield to meet the attack. The moment the fireball struck him, he exerted all his strength to release an exceptionally powerful sword energy into the air. With a resounding bang, Liu Xuanfeng's body was sent flying. What? Sangyin in the air had not anticipated that Liu Xianfeng could unleash such formidable sword energy. He had no time to react and was struck, plummeting from the sky. This moment, both lay on the ground, severely injured, seemingly unable to rise. Father. Yaoqi rushed forward, helping Liu Xianfeng to his feet. Father, are you all right? I'm fine. Not dead yet. Liu Xianfeng spat a mouthful of blood and hurriedly circulated his spiritual power. No good. I can no longer fight. Sensing that his Dantian was unable to channel spiritual energy, he helplessly shook his head. Then let us leave. No need. That Sangyin is likely in the same predicament. Fixing his gaze on the distant Sangyin, who was struggling to rise, he suddenly turned his attention to Su Qing, knowing that only Su Qing posed a threat to them. Dao friend, how about we strike a deal? Chapter 62. 5 stocks a deal. I assume you have come for the Yuan Shin flowers. That if you cooperate with me, I can offer you 8 stocks of Yuan Shin flowers. What say you? You shameless Liu Xianfeng. Daoist friend, do not trust him. Sangyin, clutching his chest, shouted with difficulty. 0.8 stocks of Yuan Shin flowers. Now that's a generous offer. However, Su Qing would not be deceived. He could not contend with the beasts in this cave. And even if they were to cooperate, it would be after Liu Xianfeng had recovered from his injuries before they could strike down their enemies together. But once he regained his strength, would he be so generous? After all, he had previously intended to monopolize the Yuan Shin flowers. The moment he gained power, that a cold sneer formed on Su Qing's lips. Rest assured, Dao friend, I am not that sort of person. Su Qing communicated telepathically with Sangyin. Seeing Su Qing's words, Sangyin felt relieved and promptly sat down to begin healing. Shall I make the first move? Or will you come out voluntarily? Ignoring Liu Xianfeng, Su Qing conjured several flames, pointing them at him. Given Liu Xuanfeng's severe injuries, he could not withstand a single blow from Su Qing. Dao friend, do you truly wish to make an enemy of me? If you assist me this time, I can arrange for you to become an elder in the Xian Dao sect. You need not waste time. I shall give you 3 breaths. Su Qing had discerned that Liu Xianfeng was secretly recovering from his injuries. If given any more time, he would surely regain the ability to fight. 3. Su Qing began his countdown. 2. You truly wish to oppose me? Father, let us go, Yaoqi urged, sensing that Su Qing would not be swayed. Liu Xianfeng ceased his verbal sparring and fixed his gaze on Su Qing, his blood-red eyes gleaming with a chilling malice. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Doubton, I shall remember this grudge throughout the entire Xiantian continent. No matter where you are, I will exact my revenge. Yao Qi, let us depart. With that, he crushed the talisman, and in a flash of light, his figure vanished. Yao Qi, are you not leaving? Su Qing noticed Yao Qi had yet to depart and aimed the flames at her. Though he felt a twinge of confusion, did she intend to confront him? Her spiritual power was completely depleted. However, he did not wish to leave any potential threats, so he raised his hand, ready to unleash the flames. Next time we meet, I, Yao Qi, will surely defeat you. Yao Qi suddenly said coldly, her entire being disappearing in an instant. Next time? I have unwittingly become an enemy to others, to think that in pursuit of a single opportunity, he would be regarded as a foe by the ancestors of the Xiandao sect, and viewed as an adversary by the fairy Yao Qi. It seemed that the path of cultivation was indeed like this. To grow strong, one must vie for resources, and in doing so, inevitable enmities would arise. Was it not the case that Lin Shui had also become an enemy in her quest for the Foundation Establishment Pill? Su Qing could not help but feel a pang of sentimentality. Yet, as long as he grew sufficiently powerful, what did he have to fear from those enemies? Dao Tian, brother, just as Su Qing pondered. Mo Tsangyan called out suddenly to Mo Dao, friend. Are you feeling better? Su Qing approached him. Perhaps I need another half an hour. Thank you for your concern. However, I must express my utmost admiration for your character. No, since I have promised you. How could I be untrustworthy? Haha, I shall certainly cherish this friendship. Mo Tsangyan laughed heartily. However, I would appreciate your assistance in checking on my two junior brothers. I wonder how they fared in battle. It turned out he was referring to Peng Mu and Zhou Feng. Yet, much time had passed, and the four had yet to appear, leaving them uncertain of the situation. That Su Qing nodded in acknowledgement and set off in search of them. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm of Tianjin Peak, Lu Xianfeng sat by the waterfall, recovering from his injuries, while Yao Qi and Zhuang Suzi stood nearby. Are you saying that Dao Tian spoke some strange words? Indeed. Ancestor, he claimed that I once regarded him as an insignificant insect. Yet I have pondered for quite some time and cannot recall who he is. Damn it, it infuriates me. Zhuang Suzi spoke indignantly. Yao Qi, do you also find him familiar? Yao Qi, Elder Yao Qi, the sect master is calling for you. Yao Qi stood there in a daze, lost in thought, oblivious to Lu Xuanfeng's words. Zhuang Suzi quickly reminded her, impossible. How could it possibly be that person? Suddenly, it seemed she recalled something, her heart racing in shock, her expression one of disbelief. What is it? Have you remembered something? It's nothing. I must have misremembered. This Dao Tian is not the person I know. Yao Qi hastily shook her head. Yet within her memory, the visage of a certain individual emerged, 10 years ago. The disciple from the Fire Cloud sect at the Qi refining stage. A perfect match. Unmistakable. She realized that this Dao Tian bore an uncanny resemblance to that disciple. But how could it be? 10 years had passed. How could one progress from the Qi refining stage to the late Yuanying stage? Yao Qi was left utterly bewildered by this memory. No, I must visit the Fire Cloud sect to investigate. She thought to herself. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the formation, landing outside the waterfall. Moments later, another figure followed. You two have returned? Zhuang Suzi recognized the two figures and quickly inquired. They were the other two elders of the Xiandao sect. Yes, senior brother. I was initially locked in a stalemate with Peng Mu when that Dao Tian suddenly intervened. Unable to match him, I shattered the array talisman. I experienced the same. Damn it, it's that Dao Tian again. Zhuang Suzi exclaimed furiously. All right, let us return to the sect. We shall discuss this matter there. At this moment, Lu Xianfeng stood up, seemingly having recovered somewhat from his injuries, but he felt it unwise to linger here. Given that Dao Tian was allied with Mo Tsangyan, who now possessed a slight edge and strength over him. Thus, it was best to return to the sect and devise a new plan. Yes, ancestor. The others responded and began to make their way out of the mountains an hour later. Outside the cave where the secret realm was located. This time, we owe it all to you, Dao Tian. My heartfelt gratitude. Peng Mu and Zhou Feng expressed their thanks to Su Qing. Had it not been for Su Qing's intervention, they would have nearly exhausted their spiritual energy, and continuing the battle might have forced them to concede. You two are too courteous. Su Qing waved his hand. indicating that they need not be so formal to AT that moment. Yin Wuji also regained consciousness, and Mo Tsanyun's injuries had healed sufficiently. After circulating his spiritual energy and confirming that he was largely unscathed, he stood up and addressed Su Qing. Dao Tian, I have nearly recovered. Let us not delay any further and proceed into the cave to retrieve the Yuan Shen flowers. Agreed, since Lu Xianfeng is capable of single-handedly slaying the beasts within. And given that Mo Tsangyun is his equal, along with Su Qing and the others, the creatures within pose little threat. They pressed forward with relentless force. However, Su Qing soon discovered that the cave was circular in shape. Outside the ring, the beasts were all fourth-grade, unmarked creatures. Though numerous, they were swiftly dealt with. Yet upon entering the inner circle, they encountered predominantly marked beasts, among which was a particularly formidable four-marked beast at the edge of the center. Su Qing and the others found their spells ineffective against it. Only Mo Tsangyan could inflict damage. Nevertheless, the five worked together with admirable coordination. Su Qing and the others drew its attention from afar, while Mo Tsangyan launched the main assault. The beast's defenses were quickly shattered, and with a pitiful cry, it succumbed to its fate at this moment. All the beasts within the cave had been eradicated, and the group arrived at the very center, where a luminous expanse radiating a white glow revealed 10 stalks of purple glowing spirit herbs, the coveted Yuan Shen flowers. Dao Tian, my friend, I must express my gratitude for your assistance. 2 stalks are indeed scarce, so I shall generously offer you 3. After Mo Tsangyan harvested the Yuan Shen flowers, he presented 5 stalks to Su Qing, astonishing him with such generosity that it seemed Mo Tsangyan was indeed a man of gratitude. Had Su Qing acquiesced to Lu Xuanfeng's earlier proposition, he might have been deceived and ultimately forced to flee, leaving Mo Tsangyan with nothing. Now that there were 10 stalks, sharing half was only fair. I sincerely thank you, my friend, Su Qing exclaimed as he stowed the Yuan Shen flowers away, his heart brimming with excitement that he had already transcribed the formula for the Jiuqiao Yuan Shen Dan, which clearly indicated that the potency of 1 Yuan Shen flower could be divided into 10 portions, each capable of refining a single Jiuqiao Yuan Shen Dan. This meant that, should he succeed, he could potentially refine 50 pills. Furthermore, the additional required materials were not difficult to procure. A single 4th-grade beast core and the 4th-grade herb, Qingye grass. Having vanquished numerous beasts in the cave, he now possessed a wealth of 4th-grade beast cores in his storage bag, and Qingye grass was abundant in this secret realm, easily gathered in large quantities. Dao Tian, shall we explore other locations? Mo Tsangyan inquired cheerfully, having also gathered his Yuan Shen flowers. That would be splendid. I would be grateful for your guidance, Brother Mo. The secret realm was vast and had been open for a month, with only a day or 2 having elapsed that Su Qing intended to acquire more treasures, and following Mo Tsangyan seemed a wise choice. Suddenly, Mo Tsangyan suggested, Dao Tian, after we exit the secret realm, how about joining my sect as a venerable elder? After 20 years, Mo Tsangyan had once again obtained Yuan Shen flowers and triumphed over Lu Xianfeng, filling him with joy. The Tianluo domain would no longer belong solely to the Xiandao sect. If Dao Tian were to join as an elder, the sect's power would undoubtedly strengthen, igniting in him a desire for recruitment. Venerable elder, Su Qing echoed. Indeed, Brother Dao Tian hails from the Ziyun sect in the Dongyu domain. And with your cultivation, you would surely be a highly esteemed figure within any sect that it would be a pity to sever ties with your own, so why not serve as a venerable elder in my sect? This role requires no obligations, merely serving as a figure of prestige. Moreover, the Dongyu domain is not one of the 10 major domains. Should you join my sect, you could accompany us to participate in the 10 domains competition. The prospect of the 10 domains competition stirred something within Su Qing. His identity as a Ziyun sect member was fabricated, and given that Lu Xianfeng regarded him as an enemy, joining the Xing'e Palace would ensure that he remained safe from attacks, as Lu Xianfeng would likely respect the rules set by the Ascension Alliance. Furthermore, the allure of the 10 domains competition was irresistible. Representing the Xing'e Palace would grant him access to the Ascension Alliance and the Tiandao Wanbao Tower. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed. Excellent. With Brother Dao Tian's addition, our sect shall undoubtedly become the foremost in the Tianluo domain. Mo Tian could scarcely contain his excitement, bursting into laughter. Venerable Elder Dao Tian, from now on, we shall be comrades. Indeed, Brother Dao Tian. This is indeed a moment of celebration. Yun Wuji and the others expressed their joy and congratulated Su Qing. In the following month, Su Qing accompanied Mo Tsangyan as they delved deeper into the secret realm. Learning about its geographical layout, the Tianjin Peak secret realm was divided into outer and inner realms, and they had only explored the outer realm, the deepest part of the outer realm. There lay an entrance to an array, which would lead them into the inner realm. However, this entrance was guarded by a formidable offensive array, and only by overcoming this array could one access the inner realm. Mo Tsangyan had barely withstood the array's attack with Lu Xianfeng and managed to enter the inner realm, but upon encountering a 5-marked beast, they were forced to shatter their escape talisman to flee. Thus, his knowledge of the inner realm was limited, whereas he was well-versed in the outer realm. Over the course of the month, Mo Tsangyan guided Su Qing and the others to several perilous locations, defeating 3-mark and 4-mark beasts that other cultivators could not hope to conquer, and they amassed numerous spoils. Among these treasures, Su Qing finally obtained the long-coveted Chisa Buxianzi and Jiucai Shuoyan. The Chisa Buxianzi was the primary ingredient for refining the Butian Dan, which could alter one's spiritual root. Although he lacked the formula, he knew that Xie Qingfeng, the president of the Tianluo Domain's Alchemist Association, possessed it. However, given Xie Qingfeng's affiliation with the Xiandao sect, Su Qing doubted he could procure the formula from him. Thus, he resolved to visit the Tiandao Wanbao Tower in hopes of fortune. Meanwhile, the Jiucai Shuoyan was the main ingredient for refining the Juding Dan. He possessed the formula for it, yet due to physical limitations, he could only consume one at most. Therefore, Su Qing decided to prioritize refining the Juding Dan for future use. Additionally, the group discovered dozens of Xingqian stones within a vein, due to Su Qing's inferior magical tools. They generously gifted him several. However, he planned to refrain from using them until after visiting the Tiandao Wanbao Tower, but he felt confident about securing a place in the 10 domains competition, for he knew that the Jiuqiao Yuan Shindan would grant him a remarkable enhancement. After further exploration, one day, the entire secret realm was enveloped by a mysterious force, and all individuals within were transported out. Thus, the Tianjin Peak secret realm, which opened once every decade, officially closed on that day. Outside the secret realm, Su Qing stood by a waterfall, scanning his surroundings. As he suspected, there was no sign of Lu Xianfeng. With Mo Tsangyan by his side, he reasoned that Lu Xianfeng would not be so foolish as to attack him in the presence of others. Therefore, he felt secure for the time being. Seeing that there was nothing further to attend to, Mo Tsangyan suggested they return to their sect. However, Su Qing intended to make a brief stop at the Huyan sect first to refine the Jiuqiao Yuan Shindan. Strengthening his abilities took precedence. After concocting a casual excuse to Mo Tsangyan, Su Qing prepared to depart. Brother Mo, I shall take my leave now. Within a month, I will certainly visit the Xingha sect. Dao Tian, I shall await your esteemed arrival at the sect. Take care, Brother Mo. Farewell. 2 days later, under the cover of night, Su Qing stealthily returned to the alchemy chamber of the Huiyun sect, sitting beside the alchemical furnace with his true self. With all materials prepared, he was ready to refine his first pill. How many attempts would it take? Gazing at the 5 yuan shin flowers before him, he felt a mix of excitement and regret. He knew that the runes of the reincarnation pearl could only be activated upon successfully refining a pill. Currently, his actual success rate in alchemy was not particularly high, and the process for crafting the Jiuqiao Yuan Shindan was undeniably complex, which would likely result in considerable material waste that he hoped not to squander too much. After dividing 1 yuan shin flower into 10 portions, he reluctantly took one and began his first attempt at refinement. Damn it, did I fail already? Moments later, black smoke billowed from the furnace. Upon opening it, he discovered the materials had been reduced to a pile of dregs that Su Qing winced at the sight of the waste. Again, he tossed in another portion of materials, but yet again, the furnace emitted black smoke after a while. No way. This is so difficult. On his second attempt, failure struck once more. Did I refuse to believe this? He cursed under his breath. Yet another failure followed. Finally, on his 10th attempt, the furnace emitted a purple glow. As he opened it, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. That I did it at last. A violet elixir floated out of the alchemical furnace. And upon grasping it, Su Qing could distinctly sense the profound essence of the primordial spirit contained within, an alluring promise of power. This was the 9-aperture primordial spirit pill. a success rate of merely 10%. No wonder there were so few cultivators capable of opening their primordial infant. Within the entire secret realm, only 10 spirit flowers existed, and they required a decade to mature. With Su Qing's success rate, he could only hope to refine 10 pills at most. Moreover, he was uncertain of how much strength a single pill could bestow upon his primordial spirit, nor did he know how many would be needed to open an aperture. Gazing at the pill in his hand, Su Qing was tempted to consume it immediately. However, after a moment's reflection, he resolved to refine the remainder first. Indeed, after successfully crafting the elixir, the runes on the Reincarnation Pearl emitted a golden light. Activating the 10% success rate, without hesitation, Su Qing immersed himself back into the alchemical process. Hours later, the 4 remaining spirit flowers transformed into 40 pills. After tidying up, he also successfully refined the Gathering Pinnacle pill, bringing his total to 5 before he paused that he understood that even with a perfect physique, he could only ingest 5. Subsequently, he stored the surplus 9-colored snow lotus and other essential items within the Reincarnation Pearl space. Su Qing then dispatched his avatar from the sect, heading to a cavern nestled within the mountains, preparing to enter seclusion for a time. 41 pills. How many apertures could he open? Sitting cross-legged in the cave, Su Qing gazed at the pills, his excitement barely contained. Here goes. He took one pill and placed it in his mouth. As soon as it touched his tongue, it instantly transformed into a surge of rich primordial essence. Rushing towards the primordial infant within his sea of consciousness, the essence within the infant morphed into a gaping black hole, drawing in all the primordial energy, continuing for about half an hour. When the essence dissipated, the black hole vanished, and he felt a fifth of his primordial spirit had been replenished. Could it be that 5 pills could open an aperture? Next, Su Qing consumed another pill. And indeed, his primordial spirit swelled once more. Upon swallowing the 5th pill, his spirit became completely saturated. That moment, it seemed the capacity of his primordial spirit had surpassed its limits, as the 9 small apertures sealed on his infant began to tremble simultaneously, one of them fully opening to absorb the primordial energy. Half an hour later, his primordial spirit was utterly devoid of energy, but that small aperture shimmered with a resplendent 7-colored light. This was the sign of an opened aperture in the primordial infant. Having witnessed Mo Tsungyan's primordial infant outside the secret realm, Su Qing recognized it immediately. The glowing aperture signified that it had indeed opened, that he hurried outside the cave to test his newfound power. And as expected, the spells released by his primordial infant were twice as potent as those he cast himself. Elated by this newfound strength, Su Qing exclaimed, 36 pills remain. How many more apertures can I open? However, upon consuming the 6th pill, he was dismayed to find that it had no effect at all. The pill was no more than an ordinary medicinal tablet, vanishing within him while the primordial essence was forcibly expelled from his body, dissipating into the air. I completely forgot about my constitution, Su Qing lamented, feeling a pang of regret. Yet, after some contemplation, he dismissed the concern. How many pills could one consume in a day? He had to experiment for himself. Although he had wasted one, he now understood that with his secondary constitution, he could only take 5 pills in a day. With 35 pills remaining, he could finish them all within a week. Very well, I shall wait. Unable to consume any more pills for now, Su Qing sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to cultivate that in the blink of an eye. 7 days had passed, and on this day, Su Qing summoned his primordial infant and unleashed a blazing flame of separation. Excellent. Its power was about 4 times that of his own spells. He sensed that he should now be capable of defeating the 4 patterned demon beasts within the cave of spirit flowers. Moreover, should he encounter Lu Xianfeng, he believed he could hold his own in battle. However, he was not arrogant enough to confront him directly at the Xiandao sect. He still needed to improve by about half. During these 7 days, Su Qing also discovered that the quantity of 9 aperture primordial spirit pills required to open each aperture increased threefold, that it took 5 pills to open the first aperture, while 15 were needed for the second. For the third aperture, he had already consumed 20 pills, filling his primordial spirit to about half, that if he consumed over 20 more, he could achieve completion. Thus, he estimated a total of 45 pills would be necessary. Yet, if he wished to acquire more spirit flowers, he would have to wait another decade for the secret realm to reopen, which left him feeling somewhat regretful. Suddenly, Su Qing recalled that Yun Jinghong had mentioned the soul-severing abyss in the central region of the Xiantian continent. The abyss was home to numerous primordial spirit beasts. Defeating them could yield shards of primordial essence, which also contained this primordial energy. However, the soul-severing abyss only opened once every 10 years, and he was uncertain how long it would be until the next opening that he needed to inquire with Mo Tsangyun about this matter. Surely he would know. Thus, Su Qing set his sights on the Xingha sect. Having made his decision, Su Qing exited the cave and soared towards the direction of the Xingha Palace, located in the southern part of the Tianluo region, quite distant from the northern Xiandao sect, but not far from the Huiyun sect in the southwest. After 2 days of travel, he arrived outside the gates of the Xingha Palace. Dao Tian, my friend, long time no see. Upon reaching the sect's entrance, he was greeted by Yun Wuji, who had already informed Mo Tsangyun of his arrival, using a communication talisman. However, Mo Tsangyun was currently in the alchemical pavilion, protecting a pill master from his sect, as he himself did not possess alchemical skills, and thus relied on the sect's alchemists. Yet, given that the alchemist was only at the golden core stage, there was a significant risk involved in refining a 4th-grade 9-aperture primordial spirit pill. Should an explosion occur, the alchemist's life would be in jeopardy, so Mo Tsangyun had personally taken on the role of protector. The task of receiving Su Qing fell to Yun Wuji. Brother Yun, it has been a while. Although only 10 days had passed since their last meeting, the two exchanged pleasantries. Come, let me show you around the sect. Yun Wuji pulled Su Qing into the palace, introducing him along the way. The Xingha sect boasted over 20,000 disciples, and alongside Mo Tsangyun, there were 5 at the primordial infant stage, during the last opening of the secret realm. Only 4 had ventured forth, while the elder who remained behind had been gravely injured in the 10 domains competition 9 years prior and was still recuperating. This elder, known as Wang Yang, was at the early stage of the primordial infant realm. Upon hearing this, Su Qing recalled that he was the same elder who had come to the Su family over a decade ago to recruit disciples. The very one who had accepted Su Shui. Thinking of Su Shui, Su Qing couldn't help but reminisce about her appearance that it had been over 10 years since they last met. He wondered how she had fared in the Xingha Palace. After all, she was akin to family that if given the chance, he would certainly look after her. The sect also had over a dozen Golden Core Peak Masters and more than 100 Foundation Establishment cultivators. The sheer number of high-level cultivators left Su Qing in awe that a first-rate sect was indeed a first-rate sect. Its foundation was truly deep. In contrast, his Huiyun sect had only Yun Jinghong at the Golden Core stage. Although he had claimed he would break through to the primordial infant stage within 30 years, a decade had already passed, and it was uncertain how he was faring now. Even if he had indeed advanced to the primordial infant stage, he would still be just one individual. The overall foundation of his sect remained quite weak. Realizing this, Su Qing understood that in order to evolve into a major sect, it required a long period of cultivation and the nurturing of more high-level cultivators to gradually strengthen its power. Thoughts raced through Su Qing's mind as he and Yun Wuji arrived at an opulently decorated hall deep within the sect. Brother Dao Tian, this is the Hall of Veneration for Elders. From now on, this will be your residence. Just for me? Of course. This Hall of Veneration has existed since the founding of the sect, and its status is second only to that of the ancestors. Thus, the sect has not recruited any venerated elders for many years. You are the first to hold this esteemed title. Is that so? I did not expect the position of venerated elder to be so elevated. Su Qing remarked, though he understood that for a powerful sect to recruit venerated elders, they would first need to consider the individual's realm and strength. Those with significant cultivation and power were typically the ancestors of a sect. Why would they serve as venerated elders elsewhere? It seemed that his status as a loose cultivator was indeed advantageous. Before long, Emotian entered through the main door. Brother Down, please forgive my failure to welcome you at the entrance. Brother Mo, you are too courteous, Su Qing replied with a smile, but he noticed a hint of disappointment in Mo Tsangyun's expression. Brother Mo seems to carry some burdens? Ah, do not mention it. Mo Tsangyun shook his head, letting out a helpless sigh. That it was unfortunate that out of the 5 spirit source flowers, only 2 had been refined. I wonder if Tian brother has attempted any refinements? 2, that amounts to less than a 10% success rate in alchemy. Su Qing was quite astonished. It seemed that his initial estimate of a 10% probability was indeed rather optimistic. No wonder, after all these years, Mo Tsangyan remained merely at the first level of the nascent soul stage. To be frank, I had returned to the East Feather domain during this time and had my sex alchemists attempt their craft as well, yet they only produced 3 pills, since Mo Tsangyan inquired. Su Qing felt compelled to weave a brief tale, as was common among alchemists. Even Xie Qingfeng from the Xian Dao sect is only slightly superior to my sex alchemists. Otherwise, Lu Xianfeng would not merely be at the first level of the nascent soul stage. He is only at the first level. Indeed, his nascent soul has but one aperture opened. However, if he were to obtain the spirit source flower this time, he would undoubtedly be able to open a second aperture. So he is merely at the first level. This revelation puts Su Qing at ease that as long as he could produce some 4th-grade magical artifacts, he would surely triumph over him. By the way, Dao Tian brother, please take this token. It will grant you unrestricted access within the sect. Mo Xian presented a token of the elders, which glimmered with a faint red light, its polished exterior a clear mark of nobility. Furthermore, tomorrow I shall host an initiation ceremony for you at the sect. There is no need for such formality, Mo brother. I have long preferred to remain low-key, and such an occasion would be quite uncomfortable for me. It would suffice to merely inform the leaders of the Golden Core Peak. Upon hearing of the planned ceremony, Su Qing hastily waved his hand in refusal. He had no desire to draw so much attention. Seeing Su Qing so insistent, Mo Xian eventually acquiesced. By the way, when will the soul-severing abyss be opened? Suddenly recalling the matter of the soul-severing abyss, Su Qing inquired that it shall be opened 1 year from now. After the 10 domains competition concludes, the Heavenly Dao Treasure Tower will only be accessible for 3 days. Following that, the soul-severing abyss will be available. Chapter 65. Frosty Cold Palace, Hanjian 1 year. I wonder how the 10 domains competition will be conducted. Su Qing asked again, knowing that the 10 domains referred to the so-called Great Domains, and that only regions with first-grade sects could be called Great Domains. The nascent soul cultivators from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-grade sects in the 10 domains are all eligible to participate. Those who place in the top 100 will earn the right to enter the Heavenly Dao Treasure Tower. 100 places? Such a generous allocation. Su Qing calculated. Approximately 70 to 80 nascent soul cultivators had arrived from Tianjian Peak's secret realm. Excluding those injured or otherwise unable to attend, the entire Tianluo domain likely had just over 100 nascent soul cultivators. Across the 10 great domains, that would total just over 1,000 nascent soul cultivators, a surprising 10% of whom could gain entry to the tower. Dao Tian brother, you may not be aware, but the Heavenly Dao Treasure Tower is shrouded in mystery. Upon entry, one must defeat an image to ascend to higher levels, and the rewards vary greatly with each tier. The higher the level, the better the treasures. Images? Su Qing suddenly felt a surge of excitement. This could be a tremendous opportunity for him. The images in the 9 Tribulations Tower merely replicated the strength of the original. It was conceivable that the Heavenly Dao Treasure Tower operated similarly. With this thought, a smile broke across Su Qing's face. Do not jest, Dao Tian brother, that I know you possess perfected spiritual power. You must have ascended beyond the 3rd level in the 9 Tribulations Tower. However, the images within the Heavenly Dao Treasure Tower are different. They move and evade. It is akin to battling a perfect replica of oneself. The only exception is that they cannot consume pills. That is all. They move. If they are like those in the 9 Tribulations Tower, I could defeat them all. Mo Tsangyan continued, stating that most individuals can only defeat one image at the entrance and gain access to the 1st level. Ascending to the 2nd level is quite a challenge. Of the 100 who attended last time, only a few managed to reach the 2nd level. Mo brother, you could not ascend either. Among those few were I. And Lu Xianfeng as well. Additionally, several from other domains. Very well. Su Qing discerned that Mo Tsangyan was subtly boasting, yet he could not help but inquire out of curiosity. Has no one reached the 3rd level? There was one. The victor of the last 10 domains competition. She reached the 3rd level last time, though it remains unclear if she ascended even higher. Mo brother, you could not see? Naturally, I cannot discern what transpires above. I only witnessed her enter the formation leading to the 3rd level. I did not see her exit. So she must have ascended. Mo Tsangyan elaborated, explaining that those on the 2nd level could only see individuals entering the formation for the 3rd level. And if they failed, They would return to the second level, that he had remained on the second level for 3 days without seeing her emerge, which confirmed her ascent. Could she, like myself, possess some unique advantage? This sparked Su Qing's interest in this individual. Who might she be, to be so formidable? She is Han Jian, the master of the frosty cold palace in the Xintiandane. What did you say? Han Xiang. Like a bolt of lightning striking his body, Su Qing's eyes widened in shock. Dao Tian brother knows her? Dao Tian brother? Mo Tsangyan looked at him in confusion, not understanding Su Qing's reaction. Are you all right? Seeing him silent, he nudged him again. That I am fine. Su Qing shook his head, having regained his composure from the earlier shock. That I never imagined Dao Tian brother would also know the Frost Fairy. Of course, how could I not recognize that face? Decades had passed. Yet the name Han Jin echoed in his mind once more. That it was this woman who had brought about his demise in the East Feather Domain. He could still vividly recall that face. How could he not remember? Indeed, the beauty of the Frost Fairy is renowned across the 10 domains, and it has even reached the East Feather Domain. However, her beauty and figure have even stirred a bit of envy within me. Dao Tian brother, do you perhaps share my sentiments? Ha ha! Mo Tsangyan suddenly chuckled, his expression taking on a somewhat greedy demeanor. Beauty figure! Huh! A glint of sharpness flashed in Su Qing's eyes. That if Mo brother desires her, I shall ensure to bring her to you in the future, allowing you to experience her charms. You? I was merely jesting. Han Jian is not someone to be trifled with. Oh, what is her status? Why do you fear her so? I have merely heard rumors. She is said to be the intended partner of a certain elder from the Ascendant Alliance. This elder is a transformation stage cultivator. How could one dare provoke her? Furthermore, her own strength is formidable. She was the top nascent soul cultivator in the last competition. Even if she is powerful, how did she ascend to the 3rd level? 3 identical images. How could she possibly overcome them? Su Qing was quite perplexed, for the images perfectly replicated the original and could move. How could one prevail against 3? It was merely luck. She successfully refined a perfect 3rd-grade defensive magical artifact. Although it is only a golden core grade artifact, no one knew how effective it would be in any case during the competition. No one could breach her defenses. Moreover, the formations within the Heavenly Dao Treasure Tower only replicate artifacts as top grade, not perfect. Thus, she relied on her formidable defenses to reach the 3rd level. So, there truly exist perfect artifacts. I have seen the basic schematics for 2 artifacts in the art of crafting. The effects of these perfect artifacts remain unknown. That it seems that Han Jin's perfect 3rd-grade artifact must be extraordinarily powerful. As even Mo Tsangyan and his companions could not breach her defenses. That be why the way. Mo brother, how many starstones are required for that perfect 3rd-grade artifact? Here, I have a schematic for a 4th-grade mold I obtained last time. The purple gold sword. You may take a look. Mo Tsangyan produced a jade slip resembling a schematic and tossed it to Su Qing. Such crafting schematics held little use for him, as he was well aware of the success rates in crafting. Unless one were a gifted craftsman, the success rate would be less than 10%. Thus, he had long since given these schematics to the sex craftsman, Peng Mu. Now, offering this to Su Qing for his perusal did not seem of much consequence to him. However, he was unaware that Su Qing, holding the jade slip, felt his heart race with excitement. This schematic was an immense gift to him. He quickly infused a trace of spiritual energy to examine it, while his true self, far away in the Fire Cloud sect, began to make imprints. The purple gold sword requires materials. 10 starstones can yield a low-grade Dao weapon, doubling the power of sword-based spells. 80 starstones can create a top-grade Dao weapon, octupling the power of sword-based spells. 500 starstones can forge a perfect Dao weapon, increasing. The power of sword-based spells remains an enigma. However, the requirement of 500 stones is undeniably daunting. During this expedition into the secret realm, they managed to acquire merely 36 celestial stones, and that was only due to Su Qing's inferior magical artifact, which allowed for a few additional acquisitions. Yet, he only ended up with 10 stones. Contemplating this figure left Su Qing in a state of silence. 500 stones. Would they truly have to wait several centuries? Suddenly, a thought struck him. How could Han Jian possess such a multitude of celestial stones? Even a 3rd-grade artifact would necessitate 300 to 400 stones. That it was clear that there must be other sources for obtaining celestial stones. Brother Mo, are celestial stones exclusive to the secret realms? Mo Tsangyin shook his head, that in my over 700 years of cultivation, I have only encountered celestial stones within this secret realm. What about the Starfall Valley and the Dreaming Cloud Marsh secret realms? Su Qing inquired. Although he had not visited these two realms, he had heard in the treasure pavilion of Jinding City that celestial stones could be found in all secret realms. Indeed, Mo Tsangyin affirmed with a nod. He had ventured into both secret realms during his foundation establishment and Golden Core stages, but celestial stones were exceedingly rare there, merely a handful. Moreover, these two realms did not differentiate between inner and outer territories. Thus, it appears that only nascent soul secret realms like Tianjin Peak possess such distinctions. Are there other realms akin to Tianjin Peak? Su Qing probed further. Indeed, every realm contains such nascent soul secret realms. However, it is unfortunate that these realms open simultaneously. We are spread too thin and can only visit the nearest secret realm. Now it makes sense to no wonder there were no visitors from other realms during the opening of Tianjin Peak's secret realm. Aside from myself, the nascent soul cultivators from other realms must have gone to their own nascent soul secret realms. That it seems that every decade, one can only visit a single secret realm to acquire celestial stones. Is there truly no other place to find them? Could it be that Han Jian has indeed relied solely on her accumulated celestial stones? Even if she were the only one to acquire stones from the nascent soul secret realm in Xuantiandu, it would require 1 or 2 centuries. Furthermore, the success rate of artifact forging is a concern. Would one gamble with celestial stones accumulated over such a lengthy period? Su Qing furrowed his brow. Feeling incredulous that there really no other source. Mo Tsangyin shook his head once more. That I understand your curiosity regarding how she could possess so many celestial stones and her attempts to forge a perfect magical artifact. Initially, I was equally astonished, but after hearing a certain rumor, it no longer seemed surprising. Is it the rumor about the elder from the Ascending Immortal Alliance wanting her as a Tao partner? Indeed, he is a transcending spirit stage cultivator, and the places he frequents may very well be abundant in celestial stones, or perhaps they were gifted to her by that elder. Which places? Su Qing inquired eagerly. Knowing that with the vastness of the Xuantiandu, there must be locales he had yet to discover. Furthermore, it stands to reason that the realms accessible to transcending spirit cultivators would be limited by certain restrictions. At that moment, Mo Tsangyin fell silent, appearing contemplative. After a moment, he produced a jade slip. This was obtained from the remnants of a transcending spirit cultivator's abode, and it records the location of such a place. It is called the Ascending Immortal Path. Brother Dao Tian, take a look. Ascending Immortal Path. Ascending Immortal Alliance. Su Qing felt a jolt of surprise. Could there be a connection between the two? Upon receiving the jade slip, he quickly infused it with a trace of spiritual energy to examine its contents. The records indicated that at the very center of the central region of Xuantiandu, there lies a circular mountain range enveloped by a powerful energy. Resembling a formidable array, accessible only to those of the transcending spirit realm. Within the mountains reside numerous 5th-grade demonic beasts, some even surpassing 5 patterns in strength, and countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures abound. At the heart of the mountains lies a spatial entrance, which is precisely the so-called Ascending Immortal Path. Upon entry, there exists only a long passageway, yet the destination of this passage is not recorded, suggesting that this transcending spirit cultivator never explored further. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qing withdrew his spiritual sense and returned the jade slip. He had not anticipated the existence of such a place. Thank you, he muttered, though his mind remained in turmoil. That I had no idea either, but this only serves to intensify my yearning for the transcending spirit realm. Mo Tsangyin echoed, equally awestruck. Indeed, who does not yearn for the transcending spirit realm? Moreover, I suspect that the Ascending Immortal Path may indeed be a spatial conduit to other continents, as well as to the breaking void, harmonization, and Dharma projection stages. The mysteries beyond the transcending spirit realm are increasingly captivating to Su Qing. Yet, the more enigmatic they become, the more exhilarated he feels. Although he had undergone multiple reincarnations, this lifetime has truly transformed his disposition. After some time, their conversation came to an end, and Mo Tsangyin took his leave. Su Qing then asked Yun Wujin to escort him to the Techniques Pavilion. With the blueprint for the fourth-grade artifact, the purple gold sword, in hand, Su Qing resolved to learn some sword-based spells and subsequently forge the sword. He had gathered ample materials during his time in the secret realm, including the patterns from the demonic cores. Although Mo Tsanyan had taken the patterns from the four-pattern demonic beast, Su Qing had extracted a piece of three-pattern star-pattern jade, which would suffice for his purposes. Most importantly were the celestial stones. With the success rate provided by the Reincarnation Pearl, he would ensure that the 10 celestial stones would not go to waste, as they were precisely enough to forge a low-grade purple-gold sword. Thus, after meticulously assembling the necessary materials for the forging process, Su Qing made his way to Huayin's sect a month later. He successfully forged a purple-gold sword that glowed with a green light and bore 3 distinct patterns. Once again, he conducted this forging at the artifact pavilion of Huayin's sect, where Qindong offered him a somewhat sardonic consolation. During this month, Su Qing also studied several sword techniques and spells of the nascent soul stage in the library pavilion of the Star River Palace, but he discovered that sword-based spells were indeed more potent than ordinary spells, boasting not only greater foundational power but also quicker release speeds. However, it was imperative for cultivators to wield a sword to unleash these spells. Hence, the purple gold sword was perfectly suited for such techniques. Among the cultivators Su Qing had encountered, only Yaoqi Fairy wielded a sword. Now Su Qing's strength had increased exponentially compared to when he had entered the secret realm. This low-grade purple gold sword would double the power of his sword-based spells. And with the addition of the 3-pattern star-pattern jade, it further augmented the power threefold. Additionally, his nascent soul had opened 2 orifices, granting him 4 times the power, along with the double enhancement from his perfected first-grade golden core's spiritual force. Su Qing found it challenging to quantify his total power, but he could certainly sense his newfound strength. Meanwhile, within the Star River Palace, Missouri Tsangyun and several nascent soul cultivators had entered a state of seclusion in preparation for the 10 domains competition set to occur in a year's time. Su Qing remained in the Elder Hall, familiarizing himself with the newly acquired spells of the nascent soul stage. The peak masters of the Golden Core stage within the sect were aware that there was a venerable elder in the Elder Hall who had not entered seclusion. Thus, they would come to report significant matters to Su Qing. Before entering seclusion, Mo Tsanyan had entrusted Su Qing with the responsibility of looking after the sect, a task befitting his status as a venerated elder. Without hesitation, Su Qing agreed. However, he was taken aback when the peak masters began to report trivial matters, which quickly grew tiresome for him. Subsequently, he issued a decree that unless the sect faced dire straits, they should refrain from disturbing him. Thus, the days passed one after another. A month later, outside the gates of Huayin's sect, Yun Jinghong stood beyond the formation, frequently gazing toward the distant horizon. Suddenly, it seemed he caught sight of something, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Chapter 67. Yaoqi arrives in the distance. A striking figure was swiftly approaching through the skies. In mere moments, she arrived at the gates of Huayin's sect. As her figure touched the ground, Yun Jinghong hurriedly welcomed her, his face alight with joy. Yaoqi, it has been 10 years since we last met. You finally decided to come. I have missed you dearly. Golden Core perfected? He remarked, noticing the progress in her cultivation. It seems my father was right. You indeed possess remarkable talent. However, Yaoqi did not meet his gaze, responding casually with a cold demeanor. Yet internally, she felt a flicker of surprise. She had sensed that Yun Jinghong had achieved the perfected Golden Core stage. Over the course of more than a decade, she had not anticipated his breakthrough from the mid-Golden Core stage to perfection. Such speed was truly extraordinary. The fact that Yaoqi praised him filled Yun Jinghong with elation. Of course, in another decade or so, I shall surely break through to the nascent soul stage at that time. I will bring grand gifts to Xiantao sect to marry you enough. Let us speak of this matter when you reach the Yuanying stage. For now, I shall not discuss it. Show me around the sect. A flicker of disdain crossed Yak's face. She had come today solely to seek out a disciple of the Huayan sect in order to validate her own memories. Had it not been for the striking resemblance of that disciple to Dao Dian, her nature would never have compelled her to visit the Huayan sect, to confront someone she had wished never to meet. How fortunate! The last time you visited, you departed hastily. Today, I shall ensure you receive a thorough tour. Without further ado, Yak stepped into the mountain gate, but did she truly come merely to wander, or were there ulterior motives? Yuan Jinghong lingered behind, a hint of doubt stirring within him. Yak had been rather aloof towards him for over a century. It was unexpected that she had sent him a message a few days prior, expressing a desire to visit the Huiyun sect, and not at the behest of the sect, but purely on a whim. Such behavior was hardly characteristic of Yak. Nevertheless, since she wished to explore, he would accompany her, trusting that her true intentions would reveal themselves along the way, and so he hurried to follow her. Meanwhile, within the alchemy pavilion of the Huiyun sect, Su Qing and Luo Qian were engaged in an assessment in Qin Yu's alchemy chamber. Today, Luo Qian was tasked with evaluating Qin Yu, who had been taught by Su Qing to concoct all first-tier elixirs, including the notoriously difficult Foundation Establishment pill. Thus, Su Qing had summoned Luo Qian to conduct the examination. Although Qin Yu could no longer attain the status of an alchemist, passing Luo Qian's assessment would allow her to be recognized as an alchemist by the sect, enabling her to concoct elixirs independently. Su Qing was well aware of her success rate, which had nearly reached 70 to 80%, to prevent Luo Qian from becoming suspicious. He instructed Qin Yu to aim for a mere 20% success rate this time. Presently, Qin Yu sat beside the alchemical furnace, her heart racing with anxiety. This was yet another assessment, and her previous attempts at the association had failed due to her nerves, leaving her with lingering apprehensions. She occasionally glanced at Su Qing, seeking reassurance that "Do not be anxious. Relax. Just brew as you would in my presence." Su Qing encouraged her. "All right, let us begin." At that moment, Luo Qian, seated beside the furnace, called out that the furnace was ignited. Qin Yu commenced her alchemical work. Perhaps due to Su Qing's words resonating with her, or perhaps her own earnestness, she focused solely on the 20% success rate, disregarding all else, for her first elixir. She successfully produced 2 pills, but then failed in all subsequent 8 attempts. Surely, Luo Qian will see through this method. Su Qing thought, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as regret washed over him. He should have instructed her to better manage the sequence of successes and failures. Given the circumstances, how could Luo Qian not notice? Stealing a glance at Luo Qian, he saw her brows furrow slightly. However, it was too late to offer a warning. Following this pattern, each type of elixir yielded 2 successes followed by complete failure. "Enough, Qin Yu. Stop failing on purpose. I know your success rate exceeds 2%. This must be something Su Qing taught you." At last, Luo Qian could no longer contain herself, halting Qin Yu's efforts and casting a glare at Su Qing. "Master, it was not my senior brother. It was my own decision." Qin Yu quickly shook her head, a trace of worry etched upon her face. All right, no need for explanations. You have passed from now on. Submit elixirs at a 50% rate." Luo Qian waved her hand, surprised by how efficiently Qin Yu had learned under Su Qing's guidance. While astonished, he recognized that having another high success rate alchemist was a tremendous boon for the sect. So he did not concern himself with whether it was her own decision or Su Qing's teaching. "What? Master, you want her to submit at 50% too?" Su Qing exclaimed in shock. "What, do you have objections?" "I observe her. Qin Yu's success rate is certainly above 50%. How could I not discern her intentional failures? Senior brother, I can do it. I will submit at 50% from now on." Qin Yu interjected eagerly, not expecting Luo Qian to overlook her deliberate failures. Since her success rate had indeed surpassed 50%, she felt confident in complying with the new requirement, quickly agreeing. "Very well. I shall take my leave now. I will report to the sect leader. Starting tomorrow, you may commence your alchemical endeavors." "Thank you, master." Luo Qian laughed heartily before swiftly departing the alchemy chamber. Once Luo Qian had left, Qin Yu hurried to Su Qing's side, her large eyes wide with concern. "Senior brother, am I too foolish? I couldn't even keep this hidden." "No worries, since master is not holding it against you. It matters not. However, are you truly comfortable submitting at 50%? Su Qing queried. Other sect alchemists typically submitted at a 20% rate, so he was surprised that Luo Qian would allow Qin Yu to submit at 50%. "It's fine. I can manage." Qin Yu nodded vigorously. "All right, if it's insufficient, just ask me. I'll be off to stroll around. Then I shall accompany you." Having passed the assessment, Qin Yu was in high spirits and keen to take a break. So she followed Su Qing as they wandered through the sect. This moment, within the main hall of the Bamboo Mountain Peak, Yuan Jinghong gazed at Yak with confusion. "Yak, this Bamboo Mountain Peak is the final disciple peak. What exactly are you searching for?" After bringing her into the sect, Yak had requested to tour the disciple peaks, and at each peak, she summoned all true disciples and inner disciples to gather at the peak master's hall, seemingly searching for someone. Now, having reviewed all 10 peaks, she had yet to specify whom she sought, leaving him perplexed. That I asked this all the disciples in the chi refinement stage. Are there no others? Yak appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Continuing her inquiry. Of course, there are also 10 elders in the foundation establishment stage. Do you wish to see them as well? No need for that. Yak shook her head slightly, a frown creasing her brow as she pondered. She had indeed sensed within the sect that there were no cultivators at the Yuanying level present, and Yun Jinghong had also stated that no disciples had been expelled from the sect in the past decade. Nor had any chosen to leave voluntarily. That if her memories were accurate, then the disciple must still be within the sect. Yet despite having met all the disciples, she had not encountered anyone resembling Dao Tian. Just as she was deep in thought, a voice suddenly called from outside. Sect leader, what brings you to my bamboo mountain peak? Luo Qian stood outside the grand hall, astonished. Upon entering the peak, he had seen all the disciples emerging from the peak master's hall. After inquiring, he learned that Yun Jinghong had brought a woman to find someone, and curiosity about her identity compelled him to investigate. However, the disciples had no way of recognizing her, so he came to see for himself. As he approached the grand hall, he caught sight of Yun Jinghong conversing with a woman, though her back was turned to him. Upon hearing Luo Qian's call, the woman turned her head, revealing her visage. Yak, the immortal. At the sight of her beauty, Luo Qian was taken aback. He recognized her as the Yak who had attended the sect's founding ceremony over a decade ago. Indeed, that person is my disciple. Suddenly, Yak pointed at Luo Qian, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. Chapter 68. A Great Change. Speak. Where is your disciple? Yak swiftly approached Luo Qian, an overwhelming yuanying pressure emanating from her, enveloping the entire hall. That disciple. Immortal Yak. I do not comprehend. Luo Qian, overwhelmed by the pressure, sank to the ground, struggling to speak as blood began to seep from his mouth. Seeing this, Yun Jinghong rushed to their side, raising his hand to release an energy wave. Though it was merely at the golden core level, it alleviated some of the oppressive force, allowing Luo Qian to breathe a little easier. Yak, what is the meaning of this? He is an elder of our sect's alchemy pavilion. Why harm him? At that moment, Yak's eyes were fixed coldly on Luo Qian, her gaze imbued with frigid intensity. Yak, cease at once! Yun Jinghong shouted, feeling the weight of the immense pressure. If she did not relent, Luo Qian might perish. After a few moments, her expression softened, and the pressure gradually diminished. Luo Qian, relieved, finally regained his ability to breathe normally, gasping for air. What on earth has happened? Why such fury? Yun Jinghong retracted his energy, pulling Luo Qian up from the ground, his gaze curious as he regarded her. He had never witnessed Yaoqi in such a state of fury before. However, Yaoqi paid him no mind and turned her attention back to Luo Qian. 10 years ago. Where's the disciple who stood beside you? 10 years ago, the disciple beside her, Luo Qian, had narrowly escaped the clutches of death only moments ago. And now, this question sent a shiver down her spine, fearing that Yaoqi might suddenly unleash her wrath once more. Think slowly. Don't rush, Yun Jinghong interjected, realizing that Yaoqi was referring to the time of the sect's founding ceremony a decade prior. He grasped that Yaoqi was seeking the individual she had encountered during that auspicious occasion, yet he remained perplexed about who it could possibly be, especially since it was a disciple of Luo Qian. Who could that be? Suddenly, a figure flashed in his mind, a familiar visage emerging. It was Su Qing. How could it be him? Yun Jinghong recalled that Luo Qian had only taken one disciple back then, who was none other than the current elder of alchemy, Su Qing. No wonder she had scrutinized all the disciples in the Qi refinement stage without finding him. He had been residing in the alchemy pavilion all along. But why was she searching for Su Qing? Yun Jinghong's expression shifted to one of unease. Meanwhile, Luo Qian was equally startled, as she too had just remembered 10 years prior. She had indeed had only one disciple, Su Qing. But why was Yaoqi looking for him? Did she harbor a grudge against Su Qing? The fury she had displayed earlier was almost lethal, and Su Qing was merely at the second level of Qi refinement. Under such oppressive force, how could he possibly withstand it? Luo Qian hesitated, glancing at Yun Jinghong. "It seems you both know who he is, that I shall give you the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Bring him here." Yao Qi turned her back, denying them further opportunity to speak. From their expressions, she had already deduced that Luo Qian and Yun Jinghong must have figured out whom she was referring to. "Go, send word to him. Instruct him to come to Zhushan Peak." Yun Jinghong nodded, now equally eager to uncover the connection between Yao Qi and Su Qing. At that moment, Su Qing was wandering around the sect with Qin Yu, relishing his current life as he explored the realms of cultivation, while his true self remained within the Fire Cloud sect. As long as he did not leave the sect, he believed he could continue living in peace. He had also contemplated that if he were to acquire the formula for the heavenly restoration pill in the future, resetting his spiritual roots to a superior quality, he would refine his avatar into a unity pill to enhance his physical constitution. Should he ever be reborn, this reincarnation would undoubtedly carry forth his refined roots and enhanced physique. Yet, that was still a distant prospect. For now, he longed for the upcoming year to partake in the 10 Domains Championship and visit the so-called Ascension Alliance. Eagerly anticipating the Daylight Tower, suddenly, the sect's communication talisman vibrated, piquing his curiosity that it had been years since anyone had contacted him through the sect. Upon retrieving the talisman and listening closely, he learned that Luo Qian was summoning him to the main hall of Zhushan Peak for an important matter. His brows furrowed slightly. "What is it, senior brother? Is something wrong?" Qin Yu, who had been joyfully chatting with Su Qing, noticed his sudden halt and furrowed brow, her concern evident. "It's nothing. I need to visit the main hall of Zhushan Peak. You should return to the Alchemy Pavilion for now. I'll be back shortly." "Oh, all right." Though reluctant, Qin Yu complied, her heart heavy with the thought of parting. Su Qing made his way to Zhushan Peak. Lost in thought about the strange occurrence, he was unaware that Qin Yu was stealthily following him. Soon, he arrived near the main hall, only to find a throng of people gathered outside. When Yao Qi had unleashed her nascent soul pressure, the disciples of the peak had been startled, emerging from their caves to witness the commotion present. Many disciples had congregated outside the main hall, where Yun Jinghong and Luo Qian stood, gazing into the hall. Could something have happened? Su Qing quickened his pace. Suddenly, through the gaps in the crowd, he spotted a woman clad in white standing within the hall, though her back was turned to the entrance. He recognized her form all too well. It was her. A wave of dread washed over him. His avatar, stationed far away in the Xing'a Palace, abruptly transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the Fire Cloud sect. Yao Qi, it truly was her. She must have recalled his likeness to Dao Tian. It was inconceivable that after more than a decade, she could remember the face of someone who had been at the first level of Qi refinement. If his avatar were present, he would not fear her, but it would take time for it to arrive. For now, his only option was to feign ignorance. Thoughts raced through his mind as he composed himself. Slowly approaching the entrance of the hall. "Master, what is happening? Why are there so many people?" "Ah, the sect master is here too." He greeted the two at the entrance. "Are you Su Qing?" Suddenly, Yao Qi stepped out of the hall, her gaze locking onto him, icy and full of malice. "Identical. It cannot be mistaken. This Su Qing before me resembles Daon perfectly, save for his cultivation at the second level of Qi refinement." She knew that unless one were at the God transformation stage, no one could conceal their cultivation from her divine sense. But why does this Su Qing look exactly like the image she recalled? This esteemed elder is... Su Qing inquired, looking at Yao Qi with confusion. "She is Yao Qi, the celestial maiden, Su Qing. Do you remember her? 10 years ago, she attended our sect's founding ceremony, and you were the one who brought her into the hall?" Yao Qi, the celestial maiden. Sect master. The disciple does not recall. "Do not remember? Ha, you lie. Speak. Who is that person to you? Why do you look identical?" Suddenly, Yao Qi's figure surged forward, and a powerful wave of divine sense pressed down upon him. How could a mere second-level Qi refiner withstand such pressure? He was instantly pinned to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. "Yao Qi, please show mercy. He is merely a junior disciple." Luo Qian interjected hastily. Silence. Yao Qi cast a glance at Luo Qian, and the oppressive force bore down on her as well, causing her to collapse to the ground once more. "Do you still refuse to speak? I do not know who you are referring to." Su Qing wiped the blood from his lips, struggling to speak. Yao Qi's merciless demeanor stirred a murderous intent within him. "Senior brother, are you all right?" A figure rushed from the crowd, positioning herself in front of Su Qing. You must leave. Do not concern yourself with me. He had not anticipated that Qin Yu would follow him, nor that she would come to his defense in such a perilous situation, which warmed his heart. Yet, how could he allow her to be embroiled in this matter? He quickly pushed her aside. No, I will not leave. Qin Yu resolutely shook her head. Indeed, love is mutual. Yao Qi scoffed that if you reveal who Dao Tian is to you, I, Yao Qi, shall let you both go today. Dian, the elder, upon hearing that name. Qin Yu inadvertently spoke out. You actually know Dao Tian? Yao Qi's gaze turned lethal as it fixed upon Qin Yue this moment. Su Qing's expression grew grave. Having previously saved Qin Yu, he had disclosed Dao Tian's name to her. And now she had unintentionally let it slip, leaving him with no means to conceal it further. It has nothing to do with her. Let her go. Su Qing pushed Qin Yu again, but she remained steadfast. You indeed know doubt and speak. Who is he to you? Yao Qi suddenly intensified her pressure, directing it toward Qin Yu. This overwhelming force was too much for her. Her dantian shattered under the strain. Qin Yu cried out in agony, collapsing from the excruciating pain of her shattered dantian. Yao Qi, I will kill you. At this moment, Yun Jinghong approached, his expression grave, but he still could not comprehend the connection between Su Qing and Yao Qi. However, given that Su Qing was a renowned alchemist of their sect, a high-ranking one at that, his value to the sect was immense, and Yun Jinghong could not bear to see Yao Qi harm him. What? You are so concerned about the injury of your two disciples? That is not the case. You should at least provide a reason, right? After all, he is an alchemist of our sect, and a rated one at that. Xie Qingfeng is the president of this branch. A member of your Xiandao sect. It would not reflect well if this reached his ears. He is an alchemist. Yao Qi hesitated, realizing that the status of an alchemist was not that of an ordinary disciple. They were protected by the Alchemist Association of the Ascension Alliance. Any casual aggression towards an alchemist could lead to repercussions from the alliance. Let us retire to the main hall for a moment. I too wish to know who this Dao Tian truly is. Su Qing, come here. Yun Jinghong sighed in relief. It seemed that Yao Qi was somewhat wary of the alchemist status at Su Qing. What are you still doing over there? Su Qing, he called several times. Yet Su Qing remained motionless, still cradling Qin Yu in his arms. There is no need to say more. I have nothing to say you. You truly have some spirit. I shall grant you this, and let you and this girl become mere remnants. With that, Yao Qi unleashed his oppressive aura, directed towards Su Qing. Stop. Yun Jinghong hastily intervened, but it was futile. The pressure instantly overwhelmed Su Qing. His dantian cracked with a sound akin to shattering. Yet Su Qing did not cry out that he did not care. His true self could simply be reborn. Soon, his incarnation would arrive at Huiyin's sect, and after vanquishing Yao Qi, he would return to Xinghe Palace as before. However, he began to consider how to ensure Qin Yu's well-being. With his dantian ruined, she would be left as a mere mortal. How could a mortal survive in the realm of cultivation? Enduring the pain in his dantian, Su Qing struggled to rise, but Yao Qi offered him no respite, intensifying the pressure until Su Qing could bear it no longer and collapsed beside Qin Yu. What a pity! Yun Jinghong could do nothing but sigh softly, while Luo Qian, standing nearby, felt his cheeks involuntarily twitch. After years of companionship with Su Qing, witnessing him so easily reduced to this state was disheartening, lamentable, infuriating, and yet utterly helpless that he could not confront Yao Qi. Even the sect leader could not stop him. What could he do? He could only close his eyes and shake his head slightly. Meanwhile, the disciples of Jushan Peak were utterly petrified by the unfolding scene. Their expressions a mix of astonishment, sorrow, and profound fear. This was the brutal reality of the cultivation world, the survival of the fittest, where the strong could act with impunity. Thus, both Su Qing and Qin Yu were rendered powerless. Amidst the crowd, Xia Shirhan gazed at the two fallen figures, an indescribable feeling stirring within her. You need not worry. I shall explain matters to the Alchemist Association. Yao Qi suddenly spoke, his tone still frigid. Very well. It seems we have no choice. Since this matter is settled, you should now discuss the relationship between Su Qing and Dao Tian. Not today. I shall explain in due course that I will take these two back to Xiandao sect. Yao Qi waved his hand dismissively, soaring into the sky while lifting Su Qing and Qin Yu with him. Wait for me. Yun Jinghong quickly pursued, their figures vanishing from sight. Everyone disperse upon seeing Yao Qi depart. Luo Qian gestured for the other disciples to leave, retreating to the main hall to tend to his injuries. The events had unfolded with such rapidity, and similarly concluded, leaving Zhushan Peak in silence once more. The disciples gradually dispersed, returning to their respective caves. Outside the mountain gate, Yao Qi regarded the following Yun Jinghong with evident disdain. What do you follow me for? These two are also members of our sect. I will accompany you back to Xiandao sect and take the opportunity to see sect leader Lu. Yun Jinghong felt powerless. After all, they were members of his sect, unjustly rendered powerless that if this news spread, the sect's reputation would be at stake. Yao Qi pondered briefly before nodding. Very well. Then you shall take them with you. Let us depart. With that, he unceremoniously dropped Su Qing and Qin Yu to the ground and soared into the sky. Suddenly, a figure, moving at an astonishing speed, approached from afar. Who is that? Dao Tian? Yao Qi recognized the incoming individual, and although he wore a mask, it could not conceal his aura. Beneath the mask was the visage of Dao Tian. He is Dao Tian. Sensing the overwhelming pressure from the sky, Yun Jinghong was astonished. He had not expected this individual's nascent soul power to surpass even Yao Qi's that at this moment. Su Qing also spotted them. Having been unconscious moments before, he was unaware of what transpired afterward. He had been flying at full speed and was relieved to have arrived just in time to prevent Yao Qi's departure. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qing drew the purple gold sword, channeling his techniques, and swung it towards Yao Qi. This was a sword technique he had learned in Xing'e Palace, the Tongxin sword technique. The purple gold sword illuminated. Unleashing a sword aura, stretching 10 zhang towards Yao Qi, Su Qing did not invoke his nascent soul. The power of his current form's techniques far exceeded Yao Qi's, rendering the use of his nascent soul unnecessary. The timing was perfect. Yao Qi conjured a long sword, preparing to counter with his own technique, when suddenly his entire body began to tremble violently. How can this be? No, it is impossible. Alarmed by the energy pressure emanating from the sword aura, Yao Qi was taken aback. He had fought Dao Tian in the secret realm, where they had been evenly matched. Dao Tian merely held an edge in realm and spiritual power. However, the might of this sword aura far surpassed any technique Dao Tian had previously employed in the secret realm, and its speed was so swift it felt as though it had locked onto him, rendering him immobile. Yao Qi hastily summoned a protective shield, a white light enveloping him, forming a white barrier around his body. The sword aura collided with the shield, creating a shockwave that shattered Yao Qi's barrier, sending him hurtling backward. The sword aura continued its relentless advance, crashing into the protective array of Huoyun's sect, cleaving a substantial fissure within it. The entire sect trembled violently. Yao Qi, Yun Jinghong, equally astonished, could hardly believe that Yao Qi had been defeated in a single blow, but he disregarded Su Qing and Qin Yu beneath him, rushing to Yao Qi's side to assess the situation. Are you all right, Yao Qi? At that moment, Yao Qi was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, his fourth-grade defensive robe shattered, and his garments torn asunder by the sword aura, exposing a significant portion of his skin, which was marred with lacerations, as if the sword aura had rent his flesh. That Su Qing swiftly flew to his true form and Qin Yu's side, lifting them and retreating to a distance before returning. Yet, Yun Jinghong remained beside Yao Qi, unwilling to risk harming others. Sect leader Yun, step aside. Today I am here solely to eliminate Yao Qi. Chapter 70. The power of the laws. He actually recognized me. This was my first encounter with him, which astonished Yun Jinghong, that it seemed clear that he must know Su Qing. Could it truly be, as Yao Qi claimed, that Dao Tian bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Qing? Yet he intended to kill Yao Qi. How could this be forgiven? Turning to the masked figure, Yun Jinghong's heart flickered with murderous intent. Who are you exactly, Dao Tian? I am well aware you are Dao Tian. But from where do you hail? There is no one of your caliber in Tianluo domain. He knew that the most formidable individual in Tianluo domain was Lu Xianfeng. However, even Lu Xianfeng could hardly defeat Yao Qi in a single blow. And given Yao Qi's current unconscious state and severe injuries, the power of that sword aura was evident. Furthermore, he could tell that Dao Tian had not used his full strength, prompting him to question Dao Yin's true identity. Sect leader Yun, there is no need for probing. I am not from Tianluo domain. Indeed, You are not from Tianluo domain? Might you be from the central domain? Central domain? Su Qing felt a twinge of curiosity. After some thought, he realized that it likely referred to the region where the Ascension Alliance was located, presumably known as the Central Domain. Oh, what if I am? Since Yun Jinghong had broached the subject, Su Qing decided to play along. After all, no one truly knew the origins of this incarnation. Then, may I ask you to spare Yaoqi for my sake? Spare him for your sake? Su Qing smiled faintly before suddenly intensifying his tone. Why should I grant you such a favor? If you do not step aside, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yun Jinghong's facial muscles twitched, taken aback by the audacity of this individual. It seemed imperative to reveal his trump card. After all, you hail from the Central Domain and must be familiar with the Ascendant Alliance. Indeed, I am well aware. The deputy leader of the Ascendant Alliance is none other than my esteemed master. You may choose to disregard my presence, but can you afford to disrespect the deputy leader? He is, after all, a disciple of the deputy leader of the Ascendant Alliance. This revelation startled Su Qing. No wonder Yun Jinghong possessed such insight. He had a master at the God transformation stage. Furthermore, only Lu Xianfeng in the entire Tianluo domain was privy to this information, and if even he deferred to him, surely you should do the same, should you not? So that is the case. It makes sense that the Huayun sect receives support from the Xiandao sect, all due to the esteem of the deputy leader of the Ascendant Alliance. However, what of it? Su Qing's intent to eliminate Yaoqi would not be deterred by a deputy leader far removed in the Central Domain. Sect leader, you need not elaborate further. Should you fail to step aside, I shall hold you accountable. Su Qing raised his long sword, which had already begun to coalesce a surge of energy. Greetings. In that case, let my master speak with you. Realizing Su Qing was serious, Yun Jinghong had no choice but to produce a piece of jade from his hand. Tio, summon my master for a discussion. Could it be a tear in space? Su Qing's expression grew solemn, as he understood that only someone at the void-breaking stage could rend the fabric of space. Yet, within the entire Xintian continent, only Lu Qingxian possessed such capability. Could it be that his master was Lu Qingxian? However, upon further reflection, he deemed it implausible, as Lu Qingxian had long departed from the Xintian continent. Moreover, even if he were present, he could not merely be a deputy leader. Now he claimed he would summon his master for a discussion. Su Qing resolved to see how he would accomplish this feat. That moment, Yun Jinghong infused a thread of spiritual energy into the jade, which abruptly emitted a radiant glow, dispersing outward. Within that light, an ethereal figure materialized. Indeed, a god transformation being. The apparition exuded a formidable energy pressure that made Su Qing feel somewhat oppressed. It was undoubtedly a god transformation presence. But wait, this is not the true body. Suddenly, Su Qing sensed that this figure resembled Zheng Kongxian from the Kungsi continent, encountered during the heart of the heavenly path. Merely a fragment of consciousness. Upon reaching the god transformation stage, one acquires the power of laws, allowing for the preservation of consciousness. This figure must be but a manifestation of consciousness, and the jade Yun Jinghong held was likely the vessel for this consciousness. Yet, Zheng Kongxian had once stated that regardless of what the consciousness did, the true body would remain unaware. Thus, the essence of this consciousness, far away in the central domain, was oblivious to the current events. Master. Ah, Jinghong, what is it that you summoned me for? The figure's voice resonated with a profound, somber tone. Disciple wishes to rescue a woman. She is my beloved. I implore you, master, to prevent this Yuanian cultivator. But what of him? The figure turned its gaze towards Su Qing. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged towards Su Qing. This energy felt peculiar. Su Q gazing upon the unconscious form of the true self. A flicker of resolve ignited within my heart. Indeed, my Dantian has been rendered useless. I am now merely a mortal vessel devoid of spiritual energy, utterly incapable of alchemy. Moreover, Su Qing has long held a plan in mind. He seeks to ascertain whether the runes of the Reincarnation Pearl would also endure through rebirth. Thus, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity for my true self to be reborn once more. However, it is imperative to wait until the conclusion of the 10 Domains War and after visiting the Celestial Dao Treasure Tower, before undertaking this endeavor. Yes, I slightly turned my head. My gaze fell upon Qinyu, and my brow instinctively furrowed. What shall I do about her? Even in the face of peril, she emerged to protect me. Disregarding her own life, that Su Qing was genuinely astonished at how significant he was in Qin Yu's heart. Without realizing it, he crouched down, gently caressing her pallid visage, feeling a pang of compassion. Since you hold me in such high regard, I, Su Qing, shall not disappoint you. There must be a way to restore the Dantian. The realm of cultivation is shrouded in mystery. If the spiritual roots and constitution can be altered, then surely the Dantian can also be mended. Nonetheless, for the time being, I must first ensure Qin Yu's safety. After administering a pill to my true self, I infused a modicum of spiritual energy. Moments later, my true self awakened. Now, how should I proceed? A flicker of hesitation crossed Su Qing's mind. Should he leave his true self and Qin Yu here? Or bring her back to the Star River sect? Two thoughts continually swirled in his mind. Yet, after a brief contemplation, a bitter smile emerged. Both he and she were devoid of cultivation. How could they remain here together? It seems I must take her back to the Star River sect. By following Dao Tian, she will be safest. As for my true self, he shall remain in this cave for a year. After leaving behind numerous fasting pills, Su Qing departed with Qin Yu. Several hours later, a beam of light swiftly entered the Star River Palace. Unnoticed by anyone within the Elder's Pavilion, Su Qing carried Qin Yu into a secluded chamber. Placing her upon the stone bed, after administering another pill to her, he quietly awaited her awakening. I hope you will accept it when you awaken. Indeed, Su Qing had made certain arrangements, though he was uncertain of their appropriateness. For now, he could only proceed as such. After a while, a soft moan resonated, and Qin Yu's eyelids began to flutter violently. Her hands began to wave in the air, as if attempting to grasp something. Suddenly, her entire body shot upright, as if struck by lightning. Su Qing. Do not leave. A cry escaped her lips, reminiscent of someone awakening from a nightmare. Su Qing, brother. Where are you? Qin Yu stared blankly ahead. Tears streaming from her eyes like a fountain. Falling onto the stone, Su Qing merely stood by, silent, gazing at her. After a moment, sensing the presence beside her, Qin Yu turned her head for a closer look. Her heart suddenly racing. You are Dao Tian, Sr. She could ascertain that the person before her was indeed Dao Tian, the one who had once saved her. Since he was here, it was evident that he had rescued her. But was Su Qing also present? Her heart surged with excitement. Senior, is Su Qing here as well? Qin Yu hurriedly attempted to rise from the stone bed to seek out Su Qing. However, her body was too frail. So weak that she could not lift her legs, and she wobbled, nearly toppling off the bed. Do not move. Stay seated. Su Qing rushed forward to support her, a wave of heartache washing over him. Senior, please tell me, is he here? He is not here. Su Qing shook his head. He longed to remove his mask and embrace this woman who stirred his heart, but he could not present. He was merely Dao Tian. He must not reveal himself, lest the future plans be thwarted. Not here? Then where is he? Could it be that Dao Tian failed to save him? That Yao Qi, she could sense, was overwhelmingly powerful, so formidable that she felt like a mere ant before her. Could it be that her brother was slain by her? Qin Yu's eyes reddened once more, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. She dared not ask, fearing the answer would shatter her heart. Yet, she could not restrain herself from inquiring, is he still alive? Ultimately, she trembled as she spoke. Rest assured, he is alive. He has been rescued by a being of profound cultivation, but he has already departed from this Tianluo domain. Brother is still alive. He is still alive. Qin Yu's anxious heart finally eased, and her tense expression softened somewhat. Senior, why did he leave Tianluo domain? Do you know where he has gone? I must find it. Do not move. Here is a letter he left for you. Take a look. Seeing that Qin Yu attempted to rise from the bed again, Su Qing swiftly intervened, producing the prepared letter for her. A letter? Qin Yu's brow furrowed. Why did her brother not use a communication talisman? But then she chuckled bitterly to herself, realizing that with her Dantian shattered, she had no spiritual energy to use a communication stone. She hurriedly opened the letter, her eyes falling upon elegant handwriting. Indeed, her brother's script. Qin Yu's heart soared with joy. This letter must have been penned by him. Once, Su Qing had gifted her a book of his alchemical insights, and the characters within bore an uncanny resemblance to those in this letter. Qin Yu, promise me live well. Do not rush regarding your Dantian. Dao Tian will surely devise a way for you to cultivate anew. I know you have a deep passion for alchemy, and I have entrusted the formulas and insights for second-grade pills to Dao Tian. For now, you need only familiarize yourself with them. I, your brother, have already departed from the Tian Luo domain and know not where I shall go. Remember, if in the future someone can recite the alchemical insights I shared with you, even if that person appears different from me, they shall undoubtedly be Su Qing. I promise you, when we meet again, I will certainly take you as my wife. Written by Su Qing. He will marry me. He truly will marry me, yet he is not by my side. Qing Yu could no longer contain herself and burst into tears, a mixture of sorrow, gratitude, and joy overwhelming her. She wept for a long time. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, Qing Yu wiped her tears and carefully folded the letter. Placing it against her chest, that moment, she noticed Dao Tian still standing beside her. I hope I did not cause you to laugh, Senior. Qing Yu smiled bashfully. It seems Su Qing did not choose poorly. Upon uttering these words, Su Qing felt a tinge of bashfulness himself, yet he understood that Qing Yu's feelings for him were heartfelt and sincere. Senior, there is something I do not understand. Speak. My brother's letter contains some strange phrases, particularly regarding the future individual who may appear different from him. Qing Yu was puzzled by these words and wished to inquire of Dao Tian, yet she did not want him to know the contents of the letter. Su Qing has disfigured himself. He knew what Qing Yu sought to ask. This was precisely his plan. Disfigurement. Indeed. While there are pills that can restore him, his appearance will differ from before. Therefore, should he seek you out in the future, it is possible you may not recognize him. Su Qing's initial plan had always been this. Once his true self is reborn, his appearance will undoubtedly change, hence the need to clarify this in the letter beforehand. Will you still recognize him? He inquired tentatively. However, Qing Yu seemed unfazed. She looked at Su Qing, her expression resolute and unwavering. Regardless of how he changes, he shall always be my brother. He is also my husband. Chapter 72, a year later. Are you saying that even Senior Wia's divine consciousness cannot defeat him? Indeed, Master S divine consciousness cannot vanquish him. I have seen it. Dao Tian is a second-level nascent soul. Second level? How can that be? During the last Secret Realm event, he clearly had not opened his orifices. Even if all 10 nascent spirit flowers were given to him by that old Taoist MO. It should be impossible. Yet, it is indeed so. Within a secret chamber of the Xian Dao sect, Yun Jinghong was conversing with Lu Xianfeng regarding the earlier matter of Dao Tian. However, when the discussion turned to the opening of the nascent soul orifices, both fell silent. They had not anticipated that Yao Qi would provoke such a terrifying adversary. One strike could severely wound Yao Qi, something he could not accomplish. Moreover, it was said that Dao Tian had not yet unleashed his full power. Reflecting on his own bold claims during that Secret Realm event, Lu Xianfeng felt a twinge of fear within to seek revenge on him. To have the entire Xintian continent hunt him down? Such a notion was utterly ludicrous. That girl, why did she cripple the Dantian of Su Qing and the others? Sighing helplessly, he shook his head. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a startled cry erupted from a bedroom within the secret chamber. Dao Tian, I will kill you. Following that, another voice, that of a woman, echoed with wild shouts. The two men were taken aback and quickly rose. Allow me to go. Yun Jinghong waved his hand and dashed towards the bedroom. Upon entering, he found Yao Qi lying on the stone bed, screaming frantically, her hands flailing wildly. Yao Qi, he swiftly rushed to the edge of the bed, grasping the trembling hands with urgency. Get away! Do not touch me. Yao Qi pulled her hands back with all her might, yet it seemed she lacked the strength to break free. Although Yun Jinghong was merely at the golden core stage, she still could not escape his grip. How could she not realize that her cultivation had long since vanished? Huh? Are you satisfied now? My cultivation, Yao Qi, is lost. Are you happy? Her voice dripped with biting self-mockery, tinged with endless reluctance. Yun Jinghong remained silent, still holding her hands, but his eyes were already ablaze with fury. Dao Ting, you have crippled my beloved I in this lifetime. If I do not kill you, I vow not to be human. Indeed, at this moment, Yao Qi, struck by Dao Tian's sword energy, had her Dantian shattered, effectively losing her cultivation. Realizing she could not break free, she ceased her struggle. Suddenly, she turned to Yun Jinghong, her gaze shimmering with a glimmer of longing. Yun Jinghong, did you not say you would marry me? I am at your service. Marry me now. What did you say? Yun Jinghong was taken aback, stepping back in shock, nearly losing his balance, and then stared incredulously at Yaoqi. Did she seek vengeance? Or was it merely a momentary impulse? At that instant, his heart was a chaotic swarm of thoughts that he had feelings for Yaoqi, yet he was acutely aware that she harbored not only indifference towards him, but could even be said to despise him. Now, having been crippled by Dao Tian, she audaciously uttered such words that it seemed she wished to avenge herself, and she must know that her master was the vice leader of the Ascension Alliance. What? No more words. Yaoqi scoffed coldly, shaking off his grip. Did you not yearn to see me every day? Now that I offer you this opportunity, you hesitate. Is it because you see me as a cripple that you regret? Yun Jinghong's heart tightened. How could he be such a person? He quickly grasped Yaoqi's still quaking hands again. Yaoqi's voice trembled slightly, and as he gazed upon her haggard visage, a wave of pain surged within him. I agree. I will marry you without further hesitation, he acquiesced. Really? Of course. I, Yun, am a man of my word. Well, since you have agreed to marry me, you must promise me one thing. You need not say more. I will assuredly help you kill that Dao Tian. He was well aware of Yaoqi's intentions, but since she was the one he cherished most and was to become his wife, her enemies would henceforth be his at this moment. Yin Jinghong had made his resolution. He was willing to slay Dao Tian for Yaoqi. Good. Since you have promised, Yaoqi can become your woman at any time. Yaoqi gently closed her eyes, a hint of exhaustion evident, as if awaiting his next move. All right, you should rest for a while. I will discuss the wedding arrangements with Master Lu. However, Yun Jinghong merely patted her shoulder lightly before exiting the chamber. What a pretender! Yaoqi gazed at his retreating figure, a sense of revulsion swelling within her. Meanwhile, within the Star River Palace, life resumed its usual rhythm, and Su Qing remained in the Elder's Pavilion, while Qin Yu was assigned to the Alchemy Pavilion. However, she was not tasked with concocting elixirs, but was instead focused on studying the second-grade formulas and insights she had left behind. This arrangement left the elders and apprentices of the Alchemy Pavilion astounded. How could a woman without cultivation maintain such a connection with a venerated elder? Moreover, Su Qing had specifically instructed them to treat Qin Yu with utmost respect. Consequently, all members of the Alchemy Pavilion regarded Qin Yu as the elder's partner, treating her with great deference. That it was only then that Qin Yu learned that Dao Tian was actually at the nascent soul stage and a venerated elder of the first-grade sect. Star River Palace. This revelation further solidified her belief that Su Qing had been rescued by someone of far greater cultivation, boosting her confidence in eventually reuniting with him. Thus, her spirits had improved significantly. And each night she would gaze at the letters written by Su Qing, smiling to herself, wishing time would hasten. Unbeknownst to her, nearly a year passed swiftly. During this year, Su Qing had visited Jinding City, seeking out Chu Qian under the pretext of leaving the Tianluo domain, thereby terminating their cooperation with Lingdan Pavilion. However, Chu Qian said little, for such a formidable alchemist was beyond her influence, and Lingdan Pavilion had received numerous alchemists offering to supply pills, ensuring sufficient reserves for her continued operations. Nevertheless, she expressed gratitude to Su Qing, hoping for future collaboration should the opportunity arise. One day, while Su Qing was meditating in the Elder's Pavilion, several powerful auras suddenly emanated from the forbidden area on the back mountain of Star River Palace. He understood that Mo Songyun and the others had completed their secluded training, which also indicated that the long-anticipated 10 Domains competition was about to commence. Not long after, a hearty laughter rang out from outside the door. Brother Dao Tian, it has been a year, and I have missed you dearly. Mo Songyun, along with Yin Wujie and others, entered the chamber. Brother Mo, the feeling is mutual. Su Qing responded with a cheerful smile. Exchanging pleasantries with Yin Wujie and the others, that it seems your cultivation has progressed as well. Although Su Qing was still at the late nascent soul stage, the aura he exuded had far surpassed his previous state, leaving Mo Songyun quite astonished. It is about the same, just a slight increase. The higher the realm, the more one appreciates the importance of spiritual roots and constitution. Mo Songyun sighed, a touch of disappointment in his tone. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Oh, why does Brother Dao Tian wear a mask? It is merely a habit. Throughout the year, Qin Yu frequently visited him for guidance and inquired if there were any news about Su Qing. Thus, he had grown accustomed to wearing the mask and had no desire to remove it. So it was merely a habit. I thought you were trying to avoid someone. Haha. Another hearty laugh followed. But suddenly his demeanor turned serious. By the way, the 10 domains competition will commence in half a month. We should set off tomorrow. Furthermore, the Taoist Su Kuan from Tai Palace contacted me recently, informing me that the Xiandao sect will not participate in this 10 domains competition. Tai Palace. Su Qing pondered for a moment before recalling that it was indeed another first-grade sect within the Tianluo domain, akin to Star River Palace. However, he felt puzzled that Lu Xianfeng would not partake in such a significant event. That Sanyan continued, I heard he is in seclusion, attempting to break through to the transformation stage. But with his capabilities, I do not believe he can achieve it. Without acquiring the transformation chi, he will never break through to the transformation stage. His tone dripped with derision, laced with mockery. Transformation chi? What is that? Su Qing's curiosity was piqued. Was it something needed for breaking through to the transformation stage? However, he noticed Sanyan's expression suddenly change. As he refrained from elaborating further, it seemed he had learned of a method to achieve the transformation stage from the ruins of a transformation stage cultivator's cave. Yet he appeared unwilling to disclose more, and Su Qing felt it inappropriate to pry further that if Lu Xianfeng is not going, will his other nascent soul cultivators also abstain? What about Yaoqi? Su Qing inquired. She cannot go. Elder Su Kuan has learned that Yaoqi was crippled a year ago. What a pity. A once stunning beauty has been reduced to a cripple. Mo Tsangyan shook his head, a hint of regret in his eyes. Moreover, she married 6 months ago. Word has it she became a partner with the leader of that Fire Cloud sect. Chapter 73. Ascension Alliance. Yaoqi has been crippled. His sword energy managed to shatter her dantian. This was something he had never anticipated. Yet she actually married Yun Jinghong. This news genuinely surprised Su Qing. Was she attempting to leverage his master, who was at the transformation stage? It seems her hatred for me has reached an unrelenting extent. Su Qing scoffed coldly to herself. However, when it came to Yun Jinghong, a flicker of hesitation arose within her. In truth, Su Qing felt a measure of gratitude towards him. Over the past decade, although he had not cared for her as attentively as Luo Qian, his insights into the path of cultivation had nonetheless been profoundly beneficial to her. One could say he had been a good mentor and friend. Deep down, Su Qing did not wish to regard him as an enemy. Yet, since he was resolute in aiding Yaoqi, it was clear that they could never be friends, that a confrontation in the future was inevitable. Nevertheless, she deemed it unnecessary to seek him out proactively, disregarding those distant matters. Su Qing and Mo Sanyan engaged in further discussions regarding the contest among the 10 domains. When the time seemed ripe, they all returned to their caves to begin preparations. Su Qing, too, quietly made her way to the alchemy pavilion, where she instructed Qin Yu to remain inside the pavilion and wait for her return in her chamber, undisturbed. The following morning, Mo Tin briefed Elder Wang Yang, who was still recuperating, and then set off towards Jinding City with Su Qing and the others. Within Jinding City, there was a cross-domain flying artifact known as the Flying Boat, a swift means of travel to the various major domains that Su Qing noted that it was considerably faster than her own full-speed flight, exceeding it by over 10 times, undoubtedly surpassing the speed of a transformation god cultivator. On board the Flying Boat, the vessel was already filled with Yuaning cultivators from various sects within the Tianluo domain. A brief glance revealed that nearly all were those who had previously ventured to the Tianjian Peak's secret realm. However, as Mo Sanyan had mentioned, she did not see anyone from the Xiandao sect. The Flying Boat continued its journey northward, reaching the border of the Tianluo domain within a day's time. Upon nearing the boundary, Su Qing sensed the presence of a formidable formation. Upon entering the formation, a powerful suction force suddenly emerged, as if attempting to draw her body down into the ground. Were she not standing on the Flying Boat, she would surely have fallen from the sky. Looking around, she noticed the surrounding space was shrouded in a hazy mist, obscuring her perception of anything within. Yet the Flying Boat remained unaffected, continuing its forward flight. That a protective light shield had materialized outside the vessel, preventing the mist from encroaching upon them. Could it be that this Flying Boat possessed some capability to transcend the void realm, allowing it to counter this formation? Su Qing pondered, aware that this formation could confine transformation god cultivators. and only those in the Void Realm could disregard it. Yet, she had not expected this flying boat to possess such a capability. Who could have constructed such a vessel? Was it perhaps a creation of the Tiandao, Wanbao Tower? As a multitude of questions arose within her, the suction force suddenly dissipated, and the light shield around the flying boat vanished. It seemed they had successfully traversed the formation, but Su Qing quickly raised her head to survey her surroundings. And indeed, the mist had lifted, allowing her to clearly discern the scenery around her. It appeared that the flying boat had departed from the Tianluo domain and arrived in another realm. What realm could this be? Su Qing sent a thought to Mo Tsanyun, who was resting with closed eyes beside her. South Heaven Domain. If we continue north through this boundary, we shall reach the central domain, the South Heaven Domain. So there was merely a South Heaven Domain separating them from the central domain. Yu Qing understood that the Tianluo domain was situated in the southern part of the Xintian continent, while the Dongyu domain was located in the east. The South Heaven Domain was indeed one of the 10 major domains. But wait, there were no first-grade sects here, nor even second-grade ones. It was merely a minor domain. Mo Tsanyun elaborated on the division of the 10 major domains, revealing that the southern part of the Xintian continent only housed the Tianluo domain as a major domain, while the eastern part contained only the Xintian domain. The other 8 domains were distributed across the north and west, with the northern region being the most populous, hosting as many as 5 domains. Furthermore, none of the 10 domains had transformation god cultivators. Oh, so it was like this. Su Qing was astonished that it seemed that only the central domain housed transformation god cultivators. But why was that? And what was this aura of transformation god? It appeared that the central domain must hold some secret. With these questions swirling in her mind, Su Qing closed her eyes to meditate. The South Heaven Domain was roughly the same size as the Tianluo Domain. After about a day of travel, the flying boat reached the boundary of this domain. Once again, Su Qing experienced the sensation of being constrained by a formation. Though this time it seemed to last considerably longer, it appeared that the boundary connecting to the central domain was more expansive. After several hours, the flying boat came to a halt outside a mountain range. The group descended from the sky, and Su Qing followed Mo Tsanyun and the others down the flying boat. Was this the Ascendant Alliance? A sense of curiosity welled up within her. This vast mountain range indeed resembled a sect, yet she sensed no formations outside, enabling her to see clearly into the depths of the mountains. Far within, Su Qing could vaguely perceive a towering pagoda that pierced the clouds, undoubtedly the Tiandao Wanbao Tower. Outside the mountain gate, several cultivators clad in golden robes stood, both male and female. Su Qing extended her senses. She discovered they were merely at the foundation establishment stage. Such a situation was indeed peculiar. She could not help but quietly inquire of Mo Tsanyun beside her. Mo Xiong, why is there no sect formation here? This Ascendant Alliance is not a sect. Moreover, the individuals inside are all transformation god cultivators. Typically, those cultivators do not reside here. Only during the contest among the 10 domains do a few transformation god experts come to preside. All transformation gods. Su Qing was taken aback. How could there be so many transformation god cultivators in the Xintian continent? Initially, she believed that perhaps only the higher-ups were transformation gods, but to her astonishment, the entire Ascendant Alliance was composed of transformation god cultivators. However, she then heard Mo Tsanyun continue, Brother Dao Tian, there aren't many people in the Ascendant Alliance. Excluding the Alliance Master and Deputy Master, there are only 10 elders. These 12 are the true members of the Ascendant Alliance. Those Foundation establishment cultivators at the entrance are merely the servants of some elder, here to assist during the contest among the 10 domains. So that was the case that Su Qing finally calmed down. It seemed that the Ascendant Alliance was merely an organization established by transformation god cultivators, unlike a sect that would have the potential for growth and recruitment. Dear friends, please come to the main hall to converse. Suddenly, a resonant voice echoed from within the mountains, its energy reverberating and causing a buzzing in the ears of those present. Su Qing could sense that the speaker was undoubtedly a transformation god. Let us go, Brother Dayan. Let us head up. It appears that this time, the contest among the 10 domains will once again be presided over by this transformation god elder. Are you familiar with him? Not particularly, but he is the elder rumored to be betrothed to the cold immortal, Tianming Taoist. Chapter 74. Does that realm truly exist? Han Jian. At the thought of this person, Su Qing's expression shifted subtly, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Originally, she had intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate her. However, Mo Sangyan had informed her of the rules governing the contest among the 10 domains. One could only strike when necessary, but could not resort to lethal force. Should she intentionally kill someone, she would certainly face pursuit from the Ascendant Alliance. While she was not afraid, what would become of Qin Yu if her avatar perished? Without doubt Qian's identity, she would undoubtedly be unable to remain in the Xing'e Palace. Furthermore, with this so-called Tianming elder present, it would be exceedingly difficult to kill Han Jian in his presence. Besides, Han Jian possessed a perfect third-grade treasure. Su Qing was still uncertain of the precise extent of its defensive capabilities. Most importantly, this avatar held significant value for her. Thus, she was unwilling to place it in harm's way. Therefore, Su Qing resolved not to take action this time, merely seeking to explore the Tiandao Wanbao Tower. Moreover, she had plenty of time ahead, that is in the future, as her strength grew, would she still fear being unable to eliminate her. As long as Han Jian did not exhaust her lifespan, everything would be fine. However, Han Jian was likely still quite young, with her lifespan undoubtedly stretching far into the future. Unbeknownst to her, Su Qing had already entered the mountains with the others along the way. She continued to encounter numerous Foundation establishment cultivators, much like those few outside the mountain gate, all of whom were servants. While they guided the group, their cold demeanor left much to be desired. All bore an air of arrogance, as if relying on the backing of a transformation. Su Qing couldn't help but scoff inwardly. How backing? How could that possibly compare to one's own strength? Not dwelling further on that thought, Su Qing hastened to Mo Tsingyun's side and quietly asked, Mo Xiong, do you know who the Alliance Master is? Earlier, Mo Tsingyun had mentioned that the presiding elder for this competition was merely Tianming Daoist, which sparked her curiosity about the identity of the Alliance Master. The Alliance Master? Mo Tsingyun shook his head. The Alliance Master is shrouded in mystery that I have never seen her, and neither has anyone else. It is said she is a woman. Never seen? Su Qing was surprised to learn of the Alliance Master's enigmatic nature, realizing that no one had laid eyes upon her for many years. Long Wui, the entire Ascendant Alliance, is almost entirely under his command. At this moment, Mo Xiang quickly revealed, for the owner of that divine thought is known as Long Wui. Su Qing fell into contemplation. During that battle, he had indeed experienced the power of that law. Not only was the potency of his own released attack spells significantly diminished, but even his defensive spells were greatly weakened. Had it not been for his own second aperture Yuanying, victory would have been exceedingly difficult to attain. Furthermore, the divine thought had mentioned that it was merely at the second tier of law power. If it were to rise to a higher tier, wouldn't such diminishing power render a cultivator's spells nearly ineffective? The mere thought of it sent a shiver down Su Qing's spine. He couldn't help but exhale deeply. After a while, the group had entered a grand hall, where several cultivators stood at the center. Among them, one person stood prominently in the middle, seemingly relaying instructions. The figure clad in black robes was none other than Tianming. Mo Xiang turned to an elder among the crowd and murmured. In truth, Su Qing had already deduced this person's identity. Upon entering the hall, he had sensed the profound aura of the man in black robes, who emanated a mysterious energy he had previously encountered, the very essence of that law power. Truly formidable. Su Qing marveled inwardly. This was his first encounter with a genuine transformation god cultivator. Although he had previously encountered Long Wui's divine thought, it could only exhibit a fraction of its true strength. Thus he hadn't perceived the opponent as overwhelmingly powerful. Yet, Tianming was a bona fide transformation god cultivator. We have encountered Elder Tianming. At this moment, the members of the Tianluo domain had all entered the Grand Hall. Bowing respectfully to Tianming, that it seemed these individuals had participated in the domain wars multiple times and were already acquainted with Tianming. There is no need for such formalities. Tianming responded with a slight smile, appearing to relish the elevated status. His gaze swept over the assembly when suddenly, his brow furrowed. Why do I not see Lu Su and Effing? And that Wai Ok? It has been quite a while since I last saw her. Tianming held a profound impression of Wai Ok. He had harbored intentions of making her his partner. However, after learning a certain piece of news, he had shifted his affections to Yin to what? No one knows. Upon receiving no answer, Tianming's tone grew slightly more insistent. Return, Elder. Lu Zong's is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to Transformation God. At this moment, an elder stepped forth from the crowd, respectfully responding to Tianming. Su Qing recognized him as Su Kn, the patriarch of the Tai Palace, who had been introduced to him by Mo Xingyan earlier on the flying vessel Dado, striving to break through to Transformation God. Upon hearing that Lu Suinf was attempting to reach Transformation God, Tianming suddenly burst into laughter, that he was well aware of the arduous nature of such a breakthrough. Without certain resources, no one could achieve the Transformation God stage. Otherwise, why would there only be 12 Transformation God cultivators across the entire Su and Ti and continent? And Wyok, is she also attempting to break through to Transformation God? He inquired again, this time turning his attention back to Wyok. Su Kn felt a twinge of anxiety. He was aware of Tianming's interest in Wyok. Now that Wyok had lost her cultivation and had even married someone, he was unsure how to broach the subject, causing him to hesitate. Why the hesitation? Tianming's gaze turned sharp, and the pressure of his Transformation God aura enveloped Su Kn, causing him to stagger backward. Su Kn was alarmed and, without further delay, spoke up to Wyok. She has been rendered powerless. Rendered powerless. Tianming's heart jolted, and his brow knitted tightly as gusts of wind swirled around him, as if he were on the verge of unleashing a tempest. Just as he was about to inquire about the one who had incapacitated Wyok, Su Kn continued, moreover, she has married the sect master of a minor sect. Yinj married. Yinj At this revelation, Tianming's expression suddenly became placid. How could he not know Yinj? Wasn't he the disciple of the Deputy Alliance Master? Furthermore, the news he had previously received indicated that Wyok was to be Yinj's future partner, which had prompted him to abandon his pursuit. Yet, why had news of Wyok's incapacitation not reached the Ascendant Alliance? It struck him as odd. Logically, such significant events would surely be communicated to the Deputy Alliance Master by Yinj. However, he had not seen the Deputy Alliance Master for over a year. Was it possible he had yet to emerge from the Central Mountain Range? Suddenly, a realization struck Tianming that he recalled that a year prior, Long Wui had entered the mysterious Central Mountain. Could it be that he had ventured into the very heart of that enigmatic spatial passage? The so-called path to ascendance? The Alliance Master had once mentioned that it was exceedingly peculiar, capable of receiving communications but not sending them out. Now a year had passed, and Long Wui should have received this news. Yet he had not emerged. Could it be that he truly had entered that path to ascendance? Was there something amiss within? Tianming's brow furrowed even more tightly that he understood that with his current level of law power, he could not approach that spatial passage. Even the Alliance Master had warned of its extreme dangers, only accessible to those who reached a certain realm. But did that realm truly exist? Elder, are you well? Noticing Tianming's prolonged silence, Su Kn quietly inquired, that moment. Tianming seemed to return to his senses, scanning the room once more before gesturing towards several Foundation establishment servants beside him. You shall follow them to your resting quarters. I have matters to attend to, and thus cannot entertain you further. After making arrangements, Tianming exited the Grand Hall alone, soaring towards the back mountains. Shortly thereafter, he abruptly halted, as if unable to move forward any longer. Before him, at a distance of several dozen yards, stood a towering pagoda reaching into the clouds. Tianming gazed at the summit of the pagoda. Hidden within the depths of the clouds, his gaze flickering slightly, one could not help but wonder if the Alliance Master had discovered the method to break through that realm. Yet, did such a realm truly exist? Chapter 75. Do you wish to fight me? Time passed swiftly, and as the cultivators from the 10 domains gradually gathered, the commencement of the domain wars drew ever closer. Tomorrow would mark the official beginning. The members of the Tianluo domain had already been arranged in a large courtyard, separated from those of other domains. Thus, in recent days, Su Qing had not encountered any individuals from other domains. Mo Xingyan had also taken the time to explain the rules of the grand competition to him. To ensure fairness, the entire competition was conducted randomly, relying purely on luck. Over 1,000 cultivators would not be grouped, but would draw lots for direct one-on-one confrontations. With the losers eliminated and the victors advancing to the next round, until 100 were determined. From those 100, the top 10 would be decided that, of course, there might ultimately be additional slots. For instance, if there were 1,200 participants after several rounds of elimination, 75 would remain, and the remaining 25 slots would be contested among those eliminated in the previous round. Thus, Moc Yin fervently prayed not to encounter an insurmountable opponent in the initial rounds. Su Qiang, however, was indifferent. He understood that 10 years prior, Moc Yin had ranked among the top contenders, demonstrating his formidable strength. Now, however, his own abilities had far surpassed Moc Yin's, leaving him unconcerned. Yet, why was it necessary for the 100 cultivators to compete for the top 10 positions? Su Qiang found this puzzling. Logically, if all 100 could participate, why the need for rankings? Was there some form of reward? Hence, he inquired with Moc Yin, and it turned out that the rankings determined the order in which cultivators would enter the tower. The first to rank would enter first, and only after an hour would the second be allowed entry. After the top 10 had entered, the remaining 90 cultivators could enter together. The tower was quite peculiar. Every hour, 9 treasures would appear within the first layer, but they would vanish shortly thereafter, only to be replaced by new treasures in the next hour. Similar to the 9 Tribulations Tower, if cultivators attempted to forcefully use spiritual energy within, they would be expelled. Thus, combat was entirely precluded. The treasures would appear randomly at certain locations, making it so that if cultivators desired to obtain valuable items, they could only rely on luck. Moreover, the first individual to enter would claim all the treasures that appeared during the first hour. It was crucial to note that most would only remain in the first layer, and as more individuals entered, competition would inevitably become fierce for the second layer. Moc Yin had visited it before. Only 8 treasures would appear every hour. Beyond that, he was uncertain. However, according to this rule, Su Qiang suspected that each successive layer would yield 1 less treasure, until the 9th layer, where only 1 would appear. But was there truly only 9 layers? Su Qiang observed the pagoda from a distance and soon discovered that its upper half had already penetrated the clouds, rendering the pinnacle completely invisible. Was the essence within this pagoda a manifestation released by the heart of the heavenly Tao? Were those mysterious auras the products of this heavenly Tao? Suddenly, Su Qiang recalled the colorful gases emitted by the orb within the heart of the heavenly Tao, and pondered for a moment. Never mind, he thought, once inside, I shall know. Without further ado, Su Qiang closed his eyes and entered into meditation once more. The following day, upon a vast platform nestled within the mountains, a multitude of cultivators had gathered. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, many of you have participated in the 10 Domains competition before. I shall not reiterate the rules. Let us commence the drawing of lots. Above the platform, Tianming stood aloft, gesturing grandly. In an instant, several dozen foundation-building servants began distributing jade tokens. Moments later, each participant held a jade token inscribed with a number. 99. It is fortunate that I did not draw 100. Moc Yin glanced at Su Qiang's jade token and chuckled, pondering that had he drawn number 100, he would have to duel with Su Qiang in the first round. Although he believed Su Qiang would surely be no match for him, he nonetheless hoped Su Qiang could make it into the top 100, as these jade tokens indicated that those who failed would have to surrender their tokens. Only the final 100 cultivators would be permitted entry into the pagoda. The competition commenced swiftly, resembling the grand tournament Su Qiang had observed in the Dongyu domain, with a total of 20 martial arts arenas. Beside each arena stood a foundation-building servant responsible for registering information and announcing results. While a formidable array enveloped the platforms, Su Qiang sensed that this array was at least a divine, transformation-level defensive formation, designed to prevent the leakage of energy during battles that if a participant were to be knocked out of the formation, it would count as a defeat, and should one feel overmatched, they could concede. After a while, with a command from Tianming, the competition officially began, and in the first match, Su Qiang spotted the long-absent Han Jian. To his dismay, her first opponent was none other than Peng Mu from the Xing'e sect. How unfortunate. I draw her in the very first match. Peng Mu wore a look of resignation. He had long witnessed Han Jian's prowess, having seen even Lu Xianfeng and others fail to breach her defenses. Such a level would only bring him shame. As soon as he stepped onto the arena, he voluntarily conceded and left in disappointment, while Han Jian remained cold and indifferent, seemingly unimpressed by these cultivators. However, Su Qing noticed that Tianming had been fixated on Han Jiyin the entire time, his gaze flickering with a hint of sinister desire. Soon, it was Su Qing's turn to take the stage. Just as he had anticipated, his opponent was exceedingly weak, with an unawakened nascent soul and an incomplete soul force, wielding nothing more than some low-grade third-tier artifacts. And merely of a single pattern that Su Qing barely unleashed his soul force, relying solely on the enhancement of his purple-gold sword, and with a single strike, he concluded the battle, under the curious gazes of the onlookers. He quickly returned to the sidelines, yet within his heart he made plans. The subsequent battles could not be concluded so swiftly. Why does this artifact seem so familiar? Mo Tsunyan's face involuntarily registered a peculiar expression as he recalled having seen this weapon before. Yet he could not quite remember where. Little did he know, this artifact was precisely the purple gold sword mold blueprint he had shown to Su Qing before. However, Peng Mu had never forged it. And now that he had long since placed the blueprint in the Sect's treasury, he had entirely forgotten it to avoid causing too much of an impact. Su Qing deliberately prolonged his matches against weak opponents, often winning by sheer luck. Thus, much to Mo Tsunyan's astonishment, he advanced into the top 100 the next day. These 100 cultivators would determine the top 10 rankings. Unsurprisingly, Han Jian entered the top 100 with overwhelming force, with all her opponents conceding without a fight. Meanwhile, Mo Tsunyan also successfully secured a place among the 100, and Yun Wuji managed to enter the top 100 as well, albeit with little difficulty. After a day of rest, they quickly arrived at the decisive day that Su Qing had initially resolved not to contest for a top 10 position. As to him, there was no difference between the top 10 and the bottom 90. However, fate often unfolds in curious ways. In his first match, he encountered Han Jiyin once more. This prompted Su Qing to change his mind. He wished to test just how strong Han Jiyin's abilities truly were. At that moment, Han Jiyin stood upon the arena, coldly regarding Su Qing, seemingly awaiting his concession. Yet, after a lengthy silence, the masked figure before her remained silent, instead drawing forth a long sword and pointing it at her. "You wish to fight me?" A glint of cold light flashed in Han Jiyin's eyes as she summoned a chilling aura in her hand, but Su Qing focused intently on the icy energy she wielded. Recognizing it as identical to the spell Yao Qi had released in the secret realm. However, he understood that this icy aura bore no real harm. Its sole effect was to temporarily freeze an opponent. Nevertheless, with sufficiently strong defenses, one would remain unaffected. Both of them employing the same spell. Was it a trait of women to favor such techniques? Su Qing chuckled inwardly. "Please enlighten me." He raised his sword slightly, pointing it forward, signaling that it seemed she was unwilling to concede. Witnessing Su Qing's determination to engage her, Han Jian's icy energy solidified further, now directed at him. "You prattle on endlessly. Why concede without even having fought?" Su Qing lifted his sword, gathering a surge of energy along its blade. "You call me loquacious?" Han Jian's brows furrowed. She had not anticipated that this person would be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Over a decade ago, she had received 300 star stones from Tianming and, through sheer fortune, forged this perfect third-tier artifact. She had shone brightly in the 10 Domains competition 10 years prior. And since then, her name as the Ice Fairy was well known. Yet today, this individual dared to disregard her so blatantly to that moment. Her eyelids involuntarily twitched, a surge of inexplicable anger rising within her. "Very well, then, I shall send you down." The icy energy suddenly released from her palm, swiftly hurtling towards Su Qing. "Just right. Let's see if your icy energy can freeze me." As the icy energy approached, Su Qing enveloped himself in a flash of purple light, creating a protective purple shield around himself, preparing to withstand the impact. The icy energy soon collided with the shield, a wave of freezing power coursing through his body. He felt as though he were immobilized, but this sensation vanished almost instantaneously. Seeing Su Qing withstand the icy energy and remain motionless, Han Jian scoffed. Is he truly so arrogant as to not evade? With a cold laugh, she began to channel a spell, slowly materializing a blade-like energy between her fingers. The energy continued to accumulate, seemingly on the verge of being unleashed. She had employed the icy aura as a means to release this powerful spell. Observing the energy in her hand, Su Qing immediately understood. Indeed, He could feel that the blade-like energy was formidable, but the time required to release it was longer than that of other spells. No wonder she needed the icy aura to immobilize her opponent. Down you go. Han Jian waved her hand, and the energy transformed into a robust blade of air, hurtling towards Su Qing. Once again, Su Qing did not move, but continued to brace himself for the impact. However, the protective shield around him had grown significantly stronger than before that he utilized his soul force, released through the nascent soul. And since defensive spells do not require a ritual to be summoned, he was not concerned that she might discern his nascent soul's capabilities at this moment. The shield surrounding him was several times more potent than before. A deafening crash echoed as a brilliant purple light emanated from Su Qing, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outward, colliding with the array surrounding the arena and causing the entire platform to resonate with a low hum. How is this possible? A chill ran down Han Jian's spine, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Though her spell was not her strongest attack, it was certainly formidable. Yet this individual not only withstood it but did not budge an inch, seemingly suffering no damage whatsoever. How could she not be astonished? However, given the situation, since she could not breach his defenses, it was bound to become a protracted battle. She recognized that he too would be unable to penetrate her defenses. For she had always worn that perfect third-tier artifact, and only she understood the extent of its defensive capabilities. This is bad. He is unexpectedly strong. As she pondered, a formidable wave of sword energy surged toward her from across the arena. She felt as if she had been locked onto, utterly unable to evade it, that a surge of alarm gripped Han Jian's heart. With no time for further reaction, she hastily conjured a protective barrier. This shield, imbued with the effects of a flawless artifact, appeared remarkably solid. With a thunderous crash, the sword energy collided with the barrier, producing a deafening sound that resonated through the heavens, leaving her ears ringing even within the protective confines. How could this be possible? In that moment, the impact generated by the collision forcefully propelled Han Jian backward. She summoned her spiritual energy, striving to resist the overwhelming force, yet it was far too potent, swiftly pushing her to the very edge of the arena. No, I cannot lose. Han Jian could no longer withstand the tremendous onslaught. Her entire body was sent flying off the stage. The energy then struck the formation, breaching it with a small opening. The energy emanating from this breach sent vibrations coursing through the entire space, creating a resonant hum. Coughing, Han Jian struggled to rise. The previous shockwave had already caused her blood to surge violently. At that moment, a warmth surged in her throat, and she could no longer suppress it, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, her body swaying precariously as if about to collapse. Jian, above the platform. Tianming swiftly flew over, quickly supporting her. Are you all right? He hurriedly produced a pill and placed it in her mouth. That I am fine. Thank you for your concern, Elder. Han Jian slightly shook her head. Though her expression appeared dazed, as if struggling to believe what had just transpired, that my heavens! How formidable! Fairy Han is actually lost. How powerful! Who is this individual? The scene resulting from this battle left the spectators in awe, their gazes inevitably drawn to Su Qing, who remained standing on the platform. This young friend looks unfamiliar. Which sect do you hail from? At this moment, Tianming also turned his attention to Su Qing, a glimmer of coldness emerging in his eyes. Yet he felt a twinge of curiosity. Despite the mask covering the individual on the stage, it could not fully obscure his spiritual perception. However, the appearance beneath the mask was utterly unfamiliar to him. He was certain that in all the previous 10 domain tournaments, he had never encountered this person. Tianluo Domain. Xing'a Palace. Without hesitation, Su Qing declared, Xing'a Palace, the sect of Mo Tsangyan. Tianming pondered, recalling Mo Tsangyan, but wondering how such a formidable individual could emerge from his sect. Why had he never seen him before? A flicker of doubt arose within him. Elder Tianming. This individual is an esteemed elder of our sect. Dao Tian, who joined just a year ago. At that moment, Mo Tsangyan hurriedly stepped forward to provide an explanation. He was still reeling from the astonishing battle, utterly shocked that Su Qing could defeat Han Jian with a single strike. The sheer combat prowess was truly astounding. Nevertheless, a sense of joy welled up within him. With such a powerful practitioner as an esteemed elder in their sect, the strength of Xing'a Palace would undoubtedly dominate Tianluo Domain, eclipsing any rival such as Xiandao sect or Lu Xianfo.